Chapter 1. Hell? This is clearly paradise. Lin Ming, a person both fortunate and unfortunate. He is fortunate to have obtained a method of cultivation. Unfortunately, the technique is called Tianxigong. The name alone reveals it as a form of malevolent cultivation. It requires the absorption of evil death energy for training, and this death energy is derived from corpses, specifically those that have been deceased for a considerable period. Initially, Lin Ming thought of the morgues and funeral homes, yet discovered that those places are not accessible to ordinary individuals. After much effort to infiltrate, he found that the corpses there bore little death energy. It turns out that only corpses that have been buried can generate this special death energy, and not all lands suffice. It must be a so-called feng shui treasure ground to cultivate such energy. Similar to how, in Mr. Zombie, the old master is buried in a feng shui treasure ground and transforms into a zombie, the death energy Lin Ming seeks can only be found in such places. However, feng shui treasure grounds are not easily found. Thus, Lin Ming began seeking employment in various cemeteries, with the Dongshan Cemetery being his meticulously chosen place for cultivation. This site may be considered a small treasure ground, yet upon arrival, he discovered it was not as it seemed. Most of the graves contained only ashes. With no corpses present, where could he cultivate death energy? The flames of the crematorium, burning at over 1,000 degrees, had not only incinerated these bodies, but also severed Lin Ming's path to immortality. Science truly stands as the greatest obstacle on his journey to transcendence. Fortunately, there remain a few individuals with some means who managed to bury the corpses instead of reducing them to ashes. Their loopholes became Lin Ming's stepping stones. He practiced daily within this cemetery. Yet after a year, yes, an entire year, that meager death energy prevented him from even reaching the first level of qi refinement. It was as if he possessed a mountain of gold, yet could not wield it. At times, Lin Ming would entertain audacious thoughts. That is, to transform into a butcher under the rain and forge his own path to immortality. Yet, this notion would quickly be quelled by the comprehensive criminal law. After all, surveillance is everywhere, and the speed of solving crimes is alarmingly swift. The fleeting moments to evade the police are insufficient for reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement. Only at the peak of qi refinement could one withstand human firearms, specifically handguns. Even machine guns would be unbearable. The saying online rings true. The paths to great wealth are all enshrined in criminal law. Who would have thought that the path to immortality also lay within its confines? That night, in the cemetery's duty room, Lin Ming was checking flight information. He could no longer endure. In his homeland, it might take an eternity to successfully refine qi. So during this time, he saved some money, contemplating immigration to more chaotic countries, such as over in the land of sand. Suddenly, he heard a series of knocks at the door. Lin Ming glanced outside. The night was dark and windy, and this was a cemetery in the suburbs. What normal person would come knocking here in the dead of night? Could it be a haunting? Lin Ming's eyes lit up, his excitement akin to that of a lecherous man on a bus spotting a stunning woman in a form-fitting dress and black stockings. He immediately rose and rushed to open the door. Outside, there was no one. Was his thirst so great that he conjured illusions? Lin Ming felt a tinge of disappointment, just as he was about to close the door when he noticed a letter on the ground. He picked it up and took a glance. The envelope bore no mailing address, no sender's name, and not even a stamp. Only the recipient's name, Lin Ming, was inscribed upon it. If we were this poor, why engage in such letter delivery? Just shout out. Lin Ming scoffed as he casually opened the envelope to inspect its contents. Inside was merely a golden card, stained with large splashes of fresh blood, still warm to the touch. On the card were grotesque faces, eyes blazing red, fixated on Lin Ming, accompanied by a line of text. You have been accepted by the Hotel of Death. Come quickly to meet your demise. The Death Hotel? What is it admitting? Male models? Lin Ming furrowed his brow, suspecting this might be a prank. However, the blood above suggested it was more likely a means of intimidation. Did someone covet his position, attempting to scare him away with such tactics? Indeed, one must trust in science. How could there be such a thing as haunting? Lin Ming cleared his throat and looked into the night. My friends, according to Article 293 of the criminal law, pursuing, intercepting, Insulting or intimidating others under severe circumstances can lead to imprisonment of up to 5 years, detention, or control. Considering this is your first offense, I can forgive you and not pursue legal action, but if you come back tomorrow, I shall have no choice but to report it. Bang! Lin Ming casually tossed the card onto the ground, shut the door, and returned to his room to continue studying criminal law. He sought to discover if there were methods to kill without facing legal consequences, or at least to lessen the charges to avoid execution. Unbeknownst to him, the golden card on the ground remained still despite the wind. Strangely, the ghostly heads illustrated on the card wore eerie smiles, brimming with anticipation. Simultaneously, a countdown timer appeared above Lin Ming's head. 59 minutes. At the same time, stirrings emerged online. On short video platforms, many claimed to have received bizarre letters, after which countdowns appeared above their heads. Some even posted selfies, discovering that the countdown could indeed be captured in photographs. A portion of superstitious netizens speculated that this was a letter from Yen Wang, the king of hell. Others mocked this as a new trend, all setting personal countdowns, and all within an hour. Although many claimed they had lived enough, no one genuinely wished for death. The Douyin platform pressured programmers to work overtime to create this life countdown effect, claiming it could reveal how many years one had left to live. In no time, numerous influencers mimicked the trend, drowning the invitation letter incident in laughter. Even the authorities did not take it seriously. Only those unfortunate souls, when the time arrived, vanished from the real world. The sky was overcast, shrouded in thick fog. Beneath the dense mist, 5 figures stood, along with a massive hotel. Lin Ming, like the others, surveyed the impenetrable fog around him and the similarly bewildered individuals beside him, finally directing his gaze towards the dilapidated hotel before him. The hotel stood 5 stories tall, with much of its exterior paint peeling away, appearing dilapidated. Some ivy clung to the walls, swaying in the dim light, resembling hanging ghosts drifting in the breeze. Above the main entrance, a neon sign flickered, with only a few lights still functioning, faintly revealing 5 dim characters. The Death Hotel. Upon seeing these words, one of the plump individuals exclaimed, "This is exactly the place mentioned in the letter I received." At this revelation, the 5 present showed astonishment. A professionally dressed woman quickly spoke, her voice charming yet tinged with panic. "Did you all receive that letter and see the countdown above your heads?" Nearby, a tall man adorned with a golden chain and wearing furs scoffed, "Yes, I told others about it, and they thought I was creating special effects. Just wait until I confront them after getting out." "Get out? First, consider where we are." The invitation said it was a place to meet death. A boy in a school uniform, bearing the emblem of Chuanshi Sanzhong, said nervously. Hearing him, the others' eyes lit up. Chuanshi Sanzhong was a high school, and this boy should be a student there. Wasn't it said that individuals at this stage were at the peak of their intelligence? Perhaps he could clarify where they were and how to escape. Instinctively, the other 3 edged closer to the boy. Only Lin Ming remained rooted in place, disbelief etched on his face. He sensed a familiar aura, and it was abundant, very abundant. Just then, the revolving door of the Death Hotel gently swayed, and a middle-aged man in a black suit emerged, smiling at the group. "Welcome, new employees. I am Wei Yuan, the lobby manager of the Death Hotel. This is the world of eerie games, and you will work here for 8 hours, during which you must serve all the guests in the hotel well. These guests are all the deceased from a bizarre game, each possessing a myriad of temperaments and abilities. Should you fail to cater to their desires, they will devour you piece by piece. I have already conveyed the rules to you. Now, let me extend my welcome to each of you as you enter this world, a realm steeped in blood and slaughter, a veritable hell." Hell? Lin Ming felt the malevolent aura of this world, trembling with excitement, nearly brought to tears. This is clearly a damned paradise. Chapter 2. The protagonist awakens to reality after delivering his welcoming remarks. Manager Wei Yuan cast a sweeping glance over the assembled individuals, taking note of their varying responses. His gaze lingered particularly on Lin Ming, whose cold, unfeeling eyes met his, a slight, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Are you frightened?" The others turned their attention to Lin Ming, observing his body trembling uncontrollably, tears shimmering in his eyes, and they couldn't help but express their disdain. Although the words of the lobby manager were indeed intimidating, their fear did not reach such extremes. The man adorned with a gold chain scornfully remarked, "What a disgrace to men to be so terrified. I refuse to believe they went through such trouble to bring us into this so-called game world just to see us perish. Indeed, I suspect this so-called game world is akin to the trial arenas depicted in online novels." The self-proclaimed intellectual leader of the group, a high school student, added with excitement, "We are now the protagonists of this world. If we strive diligently, we shall become kings or immortals and return to rescue the world." The others nodded in agreement, having consumed countless novels and dramas that spoke of such transgressions. This was indeed a form of traversal, and thus they were the protagonists. As long as this place was not reminiscent of the anime world filled with malevolent spirits, protagonists would not meet their demise. Wei Yuan, hearing their remarks, wore an even more peculiar smile and gestured for them to proceed. "Go in and collect your uniforms." The group strode confidently toward the hotel, moving with the swagger of protagonists, exuding an air of superiority. Upon crossing the threshold of the Grand Hotel, an oppressive chill swept over them, the temperature plummeting, causing involuntary shivers to course through their bodies. Lin Ming, however, was flushed with excitement. What an exquisite essence of death. A sneeze erupted from a female office worker clad in a professional skirt. Her attire was scant, consisting of a form-fitting skirt and black tights, and she now clasped her arms tightly around herself, shivering from the cold. Observing her plight, several men promptly removed their jackets to offer her warmth. Wei Yuan, with an indifferent tone, urged, "Hurry and change. If the guests grow impatient, the hotel will penalize you." The group hurriedly made their way to the staff changing room. Remarkably, the changing room was immaculate and brightly lit, devoid of any stains. They opened the lockers bearing their names and found uniforms that emitted no unpleasant odors. They quickly donned them, discovering that the garments fit as if tailored specifically for their physiques. The other four swiftly changed and emerged from the changing room. But Lin Ming remained inside, irresistibly drawn to the pure essence of death, and began to cultivate the Tian Xiegong right there. The quartet gathered in the lobby, puzzled by Lin Ming's absence. The gold chain-wearing man, now attired in his server uniform but still wearing the chain, scoffed. "Is that guy too scared to come out? Surely he can't be this pathetic. He won't actually die, right, Manager Wei?" The stout fellow dismissed Lin Ming with a sneer before turning to Wei Yuan for confirmation. Wei Yuan glanced impassively at Lin Ming's designated changing room and stated, "If he does not come out, we shall not wait. You four will each be responsible for a floor's guests. Now, draw your floor numbers at random." The four stepped forward to draw their numbers, resulting in the gold chain man assigned to the first floor, the female office worker to the second, the high school student to the third, and the stout man to the fourth. The fifth floor remained with Wei Yuan, reserved for Lin Ming. "Now that you all have your assignments, the requests from all guests will be posted on their doors. I implore you to proceed and fulfill your duties." Wei Yuan suddenly revealed a chilling smile, one that sent shivers down their spines. Initially, the quartet was convinced this was a training ground for them to become protagonists and formidable figures, but upon witnessing that smile, they felt an unsettling apprehension. Surely, there couldn't be any genuine danger here. The female office worker looked at the others with wide eyes, her expression one of concern. Though she was not particularly beautiful, her figure was commendable, and being the only woman among them prompted the men to instinctively wish to impress her. The gold chain man boldly offered, "Fear not, sister. I am on the first floor. Regardless of what lies ahead, I shall pave the way for you, setting an example." The compliment invigorated him, and he strode purposefully toward room 101. The others hastily followed, eager to discover what awaited them within. The door to room 101 resembled a typical hotel entrance, but it bore numerous bloody handprints. Strangely, upon seeing those marks, the gold chain man, usually not one for flights of fancy, envisioned a disturbingly vivid scene. A young man, clad in the same server uniform, stood at the door, drenched in blood. It seemed he was being pursued, glancing back in terror, frantically pounding on the door while crying out in desperation. Despite his frantic pleas, the door refused to yield, even as his hands became grotesquely mangled, blood staining the door. Ultimately, when his hands were reduced to a bloody pulp, the door finally opened, only to reveal an irate guest's voice, followed by a green hand emerging to seize the server by the throat, dragging him inside. The sound of bones crunching echoed from within. This haunting vision lasted scarcely 3 seconds before vanishing, leaving the gold chain man drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. The vividness of the scene had been so intense he felt as if he himself had been drawn in and crushed. The three behind him observed his frozen stance at the door, curiosity etched on their faces. The female office worker called out sweetly, "Big brother, why are you standing still?" The gold chain man, jolted back to reality, turned abruptly to face them, revealing a pale visage glistening with perspiration. "What has happened?" The high school student, startled, inquired eagerly. "And no, it's nothing," the gold chain man stammered, unwilling to admit he had been frightened by his own imagination. Indeed, he rationalized it as a mere figment born from overwhelming pressure. After all, he knew that criminals often suffer from mental illness. It was common knowledge online that many netizens grappled with depression. Just a brief video could reveal 3 different ailments, so he considered himself somewhat knowledgeable in matters of psychology. Gathering his composure, he focused on the door, which bore a room number accompanied by a note detailing the guest's requests. 1 old blood peanut. The gold chain man paused, astonished. How could this match exactly with what he had envisioned? Could this be real? How could that be? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he knocked on the door, striving to adopt a courteous tone. "Esteemed guest, do you require any additional services?" The door swung open swiftly, granting him a moment of relief, a stark contrast to the horror of his earlier vision. However, the next instant, a green hand shot forth from within, grasping his right hand. "You dare disturb me without serving my meal." With a sickening crack, the gold chain man's arm was wrenched violently, severing it entirely before he was yanked into the room, the door slamming shut behind him. All that remained was the gold chain man, clutching his bleeding stump, writhing on the floor in agony, while the 3 onlookers exchanged horrified glances. Was this not a trial? Why was there actual dismemberment? Was this truly, as Manager Wei Yuan had warned, a descent into hell? Chapter 3, I Cannot Control My Demons. Within the changing room, Lin Ming had not donned his uniform. Instead, he sat cross-legged, engrossed in his cultivation. The allure of the deathly aura surrounding him was simply irresistible. He found himself unable to restrain his insatiable desire for the dark energy. Lin Ming had been practicing Tian Xiegong for several years, having traversed many locales steeped in death. Yet he had never encountered a place that offered such an abundance of deathly essence as this one. His parched body was graced with an unprecedented infusion of vitality, as an unceasing flow of lifeless energy transformed into spiritual power, coursing through his meridians and ultimately converging in his dantian, forming a diminutive vortex. In a mere half hour, he ascended to the first level of qi refining. What ecstasy! Lin Ming had finally become a cultivator. What delighted him even more was the undeniable peculiarity of this bizarre game world. Initially, he felt a sense of isolation and trepidation, knowing he was the last cultivator in the real world, fearing he had no precedent to follow and was apprehensive of making mistakes in his cultivation. Now, with the emergence of this strange game, he yearned to uncover the truth behind it, perhaps even find kindred spirits. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped at the door, interrupting Lin Ming's reverie. Simultaneously, a voice from outside, belonging to a female office worker, trembled as she inquired, Are you still alive?" Lin Ming instinctively glanced toward the door, only to find his gaze pierce through it, revealing a smooth, pale woman standing outside, clad in nothing but her skin. Was she not even wearing clothes? Had the game taken such a daring turn so soon? He quickly realized something was amiss. It seemed he had unconsciously employed a spell. As an evil cultivation technique, Tian Xiegong possessed a minor ability of clairvoyance, which was quite reasonable. Lin Ming recalled that there were 4 spells available during the qi refining stage: clairvoyance, curse, contract, and sacrifice. He could also forge a magical artifact, the Wan Hun fan, which could be utilized from the chi refining stage through to the tribulation stage, continuously nurturing and strengthening him. Is anyone there? Have you already perished? The office worker's voice grew more frantic, tinged with tears. Lin Ming found it curious that she had looked down on him moments ago. Yet now she was weeping at the grave. He approached and opened the door, asking, "What do you want?" Upon seeing Lin Ming was still alive, the office worker breathed a sigh of relief, her large eyes glistening with tears as she explained, "My brother's hand is severed." And Lin Ming shrugged nonchalantly. "How can you be so cold-blooded? My brother sacrificed his arm to help us scout the room and ascertain the situation. Don't you want to know what lies within?" The office worker regarded Lin Ming with disbelief, astonished at his calm demeanor. "What lies within? Surely it is the essential elixirs for cultivation. I know what is in there. You should mind your own business. I will handle the situation myself," Lin Ming declared as he exited the dressing room. The office worker observed Lin Ming's transformation since he first entered, feeling utterly perplexed. Hadn't he just been terrified? Upon noticing Lin Ming was not donning his work uniform, she felt compelled to remind him, "The rules state that you must wear the service uniform, or you will face punishment. I suggest you adhere to the regulations, as we suspect this is a rule-based horror story. If it truly is a rule-based horror story, and a rule exists, then I should have been eliminated the moment I stepped out without changing," Lin Ming replied without turning back. He intended to seek out those guests for a thorough discussion. Upon hearing Lin Ming's words, the office worker realized something was amiss, since this might indeed be a rule-based horror game that required strict adherence to regulations. It was the high school student who had diligently identified the loopholes. Everyone trusted this student, who was at the peak of his intellectual prowess. Now, witnessing Lin Ming's apparent immunity to the rules, the office worker's confidence began to waver. She hurried back to the gathering point of the four, her dressing room. Inside, the other three were preoccupied with their tasks. The older brother was being forcefully restrained by the hefty man, while the high school student gritted his teeth, desperately stitching the brother's severed arm as the latter thrashed wildly. The wound was grievously extensive. Without sutures, he would bleed out and perish. Lacking anesthetic, they had no choice but to endure the agony. When the office worker returned, the stitching was nearing completion. The high school student, drenched in a mixture of blood and sweat, glanced back at her in surprise. "Has that guy already died?" "Not yet, but he suggested this place might not be a rule-based horror world because he left without his uniform," the office worker replied anxiously. The high school student's expression stiffened. He too was merely speculating. The others believed in him, and after the older brother lost his arm, they collectively sought his guidance on what to do next, leading him to make a hasty conjecture. Initially, he felt a sense of pride in their trust, for which young person does not aspire to be a leader. Yet, he had not anticipated such swift humiliation. His face reddened in embarrassment as he stitched even more fervently, gritting his teeth. "Ignore him. That coward was scared out of his wits. He knows nothing." But the office worker persisted, wanting to convey that Lin Ming was truly unharmed. The high school student snapped, raising his voice, "Do you trust me or him? If you trust him, then go find him." Annoyed by his outburst, the office worker felt discontent, yet recognized that with only one person on Lin Ming's side and 3 men with her, safety lay with her companions. She reluctantly swallowed her displeasure. "I apologize. I did not mean to imply I doubted you." "Enough. If that guy wants to die, let him. First, we must staunch the older brother's bleeding, and then we shall all enter the room together. There is no way 4 of us cannot handle a single room full of guests," the high school student said darkly. The woman hurriedly moved closer to assist in restraining the struggling older brother. Meanwhile, Lin Ming had found Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan stood at the hotel front desk, his expression stiff, pupils devoid of life, resembling a corpse. As Lin Ming approached, he mechanically turned to face him, slightly furrowing his brow. "Why aren't you in uniform?" "It is unnecessary," Lin Ming replied coolly. Wei Yuan displayed his trademark eerie smile. "If you wish to perish swiftly, that is no issue. Your service area is on the 5th floor." Lin Ming pondered for a moment before taking the number plate and heading to the 5th floor, intending to deal with those individuals there first. He would save the manager for last, as he appeared to be a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan watched him depart, muttering under his breath, "What a fool." By not wearing the uniform, he has relinquished even the slightest chance of survival. He is merely courting death. In this strange game, although the objective was to ensure all players met their demise, for various reasons, a sliver of hope had to be preserved. In Wei Yuan's eyes, Lin Ming had effectively surrendered his last chance, willingly walking to his end. However, this did not concern him. The more living souls perished here, the more customers would be lured in, resulting in greater profits for the hotel and, consequently, for him as well. Chapter 4. In mortifying sight, Lin Ming arrived at the elevator of the hotel, noticing its dilapidated state, even bearing signs of having been scorched, with large areas charred and the acrid scent of burnt plastic lingering in the air. Blood handprints were smeared on the elevator buttons and nearby surfaces, as if someone had frantically pressed them while being pursued, desperately seeking escape, yet ultimately failing to do so. Amidst a fire, one still wishes to use the elevator to flee? Such a lack of common sense. Lin Ming scoffed, just as the elevator door emitted a chime and opened. As the doors parted, a cloud of black smoke billowed forth, mingled with the pungent odor of burning, alongside a faint scent of roasted meat. When the elevator doors fully opened, Lin Ming was confronted with the shocking sight of a charred corpse lying in the corner. The body leaned against the wall, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. The features burned away to the point where its face was unrecognizable, staring blankly at Lin Ming with hollow, blackened eye sockets. Lin Ming remained outside the elevator, fixated on the corpse. The charred figure returned his gaze, and for a moment, the two were locked in a silent stare. To his astonishment, the corners of the corpse's mouth lifted slightly, forming a grotesque and terrifying smile that would send any normal person fleeing in horror. Yet, Lin Ming did not flinch. Instead, he wore an even more bizarre grin and stepped into the elevator. Ah, splendid. To think there are spirits even within the elevator. What a fortuitous omen. He stepped into the elevator, the doors closing behind him, yet despite pressing the button for the 5th floor, it did not ascend. The only remaining half-burnt ceiling light within the elevator suddenly emitted a crackling sound, flickering wildly, between the alternating flashes of light and darkness. The atmosphere within the elevator turned chillingly sinister, the grin on the charred corpse's lips widening further, its hollow black eyes fixated on Lin Ming. Lin Ming, undeterred, maintained his gaze, even inching closer, his face mere centimeters from the corpse's. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the smile on the corpse seemed to stiffen momentarily, its face slightly tilting aside, its eye sockets no longer aligned with Lin Ming. "Don't hide," Lin Ming commanded, reaching out to adjust the corpse's face, continuing their eye contact. After a tense silence of 5 seconds, Lin Ming felt his eyes strain, and his gaze shifted slightly to the corpse's chest. Oh, it's still a female corpse. He extended his hand and touched it, feeling warmth. The corpse finally lost its composure and exclaimed in frustration, "What is wrong with you?" Lin Ming chuckled, "Indeed, I have a sickness, poverty." He was utterly enamored by the aura of death emanating from the corpse, far more alluring than the dim overhead light. This audacious act finally provoked the corpse to anger. Flames erupted from its eye sockets as it snarled, "Get away. Those guys in the guest room are waiting impatiently. You're doomed. No rush. Let's have some fun first." Lin Ming suddenly lunged forward, pinning the corpse down. Startled, the corpse struggled, fiery heat erupting from its body, instantly engulfing the elevator in flames. The terrifying blaze and high temperature posed a challenge for Lin Ming, who had only reached the first level of qi refining. However, it was manageable for the moment, and he was surprisingly exhilarated, exclaiming, "You're so hot. I love it." With one hand pressing down on the charred corpse, he bit his finger, using his blood to inscribe a talisman on the corpse's forehead. As the talisman completed, a flash of black spiritual light surged, the symbol solidifying and burrowing into the corpse's mind. Ghostly contract established. Instantly, the flames within the elevator subsided, and Lin Ming perceived a spectral image of the charred corpse in his mind, signifying that it had become his ghostly servant, bound to obey his every command. The corpse stared in shock at the now uncontrollable flames. "What have you done to me?" "Stand up," Lin Ming ordered again. The corpse felt itself rising, its body moving against its will. As it stood, ash and soot fell from it, clouding the air within the elevator. Lin Ming frowned and commanded, "Open the elevator doors to air out the stench." Suddenly, the flickering lights ceased, and the elevator doors swung open, expelling the black ash. Once the elevator was clear, Lin Ming smirked. "Now you are my servant, and I am your master. You must obey my commands, or do not blame me for being unkind." The charred corpse realized the truth of his words, having attempted to incinerate Lin Ming only to experience unbearable pain at the mere thought. What manner of being was this? Why could he control it? Was he the master of this hotel? It was said that the hotel's owner was a terrifying entity, one that even the formidable, ghostly guests dare not cross. With this realization, the charred corpse grew even more fearful, its demeanor shifting to one of respect. "A master? What do you wish for me to do? Take me to the 5th floor." Lin Ming stood in the elevator with an air of authority. After acquiring the Tianxia, he finally felt a sense of accomplishment. The corpse, compelled to comply, operated the elevator, ascending to the 5th floor. Outside the elevator lay a dilapidated corridor, reeking of blood and decay. Lin Ming stepped out, glancing back at the corpse that had not followed. "Come here." The corpse, resigned, replied, "Master, I was the elevator attendant. When I died here, I became bound to the elevator and cannot leave." Lin Ming, undeterred by superstition, commanded, "Come out." The corpse, against its will, moved towards the elevator door, shouting, "No, master, please. I can't take it. It hurts." As the corpse stepped out of the elevator, one of its legs began to disintegrate under some unseen force, causing it intense agony. Observing this, Lin Ming understood that the rules of this strange game were beyond his current capabilities. Indeed, he needed to refine the Wanhuan Fawn. With it, he could directly contain this entity and free it from these constraints. He had no choice but to abandon the idea of having the charred corpse leave the elevator, stating solemnly, "Then you shall remain here until I handle the guests. Perhaps I can find a way to take you with me." The corpse, trembling with fear, retreated to the corner of the elevator, weeping pitifully, "Thank you, master." Seeing the corpse in such a state, Lin Ming shook his head gently. He had intended to find a pathfinder ghostly servant, but now it seemed to be of little use. He resolved to keep it for potential sacrifices later. With determined strides, he approached the door of room 501. According to Wei Yuan, the doors of the rooms bore the requirements of the guests, and one must meet these demands to survive. Outside room 501, the guest request was simply a delicious human thigh. Chapter 5. Come forth, little fiery elevator spirit. It was unexpected how accommodating this ghost was. With such a simple request, he had anticipated a demand for his very life. Given the guest's amiable nature, Lin Ming decided to be courteous. Knocking on the door, "Esteemed guest, I have come to take your life, to deliver the thigh." The door creaked open, revealing darkness inside. Lin Ming boldly entered, inquiring, "Guest, do you prefer the lights off? Would you like me to turn them on for a more stimulating experience?" With a clap, the lights illuminated. But it was not the hotel room he had envisioned. Instead, it was a kitchen, a typical home kitchen, featuring 2 gas stoves and a large iron pot used for restaurant cooking, boiling a pot of water. Beside the stove was a cutting board adorned with 3 knives, a thick-bladed cleaver for severing legs, a slender boning knife for removing bones for easier consumption, and a nail cutter, presumably for trimming toenails, as long nails would not be appetizing. Where was the lava stone for removing calluses from the soles? How unprofessional. Lin Ming glanced at the board and noticed the seasonings were already prepared. Sichuan pepper, cooking wine, scallions, ginger, garlic, cilantro, and surprisingly, rock sugar. The other ingredients to eliminate odor are understandable, but rock sugar for caramelizing? Looking around, he realized this was an ordinary kitchen, with no exit in sight. "Guest, where are you?" he called out. "You didn't bring the ingredients I wanted, so I'll need to take your leg." A chilling voice echoed from all directions. A game of hide and seek, or a puzzle? It seemed he needed to fulfill the conditions to see the guest. Fortunately, he possessed the ability of X-ray vision. This vision was not solely for viewing the female form, but also for penetrating the mysteries of this place. Lin Ming's eyes gleamed with a dark light, and the surrounding environment transformed. No longer a kitchen, but a disheveled hotel room. In one corner lay several corpses, all missing their legs, scattered in pools of blood, their expressions twisted in terror. At this moment, a colossal guest, weighing at least 300 pounds, lay sprawled on a large bed in the room, his body glistening with layers of fat and grease. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated on Lin Ming's legs. Upon noticing the corpse on the floor, Lin Ming felt no revulsion. However, the sight of this guest, completely bare, made him feel uneasy. What kind of conditions warranted such nakedness? With a face full of disdain, Lin Ming casually grabbed a knife from the cutting board. It was indeed real. Ignoring the kitchen walls and utensils, he strode toward the bed. The hefty guest, upon seeing Lin Ming approaching, displayed a look of confusion. How could this fellow remain unaffected by his deathly aura? So astonished was he that it was only when Lin Ming reached the bedside that he reacted. Yet, even then, he showed no fear. Slowly sitting up, the rotund guest gazed at the composed Lin Ming and sneered. I didn't expect you to possess some skill capable of perceiving my presence. Unfortunately, unless you fulfill my demands, you too shall remain trapped in this room, for that is the hotel's rule. Lin Ming glanced back at the door, which was indeed shrouded in mist. This fog was impenetrable, even to his discerning eyes. It appeared that the hotel's regulations were beyond the reach of those in the qi refining stage. Nevertheless, Lin Ming turned back to the corpulent guest and declared, I believe there is another way to exit. Oh, what method is that? The guest inquired with curiosity. Is that there are no guests in this room? Lin Ming asserted earnestly. The hefty guest erupted into thunderous laughter, shaking the very walls of the room. You wish to kill me? With that knife? Do you think my existence can be harmed by a mere dagger? Lin Ming enveloped the bone-slicing knife with his spiritual energy and struck it heavily against the guest's leg. Under the protective layer of energy, the knife transformed momentarily into a magical tool, effortlessly severing the greasy limb. The guest's laughter ceased abruptly, staring blankly at his leg. He then looked up at the knife in Lin Ming's hand. My leg! My leg! He howled in agony. Although he lacked a physical form, the blow had severed his ghostly body, allowing him to experience the torment once endured by his victims. Without hesitation, Lin Ming seized the severed leg and began to refine it. Death energy, 200. After quantifying the death energy he absorbed, he arrived at this figure. It must be noted that the Tian Xiegong had this unique advantage. It naturally countered ghosts, even allowing for their direct absorption. At this moment, the guest's severed leg equated to a month of Lin Ming's arduous training, particularly within this peculiar game world. Feeling the surge of death energy within him, Lin Ming realized he had ascended to the second level of qi refining, 3. Given that he was in the early stages of qi refining, the required spiritual energy was minimal. However, this discovery thrilled him, as he recognized he had stumbled upon a treasure. He leaped onto the bed, straddling the guest's bulging belly, and with exhilaration, began to swing the bone-slicing knife wildly at the guest. In just a few strikes, he sliced off the guest's arms and a chunk from his chest. Finally, the guest reacted, roaring in rage and tossing Lin Ming to the ground. Simultaneously, his flesh rapidly reformed, sprouting 2 new arms and another hefty leg, albeit at the cost of reducing his overall bulk. With eyes ablaze with fury, the guest bellowed, I will file a complaint. I will complain. He rushed toward the room's telephone, intent on contacting the lobby manager, Wei Yuan. Lin Ming pondered whether this being was truly a ghost, for instead of fighting for its life, it thought to lodge a complaint. However, he would not allow this creature to succeed. Lin Ming dashed forward, striking the guest's hand as he reached for the phone. Ignoring the opportunity to absorb, he continued to strike at the guest. Each time the guest reached for the phone, Lin Ming severed another arm. Finally, the guest, now terrified, began to flee. Do not run, Lin Ming shouted, pursuing him with the knife. The guest, frightened, circled around the room, crying out, I am a guest. I am a distinguished guest, your benefactor. You cannot harm me. Enough of your nonsense. If you let me take a bite, I promise you will suffer no pain, Lin Ming retorted. Ridiculous. I do not believe you. The guest was on the verge of tears. Just one bite. Are you trying to deceive a ghost? Lin Ming shouted, chasing the guest relentlessly. cornering the 300-pound behemoth as it darted about in a panic. The guest attempted to confuse Lin Ming, transforming the room into a blood-stained kitchen, then into a slaughterhouse strewn with broken corpses. Several times, it tried to grab a frying pan to fight back, but Lin Ming's knife cut through with ease. The Tianxiagong was designed to counter ghosts, and the guest's strength was not significantly greater than Lin Ming's, making it no match for him. Thus, for every few steps the guest took, Lin Ming cleaved away another large piece of flesh. 10 minutes later, this once 300-pound guest had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, racked with pain. "Spare me. I will obey you. I will do whatever you say," the guest cried in despair. "Then let me consume you, and I promise you will feel no pain." "Enough. If it comes to that, then I will fight you." The guest, seeing no hope for salvation, turned to confront Lin Ming. Summoning all his deathly energy, he transformed it into a massive, terrifying, ghostly visage, opening a gaping maw to bite down on Lin Ming. "You consume me. I shall consume you." Lin Ming recognized that the guest's strength surpassed his own, and that to withstand the onslaught would result in injury. "Then, emerge, my fiery companion, from the elevator." As the contract array glowed with dark light on the ground, a charred corpse appeared between Lin Ming and the monstrous face. The corpse, having exited the elevator, was in excruciating pain, but unleashed flames that enveloped the grotesque visage. The ghostly face, in disbelief, exclaimed, "It's you? Why do you assist this human? Do you think I chose to?" The charred corpse roared, desperately channeling flames to combat the ghostly face, seeking to annihilate it swiftly before retreating back to the elevator. Meanwhile, Lin Ming gathered the remnants of the guest's ghostly body. He absorbed each segment, the pure death energy converting directly into spiritual energy without the need for further refinement. With each piece consumed, he felt the surge of death energy within him increase significantly. Death energy 200, death energy 100, death energy 50, death energy 170. Breakthrough, Chi refining level 3, 45. This pace of advancement was exhilarating. After devouring the scattered ghostly remnants, the charred face had nearly succumbed to the flames, leaving it defenseless. The charred corpse, too, began to dissipate, evidently subject to the Hotel's rules of erasure. Adhering to the principle of waste not, Lin Ming consumed the fading charred corpse, as well as the nearly extinguished ghostly visage. Death energy 600, Chi refining level 4. "Is there anyone else?" Lin Ming, overjoyed, brandished his bone-slicing knife with the glee of a child. However, it was premature to celebrate, for other guests awaited outside. With 15 rooms on the 5th floor, should they all house ghosts, Lin Ming would strike it rich. With excitement, Lin Ming stepped out to attend to the second guest. On the 1st floor of the hotel, 4 high school students had concluded their discussions. They had confirmed that they were likely not the protagonists, and this was not a trial ground, but rather true hell. To survive and escape, they must either serve the guests or, as Wei Yuan had advised, endure for 8 hours. The hotel exudes an air of formality, adhering to an 8-hour work schedule. A glimmer of hope for survival flickers in the hearts of a few. However, for the sake of safety, 4 individuals resolved to find Lin Ming and act together. Although Lin Ming is somewhat timid, an extra pair of hands can only bolster their strength. Even if Lin Ming were to take on the role of a brave vanguard, at least they could prolong their lives a little longer. Yet, as the 4 emerge from the changing room, they hear Wei Yuan mention that Lin Ming has gone to the 5th floor. Instantly, the high school student is filled with exasperation. This fool. Why did he act on his own without consulting me? The female office worker, equally alarmed, exclaims, "It's over. He must be dead now. We've lost another fighter." Although the older brother has only suffered the loss of an arm, the pain renders him incapable of confronting any situation. He stands pale and trembling, hardly qualifying as a combatant. "Shall we go to the 5th floor and take a look? Perhaps he is still alive?" The chubby one suggests hesitantly. "Yes, let's go see." The female office worker agrees, her head nodding vigorously. Primarily, she feels the gaze of the others upon her, sensing that she is the weakest among them. If they pressure her to act as the vanguard, she truly feels helpless. In ordinary times, men might protect women out of lust, But at the brink of life and death, there is no distinction between genders, only strength and weakness. Thus, the female office worker fervently wishes for Lin Ming to assume the role of the daring vanguard. However, the high school student firmly shakes his head. We cannot go. Who knows what dangers lie upstairs? Wei Yuan, noticing their idle chatter, smirks and reminds them, if we exceed our time and do not provide service to the guests, they will lodge complaints. The hotel will be the ones to punish you, not the guests. If the hotel punishes you, it will be 1,000 times worse. The expressions of those present change instantly, and they resolve to take action. Since there are rules, they will follow them strictly, believing that they will not perish. On the 5th floor, Lin Ming arrives at the door of the second room, 502. Beneath the room number, it is indicated that the guest desires a robust man. Lin Ming glances down at himself. Having cultivated to the 4th level of qi refinement, his physical form has been greatly enhanced, looking far better than his previous scrawny state. His muscles have grown, and he seems taller, indeed a robust figure. It appears that he is precisely what the guest in this room requires. Lin Ming promptly knocks on the door and, with a sultry tone, announces, "Guest, your desired robust man has arrived." Creak. The door swings open once more, and the room's interior has transformed into an ancient bridal chamber. The walls are adorned with large red characters, casting the room in a sanguine hue, and lanterns hang at the entrance. The grand bed has morphed into a traditional wooden one, strewn with red dates, peanuts, longans, and a pile of lifeless infants. These babies, long deceased, are adorned as if they were dolls, their eyes wide open and devoid of whites. Not far from the bed, there is a wooden vanity holding some rouge and a copper mirror. The reflection in the copper mirror is unclear, but it vaguely reveals the image of countless desiccated corpses in the corners of the room. Yet, in the actual room, these corpses are nowhere to be seen. One side is a vibrant bridal chamber, the other a graveyard filled with bodies. This stark contrast accentuates the room's eerie and terrifying atmosphere, compelling one to tread cautiously, lest they step upon a corpse. Although Lin Ming practices dark arts, he feels no interest in these corpses, for their life essence has been completely drained, rendering them devoid of any value, even for transformation into zombies. Activating his X-ray vision to examine the room, he discovers there are still no ghosts present, which perplexes him. Could it be that the ghost is not home? Guest, are you home? I have come to serve you. Please, summon me. Lin Ming tries to entice the ghost, deliberately lifting his shirt to reveal his chiseled abs. Yet, the ghost remains elusive, leading Lin Ming to contemplate whether he must remove his pants to lure the entity out. This necessity for unraveling a mystery is quite unsatisfactory. I came here for some amusement, and now I must think? In the real world, Lin Ming has never understood the fascination of those who enjoy murder mystery games, spending hundreds for a small room, sitting there for hours akin to a corporate meeting, yet paying for it. With that money, he would rather indulge in something simpler and more exhilarating, like finding a girl for a massage, listening to her tragic life story. If he encounters a girl who can read between the lines, that would be even more thrilling. I say, guest, if you do not appear, I cannot serve you. Lin Ming urges, scanning the room with his X-ray vision. But the entity stubbornly refuses to show itself, likely sensing Lin Ming's formidable aura. Just as he contemplates seeking a technique to conceal his presence, he suddenly notices something amiss. What he sees is not an illusion crafted by the ghost's deathly aura, but a genuine guest room. However, this room seems to possess an extra mirror compared to the previous one he examined. The mirror faces the grand bed, and any ordinary household knows that a mirror should not face a bed. How could a hotel make such a blunder? It appears he has found the clue. Lin Ming, brimming with excitement, strides over to the mirror, eager to discern where the ghost resides. To his astonishment, as he stands before the mirror, an image materializes. This time, it is not a bizarre or bloody scene, but rather an action film. The narrative is quite rich. After scrutinizing it for 10 minutes, Lin Ming finally realizes the mirror's intention. The ghost is attempting to tantalize his desires, aiming to cloud his rationality. The deathly aura within the ghost significantly affects the living, easily obscuring their judgment and leading to reckless actions. Yet, Lin Ming, as a cultivator and practitioner of dark arts, finds the ghost's interference nearly negligible, at most gaining a mere 10 minutes of practical experience. Shaking his head, Lin Ming steps forward and delivers a punch to the mirror. Crack! The mirror shatters, countless fissures appearing, accompanied by a piercing scream from a woman. Blood gushes out from the cracks, distorting the mirror's surface further. Subsequently, a pale face emerges within the mirror. The cracks seem to have torn her face, making her appear as though she has been dismembered and hastily reassembled. Gazing at Lin Ming with resentment, she is met with another punch from him. What are you staring at? Another shriek pierces the air as the female ghost bursts forth from the mirror, her eyes filled with malice directed at Lin Ming. It dawns on him that the cracks on her face are indeed real, resembling someone who has been sliced apart and then sewn back together. Why won't you take the bait? Don't you men want my body? I can give it to you. As long as you desire, you can play with me however you wish. The ghost's voice is chilling as she lifts her stunning red bridal gown, revealing her broken body, marked with splits and stitches. Lin Ming chuckles derisively. Who would be interested in such a thing? I prefer my women clean. Clean women? I was once a clean woman, but he betrayed me. I secretly met with him behind my husband's back. He promised to love me for a lifetime, but he did not. I wished to elope with him. Yet on our wedding night, after toying with me in my bridal attire, he attempted to flee. The ghost's wails echo with sorrow and fury, bloody tears streaming down her face, making her stitched visage all the more terrifying. Lin Ming clicks his tongue. Sister, you seem to have a misunderstanding about cleanliness. You are even more vulgar than a prostitute. Infuriated by his words, the ghost's deathly aura surges, her rage palpable. What makes you men any better? Dare you claim that you do not harbor any affection for another man's wife? If such words escape your lips, I shall not retort. Lin Ming graciously concedes. Yet I do not wish for others to covet my wife. What a despicable man. The female specter's face contorted with profound derision, followed by an expression of utter disgust as she remarked, in the past, those who entered this chamber were granted my corporeal form before their demise. But you shall not be afforded such a luxury, for I shall consume you whole. It seems Lin Ming has unveiled her true nature, inciting her ire. Clad in a resplendent scarlet wedding robe, she lunged at Lin Ming with ferocity, aiming to sever his throat and devour his essence. With a swift motion, Lin Ming struck her down, pinning her face to the ground with his foot, disdainfully proclaiming, "Consume me? You?" The female specter, momentarily dazed from the blow, could scarcely believe her ears. Impossible. You could harm a mirror, for it possesses substance. Yet I am a spirit. How can you possibly touch me? You are a spirit? I am a great demon. Lin Ming harnessed the power of Tian Xie Gong, voraciously absorbing the death energy emanating from Spectre. Death energy 80. Death energy 180. Death energy 300. The Spectre felt the vast reservoir of death energy, accumulated from countless men, slipping away and panicked, exclaiming, "Who are you? Who are you truly? Release me. Help. Scream louder. Scream until your throat is raw. No one shall come to your aid." Lin Ming effortlessly drained the Spectre. The death energy coursed through him, transforming back into spiritual power. Yet this time, it did not lead to a breakthrough. Refining Qi 4th layer, 89. Is it possible? I am only at the 4th layer of refining Qi, and yet I am unable to satiate even a single specter? Is this Tian Xie Gong truly so insatiable, demanding such an abundance of death energy? To confirm, Lin Ming promptly exited to the next room. As he stepped out of room 502, a chilling scream echoed from below, as if one of the four who had entered moments prior had met their end. One has perished? No matter, it is of no concern to me. Lin Ming dismissed the thought, turning his attention to room 503. The room number bore no request list beneath it. He surmised that it was unoccupied, yet to be certain, he opened the door for a glance. Indeed, the room was vacant. Though thick with lingering death energy, it contained no specter. Onward to the next room. Room 504. Still no specter. Room 505 likewise empty. Room 506, this time a sign hung on the door, indicating do not disturb. Lin Ming, undeterred, knocked on the door, Guest. I come to intrude. Silence. What would they be occupied with? Curiosity piqued. Lin Ming turned the doorknob and found it yielded to him. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any specters. Initially, Lin Ming suspected it to be an illusory realm conjured by death energy. However, even with his perspective gaze, he discovered nothing, not even a trace of death energy. How could there be an empty room? Intrigued, he scrutinized further, discovering an object upon the table. It was a blood-stained watermelon knife. The blade was battered, riddled with chips, appearing quite dull. Yet, as Lin Ming approached, he noticed an intense flow of death energy pulsing within the knife. Curiously, he picked it up. Upon grasping it, he felt an icy chill emanating from the handle, as if a phantom hand grasped it alongside him. A spirit? No. He sensed no consciousness or hostility. It resembled more a peculiar artifact. Lin Ming attempted to strike the wall with the knife. Despite its battered appearance, the blade, astonishingly resilient, carved a dent into the wall without so much as a scratch. Now, Lin Ming began to form a hypothesis, testing the knife against his hand. He shielded the pricked hand with spiritual energy, yet the watermelon knife gradually pierced through his defenses, ultimately stabbing into his flesh. This confirmed it. The watermelon knife was indeed a peculiar object within this bizarre game. A special tool. It could be employed against him, and surely against specters as well. In this empty chamber, with this unique artifact, Lin Ming understood. This room was likely a sanctuary. It appeared that within this uncanny game, one would not be thrust into certain doom. Always there existed opportunities for escape and survival. Lin Ming examined the watermelon knife, realizing that infusing it with his spiritual energy would enhance its sharpness, allowing it to cleave through solid wood with ease. Perfect, though he was a cultivator, he possessed no artifact. Thus he accepted this item with gratitude. He continued to search the room for any further items. Chapter 8. Where is the tilled land? Lin Ming scoured the fifth-floor rooms. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan, who had remained in a state of suspended animation below, suddenly stirred, slowly directing his gaze toward the clock hanging in the distance. It was time for a break. Elegantly, he grasped the intercom at the front desk and announced, "Employees, you shall have a 30-minute break, which may be utilized for dining or rest." Lin Ming, lacking an intercom, remained oblivious to the situation. The high school student and the female office worker tumbled down from the second floor, covered in blood, with the former missing a finger. A guest had claimed it. Of the original 4, only they remained. Wei Yuan expressed surprise. Well, you're still alive." The two had lost all semblance of confidence. Now only fear remained. The female office worker, unable to contain herself, knelt before Wei Yuan, pleading desperately. "Please, let me go. If you allow me to leave, I will obey your every command. I will do anything you wish." Crying? Does crying count as time? Wei Yuan reminded. "You have only half an hour of break time." The high school student, realizing he could not endure the duration, understood he would not escape. Yet, he was clever, and he barked at the female office worker. "Stop crying. Within 10 meters of poison, there must be an antidote. This bizarre game certainly has a way out. We must find it." "How we find it?" "We entered with 5 people, and now only the 2 of us remain. There is no way out," the female office worker wailed. The high school student's face turned pale, unsure of what to say. Yet Wei Yuan suddenly interjected. "No, you still have 3 others. The 5th floor has received no complaints. Evidently that lad has made the guests quite comfortable." "What? That coward is still alive?" The high school student displayed disbelief. The female office worker was also taken aback. "I suggested we search for him earlier, didn't I? The 5th floor must be different. Perhaps it is safer there." The high school student shared this thought, doubting Lin Ming held any advantage over himself. It was only possible that the 5th floor differed, or was perhaps less perilous. With this in mind, the high school student promptly turned to Wei Yuan. "During break time, are we free to move about? Do as you wish. But should you disturb the guests, you too will face death," Wei Yuan cautioned. The high school student displayed a look of fear. Yet considering the potential safety of the 5th floor, he gritted his teeth and resolved to investigate. "Let us proceed to the 5th floor and seek that fellow." Inquiring about his survival strategies. "Will he even tell us?" The female office worker trembled. The high school student's face darkened. "He will tell us." whether he wants to or not. Do not forget, there are two of us. The female office worker recognized his ruthlessness. Despite being merely a youth, he had, in their previous peril, been the first to push two teammates to their demise, ensuring his own survival. Should Lin Ming possess any good methods, he would surely fall victim to this young man's malice. However, the female office worker dared not offend him, obediently following him to the 5th floor. The 5th floor was desolate, devoid of any presence. The female office worker, feeling anxious, whispered, "Could we have made a mistake? That individual may have already perished?" The high school student harbored the same thought, but remained undeterred, cautiously advancing along the hallway. Soon, he spotted an ajar door. That fellow should be inside. The high school student deduced, based on his instincts. Is he serving a guest? Then we should not intrude. The female office worker instinctively recoiled. Upon glimpsing the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door, the high school student experienced a sudden epiphany. Why had he not considered this before? Though we are waitstaff, must we not also embrace the role of guests? Transforming into guests. How could that be achieved? The female office worker appeared perplexed. Staying here incurs a cost. Does it not? What if the room is vacant? The high school student excitedly deduced. If we hung the "Do Not Disturb" sign on an empty room, might the hotel mistakenly believe it to be occupied and refrain from interrupting us? With two of our group already perished. Why does this coward have to still be alive? There is but one explanation. He must be cheating through this method. The female office worker dismissed this conjecture as utterly absurd. Being a frequent hotel guest, she knew well that hotels possess systems to ascertain room occupancy. It was evident that the high school student had never visited a hotel, leading to such naive thoughts. Regardless, the high school student was convinced that Lin Ming was indeed inside the room, and he dashed toward it with enthusiasm. The female office worker, feeling anxious about remaining alone, hurriedly followed suit. "You are truly here," exclaimed the high school student in a hushed, excited tone upon spotting Lin Ming at the door. The female office worker was equally astonished, not expecting Lin Ming to still be alive and unscathed. She had taken a tumble during her escape, bruising her knee and hand. Yet Lin Ming appeared as composed as when he first arrived. No, he seemed even more at ease now. Noticing the two, Lin Ming inquired with curiosity, "What brings you here?" The high school student, filled with indignation, pressed, "Why did you not share your method of safety? How selfish of you." Initially intrigued by their visit, Lin Ming lost interest upon hearing the accusations. "Scram, I have matters to attend to." The high school student, already inflated by the compliments of others, was further irked that Lin Ming had found safety before him. Upon hearing Lin Ming's derogatory remark, he was about to retaliate, but noticed Lin Ming stowing away an object and immediately demanded, "What do you have? Is it the room key?" "It does not appear to be a key. Rather, it resembles a knife," the female office worker quietly remarked. "A knife? In this room?" The high school student was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes gleamed with excitement. Could it be a special tool? Lin Ming was genuinely surprised. This student displayed a modicum of intelligence, quickly surmising the presence of a tool. However, this was to be expected. At this age, one is often inclined to engage in games, read novels, and pursue peculiar interests, leading to a nimble thought process. Sensing Lin Ming's silence, the high school student realized he had guessed correctly and began a plot. That tool must be a means of survival and could potentially be used against guests, possessing special effects that might grant him superhuman abilities. It must be seized. Yet, he knew he could not confront Lin Ming alone. Thus, he discreetly signaled to the female office worker for assistance. Though the female office worker was cunning, she was not foolish. This high school student was ruthless and unreliable. While Lin Ming had appeared timid upon entry, he had now found his footing and acquired a tool. She had no intention of aiding in an attack against Lin Ming. Nonetheless, fearing the high school student, she opted not to assist him either, retreating to assert, "I know nothing of this. I will not involve myself. You two resolve your conflict yourselves." The high school student, infuriated, berated her. "You wretched creature. Have you forgotten who protected you? You wish to profit from this conflict while risking your life?" As the female office worker steadfastly refused to assist, the high school student grew increasingly agitated, hurling insults at her. Lin Ming, disinterested in their quarrel, strode towards the exit, intent on confronting other guests. Yet, the high school student was merely feigning fury. Although he appeared to berate the office worker, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Ming. As Lin Ming passed by, the high school student lunged forward, attempting to knock him down and seize the tool. Unfortunately for him, Lin Ming was a practitioner, not an ordinary individual. The moment the high school student acted, Lin Ming sensed the movement, delivering a decisive kick. The high school student let out a cry as he was propelled backward, crashing against the wall, blood spurting forth as he collapsed lifelessly. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ming silently lamented his own severity, wishing he had had the opportunity to deliver a grandiloquent remark about the dignity of cultivators. The female office worker, now petrified, fell to her knees, her face pale. "Please, do not kill me. I will comply with your wishes." She hastily began to undress, not granting Lin Ming a moment to respond. Lin Ming marveled at her speed. Casting a glance at her alluring form, she certainly had assets. The female office worker, sensing Lin Ming's interest, crawled toward him. "Brother, I can do anything." "Indeed, you can," Lin Ming replied as he turned to exit, heading toward the next room. This woman clearly possessed a wealth of experience, and he held no interest in her. As Lin Ming departed, the female office worker stood momentarily stunned, unable to believe a man could resist her stunning physique. Had her investment in cosmetic enhancements been in vain? However, with Lin Ming gone, could she not claim this room for herself? Contemplating this, she cautiously approached the door, closing it behind her. There was no response from outside, and the room began to grow warm. This was indeed a safe haven. A look of joy washed over her face. But the sight of the high school student's corpse on the floor quickly instilled fear, compelling her to retreat into the bathroom, hoping to ride out the remaining hours in seclusion. Meanwhile, chaos began to unfold in the outside world. Although the initial wave of participants in the bizarre game was not large, numbering just over 10,000 nationwide, their disappearances were peculiarly unsettling. Some vanished mid-broadcast, while others disappeared in conversation with family or during medical examinations. Numerous reports flooded in, catching the attention of the relevant authorities. The officials acted swiftly, discovering that all those who had vanished shared a common thread. They had each received a strange letter prior to their disappearance, accompanied by a countdown. Although the letters had vanished, many individuals had shared their experiences before entering the bizarre game, mentioning the very phrase bizarre game. Consequently, the bizarre game surged in popularity across news and social media platforms, igniting fervent discussion about its nature. Was it a resurgence of spiritual energy, a narrative of peculiar rules, or perhaps a divine game? Most alarmingly, the authorities did not attempt to suppress the news. This indicated their awareness that this matter was beyond containment, signaling a forthcoming transformation in the trajectory of humanity. In an instant, countless individuals erupted in celebration, particularly those at the lower rungs of society, who felt an exhilarating sense of possibility. While the game appeared terrifying, it undeniably represented an opportunity to alter their fates, an opportunity more significant than the college entrance examination. Yet, many expressed concerns about the game's safety, fearing it could lead to fatalities. But who cared about life and death at this point? Everyone was engaged in discussions about the potential for superpowers gained from entering the bizarre game, with many fervently wishing for specific abilities. Among the male population, the most desired powers included invisibility and body enhancement techniques. Conversely, among female participants, the most popular ability sought was the power to make men disappear, except for the young and handsome. The authorities, unable to remain idle, recognized the gravity of the situation. Reports of disappearances abroad indicated a global phenomenon. If this global occurrence indeed pertained to superpowers, the significance of seizing the initiative could rival that of the invention of the world's first atomic bomb. Thus, the state prioritized recruiting elite individuals from across the nation. These elites included gaming experts, horror game aficionados, escape room enthusiasts, and even esteemed monks and Taoists. Simultaneously, the populace awaited the emergence of the first batch of bizarre game players, eager to inquire about their experiences within. To this, Lin Ming remained utterly oblivious. He stood before the door of room 507, where a sign indicated the guest's request, water. Lin Ming knocked softly, and, as the door swung open automatically, a chilling voice emerged. "You did not bring water." "But I did," Lin Ming replied, addressing the interior. "He too, eh? How about it? Is it sufficient for the guest?" Instantly, the atmosphere within the room became tense, and a roar echoed. "If you seek death, then enter." "All right," Lin Ming exclaimed with excitement as he dashed into the room. Moments later, anguished cries for help resonated from within. When Lin Ming emerged from the guest room, wiping his mouth with a sense of satisfaction, his cultivation level had once again ascended. He had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, 12. With a sufficient amount of internal spiritual energy, Lin Ming resolved to begin crafting the Wanhan fan. The previous magical artifact, the watermelon knife, had hinted to him that this bizarre game world indeed possessed magical tools. To err on the side of caution, it would be wiser to create a Wanhan fan. After all, the Tian Xie Gong required exceptional standards. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage could one truly be considered a practitioner capable of mastering the genuine dark arts. This included techniques such as the soul capturing technique, which could control the souls of living beings and turn them into puppets, or the paperman spell, which allowed one to create paper figures that could perform tasks or even battle. There were also sinister methods, like the blood slaughter charm, which could track down enemies with a drop of blood and even massacre their entire families. All of these required one to be at the foundation establishment stage. To ensure his own safety at the Qi refinement stage, Lin Ming had no choice but to rely on the Wanhan fan. However, crafting this artifact demanded rather unique materials: ghost bones for the staff and human skin for the banner. Additionally, it required the blood of ghostly spirits, which contained special effects, to inscribe the formation. Finally, it needed to be filled with numerous ghostly souls to be effective. As for the rarity of these materials, ghostly blood could only be obtained by ghosts who had cultivated for over a decade, while ghost bones required at least 50 years of cultivation to condense. In the real world, Lin Ming would likely exhaust himself trying to find these two items. Fortunately, the hotel had many guests. Although not every room was occupied, the 5 floors provided ample opportunity. Thus, Lin Ming first visited a safe room to peel the skin from a high school student, disregarding the terrified office worker in the bathroom. Next, he visited the remaining guests on the 5th floor and acquired a bowl of ghostly blood. However, this was insufficient. He needed to solicit the assistance of the delightful guests on the 4th floor, although that territory belonged to other attendants, with the others having perished. The hotel shouldn't mind his little endeavor. Thus, Lin Ming gathered ghostly blood from the 5th and 4th floors, ghost bones from the 3rd and 2nd, while the guests on the 1st floor were utilized to fill the Wanhan fan. Once the Wanhan fan was crafted and contained 4 ghosts, it still required one primary soul to be considered a rudimentary magical artifact. Who would be the ideal candidate for the primary soul? Wei Yuan. Who do you think it is? Chapter 10. Subduing Wei Yuan. The primary soul takes its place. Wei Yuan stood behind the front desk and was taken aback to see Lin Ming approach. "I'm surprised you're still alive. It seems you truly are fortunate." Wei Yuan's hollow gaze fixated on Lin Ming. "Yes, I feel quite fortunate, and I am sincerely grateful to the hotel for this opportunity," Lin Ming replied earnestly. "Opportunity? Grateful?" Wei Yuan's lips curled into that eerie smile again. Are the outsiders truly this naive? Not too bad. Lin Ming waved his hand and inched closer to inquire. "I just glanced out the window. The hotel is surrounded by dense fog. Is it impossible to leave?" Surprisingly, Wei Yuan responded, "Indeed, once you enter here, you can only remain with us. That fog is known to devour people. How strong must one be to escape?" Lin Ming pressed further. "At the very least, one must be as powerful as our boss," Wei Yuan remarked, a rare look of reverence crossing his otherwise stiff face. "How strong is your boss? Is he here?" Lin Ming inquired curiously. "I cannot ascertain the extent of our boss's strength. I only know he is a king and does not remain in one place for long due to his numerous enterprises," Wei Yuan answered candidly, then suddenly adopted a teasing demeanor. "Am I being so cooperative that it makes you happy?" "It's all right, thank you," Lin Ming nodded. Wei Yuan's expression suddenly shifted to one of excitement. You actually thanked me? Hee hee hee. Do you know I did it on purpose? The guest in room 207 requires something you may not have noticed. It wants a piece of meat, and it demands it every 3 hours. It has been over 3 hours since those fellows last fed it, and if you don't deliver now, it will file a complaint against the attendant. Unfortunately, all the other attendants had vanished, and you are now the only one left. Can you guess how I will punish you? Lin Ming was taken aback by Wei Yuan's lengthy monologue. It seemed that punishing him genuinely thrilled Wei Yuan. However, Wei Yuan was destined to be disappointed. Lin Ming indeed recalled the guest in room 207, who had expressed a desire for human flesh, insisting on 5 pounds each time. When Lin Ming entered, that fellow had even mocked his slight frame, claiming he wouldn't be tasty. After Lin Ming had given him a good thrashing, he discovered that the creature relied on consuming flesh to nurture ghost bones. Naturally, those bones were readily accepted as part of the Wan Hun fan structure. Are you afraid? Wei Yuan's smile turned slightly sinister. Unfortunately, it is too late for fear. Time is running out, and there are only 5 seconds left until the complaint will be lodged. He even helpfully began a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The complaint call did not ring. This caused Wei Yuan's smile to stiffen slightly. It seemed the previous guest's meat was tough, allowing the customer to linger a bit longer. How long do you think that piece of meat could last? What is this? As Wei Yuan attempted to intimidate Lin Ming, he noticed Lin Ming producing a peculiar object. It resembled a flag. The flagpole was constructed from segments of black bones, resembling a human spine with a slight curve at the top. The banner was made from human skin, adorned with strange black patterns that induced dizziness and emanated a potent aura of danger. For reasons unknown, upon seeing this object, Wei Yuan felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively took 2 steps back, even contemplating fleeing outright. Lin Ming observed Wei Yuan and reassured him, do not fear. It won't hurt, but you will certainly have difficulty breathing. Just endure for a moment. With that, he gently shook the Wan Hun fan. Suddenly, 4 ghostly faces emerged upon the banner, all twisted in agony, and they collectively howled at Wei Yuan. At this sight, Wei Yuan was seized by terror, for he recognized those 4 faces. They were the very guests from the rooms. But why were they on that strange object, and why would they assist Lin Ming against him? Without the luxury of further thought, the sound waves surged forth. The deathly energy surrounding him coalesced into a massive shield, attempting to block the sound waves. Boom! The sound waves collided fiercely with the shield. The front desk was instantly obliterated, and Wei Yuan was sent sprawling back, crashing against the wall, which cracked under the impact. Confronted with this terrifying sound wave, Wei Yuan was filled with rage and dread. The deathly energy around him surged even more fiercely, and a glimmer of light appeared in his previously hollow eyes. From his earlier skirmishes with the guests, Lin Ming had learned that these ghosts, in addition to using deathly energy to confound and directly attack, possessed their own unique abilities. At this moment, Wei Yuan's powers were evidently linked to his eyes. When those hollow eyes glimmered, they fixed Lin Ming in place, rendering him immobile. A binding spell? It seemed the ghost's innate talents could not be gauged by their cultivation level. Nevertheless, Lin Ming felt exhilarated. This ability was simply magnificent. He adored it. Lin Ming urged the spiritual energy within him, attempting to break free from the binding spell, but to no avail. Fortunately, he still had the Wan Hun fan. Wan Hun Fan was forged into a personal magical artifact by Lin Ming, who could summon it with merely a thought. 4 phantoms erupted from the Wan Hun Fan, each possessing unique abilities. One of them, a ghost known as the Greedy Ghost, conjured a plethora of paper money, capable of purchasing life. When this paper currency touched its target, it could siphon away a portion of their vitality or strength. This ghost was carefully selected by Lin Ming as one of his auxiliary souls. As the paper money rained down, Wei Yuan was taken aback and staggered backward, his vision obscured, allowing Lin Ming to escape his predicament. It appeared that being observed was a prerequisite for being immobilized. The second auxiliary spirit, the Mist Ghost, immediately exhaled a dense, corrosive fog, obstructing Wei Yuan's line of sight to Lin Ming. Meanwhile, The third auxiliary spirit, the hanged ghost, summoned deathly energy, causing a multitude of ropes to materialize beside Wei Yun. Should he make contact, he would be ensnared. Wei Yun was no match for the combined forces of the three phantoms, desperately dodging and retreating, seeking refuge in a guest room. Regrettably, Lin Ming had a fourth auxiliary spirit, the gluttonous ghost. This gluttonous ghost opened its cavernous maw. With its lower lip resting on the floor and its upper lip brushing the ceiling, its mouth larger than the room itself, lying in wait along Wei Yun's escape route. In a state of panic, Wei Yun inadvertently stumbled into its gaping mouth. "Damn it, you cannot kill me. Our boss is a king, with tens of thousands of bizarre subordinates, powerful as clouds. If you dare to harm me, he will ensure your soul's annihilation." Wei Yun, in utter despair, shouted threats while desperately exerting deathly energy in an attempt to break free from the gluttonous ghost's grasp. Lin Ming gently shook the Wan Huan Fawn, retracting all four ghosts into it, including Wei Yun, who was naturally drawn within. Chapter 11. Save the Child. Wei Yun had been managing this establishment for quite some time. Before the arrival of these outsiders, he had witnessed many deaths within the hotel, even growing stronger from these experiences. Yet, he never anticipated that he would one day be vanquished by a mere attendant. Within this peculiar realm, a unique force suppressed him, rendering him immobile, and his consciousness was gradually being erased. Were the outsiders truly so terrifying? Lin Ming sat cross-legged in the lobby, channeling his spiritual energy to refine the Wan Huan Fawn. It emanated a haunting black light, intermittently displaying 5 grotesque, ghostly visages that struggled and wailed, their cries echoing throughout the hall, audible even to the white-collar worker in the safety room on the 5th floor. The worker, trembling in fear, curled up in a bathtub, fully aware that this chaos was undoubtedly orchestrated by Lin Ming, instilling within her an overwhelming terror that he was far more fearsome than the bizarre entities, thus becoming an indelible shadow in her heart. In truth, the 4 phantoms within the Wan Huan Fawn had already been refined, with only Wei Yun desperately fighting back, possessing a fragment of authority over the hotel, which allowed him to resist. The other 4 spirits, under Lin Ming's command, relentlessly suppressed Wei Yun, gradually erasing his personal consciousness until he became an integral part of the Wan Huan Fawn. This was not the end. Lin Ming commenced the process of refining him into the primary soul. The Wan Huan Fawn required a primary soul, akin to the spirit of the vessel, enabling it to function flawlessly without the need for the master's manipulation, capable of executing attacks or defenses autonomously. If nurtured well, it could even sense danger before its master, providing protection against assaults. With Lin Ming forming intricate hand seals, he inscribed spells upon the Wan Huan Fawn, forging an ever-deepening bond between Wei Yun and the artifact. After 2.5 hours, Wei Yun was finally transformed into the primary soul of the Wan Huan Fawn, establishing a connection with Lin Ming, thus rendering the artifact a true novice magical instrument, capable of unleashing numerous spells and abilities at his mere whim. With this magical artifact, Lin Ming gained significant self-preservation capabilities, alleviating his previous concerns. He casually stored the Wan Huan Fawn, which could alter in size and even manifest as a tattoo upon his skin. Once he reached the foundation establishment stage, it could enter his dantian. After securing the Wan Huan Fawn, Lin Ming could not resist glancing toward the mist outside. Should he venture in for a closer look? Perhaps it was wise to exercise patience. Lin Ming understood that this world was anything but ordinary, possibly harboring celestial beings. As a minor malevolent cultivator, his only course of action was to refrain from haste. He would proceed step by step, devouring the spirits one by one. Otherwise, taking too large a stride could lead to dire consequences. Just after he completed the ritual for the Wan Huan Fawn, a notification sounded in his ear. Congratulations on completing the task. Now for the evaluation. Lin Ming felt his body rapidly dissolve into nothingness, as if he were disconnecting from this world. Would there truly be an evaluation? This suggested that the entities controlling this realm could always observe him. Was it a predetermined operational rule? Lin Ming listened intently for the game's appraisal of his performance, eager to ascertain whether it was a preordained process or if someone truly monitored him. Now evaluating player Lin Ming's performance in the Death Hotel. You survived a perfect 8 hours, scoring 10 points. You received no complaints from any guests, earning 30 points. You discovered the safety room and items, gaining 20 points. You assisted your colleague flawlessly, ensuring the hotel received no complaints, thus earning another 30 points. You gained Wei Yuan's approval, and since he did not provide a negative review, it is assumed he gave a positive one, adding 10 points. Player Lin Ming's final score is 100 points, rated as SSS. Congratulations on earning the title of Perfect Passer, which grants you an additional 5 points at each game settlement. Congratulations on receiving the title of Excellent Worker, which ensures priority appreciation from leaders when you join Bazaar Games. Now, the reward for this game task are being issued. Personal points 105. Skill card X1. Safety room, key card X1. All rewards and items you scavenged will be sent to your personal email for inquiry in the Bazaar game. Points can be used for immunity from death, purchasing items, or you may use 1,000 points to extract any ability or item into the real world. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. This Bazaar game was indeed generous. Perfectly completing the game yielded such bountiful rewards. It was far superior to other games. Furthermore, the ability to extract powers into reality, this implied that in the future, the real world could witness the emergence of many bizarre entities and formidable beings. A sense of gravity crossed Lin Ming's face. Although he could cultivate immortality, who knew what otherworldly powers resided within the Bazaar game? If others also extracted cultivation techniques or artifacts, he would possess no advantage. It seemed imperative for him to seize the current advantage, frequently enter the game, rapidly enhance his strength, and remain steps ahead of all others to ensure his continued cultivation and guarantee an unending supply of resources. As Lin Ming contemplated this, he was about to utilize the skill card and rune card to discern their benefits when time expired, and he vanished from his location, returning to reality. Upon his return, he discovered he could not access the Bazaar Games email, having to wait until his next entry to check. Just at the moment of his disappearance, a formidable ghost, exuding a terrifying aura, stepped into the Death Hotel from outside. This ghost, clad in a suit, casually tossed his luxury car keys toward the front desk. Wei Yuan, go park my car, will you? Wei Yuan? Wei Yuan? The suited ghost glanced around, realizing that Wei Yuan was inexplicably absent, and immediately expressed his displeasure. Not even here to attend to things. It seems that you, the lobby manager, are no longer needed. To locate Wei Yuan, he employed the authority of the Death Hotel to investigate, only to discover not only Wei Yuan's absence, but that of his guests as well, with only 3 corpses from outsiders remaining. In that instant, the suited ghost comprehended the unfolding situation and roared in fury. Who did this? Who eliminated my lobby manager and so many guests? Do not let me catch you. In the real world, Lin Ming emerged with a face full of discomfort. Compared to the eerie game world, this lifeless realm held no allure for him. Although there were faint traces of spiritual energy in the outside world, as an evil cultivator, what he truly craved was the essence of death. Thus, accustomed to being enveloped by such a dense atmosphere of death, he felt akin to a robust man enjoying himself in a lavish club, suddenly thrust into a prison. While the male inmates did possess their own charm, they were not what he desired. Fortunately, he still had the Wan Hun fan. As Lin Ming summoned the Wan Hun fan, gazing at this ominous treasure, he felt as if he had encountered the most exquisite woman in the world, overwhelmed with infatuation. That absurd game claimed that with 1,000 points, one could extract skills and items from it. Who cares? I, a formidable being in the chi refinement stage, would have no need for such trivialities. By the way, Wei Yuan and the others also belong to the realm of that strange game. Could they be summoned into reality? Lin Ming attempted to release them from the Wan Hun fan, and to his astonishment, they actually appeared. Quite stunning indeed. After reveling in the presence of the Wan Hun fan, Lin Ming decided to stow it away. He had no intention of collecting the souls of ordinary people, not out of kindness, but simply because those souls held little value. It was the peculiar entities from the strange game that mattered. Even a lowly ghost could be worth hundreds or thousands of ordinary souls. Although the Wan Hun fan was named as such, it was not merely about stuffing it with a myriad of souls. If that were the case, one could just visit a pig farm and easily gather enough souls in a couple of days. But what use would it be to keep a bunch of pigs in the Wan Hun fan? Ordinary souls would merely consume the power of the Wan Hun fan, requiring nurturing and resources for cultivation, and the effort would hardly be worth it. The true power lay within the strange game. Its peculiar entities were the real main force of the Wan Hun fan, a single one far surpassing six. With great anticipation, Lin Ming began to delve into the intricacies of the strange game. He needed to comprehend how it functioned and how to engage in a friendly and profound exchange with those oddities. In simpler terms, he wished to provide them with a home. Upon searching online, Lin Ming discovered that the internet had erupted with activity. The first batch of players had all returned. More precisely, only those who had survived had emerged. Today marked the opening of the strange game, with over 10,000 players from Huaxia entering. Yet only a mere 100 had returned. Many had failed to grasp the nature of the game and, having little experience with violence or combat, were left dumbfounded, often meeting their demise at the hands of monsters after merely a fleeting encounter. The people of Huaxia had initially believed they would become superheroes, champions of their nation. Who would have thought that the monsters within the strange game were, in fact, all compatriots? A survival rate of merely 1. Panic ensued, and discussions of entering the game ceased, replaced instead by demand for the government to devise a strategy. Save our children. Chapter 12. The establishment of the Eerie Bureau and the terrifying players. The government quickly sought out the survivors for inquiries. From their accounts, they gathered crucial information about the strange game, which was then organized and made public. Strategy for the strange game. 1. It is highly probable that avoidance of the strange game is impossible. 2. The game features numerous distinct areas inhabited by native monsters, who aim to slaughter players but follow certain rules. One must uncover the game's rules to survive. 3. There are suspected safe points within the game. Though due to incomplete information, this remains a tentative assumption. 4. Certain special items exist in the game that can inflict damage on monsters, thereby increasing survival rates. 5. Players should strive to complete the game to accumulate points, which appear to serve as the universal currency within the strange game. The method of transaction is unknown, but points may be used to purchase everything within the game, and it is suspected that they can be utilized to refuse entry into the game, as well as to extract elements of the strange game into the real world. 6. We urge the public not to panic upon receiving an invitation to the strange game, whether they have encountered it or not. They should promptly contact local authorities for assistance. We will provide a cash reward of 1 million and guarantee the safety of you and your family's daily life. Note, the origins of the strange game are unknown, as are the reasons for its emergence and methods of locating players. It is crucial to remain calm and hopeful once inside the game, as maintaining rationality is key to achieving victory. Lin Ming nodded slightly at the official strategy, thinking that the government was indeed quite reliable, having compiled such useful strategies in such a short time. At the very least, this was all the information he had acquired. Lin Ming continued to browse online, but found only complaints and panicked tirades from netizens. Some even clamored for immigration, with no other useful information to be found. He decided to shut off his phone and ponder instead. The strange game had come knocking at his door, and he had been utterly unaware of its presence or any traces of it. Did that mean he could only wait idly? How regrettable. While Lin Ming grew anxious, the government was equally distressed. They had made every effort to invite the survivors, even offering substantial rewards, yet only around 60 had been located. It was likely that the remaining individuals either doubted the government's sincerity and feared being treated as lab rats for research or harbored their own agendas, wishing to become superhumans without the constraints of the state. The government found this situation quite troublesome, for their inquiries revealed that most of the first batch of entrants had succeeded purely by luck. Consequently, if those individuals were to re-enter the strange game, the likelihood of their demise would be significantly high. Moreover, there was a pressing desire to study these individuals, with hopes of recruiting them into a national team to train them as special operatives against the strange game. And indeed, the government had already taken action. The first batch of survivors who allied with the state not only received a cash reward of 1 million, but also became members of a special operations team. They enjoyed the privileges and salaries of a major, along with significant perks to facilitate their operations. Among these special operatives was a female office worker who had endured until the game's conclusion within a safe house. As soon as she emerged, she trembled as she recounted her experiences in detail to the authorities. It was essential to speak, as the officials questioning them comprised a cadre of experts. Psychologists and interrogation specialists coaxed the survivors into revealing their experiences, even uncovering those who had committed acts of violence. However, the government did not penalize these individuals. At this stage, their assistance was still required. In the capital city, in a conference room, several elderly men convened, each bearing the insignia of the highest authority. One elder, donning black-rimmed glasses, spoke up, "Gentlemen, from today onward, our Eerie Bureau is officially established. For security reasons, we each shall adopt a code name, designated by our age. No. 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Observing their consensus, no. One continued, "I trust everyone understands the significance of the strange game. Nations around the world are competing to enter it, striving to conquer or even control the strange game. Whoever gains the upper hand will ascend to global dominance, and we cannot afford to lag behind. I have reviewed the intel compiled thus far. While the information is varied, and a few have performed commendably, most have succeeded through sheer luck, providing minimal assistance to us, especially since it was their first entry into the game. Nevertheless, I have discovered something intriguing within this information. In the Special Operations Team of our Bureau of Anomalies, there exists a member codenamed Nu Wanghua. During the strategy sessions in the Death Hotel dungeon of the Bizarre game, she encountered a peculiar player. Initially, he exhibited signs of fear, but upon entering the hotel, he transformed entirely. After 2 of Nu Wanghua's teammates perished, he acted independently, sustaining no injuries. Moreover, the information regarding safe houses and items within the game was divulged to us through him, and he remained unflinching after committing acts of violence. I suspect that this individual possesses knowledge of the Bizarre game that far exceeds that of other surviving players, coupled with exceptional psychological resilience and analytical capabilities. It is possible he has acquired something even more advantageous from the game. If we could locate this person and enlist him to lead the Special Operations Team, our advantages in the Bizarre game would substantially surpass those of other nations. Hence, I hereby declare the inaugural mission of the Bureau of Anomalies, to find and invite this individual to join our Special Operations Team. Number 2, express curiosity. With the advanced capabilities of the Skynet and archival systems, is it truly so difficult to find someone? Let Nu Wanghua describe his appearance, and we can have forensic artists create his likeness. Number 1 side. Therein lies the problem. For reasons unknown, Nu Wanghua is utterly reluctant to reveal his features. We attempted to hypnotize her, but it seems that those who have entered the Bizarre game are immune to ordinary hypnotic techniques, rendering our efforts to create a likeness temporarily futile. Number 3 immediately suggested, then let's offer this female team member a monetary incentive, 10 million, 100 million. Surely that would compel her to comply. Number 4 concurred. Could it be that she fears him? We ought to assure her that the Bureau of Anomalies will provide protection, ensuring her safety. The elders unanimously felt that Nu Wanghua was excessively timid. What was there to fear? Although the Bizarre game could transform players into superhumans, they were all novices in this realm. Regardless of his prowess, it was improbable that he had already attained superhuman status. Chapter 13. The Decayed Convenience Store. Suddenly, Number 5, who had remained silent, spoke with gravity. If this individual instills such dread in Nu Wanghua, it indicates he possesses extraordinary qualities, or there are details she has not disclosed. Number 1 hesitated. I have investigated Nu Wanghua's background. She is merely an ordinary office worker, having undergone cosmetic surgery in Gaoli, utilizing her appearance to curry favor with superiors and clients for resources. She is not particularly intelligent, nor does she exhibit strong psychological fortitude. Despite being confronted by interrogation experts and psychological professors, she managed to conceal information, leading me to suspect that it is not her desire to withhold information, but rather a mechanism within the bizarre game that prevents her from disclosing any secrets. Number 5 countered. What if this woman has encountered true horrors, experienced events more terrifying than death? Would her psychological resilience not be altered? Upon hearing this, those present fell silent, for they understood that regardless of whether these individuals had gained powers from the bizarre game, having entered that realm and emerged alive distinguished them from ordinary people. Perhaps the methods effective against regular individuals were no longer applicable to these extraordinary players. What strategies do we have to persuade Nu Wang Hua to speak? Number 1 inquired earnestly of number 5. I now suspect that this enigmatic player has cast a significant shadow in Nu Wang Hua's psyche, instilling in her such terror that she believes revealing his identity would result in her demise. Thus, our current course of action is to wait, to allow Nu Wang Hua a second opportunity to enter the game, to cultivate her, enabling her to achieve genuine growth and even capabilities, thereby alleviating her fear of him and encouraging her to divulge the truth. Number 5 earnestly proposed a suggestion and scanned the group, awaiting their responses. The other 4 exchanged glances, silently deliberating before gradually nodding in agreement. They deemed this plan feasible. After all, who among the Special Operations team is not worthy of cultivation? Aside from a select few exceptional individuals, adding Nu Wang Hua to the mix posed no insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, in pursuit of the one who could unravel puzzles and locate items, even scaring fellow players upon his initial game entry, it was worth the investment of resources. Regardless of whether Nu Wang Hua warranted such cultivation, seeing that everyone found this approach acceptable, number 1 promptly made a decision. Very well. We shall proceed with this course of action. The Special Operations team will now commence intensive training for Nu Wang Hua and several other promising candidates, employing various means to bolster Nu Wang Hua's confidence, ensuring she overcomes her fear of him and reveals his identity. Agreed, 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 agreed. With the issuance of the Bureau of Anomalies First Command, the nation's foremost machinery of governance began to operate at high speed. Lin Ming was currently seeking a method to re-enter the bizarre game when his phone rang. The caller was his half-sister, not by blood, but through his stepfather. After Lin Ming's biological father passed away, his mother remarried, and his stepfather had a daughter around the same age as Lin Ming. From the outset, they had clashed, each disliking the other, often engaging in altercations. After living together for 7 or 8 years, Lin Ming's mother and stepfather perished in a car accident. Lin Ming, unwilling to cohabit with his sister, dropped out of school and left home to work. They had not been in contact for 2 years. Why was she suddenly calling? Intrigued, Lin Ming answered, "Hello? Song Shui, what's the matter?" His stepfather's surname was Song, and Lin Ming had once changed his name to Song Ming, but reverted after his stepfather's death. It was not out of hatred for his stepfather. He merely found the name unappealing. Several times when job hunting, bosses dismissed him due to the name's ominous connotation, refusing to hire him. This name change deepened a rift between the siblings. On the other end, Song Shui's tone remained as cold as ever. "I heard the bizarre game has descended. I wanted to see if you're dead." Lin Ming was taken aback. Although Song Shui's tone was indifferent, he could sense her underlying concern for him. "I'm not dead. What about you? Are you still alive?" Lin Ming instinctively retorted. "Me? Huh. I'm about to die. Are you delighted?" To Lin Ming's surprise, Song Shui did not react with anger, but rather with a hint of self-mockery. Lin Ming, puzzled, asked, "What is going on? Are you in debt to the mafia due to gambling and on the verge of being killed?" The phone crackled with a sound, as if someone were eavesdropping on their conversation. Accustomed to her brother's sharp tongue, Song Shui, who was no slouch herself, casually remarked, "Don't worry. The loan sharks have all my contact information and address. They won't find me, but they LL come looking for you." Laughing, Lin Ming retorted, "As if you know where I am." Song Shui, East Mountain Cemetery, in the eastern outskirts of Quan City. Lin Ming was bewildered. "How do you know that? Why do you care how I know? Did you think I wouldn't see it on your wanted poster?" Song Shui's tone reverted to its usual coldness and sharpness. "If I die, will you give me a proper burial in your workplace cemetery?" Lin Ming frowned. "What on earth is wrong with you? Have you been diagnosed with a terminal illness?" This time, He was not merely jesting. He sensed something was amiss in her voice. Nothing much. I just want to be buried near you, to see how you starve yourself to death. With an inheritance left untouched, you choose to change your name and run off to tend graves. If you don't starve to death, that would truly be an injustice. Song Shue's venomous words were hard to reconcile with her image as the cherished pure beauty of Quan City University. Listening to her spirited voice, Lin Ming suddenly had a moment of clarity and joyfully exclaimed, "You haven't been selected by the bizarre game, have you? Indeed, you sound quite pleased. You truly are my brother." Song Shui responded with a tone that reflected her sarcastic pride in having a sharp-tongued sibling. "Enough with the small talk. Where are you? I'm coming to find you." Lin Ming was elated. He had been troubled about how to enter the bizarre game, and unexpectedly, Song Shui, in her foolishness, had obtained a ticket. He intended to see if he could snatch that ticket away. "What do you want from me? Do you wish to see me one last time? Don't even think about it. Before I die, I don't want to look at an ugly person. Y de prefe a an suma companion." Song Shui bluntly rejected him. "Do not, Song Shui. Trust me, I have escaped from the eerie game once before, and I can find a way to prevent you from entering," Lin Ming hastily proclaimed. Song Shui fell silent for a moment, utterly skeptical of Lin Ming and astonished that he even cared about her. She longed to mock him once more, but after some contemplation, she simply hung up the phone. In the dormitory of Quan Shi University, Song Shui solemnly handed her bank card and house key to her close friend. "Chen Yun, you are the one I trust the most, Yin Yun. If I fail to return from the eerie game, please give these to Lin Ming. He knows the password. At least it will relieve him from his burdens." Chen Yun gazed at Song Shui with a complex expression. "Why must you do this? You clearly care for him, and I sense he genuinely wishes to help you. Why inflict such torment upon each other?" Song Shui remained silent, unable to articulate her thoughts. She was uncertain how to interact with this brother she had acquired unexpectedly, and her inability to confront him had led to their lifelong rivalry. After losing her family, she had vowed to take good care of her brother, yet he had abandoned their home, even changing his surname as if everything about that household disgusted him. This deeply saddened Song Shui. Nevertheless, after all these years of sibling affection, could she truly disregard him? Song Shui stared at the decayed convenience store bloodletter in her hand and the 30-minute countdown looming above her, estimating her survival chances to be slim. She pondered what else she could possibly cling to when faced with death. Chapter 14. The method to enter the game. Lin Ming was displeased by Song Shui hanging up on him. "This woman is simply unhinged. If you want to say where you are, just say it plainly instead of trying to act mysterious." Fortunately, Lin Ming knew she attended Quan Shi University, and since it was school hours, she must be in her dormitory. Without delay, Lin Ming left his home and called for a taxi, paying extra for the driver to come to the remote cemetery. Upon arriving at Quan Shi University, he discovered that Song Shui was quite renowned, even regarded as the university's pure and innocent flower. "Is Quan Shi University a school for the blind?" Lin Ming scoffed as he approached her dormitory building. Disregarding the dormitory matron's objections and heading straight for room 302, the matron began to angrily call for security. Lin Ming knocked on the door. "Song Shui, are you still alive?" The door opened to reveal the exquisite face of Chen Yun, who scanned Lin Ming from head to toe and brightened at the sight of him. "You must be Xiao Shui's brother? You are quite handsome. Why does Xiao Shui say you are so ugly? Her vision must be impaired." Lin Ming stepped inside the dormitory. Song Shui stood up in surprise, her eyes wide as she gazed at Lin Ming. "What are you doing here? How did you know I was here? Who doesn't know where our pure flower of Quan Shi University resides?" "Ah, the pure flower," Lin Ming said with a teasing tone. Song Shui's face flushed instantly. She despised that title, especially when uttered by Lin Ming, feeling utterly humiliated. Gritting her teeth, she warned, "If you dare say another word, I will make you regret it." "All right, pure flower, let me see your bloodletter," Lin Ming said, glancing at the table and walking over to retrieve it. Song Shui panicked. "Don't touch it. What if you get dragged into? Then I shall die alongside the pure flower," Lin Ming replied nonchalantly. Song Shui felt a mix of anger and gratitude. She had not anticipated Lin Ming would travel such a distance because of her phone call. The other occupants of the dormitory had already fled, terrified by her bloodletter, leaving only Chen Yun, who remained due to their close bond. She was taken aback by this foolish boy's arrival. It is indeed in times of adversity that true feelings are revealed. She had thought her brother utterly loathed her. Lin Ming examined the blood letter, noting its resemblance to the one he had received, albeit from a different location, the decayed convenience store. He attempted to infuse spiritual energy into the blood letter, discovering it could be done, but it did not alter anything. His attention shifted to the envelope beside it, and he was struck by an idea. He picked it up and attempted to erase the name written on it. Channeling spiritual energy through his fingers, he rubbed at the characters spelling out Song Shui. It was futile. A layer of bloodlight emerged, protecting the name beneath. If erasing it was impossible, perhaps adding a name could work? From the perspective of a practitioner, this envelope appeared to be a medium for teleportation. If he inscribed a name upon it, perhaps he could bring himself along. Lin Ming swiftly punctured his fingertip, using the blood infused with spiritual energy as ink to inscribe his name. As the characters Lin Ming were inscribed, a flash of light marked their imprint, seemingly indicating success. However, because he had not received a blood letter, he was uncertain of its efficacy. Seeing Lin Ming busy writing on the envelope, Song Shui rushed forward to snatch it away. Enough! I am running out of time. You need to leave and not hinder me. Have you prepared your inheritance? If not, I could reluctantly take it off your hands. Lin Ming teased, refusing to leave and sitting in a chair, patiently awaiting the countdown's conclusion. Do you truly think you can inherit anything? I wouldn't even leave you a pile of dung. Song Shui retorted, observing the bickering siblings. Chen Yun sighed in exasperation and interjected. Lin Ming, your sister cares for you deeply. She has left all her inheritance to you. Song Shui lunged forward, covering Chen Yun's mouth in anger, glaring at her. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. You should have mentioned that earlier. Had I known you left your fortune to me, I wouldn't have traveled so far. How do you know my fortune isn't just millions in debt? Song Shui shot back sarcastically. Debt is no issue. If I were to arrange a ghost marriage for you, the title of Quan Shi's pure flower would surely attract many lonely souls vying to be buried with you. Perhaps I could profit from this. Lin Ming proposed. Chen Yin was astonished by the sharp tongues of the siblings. She understood that many siblings were often adversaries, but witnessing such a verbal sparring match was indeed rare. Just as they continued their playful banter, the countdown neared its end. With only 5 seconds remaining, the mocking words in Song Shui's throat caught, and she gazed at Lin Ming's handsome face as tears welled in her eyes. Brother, I truly love you. In my next life, I will be your sister, your best sister. As the countdown concluded, Song Shui vanished. Lin Ming also disappeared. Chen Yun stood astonished as the two siblings disappeared together. Bang! The school security and the dormitory matron rushed into the room, prepared to scold them, but upon seeing the siblings' simultaneous disappearance, their legs buckled and they knelt in shock. Oh my, the eerie game! They found themselves once again in the realm shrouded in thick fog. There were still 5 individuals, no. With Lin Ming, there were 6. Before Lin Ming stood the decayed convenience store, alongside a tear-streaked Song Shui. Was this truly the eerie game? It appeared hauntingly sinister. Are there any seasoned players? Does anyone possess strategies? I do not wish to die. I long to escape. The cries echoed from Song Shui, who realized her fate was sealed, yet she could not suppress her tears, until a mocking voice interrupted. Brother, I truly love you. In my next life, I will be your best. Upon hearing this voice, Song Shui trembled in disbelief and turned to look behind her. Indeed, Lin Ming was grinning at her with a mischievous smile. Song Shui was taken aback, stammering, Is this an illusion? Lin Ming, how did you end up here? I entered with you. It seems that method truly worked, Lin Ming replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Song Shui understood that Lin Ming had intentionally followed her in order to protect her, and her tears flowed even more freely. Unable to contain her emotions, she threw herself into Lin Ming's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, completely shedding her previous haughty demeanor. Lin Ming initially intended to jest lightly, but found himself somewhat embarrassed, ultimately resorting to gently patting her slender back in a comforting manner. The 4 individuals nearby were drawn by the sound of crying, observing the two in an embrace. Mistaking it for the lamentations of a young couple facing imminent demise. However, the sorrowful wails of Song Shui evoked tears in their own eyes, as the atmosphere was overwhelmingly terrifying. The tinkling of a wind chime accompanied the opening of the convenience store door. A corpse clad in a manager's uniform emerged. It was labeled a corpse due to its ashen, purplish skin, its movements stiff, and a foul odor of decay emanating from its being. As the corpse approached, fear gripped the onlookers, prompting them to instinctively retreat, with some even turning to flee into the enveloping mist. Chapter 15. A small test. This was Lin Ming's second entry. He knew that once one entered the mist, there was no hope of survival. Yet, he refrained from intervening, driven by a desire to discern what lay within that enigmatic fog. The manager, undeterred, was occupied with counting the number of individuals using his skeletal hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How could there be one extra? Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the individual who had dashed into the mist, accompanied by the sound of splattering blood and the gnashing of bones. At this moment, the count aligned perfectly. The manager revealed a rigid smile. Lin Ming directed his gaze toward the thick fog, activating his X-ray vision. While he could not fully penetrate the mist, he was fortunate that the deceased individual was relatively close. With all his might, Lin Ming strained his vision and glimpsed a skeleton clad in a suit within the fog. The skeleton lay prostrate, devouring the flesh and blood of the fleeing individual, its bones visibly becoming denser. Perhaps Lin Ming had stared for too long. The skeleton abruptly turned its head, its jaw opening and closing as if beckoning him closer. Lin Ming offered a subtle smile toward the skull, then gestured with a middle finger. The skeleton paused, puzzled by the gesture. Lin Ming withdrew his gaze and deactivated his X-ray vision. Song Shui, having regained her composure, shyly emerged from his embrace, discreetly wiping her nose on his clothing. The manager began to outline the rules of this place, speaking in a chilling and unpleasant tone. Welcome, employees, to the decaying convenience store. Here, you shall work for 12 hours, confronting numerous troublesome customers who will come to purchase various items. If you fail to satisfy them and receive complaints, I assure you, your demise will be agonizing. The others displayed expressions of trepidation, with Song Shui instinctively clutching Lin Ming's hand. It seemed that even the most acerbic and proud individuals could be struck with fear in such a scenario. However, Lin Ming had acclimated to the situation and boldly responded to the manager. I guarantee the completion of the task. He was the only one who replied, earning the manager's ire as he coldly admonished, why shout so loudly? The other three turned their gazes toward Lin Ming, their eyes filled with disbelief and pity. One young man, relishing the moment, whispered, this guy must be that annoying sycophant in the company, lacking any real ability and only currying favor with the boss. Does he really think that strange games follow the same rules as the outside world? The others nodded in agreement, expressing their disdain for such obsequious individuals. Song Shui quickly tugged at Lin Ming's arm, whispering, don't speak recklessly. Be careful not to attract attention. Noticing Lin Ming's silence, the manager did not relent, but instead advanced a couple of steps, demanding, I asked you, why shout so loudly? Lin Ming frowned, realizing that his casual remark had drawn the manager's scrutiny. Reflecting on how Wei Yuan often appeared eager to devour him, he surmised that the peculiar beings here had likely been starved of human contact for too long, resorting to all manner of schemes to create trouble for the living, seeking to consume them. The manager's failure to devour him outright was likely due to a fear of breaking the rules. His current aggressive approach was a tactic to provoke Lin Ming into making a mistake, providing a pretext for his own consumption. Without hesitation, Lin Ming produced the title he had earned from the peculiar game, Outstanding Employee. This title granted the wearer recognition from the leadership within the game. Indeed, upon its revelation, the corpse manager was momentarily stunned, his anger transforming into enthusiasm as he approached Lin Ming, eagerly grasping his hand with bony fingers. I never expected such talent to apply at my store. Please come in. The others stared in disbelief. Before entering the convenience store, Lin Ming glanced back at Song Shui. Aren't you coming? Do you wish to be late and face the consequences? The corpse manager paused, his eyeless gaze fixed on Lin Ming. Truly, an outstanding employee indeed, for he had seen through the trap laid before him. The manager had deliberately refrained from inviting the others in, intending for them to collectively arrive late and subsequently devour them under the pretext of tardiness. Song Shui and the others hastily entered, only to be greeted by the sound of a clock chiming within the store. Work time has begun. Work time has begun. The group turned to see a massive eye serving as the clock, its pupil darting about as if searching for those who had not reported on time. The corpse manager, albeit disappointed, stated, "Since everyone has arrived, it's time to change into your uniforms." The group remained motionless, instinctively looking toward Lin Ming. Although they had ridiculed him moments ago, his timely warning had undoubtedly saved their lives, prompting them to shamelessly seek to align themselves with him. The young man who had previously derided Lin Ming as a sycophant approached with a beaming smile. "Bro, you're amazing. From today onward, I'm your man. Whatever you need, I will do it without question. No more sycophancy. This is loyalty." The other two quickly joined in, showering Lin Ming with flattery and praise. The middle-aged woman among them even cast flirtatious glances his way. To be candid, the two men nearby felt no envy. Song Shui glared at the older woman. "Didn't you hear the order to change into uniforms? What are you doing?" The older woman turned to Song Shui, earnestly advising, "Sister, don't be so small-minded. You are aware that the survival rate in this bizarre game world is only 1%, aren't you? Anyone who can help us clear this level is a savior, deserving of our respect. Rest assured, I want to compete with you for your boyfriend. In this scenario, he can do as he pleases." Song Shui, increasingly embarrassed and furious, stomped her foot and retorted, "You shameless hussy. He is my brother." The older woman scrutinized the supposed pair of siblings, noticing they bore no resemblance, and misinterpreted. Is it trendy for young people to refer to their partners as siblings now? Silly. Finally, unable to contain herself, Song Shui stormed off to change. The older woman sighed as she watched her leave, lamenting the youth of today for their excessive restraint. Nevertheless, the three did not linger, promptly following suit to change their attire. Lin Ming remained still, wishing to conduct a test. He addressed the corpse manager. "I want to be changing into a uniform." The corpse manager displayed a look of confusion, scanning Lin Ming with skepticism. "Are you truly an outstanding employee? Is this the extent of your awareness? You want to change your uniform? Are you seeking death? If you have nothing to do, you may as well stay in the office." Lin Ming dismissed the manager with a wave of his hand. The manager's displeasure was palpable. After all, the title of outstanding employee merely elevated one's status slightly, providing a bit more care, not a free pass from death. Thus, Lin Ming's demeanor thoroughly irked the corpse manager. Since this individual was so eager for demise, he would allow him to await his fate. Chapter 16. Acting store manager. The manager, irked, turned to leave. Not changing into a uniform was not technically a violation, as it fell under one of the rules designed to protect players. Thus, the manager could not devour him on this account. The thought crossed my mind that Lin Ming might soon be devoured by a customer due to his lack of protective work attire, which left me feeling quite displeased. Just before the manager of the convenience store entered the office, he turned back and stated, "From now on, all incoming guests must have their purchases delivered promptly, and you are responsible for the checkout. If a customer complains about delays, or if there are errors in billing, I shall impose the necessary penalties on your behalf." He then pointed at Lin Ming, but quickly withdrew his hand, directing his finger instead at a young man who had just changed into his work uniform, saying, "You are now the acting store manager." Me? The young man, who was examining his new work attire, was taken aback by this sudden appointment. He had observed how the manager warmly welcomed Lin Ming and had assumed that Lin Ming would be the one chosen for the managerial position. Little did he expect that in the brief time it took to change clothes, fortune would smile upon him instead. The manager said no more and entered his office. Once the decaying convenience store was left with only a handful of humans, the young man glanced at Lin Ming, straightened his bent posture, and instantly his demeanor transformed, pride evident on his face. Meanwhile, Lin Ming was deep in thought, reflecting that all these actions were merely a test of his title. The vague explanations regarding titles in this bizarre game left much to be desired, merely stating that one would be prioritized in terms of attention, but without clarifying how that attention would manifest. It seemed now that this title did not guarantee unbounded goodwill. it merely afforded a trifling amount of respect. To think that with this trifling respect he could establish a dying workshop was rather naive. An elderly lady and a middle-aged man with a receding hairline emerged from changing into their uniforms, and upon hearing the announcement, they no longer regarded Lin Ming with warmth. Instead, their fervent gazes shifted towards the newly appointed young manager. Ahem, since I have become the manager, may I say a few words? The young man instinctively wished to assert his newfound power. After all, in reality, he was merely a recent university graduate still in search of employment. Unexpectedly, entering this fearsome game had granted him a measure of importance. Was this what it meant to have innate worth? The elderly lady and the balding man quickly donned smiles. Yes, please do speak, manager. If you have any instructions, we are all ears. Acting like loyal hounds, Huunti, the young man turned to Lin Ming, who remained silent. What about you? What's your take on this? Lin Ming, uninterested in the newly empowered young man, was reviewing other rewards he had previously obtained. The young man, noticing Lin Ming's silence, felt a surge of irritation. This person had no manners, after he had flattered Lin Ming earlier. Should he not return the favor now? Just then, Song Shui also emerged in her work uniform. The attire of the decaying convenience store was similar to that of reality, a striped short-sleeved shirt and a short skirt. With her alluring figure and innocent appearance, Song Shui looked like the type of vulnerable worker one could easily bully, struggling to suppress her humiliation as she asked customers what they needed. The young man's eyes lit up, and he approached her, offering his unsolicited commentary. Not bad. This outfit suits you well. Now that I'm also in uniform, doesn't that mean we're in matching outfits? Don't flatter yourself. Even if all the men in the world were gone, there would still be dogs left for me. You're not in the running, Song Shui replied coldly, walking past him. How dare you? That was as venomous as a king cobra's fangs, the young man thought, utterly shocked. He never expected such a beautiful girl could deliver such harsh words. However, being publicly rebuffed left him quite displeased, and he threatened, "Do you realize that I am now the manager? You must follow my commands and comply absolutely. I guarantee your survival, understand?" Song Shui cast a surprised glance at Lin Ming, who was still seated, seemingly engrossed in his thoughts about why he was favored by the manager, only to turn around and find this young man had become the manager. Yet to obey? Huh. Go away, she retorted coldly, heading towards the counter. What kind of attitude is that? Do you even know what it means to be a manager? The young man persisted, trailing after her, but then noticed that she had stopped in her tracks, revealing a look of genuine fear. What is going on? Are you scared? As he approached, he realized that indeed Song Shui's expression was one of terror, though her gaze remained fixed on the shelves. Instinctively, he followed her line of sight and was left dumbfounded. What in the world were those products? Ghostly sour milk. The label indicated it was made from fresh corpse water, just 3 days old. Skull lollipops crafted from real skulls coated in frosting. Blood wine, brewed from the fresh blood of 100 living humans. Organ bread, featuring fillings of heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Severed limb hot dogs and dolls with human faces, along with eyeball candied hawthorn. Each item was more horrifying than the last. And even the cash register was constructed entirely from human bones, the keyboard inlaid with human teeth, and the spacebar was quite literally a living person's tongue, still twitching. Earlier, everyone had been preoccupied with discussing survival, completely oblivious to the terrifying nature of these goods. Now, they understood why this place was called the Decaying Convenience Store. As the group stood frozen in fear, Lin Ming had also come to grasp the nature of his own acquisitions. The 2 titles he received were self-explanatory, but the primary focus was on the skill card and the hotel's safe house key card. The skill card allows one to acquire a skill from the bizarre game, while the safe house key card enables instantaneous teleportation to the safe house of the Death Hotel. However, this key card had a cooldown period, usable only once every 24 hours, and could only transport a single individual at a time. Lin Ming was not concerned about teleportation. He would rather explore this place than think about escaping. He did, however, decide to use the skill card. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill. Evil Spirit Doppelganger. Evil Spirit Doppelganger. Upon use, you may temporarily transform into a malevolent spirit you have vanquished, gaining 10 battle strength from that entity. If he could defeat the spirit, who would care about its battle strength? However, the prospect of becoming that spirit seemed quite appealing. If the spirit had family, eliminating it would allow him to infiltrate their household. Thus, he could ensnare the spirit as loved ones effortlessly. Lin Ming smiled, feeling quite pleased. Song Shui had regained her composure from the initial shock and hurried to Lin Ming's side, nudging him. What are you thinking? Look at those items on the shelves. Lin Ming casually glanced over. They seem like perfectly normal trinkets. What is the matter? Normal? Trivial trinkets? Come on, man. Are you trying to play it cool? Just wait until customers arrive. In my capacity as manager, I'll order you to handle everything alone. The others, drawn in by Lin Ming's boldness, turned their attention to him, while the young man seethed with frustration. I didn't become manager for you to act superior. Now that I'm the manager, you're still trying to show off. Am I just a figurehead? You all can retreat to the break room. I'll handle the customers myself. Lin Ming declared as he approached the counter and stood beside the cash register, intent on monopolizing these bizarre goods. Hearing Lin Ming's audacity, the young man felt disgruntled. You were impressive earlier, but now I'm the manager. Why show me no respect? At the very least, you should return the flattery I gave you earlier. Do you not understand workplace etiquette? Song Shui stepped closer to Lin Ming, frowning. Don't be a hero. Do you really have a plan to handle this? Do you need my help? Help is unnecessary. Just stand here and learn. You need to know how to deal with customers and remember the rules of each game instance. Lin Ming advised, pointing at the regulations displayed on the wall. He realized he could not always enter the game with Song Shui. The best strategy was to teach her how to remain calm in the face of the bizarre and seek a path to survival. Song Shui also looked at the rules on the wall. 1. Arrive on time for work. 2. Serve customers with the utmost courtesy without offending them. To clarify the management of goods and ensure accurate accounting, one must refrain from personal gains and avoid damaging or soiling the merchandise. Customers are not allowed to see service until they have fully consumed their food within the establishment. These 4 rules are quite easy to remember. However, Song Shui felt that they did not reveal a clear path forward. Noticing that the siblings were ignoring her, the young man became increasingly irritable and cast a chilling glance at them. If they were intent on their demise, he would oblige. Regardless, he intended to retreat to the changing room. The elderly lady followed him obediently upon seeing his departure. The Mediterranean man hesitated, quietly inquiring, Manager, why does that young man have a title? Has he previously entered this game? Should we not remain here like them? The young man, being rather impulsive, had neglected to observe his surroundings in his attempt to appear impressive. However, upon the Mediterranean man's reminder, he found it quite reasonable. Hey, how did you acquire your title? He queried. Shut up and get lost. Lin Ming dismissed him curtly, akin to shooing away a dog, as he was preoccupied with opening the cash register to check for points, hoping to profit. Unfortunately, there was not a single point to be found. Was it possible that the currency for transactions in this strange game was not points? Lin Ming had faith in the nation, but was not blindly trusting. He surmised that the authorities' understanding of the game was likely less comprehensive than his own. Angered by the reprimand, the young man retorted, Fine, I'll go. What was it to him that Lin Ming was an old player with a title? He would see how Lin Ming met his end later. Before the young man and his companions could enter the changing room, the wind chime at the convenience store's entrance chimed. A skeletal figure clad in a suit entered. The exposed parts of its body were stark white bones, save for its mouth, which was smeared with deep crimson blood, and bits of flesh still clung to its teeth, imparting the impression that it had just feasted on a human. In fact, it had just consumed the player who had fled into the mist. The young man, who had wished for Lin Ming's demise, was now paralyzed with fear upon encountering the skeleton, especially when its dark, hollow eyes scrutinized him, leaving him trembling and immobile. Song Shui instinctively grasped Lin Ming's hand tightly, her body stiffening in terror. The skeleton surveyed the room with its cavernous eyes before fixing its gaze on Lin Ming, letting out a dissonant laugh. It approached Lin Ming step by step, reaching the counter, its dark void of a gaze locked onto him. Lin Ming met its gaze unflinchingly. The gesture you made earlier piqued my interest, the skeleton remarked coldly. Realizing it sought vengeance, the young man and his companions breathed a sigh of relief and slowly retreated. They had no desire to involve themselves in Lin Ming's fate. Their only concern was their own survival. The young man hastily retreated into the changing room, followed closely by the elderly lady and the Mediterranean man. With a click, the changing room door was locked from within. The stunned Song Shui finally reacted, anxiously pulling Lin Ming back and instinctively positioning herself in front of him. It was not that she had a means to confront the bizarre. Rather, she believed this was her instance, and if death were to come, she wished to fall before Lin Ming. Yet, despite her efforts, Lin Ming remained steadfast, gazing at the skeleton. "I didn't expect you to come looking for me. I just wanted to inquire about something." The skeleton showed no inclination to respond, its hollow eyes flickering with green flames as it stared at Lin Ming. "You are not wearing a uniform. As a living person entering this world without protection, I can consume you at will." It dawned on Song Shui that the uniform was indeed a means of preservation. Outsiders entering this realm were essentially intruders, akin to undocumented immigrants crossing into a foreign land. However, donning the uniform granted one a formal position, allowing them to remain and even be safeguarded by laws and regulations. Song Shui was perplexed as to why Lin Ming had not changed into his work attire. Perhaps he had forgotten or simply lacked the time. Without hesitation, she resolved to remove her work uniform for Lin Ming. He firmly grasped her arm, cautioning, "Do not remove your clothing. Your modesty will not entice the supernatural." Song Shui shot him an indignant glare. How could he joke at such a time? As he released her, he supported himself on the counter and leaped over it, extending his hand towards the skeleton. "You dare seek me out again? What are you playing at?" Upon witnessing Lin Ming's audacity, the skeleton's eyes flickered with green flames. Lin Ming also felt a surge of energy as if his very soul had been ensnared, rendering his body immobile. Was this the skeleton's method of soul control? However, with a swift activation of his skills, Lin Ming broke free within seconds and even managed to glance at Song Shui, noting that she remained unharmed. This was likely due to her wearing the uniform, designating her as staff. Customers could not freely harm her unless she had committed an offense. Lin Ming, however, was not protected by the convenience store as he was not in uniform. The skeleton seized control of Lin Ming's soul, laughing maniacally as it reached for his throat, intending to drag him to the store's table for a meal. Yet, Lin Ming, faster than the creature, grasped its withered hand, watching as the skeleton's eyes widened in surprise, its green flames flickering. To prevent the creature from using soul control again, Lin Ming summoned his energy and struck the skeleton's head with a forceful blow. The skull cracked open, yet it did not perish. Instead, it writhed in agony, emitting a wail. This strike disrupted its spell. The office manager, hearing the commotion, expressed regret. "Someone has already perished? It must be that fellow without a uniform. Such a pity. I was about to distribute half of the living to a customer complaint, and now only 2 remain." Outside, Lin Ming landed 2 more blows, shattering the skeleton's head and scattering its remains across the floor. The green flames attempted to escape, but Lin Ming swiftly captured and consumed them. The swirling death energy transformed into spiritual power, eliciting a look of enjoyment from Lin Ming. Refining Qi level 5, 65. When he regained his composure and turned to Song Shui, he found her eyes fixed on him, her expression a mix of disbelief and terror. As she caught his gaze, she instinctively took 2 steps back, feeling that her reaction was inappropriate, yet she was at a loss for how to face him. How could this man consume even spirits? After much contemplation, Song Shui finally managed to stammer, "You don't bite, do you?" Lin Ming darkened his expression. "I'm not a dog." Song Shui nearly burst into tears. "You're even worse than a dog. Dogs don't eat spirits." Chapter 18. Continuing to serve customers. If you can converse properly, then do so. If not, then remain silent, understood? Lin Ming remarked irritably. "I won't speak anymore. I won't," Song Shui quickly replied, sensing his anger. This unexpected compliance caught Lin Ming off guard. Throughout his life, when had Song Shui ever heeded his words? She was known for her propensity to strike, and when that failed, resorting to biting, and if that proved ineffective, employing monkey tricks. Lin Ming had never encountered a woman who would use such tactics against a man. Yet, Song Shui not only employed them, but did so with remarkable skill during their altercations. This led Lin Ming to silently question the validity of her reputation as a pure schoolflower. Suddenly, he felt a mischievous urge to frighten her and transformed into the skeleton he had just defeated, its jaws clattering menacingly as it grinned. Woman, did you not see this coming? The soul I devoured earlier belonged to that man. Song Shue's pupils dilated, her fair face instantly clouded with fear. And Lin Ming witnessed her overwhelming strength. She hurled the cash register at him. What the hell? Lin Ming exclaimed, hastily catching the cash register, only to see her launch a fierce kick aimed at his groin. It turns out that this woman only cares for her own interests, while being openly hostile towards outsiders. Although she is merely a malevolent spirit's substitute, the instinct of a normal man prompts him to instinctively retreat and revert to his true form. He calls out to a tearful Song Shue, who is inconsolable, urging her to stop, assuring her that he is still alive and that she is being fooled. Song Shue, however, does not believe him and grabs an item nearby, ready to hurl it at him. Lin Ming rushes over to restrain her, warning her not to act impulsively, as throwing the item would give the manager an immediate excuse to deal with her. While he is not afraid of confrontation, he is yet to fully enjoy his time there and hopes to earn a bit more. Upon sensing Lin Ming's warmth, Song Shue calms down slightly, her tears still flowing. Are you really Lin Ming? Indeed I am. No malevolent spirit would toy with you like this, Lin Ming replies, feeling somewhat exasperated with himself for engaging with this fierce woman. After confirming his identity multiple times, Song Shue wipes her tears, gritting her teeth as she says, I knew it. Good people don't live long, while the wicked thrive. After Lin Ming's earlier antics, Song Shue's fear of him diminishes, perhaps bolstered by the effectiveness of her earlier attack. Seeing her calm down, Lin Ming searches for tissues and reminds her that the paper here is either bloody or not made from human skin. Would she dare to use it? Initially having found tissues, Song Shue immediately discards them upon hearing this. After a brief silence, she looks at Lin Ming with confusion. How could you kill spirits? And so adeptly? What have you been doing for the past 5 years? 5 years? Haven't I only been away for 3? Lin Ming instinctively responds. Song Shue breathes a sigh of relief. You even remember how long you've been gone. It must truly be you, you rascal. I never thought you'd be so strong and clever. Lin Ming praises her, realizing she was only pretending to believe earlier while testing him. Stop rambling and answer my previous question. Song Shue rolls her eyes. You need not concern yourself with that. Just know I could easily slap you to death now. Lin Ming retorts, brandishing his hand dramatically. Used to his sharp tongue, Song Shue interprets his statement as a source of security. Noticing her silence, Lin Ming, in a rare moment of seriousness, advises her, ultimately, I can only guide you through this game once. Afterwards, you must learn and observe to enhance your chances of survival in the future. I cannot protect you forever. Oh, replies Song Shue, her intelligence evident as she nods seriously. The two remain silent in the convenience store, reverting to their previous tranquility. Inside the changing room, 3 individuals tremble in fear, primarily due to the terrifying events outside. Moments ago, there were bone-chilling screams, Song Shue's cries, and the sounds of scuffles. Although it quiets down swiftly, they still dare not emerge. A young man urges the elderly woman clinging to him. You go out and take a look. Me? The elderly woman panics. I still want to serve you. The young man's expression darkens. He tried his luck earlier and found her both unattractive and unhelpful. Don't make me go out, even if I'm not good looking. You surely wouldn't want to sleep with a man, would you? The elderly woman asserts, presenting her only advantage. The Mediterranean man's face changes dramatically as he quickly interjects. Brother, no. Manager, I am strong. In the face of spirits, we can fight side by side. This woman is merely a burden. Once we escape, I can introduce you to 10 or even 100 young and beautiful women. The young man finds himself in a dilemma. The elderly woman and the Mediterranean man exchange glances, both wishing the other would perish. However, they are too fearful to conspire against the young man, as he is the manager appointed by the spirits. No one wishes to offend him. Ultimately, the young man decides, believing the Mediterranean man's words to be true. You go check. The elderly woman immediately bursts into tears. wanting to cling to the young man's leg and plea, but is kicked away. Hurry up. No more nonsense. Faced with such coldness and the Mediterranean man's intimidating glare, the elderly woman dares not resist and cautiously approaches the door, carefully opening it to take a peek. Upon seeing Lin Ming and Song Shui outside unharmed, with no spirits in sight, she feels a wave of relief and promptly closes the door, announcing, "It's just those two outside. There are no spirits. No spirits. They can't have just left, can they?" The young man, puzzled, steps over to take a careful look. Seeing that indeed there are no spirits and that Lin Ming and Song Shui are exchanging glances, he steps out, annoyed. "Why didn't you call us out if there are no spirits? Are you two really siblings, all lovey-dovey?" Song Shui frowns and retorts, "Your mouth may be for eating waste, but that doesn't mean you can spew nonsense everywhere." Lin Ming, intending to deal with the loquacious young man, contemplates that some lessons must be imparted to Song Shui. He points at the provocateur and states, "In a moment, I will demonstrate how these three will react when faced with malevolent entities, showcasing the inherent vulnerability and fragility of humanity, and allowing you to witness the dead, thereby gaining some courage." For reasons unknown, the young man feels a chill upon hearing Lin Ming's words. Perhaps it is the fear of seasoned players or the realization that Lin Ming has survived against the malevolent forces. Thus, the young man genuinely fears for his life. In his panic, he exclaims, "Who is going to be your demonstration? I am the manager. As long as you all stay alive, I will too, and I can command you to work." "Yes, young man, you should heed him. He is the manager and can determine our fates," the elderly woman says, finding Lin Ming quite admirable and feeling fond of him, thus offering a kind reminder. Lin Ming has already deemed the three as doomed, so he has no time for their chatter, simply looking toward the door. Another malevolent entity approaches. Watch how I make them commence their performance. Indeed, from the mist outside, a woman appears. She seems to be dressed in the style of the 1970s or 80s from launching, clad in simple garments and carrying a basket. At first glance, she appears unremarkable, but the issue lies within her basket, which contains the head of a small child, merely a head and a portion of a neck, with no body present, and blood still trickling from the severed neck. As the little boy enters, he bears a delighted smile, staring at the living beings with glee. Chapter 19. Song Shui's bold maneuver. Upon seeing this mother and child, the young man and the others are horrified once more. The elderly woman lets out a scream, her face etched with terror. This evokes the woman's wrath, causing her face to grotesquely contort. It literally bursts open, revealing numerous deep scars that seem to have been carved by a blade. The markings crisscross her otherwise ordinary face, with flesh peeling away at the edges of each wound, creating a truly ghastly sight. Upon witnessing her disfigured visage, with blood flowing freely, the elderly woman lets out a heart-wrenching scream. Even the Mediterranean man gasps in horror and takes off running. The two of them hastily rush into the changing room. The woman, filled with rage, attempts to pursue them, but the door closes, preventing her from forcing her way in. She can only roar, "I will file an official complaint. You have offended the customer, and I will make sure the Consumer Association punishes you." The manager of the corpses steps out of his office, glancing at Lin Ming in surprise to see that he is still alive. However, he quickly dismisses this fact and addresses the woman. "Madam, may I inquire what has caused your dissatisfaction?" Complaints from customers are beneficial for him. However, an official complaint would result in significant losses, so he must resolve this matter within the store. "Those two damned fools kept shouting and frightened my dear son," the woman exclaims in fury. "I apologize for my employee's negligence. As compensation, I shall offer you one of them. How's that sound?" The corpse manager sincerely apologizes. The woman remains silent, instead turning her gaze toward her son. The child, whose head was the only part remaining, bounced up and down in the basket, exclaiming joyfully, "Yay, yay, I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat." The woman, filled with affection, gently caressed the child's head, creating a scene that should have been warm and loving. However, those present felt an unsettling discomfort as they witnessed a flower-faced woman tenderly stroking her child, who had only a head. The manager of the corpses raised a pale thumb in praise, stating, "You are truly a wonderful mother." I will assist you in extracting your child. Lin Ming observed the manager of the corpses heading towards the changing room and quietly remarked to Song Shui, "Did you notice? Both the leaders and the guests are eager to consume you entirely. If you show even the slightest hint of misbehavior, they will create trouble for you. The leaders of this bizarre game deal with you as harshly as netizens judging a case, starting with a death sentence." Song Shui noted this crucial point and whispered, "To guard against leaders deliberately concealing information and to prevent guests from seeking to provoke us, the chances of survival are indeed slim. Is there any particularly effective survival strategy?" "There has become stronger," Lin Ming replied, his gaze flickering. "You cannot teach me how to become strong, can you?" Song Shui asked, her tone calm. Lin Ming remained silent, simply nodding. When he acquired the Tian Xiagong, he was warned that this technique was as malevolent as its name suggested. Only one person could cultivate the Tian Xiagong. If the previous practitioner did not die, a second could not emerge. Otherwise, one of them must perish. Otherwise, he would have long since passed the technique to Song Shui. As they exchanged thoughts, the manager of the corpses had already dragged out the Mediterranean man and the elderly aunt. Both were wailing and struggling desperately, their arms flailing in a plea for help. "Manager, save me. I will agree to anything. I have a beautiful daughter. If you wish, I can introduce her to you," cried the Mediterranean man. "Manager, I also have a daughter and a wife. I can offer them all to you. If you like, I can even give you my mother. Please save me." Yet, despite their frantic cries, the young man dared not even glance at them, turning his head away to look elsewhere. The manager of the corpses held the two individuals, prompting the woman to choose. The woman allowed the child to make the selection, and the child chose the Mediterranean man, lunging at him and beginning to gnaw. The Mediterranean man, caught in the child's grasp, cried out in pain, desperately attempting to swat the child away. However, the child's grip was tenacious as barnacles, methodically consuming the Mediterranean man until only his skeleton remained. The woman collected the bones and placed them in the basket. A full adult skeleton fit easily into the basket, taking up less than a tenth of its capacity. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. A storage artifact? What a valuable item. The manager of the corpses took the elderly aunt and headed towards the office to indulge. Before entering, he cast a cold glance at Lin Ming, warning, "Take good care of the guests, or even outstanding workers can meet a grim fate." "Understood," Lin Ming assured him. With a bang, the office door slammed shut, and the woman approached, her flower-like face fixated on Song Shui, her eyes piercing. Lin Ming stepped aside, unwilling to intervene. Song Shui recognized that he was testing her, and the woman was deliberately attempting to intimidate her, hoping to provoke a loss of composure. She fought to maintain her composure and, with a trembling voice, inquired, "Dear guest, what do you need? Why does your voice tremble? Are you afraid of me?" The woman asked coldly. "No, it's just how I am," Song Shui replied, her voice still quavering, feigning calmness. "You are indeed afraid of me, aren't you?" The woman suddenly leaned in close, her flower-like face mere inches from Song Shui's. Seeing this, Lin Ming instinctively moved to intervene, knowing that if Song Shui screamed, it would surely anger the guest. Unexpectedly, Song Shui seemed to have anticipated this. Turning her head to gaze at the shelf behind her, retrieving a skewer of Tonghulu, and without directly looking at the woman, she said, "This is our best-selling treat. Little one, do you like it?" The child's eyes sparkled with delight at the Tonghulu, despite having just eaten. The woman, however, was taken aback by Song Shui's tactic, her expression momentarily stiffening. She lacked the money to purchase the Tonghulu and had come solely to provoke trouble. Noticing the woman's silence and the child's eagerness for more food, Song Shui understood the situation. She tossed the Tonghulu into the basket and called out to the office, "Manager, someone wants to dine and dash." The office doors swung open immediately, and the manager of the corpses emerged with a dark expression, blood smeared around his mouth. He fixed his gaze on Song Shui, reproaching her. "Do you know it is very rude to interrupt someone while they are eating?" "But she isn't paying for her food," Song Shui protested urgently. The manager immediately turned his cold eyes towards the woman. He did not mind guests seeking trouble with employees, but dining and dashing was unacceptable. The woman, sensing the manager's glare, grew flustered. I didn't say I wanted Tang Hulu, but your son has already eaten it. Look, Song Shui pointed at the child, who was relishing the Tang Hulu, blood oozing from the sugary treat. The manager of the corpses sneered at the woman. Since you have eaten, please pay. I have no money. The woman stammered and, in a panic, turned to flee. The manager let out a sinister laugh and chased after her. As the two phantoms raced out of the convenience store, Lin Ming looked at Song Shui in astonishment. Your maneuver surpasses even my wildest expectations. Chapter 20. The manager of the corpses is deceived. How did you think of that? Lin Ming inquired with great curiosity. You mentioned finding a way out through the rules, right? When that female ghost entered, she only sought trouble and made no mention of buying anything. I deduced that she must be broke. For store, selling goods, and collecting payment should be the most fundamental rule, so I devised the earlier strategy. Of course, I didn't act directly. I used the Tang Hulu to test the female ghost. When I observed that she doted on her son, but refused to pay when he desired food, I confirmed that she truly had no money and decided to set her up. After the ghost departed, Song Shui felt her composure stabilize somewhat and shared her thoughts. Lin Ming couldn't help but applaud. Excellent. Maintaining calm and rational thought in the face of danger is the key to survival. However, there is one issue you might not have considered. If the manager holds you responsible for giving the Tang Hulu to the female ghost, how will you handle that? Song Shui's heart dropped, and anxiety washed over her. She understood that business owners in the human world often resorted to such tactics. The proprietors in this bizarre game would be even more unscrupulous. What if the manager demands payment from you, and you cannot afford it? Lin Ming asked with a smile. Song Shui bowed her head in deep thought. Meanwhile, the young man, terrified that his companions had been consumed, shouted in frustration, Have you two finished your discussion? Shouldn't we be thinking about how to survive? There are only the three of us left. Yet upon hearing his outburst, Song Shui suddenly turned to him, then glanced back at Lin Ming, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and inquiry. You seem to have realized something, Lin Ming noted with approval. Isn't it risky to turn on each other? Song Shui frowned. Could this be the sinister plot of the bizarre game, forcing us to turn against one another until all the living are destroyed? Lin Ming shrugged. That possibility cannot be ruled out, but during our weak phase, even if we know, what can we do? We must survive first, then grow stronger, and finally change the rules. That is the only proper course. Song Shui fell silent. Her head bowed, unable to meet Lin Ming's gaze. She felt that her younger brother, who had been bullied since childhood, seemed to have changed significantly. The bell of the convenience store chimed. The manager of the corpses strode in, satisfaction evident on his face, holding the basket, clearly having just consumed the mother and child pair. After casually placing the basket on the counter, the manager's countenance turned frigid as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Song Shui, declaring, I have not recovered the money for that Tang Hulu, and you shall bear the responsibility for compensation. Song Shui, stealing a glance at the manager's ashen face and his hollow, emotionless eyes, mustered her courage and replied, Manager, it was the storekeeper who sold the Tang Hulu. It has nothing to do with me. In the corner, the anxious young man flinched at her words, and upon noticing the manager's stare, he became even more agitated, exclaiming, I did not. She is lying. She is deceiving you. I earnestly dissuaded the storekeeper. That pair clearly had no money, but the storekeeper, intimidated by them, unwittingly handed over a skewer of Tang Hulu. Song Shui spoke with unyielding conviction. The young man, on the verge of collapse, cried out with a quavering voice, Why are you betraying me, you wretched creature? I did not sell anything. Observing the young man's cowardice, the manager began to believe Song Shui, for no other reason than that Song Shui had the audacity to speak directly to him. Her courage was indeed commendable, unlike the craven demeanor of this young man, who might very well have sold the goods to that pair. Nevertheless, to ensure certainty, the manager menacingly glared at Song Shui, demanding, I will ask you one more time, was it truly he who sold the Tang Hulu? If you lie, I will devour you piece by piece. Song Shui nodded emphatically. I never lie. How dare you? You were lying just now. The young man bellowed. The manager remained uncertain and turned to Lin Ming, inquiring, Who sold the goods? I warn you, if you lie, The title of outstanding employee will be revoked. Lin Ming, with an earnest expression, responded, "You know that my receipt of the outstanding employee title signifies my popularity at my previous workplace. A person of my caliber would never resort to deception. Thus, it was indeed the storekeeper who sold it." The young man sobbed pitifully. "I curse you both." The manager, now convinced, stormed towards the young man, shouting, "You have caused a deficit for the store. Now produce 10 points to compensate or suffer dire consequences." "I have no points. I will work diligently. Please allow me to repay my debt through labor," the young man pleaded, collapsing to the ground in desperation. Upon hearing the words "no points," the manager's interest waned, revealing a signature malevolent grin. "No money? Then we shall settle this with one of your arms." With that, he swiftly grasped the young man's arm and twisted it off. A sickening crunch echoed in the air. Although it was a solitary limb severed, two snapping sounds resonated. The manager let out a pained scream, clutching his own severed arm. Retreating in horror, "What is happening? Why does my injury reflect upon you? You have deceived me." Realizing he had been tricked, the furious manager glared at Lin Ming and Song Shua, radiating malevolence. "Indeed, manager, there is no rule against deceiving a ghost," Song Shua explained. Lin Ming silently noted this rule. In this bizarre game, the indigenous threats inflict harm upon innocent players, and they too suffer equivalent consequences. "You are wrong to deceive me. Deceiving me means I shall consume you." The manager seethed with rage, his body rapidly decaying, transforming into a true corpse, as he bellowed and approached menacingly. Song Shue finally sensed genuine fear and began to retreat, likely also due to the noxious stench of decay emanating from the corpse. Lin Ming cautioned, "Manager, she has already stated that there is no rule against deceiving you. You cannot harm us for our lies, lest you face consequences far worse than ours." Lin Ming was confident that the bizarre entities could only eliminate them through the rules. Otherwise, they would not have deliberately led them to violate said rules. The player's retaliation depended on exploiting the loopholes within the regulations. The manager stood frozen, instinctively glancing at the regulations posted on the wall. Indeed, none of the 4 rules forbade deceiving him. Damn it! The manager fumed, irritable, as he recalled how he had previously tormented employees with these very rules. He would deliberately cause tardiness, consuming those who failed to meet expectations. He would also prey upon those not in uniform and those who feared customer complaints. Yet today, he had been outsmarted by others using the same rules. "Wait, not wearing a uniform?" The manager suddenly whipped his head towards Lin Ming, growling, "You are not in uniform, so I can kill you without consequence." At that moment, the efficacy of the outstanding employee title was entirely nullified. Lin Ming gained a deeper understanding of the title's effects. Indeed, this was yet another small experiment. He had long considered his escape route before conducting this experiment. Lin Ming stepped out from behind the counter and addressed Song Shue. "Please hand me a piece of bone candy. Thank you." Song Shue responded with a puzzled expression, while the manager's eyes widened in shock. In Chapter 21, the manager found himself at the receiving end of a beating. Song Shue quickly grasped the situation and handed Lin Ming a piece of bone candy, whispering, "Do you have money to pay? If not, select additional items. Perhaps you can still pass through." "Well, look at you teaching an old bird like me how to survive," Lin Ming remarked, appreciating her ingenuity. He swiftly provided 1 point, having previously studied the cash register's operation. He simply needed to scan himself to complete the payment. Once the transaction was complete, Lin Ming tossed the candy into his mouth and looked at the manager, stating, "Now I am a customer. Try to lay a finger on me before I finish this candy." "Are you insane?" The manager suddenly appeared on the verge of a breakdown. "You are just here to toy with me, aren't you?" Lin Ming cast a sympathetic glance at the manager before turning to Song Shue, instructing, "Go, give him a slap." Both the manager and Song Shue reacted simultaneously. Indeed, the manager had just offended a customer. Song Shue, realizing Lin Ming was bolstering her courage, stepped boldly from behind the counter and pointed at the manager, declaring, "You have offended a customer." With a resounding slap, the manager was momentarily stunned. How long had it been? He had consumed countless souls within this decaying convenience store. Yet today, he was struck. Song Shue cautiously turned to Lin Ming, asking, "If I remove my uniform now and buy a piece of candy, could I also become customer?" "No. If you dare remove your uniform before you can speak, he will eliminate you," Lin Ming replied earnestly. "You must remember, to deal with the bizarre, you must be quicker and more cunning than they, and catch them off guard. Otherwise, they will swiftly end you, as they are formidable." "I understand." Song Shue noted this important lesson. The manager, clutching his face, glared at Lin Ming and then at Song Shue, yearning to devour them both. Yet, after much contemplation, he hesitated to violate the rules. Furthermore, after such a commotion, he had completely forgotten about demanding compensation. Primarily, he was afraid. Who knew what tricks Lin Ming might employ next to ensnare him, especially since his own injury had yet to heal. Thus, he retreated, begrudgingly retreating into his office. "Damn it, I can't afford to provoke them, so I might as well hide." Once the manager entered his office, Lin Ming removed the candy from his mouth, for it would melt too quickly. Song Shue glanced at the young man in the corner, who had fainted, his severed arm still bleeding profusely. "Should we wake him?" Lin Ming frowned. "Remember, in this game, never play the saint." "No. I intend to deceive him into stealing goods from here and observe the consequences for a living person attempting to pilfer from this decayed convenience store. If he can withstand it, I might as well endure my injuries and take a few items. Later, when we visit other realms, I can offer gifts to the spirits." Making future endeavors smoother, Song Shue stated earnestly. Lin Ming stared in astonishment. Suddenly, he comprehended why he, a potential candidate for the malevolent arts, had been subdued by Song Shue in his youth. This woman was no ordinary adversary. "Suit yourself. I am only interested in the customers here," Lin Ming conceded, unable to outmaneuver Song Shue, and allowed her to take the lead. Song Shue promptly rushed over and roused the young man. The young man, upon encountering her, was engulfed in a whirlwind of anger and fear. His ire stemmed from the fact that this woman had caused him such profound suffering, while his trepidation arose from her remarkable ability to inflict such pain upon him. Song Shue finally showcased her prowess as the innocent school beauty, presenting a face adorned with a semblance of innocence and a pair of large, soulful eyes that seemed to express deep affection, with tears streaming down her cheeks. She insisted that she had not acted with malice. It was Lin Ming, this perverse individual, who had coerced her into such actions, and she genuinely felt pity for this innocent young man. Lin Ming, nonchalantly reclining with his legs crossed, observed with a sense of admiration, realizing that Zhang Wuji's mother had truly outpaced the world by a century. The T0 version was, without a doubt, a masterclass in deception. The young man soon found himself utterly taken in, following Song Shue's pointed finger to discover a roll of gauze on the shelf. This gauze appeared as though it had been fashioned from human skin, its texture smooth and reminiscent of a woman's dermis. Yet, astonishingly, its efficacy was remarkable. Without a second thought, he seized the gauze and applied it to his wound. Instantly, it enveloped his severed arm, melding seamlessly with his skin, staunching the flow of blood and alleviating the pain. Observing his injury being tended to, the young man sighed in relief and sincerely expressed his gratitude to Song Shue. She acknowledged him with a slight nod, indicating that no thanks were necessary, before turning to call out to the office. "Manager, someone has stolen something." The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. The manager burst forth from the office, his gaze immediately landing on the gauze wrapped around the young man's arm, his expression darkening ominously. The young man, in a state of despair, pointed at Song Shue and cried out, "What grudge do I hold against you? Manager, you must believe me. It was her suggestion." The manager turned his gaze to Song Shue, who merely shrugged her shoulders, stating, "Manager, he is deceiving you." Lin Ming raised his hand, affirming, "I can attest to that." The manager, instinctively prepared to retort, instead observed Song Shue rolling up her sleeves and hastily altered his tone. "When you return home, send my regards." Lin Ming readily agreed, casually popping a piece of bone candy into his mouth. The manager redirected his ire towards the young man. "Just because she told you to use it." "You did? Is she your mother?" "No," Song Shue interjected on his behalf. "Silence." The manager barked. "You cannot shout at Lin Ming, yet you dare to raise your voice at me?" Song Shue remained unfazed, believing that a girl devoid of parental protection, yet possessing beauty, should be resilient enough to endure such moments. Thus, she simply watched as the manager approached, seized the young man, and sank his teeth into his neck. Throughout this act, the manager's gaze remained fixed on Song Shui. Theft is a capital offense. Clearly, he had discerned Song Shui's intentions, serving as a warning. Witnessing the young man's desperate struggles and eventual demise, followed by serene stillness, Song Shui displayed a look of disappointment. The manager dragged the lifeless body back into his office to continue his meal. Although tormented by this duo, he at least managed to sate his hunger. Once the manager departed, Lin Ming retrieved the bone candy once more and remarked to Song Shui, "Have you gathered sufficient data for your research?" "Yes," she replied, already jotting down her findings. "Very well. You may now take a seat nearby and watch my performance." Lin Ming took her place, standing at the cash register. Half an hour later, accompanied by the sound of wind chimes, the door swung open. Yet, the entrance was empty, devoid of any presence. Song Shui looked up in confusion, while Lin Ming, employing his clairvoyant abilities, perceived a transparent spirit hovering beside the shelf, contemplating what to pilfer. Lin Ming approached, channeling his spiritual energy into his hand, and gave the spirit a light tap. "Hey there, have you set your sights on something?" The spirit, startled, gazed at Lin Ming in astonishment. "You can see me?" Lin Ming grinned. "Not only can I see you, but I can also strike you." With a swift motion, he landed a punch that sent the spirit crashing to the ground, then pounced upon it, wielding the watermelon knife he had acquired earlier at the hotel, delivering a flurry of stabs. From Song Shui's perspective, it was as if Lin Ming had lost his sanity, crouching on the ground, pressing his hands against thin air, and maniacally stabbing at nothingness. Moments later, he inhaled deeply, a look of ecstasy washing over him, even shivering in delight. It was evident that his aura had intensified, reminiscent of an upgrade. Indeed, Lin Ming had ascended to a new level, refining Qi, 6th level, 18. He had not anticipated the abundance of hidden spectral energy. As he rose, Song Shui curiously inquired, "Are you practicing something?" "Some matters are best left unasked," Lin Ming replied, casting her a sidelong glance. Song Shui rolled her eyes in annoyance and muttered under her breath, "What a show-off." Noticing her defiance, Lin Ming condescendingly stated, "Little ghost, my world is beyond your comprehension." Song Shui flashed a slight smile. "Do you still remember our family computer?" "Of course, what about it?" Lin Ming replied nonchalantly. "I found the torrent files you previously downloaded in it. I never expected you to have such adventurous taste," she said, gazing at him with a teasing smile. Lin Ming's expression faltered, disbelief etched across his face. "How did you find them?" "I distinctly remember deleting everything before I left home." Without explanation, Song Shui retorted sarcastically, "Still calling me little ghost? Your world is indeed beyond my imagination. I certainly never envisioned you being fond of mature women, especially our neighbor's aunt." It's no wonder you looked at her with such peculiar eyes. Clearing his throat, Lin Ming averted his gaze, fearing a second glance would lead him astray, potentially involving Song Shui in his dark pursuits. Song Shui, sensing the shift, changed the topic. "Do you think there exists any cultivation techniques in this world?" "I'm not certain, but I do know there are various skills that can enhance your strength," Lin Ming explained. "Oh, if only there were a system," she sighed, clearly influenced by countless web novels. Lin Ming retorted, "Dream on. What makes you think you resemble a protagonist? Why would you be granted a system? Are you the protagonist? Is that unique ability of yours a system?" Song Shui suddenly became serious. "Ah, I see you were waiting for me to reveal my secrets. Rest assured, it is neither a system nor can I disclose it to you." "Oh, thank goodness. I'm not a reincarnator or a time traveler. Protagonists like that tend to engage in all sorts of bizarre relationships, and I dread the day I wake up to find myself in your embrace, introducing my friends to you, and even their mothers having to manage your harem. Seriously, what on earth do you watch?" Lin Ming was genuinely shocked. He felt compelled to check her browsing history, suspecting it might be more scandalous than his own. Without responding, Song Shui pointed towards the entrance. "Little Ming, prepare for customers." Outside the convenience store, 3 children entered, their backpacks indicating they had just finished school, eagerly crowding around the counter, their eyes fixed on goods. These three children were quite young, around 10 years of age. One had a large gash across his throat, resembling a mouth that opened and closed as he spoke to his companions. The other two bore gruesome injuries, one with a dagger protruding from his forehead, blood streaming down his face. The other had been eviscerated, with vital organs conspicuously absent. These three little spirits showed no inclination to cause trouble. They appeared genuinely interested in purchasing items. Lin Ming, seeing this, refrained from acting hastily. The child with the knife in his head looked at Lin Ming and said, "I want to buy a skull lollipop. Even spirits have their dietary preferences?" Lin Ming pondered, then turned to the other two. "And you too?" The child with the cut throat hesitated before stating, "I'll take a piece of bone candy." "Oh, a little poor thing." The child who had been disemboweled beckoned Lin Ming closer with a finger, signaling him to lean in. Lin Ming, intrigued, complied. The voice of a young ghost, nicknamed Kai Tang Gui, whispered, "Give me a pack of cigarettes, but keep it quiet, or I will file a complaint against you." Lin Ming straightened his back and surveyed the young ghost from head to toe before delivering a sharp slap. "You little rascal, how old are you to be smoking? Do you even comprehend the harm it does to your body? It destroys your lungs, do you understand?" The small ghost, momentarily stunned by the slap, replied in a tearful tone, I don't have lungs." "Ah, right, I had forgotten that detail." Lin Ming gazed at the young ghost and delivered another slap to the opposite cheek, scolding, "That doesn't mean you should smoke. Bring your parents here." The three young ghosts were startled by his words and felt a pang of panic. They had not anticipated that this stranger would call their parents. But what was that drool he was spitting when he mentioned calling their parents? The three young ghosts exchanged tremulous glances, contemplating their next move. Suddenly, the one with a knife protruding from its forehead reacted, scrutinizing Lin Ming. "Wait a minute. You, an outsider, what right do you have to meddle in our affairs?" This little rascal was quite quick-witted. Lin Ming observed the knife embedded in its forehead, realizing its mind had been awakened. The other two young ghosts also caught on, their ghostly aura slowly dissipating as they glared fiercely at Lin Ming. They had almost been intimidated. As outsiders, they had shown mercy by not devouring him. Yet he dared to meddle in their business? "Hurry up and get me cigarettes, or I will eat you. You aren't even wearing a work uniform, so your death would be in vain." The sharp-witted ghost snarled. Lin Ming replied earnestly, "Are you really not going to call your parents? Stop talking nonsense. We would rather die." The Kai Tang Gui retorted angrily. All right, Lin Ming conceded. The sharp-witted ghost's eyes brightened. "So you're willing to get us cigarettes?" "No, I'm here to help you die," Lin Ming declared, swiftly slaying the three young ghosts with a single slap. These little rascals were unworthy of entering his Wan Hun fan. The three young ghosts were far too weak to resist, and even combined, they failed to help Lin Ming level up. However, they did possess some valuable items in their backpacks. Among them were books on Chinese, mathematics, history, and biology. Lin Ming casually flipped through the pages and discovered that the Chinese literature taught within the Eerie game was similar to that of the outside world, consisting of writings by authors from this bizarre realm, alongside some mediocre poetry. The mathematics was also standard arithmetic, albeit with some gruesome problems. For instance, if you open a hole in Xiao Ming's forehead, then cut off Xiao Ming's little self, and pour 100 cc of water into the hole every second while blood flows out at 80 cc per second. When will Xiao Ming's 2000 cc of blood be completely replaced by water? The history section was quite significant, detailing the historical events of this eerie game world, which Lin Ming intended to study in depth. The biology book resembled a slaughterhouse manual, containing comprehensive analyses of living humans, detailing which meats were delectable, which were tough, and where the weaknesses lay, as well as methods to torment outsiders. Additionally, there were some tangible points. Chapter 23. The records of history books. Upon seeing the points, Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement. His curiosity was piqued by these points, which clearly constituted the currency system of the Eerie game. The points resembled coins, though it was unclear which side was considered heads. One side displayed a number indicating the denomination, while the other bore the grotesque visage of a malevolent ghost. Lin Ming toyed with them, finding them smooth to the touch and of a suitable weight, akin to personalized trinkets crafted for certain individuals in reality. The points range from a minimum of 1 point to a maximum of 80 points, totaling 120 points. Lin Ming had labored for several hours to complete the game, all the while fending off customer complaints and striving for commendation from superiors, merely to earn 100 points. Yet now, by exterminating 3 little ghosts, he had acquired so much. This demonstrated that the relentless grind of 996 was never a blessing. Only through plunder and exploitation could one amass wealth. Lin Ming absorbed the points effortlessly. This process did not involve mere accumulation of lifeless energy. Rather, it was akin to drawing them into a panel-like interface. In this eerie game, a player panel certainly existed. On it, Lin Ming's figure was depicted alongside his name, level, and various statistics, resembling the personal details interface in Blue Star games. His current level was Ghost, with realms categorized as Ghost, Vengeful Spirit, Malevolent Ghost, Fierce Ghost, Ghost King. His points totaled 224. His skill was the Evil Ghost Avatar, and his email was empty. These were the only displayed statistics, with no further information. Lin Ming was uncertain how levels were assessed, as he felt his strength surpassed that of a mere ghost. Beside him, Song Shui observed the points vanishing from Lin Ming's hand and suddenly had a thought. Ugly creature. Do you think if I toss a few items into my mailbox before quitting the game, it will cause any trouble? You're fine with me. Just now, you nearly slipped through. Who are you calling a pure school flower? Lin Ming was explaining halfway when he suddenly erupted in curses. Shut up. If you ever mention those 4 words again, I will burn your seed into a CD and give it to your parents to enlighten them about your preferences. Song Shui was equally averse to the term pure school flower, as it evoked the image of the ice-cold school beauty in those novels who awakened an S-class ability and ended up as the protagonist sycophant. One must admit, Song Shui's tactics were truly beyond Lin Ming's imagination. He did not wish to waste any more words with her and opened the history book to delve into the world history of the eerie game. Lin Ming was uncertain whether the education in this world was also tiered. Nevertheless, the historical records provided were quite comprehensive. The eerie game world was, in fact, a rather normal realm, orderly in its functioning, with technology and social systems mirroring those of Blue Star. Lin Ming even suspected that this was a parallel world or projection of reality. The history book recounted that this world had once operated normally, much like Blue Star, until one day the first anomaly appeared. Indeed, the initial occurrence was not the eerie game, but true anomalies. The first anomaly was an innocent pedestrian who, while strolling at night, was struck dead by a drunken driver. Just when everyone believed the pedestrian was definitively deceased, the bloodied corpse rose, killed the reckless driver, and began pursuing the onlookers. The anomaly was impervious to firearms and other formidable physical attacks, and despite people's desperate attempts, enduring significant casualties, they could not eliminate it. Ultimately, it perished by the following dawn when sunlight emerged. It was then that people realized anomalies feared sunlight. Just as they thought the danger had passed, the second, third, and fourth anomalies appeared in overwhelming numbers. These anomalies would emerge from the darkness, wreak havoc until dawn, then perish, prompting society to revert to an ancient-style curfew. At sunset, people would hastily return home, locking their doors and windows. The most absurd part was that even in such dire circumstances, capitalists still demanded their employees to take their computers home and continue working, claiming it would be more comfortable at home, so they should work a bit longer. Thus, what should have been a pleasant experience of working from home transformed into a hellish existence. Under such conditions, many workers were ultimately crushed. Some leapt from buildings, while others sought death at the hands of the anomalies. Yet it was this wave of suicides that revealed the conditions under which individuals transformed into anomalies. Resentment. Those who perished with deep-seated grievances almost invariably became anomalies and began to exact revenge on their employers. Once society discerned the circumstances leading to such transformations, issues began to arise. Some individuals intentionally sought to become anomalies for the thrill, while others believed that anomalies offered eternal life, thus opting for transformation. However, how could living beings transform into anomalies without consequence? The intense resentment would impact their psyche, driving the anomalies to become obsessive and irrational. As time progresses, madness intensifies, especially in the presence of the living. The eerie is perpetually filled with longing, leading it to incessantly torment the living. Once this world transforms entirely into a realm of the uncanny, a mist descends. In that moment, both the eerie and the living hear a mysterious voice, congratulating them on becoming the initial players of an eerie game. They are all transformed into NPCs of this game and have the capacity to invite players within. Lin Ming initially believed that the blue star he inhabited was merely the first unfortunate target of this eerie game. To his surprise, it was not the case. According to historical records, the eerie game has plagued numerous worlds for centuries. Countless players have perished during this time, yet there are no records pertaining to such events in Blue Star. It seems other worlds have also suffered, likely becoming exhausted before Blue Star was ensnared. What then is the true purpose of this eerie game? Is it to subjugate all worlds under its dominion? Lin Ming examines the historical texts, finding no answers. Evidently, even the eerie are unaware. Suddenly, a crucial thought crosses Lin Ming's mind. Can the eerie even reproduce? Otherwise, the existence of books intended for passing down knowledge to future generations would be utterly pointless. After all, those child spirits must have existed for quite some time and surely possess knowledge. Lin Ming yearns to inquire with the manager, but before he can take action, two spirits enter from outside. One, donning an apron and wielding a spatula, appears to be a domestic cook. The other, heavily made up and reeking of unpleasant perfume, is a seductive woman. Upon entering, they do not purchase anything, but instead survey their surroundings. Lin Ming's intuition stirs, prompting him to ask, "Are you looking for someone? A living person?" The domestic cook pauses, momentarily taken aback, before greed gleams in his eyes. "Not yet in your work attire?" The seductive woman saunters towards Lin Ming, her long legs marred by scars. It is clear that these two are here for a purpose, but they seem to have forgotten their original goal and now fixate solely on Lin Ming, intent on consuming him. Lin Ming raises his textbook, reminding them, "Are you here to find children?" The mention of children brings the two spirits back to a semblance of clarity. The domestic cook frowns and queries, "Whose book do you hold? Is it that child with the knife in his head? Is he your son?" Lin Ming retorts, "Is he? That knife was driven in by me, precise and ruthless, ensuring he suffered immensely at the time of death." The domestic cook boasts with pride about his blade skills. Chapter 24. Are you not afraid of death? Song Shui finds it difficult to comprehend what there is to be proud of. She believes that if a death is devoid of suffering, that is what should be celebrated. However, considering the abnormality of these eerie beings, her understanding is not entirely unfounded. Lin Ming then turns to the seductive woman. "Which child are you looking for?" "I have no children. I am here to find my brother," she responds, playfully. "Clarify. Which brother? A human or something else?" Lin Ming instinctively glances between her legs. These eerie beings are certainly peculiar, and he must inquire more thoroughly. However, Song Shui observes Lin Ming and feels he seems even more abnormal than the spirits. The seductive woman lifts her skirt, swaying her hips, and lets out a shrill laugh. "My brother is right here. Of course, I seek my true brother, the one I've carved out all his organs." Song Shui gazes at the little mushroom in astonishment. "I'm sorry, Lin Ming, I misjudged you." She has done her utmost to follow the spirit's line of thought, but finds herself slightly outmatched. Lin Ming glances back at Song Shui, ensuring she does not exhibit any disrespect towards the guests, before addressing the two spirits. "Threatening us is futile. Additionally, I suggest you gather your family to discuss matters. Those children are currently in grave danger." "How dangerous? Who brings the danger? Do you not know he is a student of Hell Primary School?" The domestic cook scoffs dismissively. Clearly, this Hell Primary School must be a formidable place, well equipped to protect its students. The seductive woman then lowers her skirt, deliberately approaching Lin Ming, her eyes, adorned with pink eyeshadow, fixated on him. "Handsome. Could it be that you captured them? Don't say I didn't warn you. I have many good friends." Lin Ming's eyes light up. "Yes, I captured them. Bring your friends here. All of them." The seductive woman's expression instantly turns cold, a chill emanating from her crimson lips. "You are quite audacious." making me want to devour you. Who isn't? Hurry, summon them, Lin Ming urges. I may not be adept at calling others, but I excel at getting people to come. Would you like to test that? The seductive woman extends her tongue, aiming to lick Lin Ming's cheek. Her face twisted in a grotesque smile. With a swift action, Lin Ming perceives their disbelief in him and, without hesitation, plunges his weapon into the seductive woman. She freezes, glancing down at her abdomen, discovering a gaping wound from which a dark energy surges forth. In an unsettling twist, Lin Ming inhales deeply, drawing in all the escaping dark energy with a look of satisfaction. Subsequently, Lin Ming's weapon thrusts and withdraws within the seductive woman's body, her form trembling violently. Her face contorted in agony. Stop. I can't take it anymore. Please, I beg you. When it comes to invoking screams, Lin Ming has considerable expertise. Once he has absorbed all the dark energy from the seductive woman, he feels a sense of satisfaction and turns to the domestic cook, coldly commanding, "Go. Summon your wife and daughter." The domestic cook, startled by his terrifying aura, is bewildered by why his spirit would exude such fearsome presence. He hurriedly retreats, stumbling clumsily, and when his back collides with the convenience store door, he trembles as he fumbles for the doorknob. Well, if the child is dead, then so be it. We can always have another. I'll be taking my leave. With that, he pushes the door open and bolts away. Lin Ming suddenly realizes he may have overstepped, rushing after him. However, by the time he exits the convenience store, the domestic cook has already vanished into the mist, leaving Lin Ming seething with frustration. He initially intended to project strength to intimidate the domestic cook into calling for assistance. Instead, he frightened him into retreat. Nevertheless, the domestic cook's parting words reveal a significant piece of information. These spirits can indeed reproduce. Returning to the dilapidated convenience store, Lin Ming finds Song Shui observing him with a complex expression. "You're becoming increasingly uncanny." Thank you for the compliment. Lin Ming, as a practitioner of the dark arts, readily accepts this assessment. Upon returning to the cash register, Lin Ming watches Song Shui, who is engrossed in her research on the eerie game. After waiting an entire hour without the domestic cook returning for revenge, it seems he has genuinely been frightened. During this time, Lin Ming perused the biological texts of the three child spirits, attempting to uncover the reason behind the spirit's ability to reproduce, only to learn methods of stabbing a person 80 times without causing fatality, as well as 123 tactics for dismembering the living. Time drips away, and amidst it all, two ordinary spirits enter, failing to evoke any excitement in Lin Ming. As the 12-hour mark approaches, Song Shui glances at Lin Ming, who appears increasingly impatient, and inquires, "Are you planning to take action against the manager?" "You can discern that?" Lin Ming, fixated on the manager's office, asks, not blinking. "Why not let me assist? I'm eager to experience what it feels like to slay a spirit," Song Shui states earnestly. "Are you not afraid of death? If a battle ensues and I cannot attend to you, you could truly perish." Lin Ming cautions. Song Shui shrugs. "It matters not. If I cannot master more techniques, I will die in other games as well. Besides, I prepared myself for death before entering this game. Surviving thus far is already a gain. If I can earn more, splendid. If I die, I will not regret it. After all, I've given this corpse manager quite the challenge." Lin Ming gazed at Song Shui for a considerable time, confirming that she was not merely pretending. He promptly tossed the watermelon knife towards her, stating, "You go ahead and slay it. I might as well use you for an experiment." Song Shui was instantly rendered speechless. She merely sought the courage to face the situation, hoping to land a casual blow. To her astonishment, Lin Ming intended for her to single-handedly confront the supernatural entity. However, she did not refuse. Instead, she cautiously inquired, "Is this creature formidable? While you might find it easy to vanquish, it will be an invincible foe for me. Hence, you must devise a strategy, seize the opportunity, and strike decisively," Lin Ming advised. Song Shui lowered her head in contemplation, then turned her gaze towards the array of items on the shelf. She approached and gathered a substantial pile, scattering it before the manager's office, and shouted in a high-pitched voice, "Why did you ruin the merchandise?" As the manager rushed out upon hearing the commotion, He was met with a scene of chaos and exclaimed in fury, "What on earth happened? Manager, it wasn't Timmy, I swear." Song Shui pleaded with tear-filled eyes. The manager, recalling how this woman had previously confronted him, harbored vengeful intentions and approached her menacingly, grasping her collar. "Still trying to deceive me? If it wasn't you, why are you collecting it?" With a swift motion, Song Shui concealed the watermelon knife within her sleeve and expertly plunged it into the manager's throat. His body stiffened immediately as a torrent of deathly energy surged forth. Yet he did not perish. Instead, realizing he had been outwitted, he began to howl in rage. "Cursed wretch, this is the second time you have harmed me. I will ensure your demise." The rules did not prohibit harm against the manager. So even though Song Shui had stabbed him, the rules would not erase her existence. The manager could only retaliate with his own strength. Recognizing that her initial strike had failed to end his life, which only incited the manager's wrath, Song Shui felt trepidation but did not flee. Instead, she summoned all her strength, wielding the watermelon knife to slice at the manager's neck. While the watermelon knife was indeed a tool effective against supernatural beings, it was not invincible. The manager was undoubtedly a vengeful spirit, possessing dominion over the decaying convenience store, making him not easily vanquished. Although Song Shui's work uniform typically afforded her protection from random supernatural disturbances, it became a source of control and interference when she attempted to harm the manager. Feeling herself ensnared by an unusual force that stripped her of the ability to resist or attack, Song Shui realized she had underestimated the situation. The manager, now consumed by rage, seized her and, exuding a foul aura, lunged towards her face, intent on devouring her in the most excruciating manner possible. As she beheld the grotesque maw descending towards her, filled with the stench of decay, Song Shui felt a surge of defiance, yet she could only watch helplessly, unable even to close her eyes. Just as the rancid mouth was about to close in on her, the manager abruptly halted. Song Shui glanced at the manager, now close enough to see the disbelief etched across its face. "Aha! I knew this so-called escape was not as simple as it seemed." Lin Ming approached, wielding the sinister Wanhun banner, and with a swift kick, he sent the manager, who was under Wei Yuan's control, flying. From the outset, all supernatural entities, including Wei Yuan and the manager, had shown great concern regarding the work uniform, creating the illusion that it was the sole means of survival. However, Lin Ming, considering his own interests, would never leave an opponent a sliver of hope. As for whether the bizarre game sought to ensnare the beings of the Blue Star, that was hardly in question. Lin Ming was unaware of the manager's abilities, yet he had no qualms about ensnaring him within the Wanhun banner. With a gentle shake, four ghostly figures emerged from the banner, swiftly dragging the manager within. What followed was the main event. Lin Ming positioned the Wanhun banner before him, sitting cross-legged, and began the process of refining it. Meanwhile, the incapacitated Song Shui lay at his feet, both beautiful and warm. Lin Ming continuously infused his spiritual energy into the Wanhun banner, which swayed gently as the internal formation rotated, refining the manager. The manager, exerting all its might to resist, had already freed itself from Wei Yuan's control. Although hindered by other spirits, it could still channel its own abilities. As a manager and a vengeful spirit, it possessed unique skills. Control of corpses. It could animate any corpse, turning them into its slaves and even enhancing their combat capabilities. The corpses previously brought into the office had only their fresh organs consumed, their physical forms transformed into corpse servants. Now, it sought to command these newly formed servants to defend itself. Yet the Wanhun banner severed its communication and summoning, rendering its abilities ineffective. Seated within the formation, the manager's expression shifted as it realized its most potent ability was rendered moot. It immediately attempted to unleash its death energy to counter the refinement. However, Song Shui's earlier strike had inflicted significant damage, and the death energy within it was no longer as formidable. Coupled with the incessant interference from the five ghosts, it found its resistance futile against the Wanhun banner's power, gradually morphing into Lin Ming's form. Once the manager was completely refined, Lin Ming willed it so. The Wanhun banner swayed gently, releasing the manager, who stood emotionless before him. Its wounds had been healed, and the previously expended death energy restored, now appearing as powerful as when Lin Ming first encountered it. Yet, it bore no malice towards Lin Ming or Song Shui. Instead, under Lin Ming's control, it summoned 2 corpses from the office. Having freed herself, Song Shui instinctively took a few steps back upon seeing the young man's and the old woman's corpses emerge. "Now they're my corpse servants," Lin Ming stated nonchalantly. Song Shui gazed at the Wanhun banner emanating black smoke, her expression complex. "You appear more sinister than these ghosts. Not too shabby, are you frightened?" Lin Ming lightly shook the Wanhun banner, gathering the manager and the 2 corpse servants. Song Shui pouted, "I was already paralyzed with fear. You were too busy refining." Lin Ming intended to tease her further, but realized time was nearly up. He promptly said, "Hurry and collect the items, otherwise, you won't have another chance. Place them in the mailbox." Song Shui, not daring to hesitate, rushed to the shelf and began stuffing items into the mailbox frantically. However, the mailbox had its limits, accommodating only 12 items, each distinct. As she completed gathering her items, a look of regret crossed her face as she pondered how to fit in a bit more. Lin Ming swiftly retrieved the basket the manager had snatched from the mother and child, filling it with items from the shelf before placing it in the mailbox. Just as he finished, a peculiar voice echoed in his ears, and his body began to fade. "Congratulations on completing the task. We will now proceed to the settlement. You survived perfectly for 12 hours, scoring 10 points. You received no complaints from any guests, earning 30 points. You assisted your colleague in flawlessly completing the task, ensuring the decaying convenience store received no complaints, garnering another 30 points. You gained the manager's recognition, avoiding negative feedback, which defaults to a positive review, adding 10 points. You explored the world of the bizarre game and gained some understanding, earning 50 points. You successfully evaded the pursuit of the Death Hotel's owner, adding 20 points. Player Lin Ming's final score for this round is 150.75 points, rated as SSS. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming was taken aback. It turned out that the evaluations in the bizarre game were not based on a 100-point scale. However, what does it mean to evade the pursuit of the owner of the Death Hotel? Before he could ponder further, the system began to dispense rewards. Congratulations on receiving a Critical Strike card X1. When used, the next settlement score will randomly double. Congratulations on obtaining 100 reputation points, successfully unlocking the reputation system. Congratulations on acquiring a coin of misfortune. Congratulations on receiving a fragment of the decayed convenience store X1. Chapter 26. My brother is rather introverted. The rewards were indeed plentiful. Lin Ming understood that he would soon be forcibly ejected from the game after the rewards were issued, so he hurriedly examined his spoils. The Critical Strike card had an annotation in the peculiar game, so he dismissed it. Reputation is a highly valuable asset. Upon reviewing the details, Lin Ming discovered that reputation is essentially equivalent to fame. As more people recognize you, your reputation naturally increases, prompting others to approach you, invite you, or even collaborate with you, triggering hidden events and side quests. It is akin to a celebrity in the outside world. As their fame grows, numerous advertisers and directors seek them out. Lin Ming was puzzled about how he acquired these 100 reputation points, but he surmised it was likely tied to the owner of the Death Hotel pursuing him. This owner must be aware that Wei Yuan and the guests were eliminated by him. It seems that for players, this peculiar game exists in a state of quests, while for the indigenous people, it is a singular entity. The owner of the Death Hotel can traverse any quest to locate him. It appears that in the future, he may encounter that formidable figure in a quest. Given Lin Ming's current strength at the Qi refinement stage, it would be prudent to avoid such an encounter for the time being. Lin Ming had no time for further contemplation as he noticed his form fading. He quickly checked the final reward, the fragment of the decayed convenience store. This fragment did not signify that the convenience store had shattered. Rather, it referred to a map fragment. This store was now entirely under Lin Ming's control, effectively claimed by him. So, I have established a home in the realm of the peculiar game. Previously, he had conquered the Death Hotel. Why was there no fragment awarded there? Perhaps it was because the owners still resided there, while here, no one remained to contest it. He felt this fragment could not be so simple. It likely held additional functions and possibly adverse effects. However, before Lin Ming could delve into the fragment's capabilities, he was already expelled from the game. He and Song Shui materialized in the girls' dormitory. 12 hours had passed, and it was now the following day. The dormitory was eerily vacant, with even 2 bed frames empty, their bedding taken away. Those belonged to Song Shui's 2 roommates, who fled upon learning that Song Shui had been selected. After hearing about Song Shui entering the game, they returned to retrieve their bedding and changed dormitories, deeming the place inauspicious. However, the bedding of a girl named Chun Yun remained, leaving uncertainty as to whether she had not left or had simply abandoned her belongings. As soon as Song Shui exited the game, she rushed to the table, grabbing paper and pen to write quickly. Lin Ming leaned over to glance and quipped, "What? So diligent, just out of the peculiar game, and already have to catch up on homework?" Song Shui ignored him, focused on documenting the game rules, her thoughts, and operational techniques. Watching her swiftly fill the page without pause, Lin Ming lost interest and turned to hear the bathroom door creak open. Emerging wrapped only in a towel was Chun Yun. Her delicate shoulders and collarbone, pale arms, long legs, and even a hint of her bosom all exposed, dazzlingly white. Upon seeing the siblings, Chun Yun jumped slightly. "You're out?" "Yes, you two chat. I'll take my leave." Lin Ming nodded slightly to Chun Yun and strode away. "Wait, can we add each other as friends?" Just as Chun Yun rushed to grab her phone, Lin Ming had already vanished. Shortly after, Song Shui finished writing, raising her notebook and asking, "Lin Ming, can you check if what I wrote is correct?" "He has already gone," Chun Yun replied, somewhat disappointed. Standing before the mirror without the towel, she examined her alluring, supple form and questioned, "Shui, am I that unattractive? Why didn't your brother add me on WeChat?" Song Shui playfully slapped Chun Yun's rear. "Stop being so flirty. Is anyone aware of my entering the peculiar game?" "Yes, when you and your brother entered the game, the dormitory supervisor happened to see. She intended to inform the special operations team, but the school suppressed it. They even warned us not to spread your situation, or we might face severe consequences, even expulsion." Chun Yun was indignant, feeling the school was being unreasonable. The state acknowledges the existence of peculiar games. Why shouldn't students be allowed to discuss it? However, Song Shui understood the school as perspective. While peculiar games are indeed powerful, they are not yet a threat to societal order. Entering such games is perilous and frightening. If news spread that someone from Quanzhou University died in a game, it would significantly impact enrollment rates. But now, things are different. Song Shui had emerged and had truly become a player of the peculiar game. This would prompt the school to promote her rather than suppress her news, potentially making her a living emblem of the institution, even inviting her to serve as a guest lecturer to recount her experiences and successes in the game. This could undoubtedly elevate Quanzhou University's reputation, potentially placing it alongside prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Beida, or even world-class universities. Song Shui reflected on Lin Ming's performance within the game. This little rascal must have some secrets, which is why he did not immediately enlist when the special operations team was recruiting. Yet, such concealment may not be safe. Someone must assist him in maintaining this secrecy. With that thought, Song Shui turned to Chun Yun. "You must not disclose anything about my brother and me. If anyone asks, say I emerged solely due to my own abilities, understood?" "Why?" Chun Yun was puzzled, thinking Song Shui was not one to hoard credit. "My brother is rather introverted and dislikes the limelight," Song Shui stated calmly. "Introverted?" Chun Yun recalled Lin Ming's earlier willingness to assist Song Shui with her ghost marriage. "He hardly seems introverted." Noticing Chun Yun's continued confusion, Song Shui playfully pinched her cheek. "I possess the cheat code for clearing the game. If you wish to see it, heed my words, otherwise I'll squish you flat." "Ouch, ouch." Chun Yun quickly swatted Song Shui's hand away. "I promise, all right? No need to crush me." Only then did Song Shui release her grip, commenting, "You're quite the handful. What use is that? Your little handsome brother is the one who needs to like it." Chun Yun boldly spoke when no one else was around. After teasing Song Shui, she too began to examine the cheat code. After all, who could guarantee that they would not encounter the peculiar game in the future? Observing Chun Yun perusing the guide, Song Shui took out her phone to search for the contact information of the Bureau of Peculiar Affairs. She intended to claim all the credit for clearing the decayed convenience store and swiftly rise to a high rank within the Special Operations Team or even the Bureau of Peculiar Affairs. This way, the state would not pay attention to Lin Ming for the time being, allowing him to live without constant evasion in the future. Most importantly, Song Shui felt Lin Ming had likely been involved in something questionable. Although he appeared strong, no one could predict whether issues would arise later. She aimed to leverage the state's power to grow stronger quickly, enabling her to assist him when he might become uncontrollable. After all, he was her brother. Chapter 27. Getting the leader involved. Lin Ming returned to his modest dormitory in the cemetery. He began to prepare for the upcoming matters. Following the recent events, he was certain that he could enter the peculiar game by inscribing his name on another's invitation letter. However, obtaining such an invitation letter was no simple task. Previously, individuals who received invitation letters would post short videos seeking help, allowing Lin Ming to privately contact them to purchase or seize them. After the nation established a channel for assistance, many individuals began to rely solely on the state, resulting in a marked decline in the production of short videos. This left Lin Ming in a predicament, as he found no opportunities to seize. Joining the nation? That would indeed provide him with greater chances to enter the game, as well as privileges and support from national resources in the real world. However, the downside was the necessity of adhering to state regulations and collaborating with fools. Here, the term fools does not refer to the elite special forces, but rather to the ordinary players within the game. Since the nation formed a special operations team, it would never condone indiscriminate killings. For instance, in their recent experiment involving 3 inept players, Lin Ming and Song Shui would face severe repercussions from the special forces. Even when encountering hindrances caused by these fools, they could not resort to violence, but were instead required to extend assistance. Lin Ming was not afraid of the bizarre, but he did dread the foolish. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned this option. He decided to seek insights from the omniscient netizens. With a sense of helplessness, he picked up his phone and began browsing videos, hoping to find a user with innovative ideas to inspire him. Soon enough, he stumbled upon an intriguing video about repairing donkey hooves. He was momentarily entranced for 5 minutes before recollecting his primary concerns and resumed his search. This time, he discovered a legitimate piece of information. A player had posted an inquiry about methods to be selected by the game. Numerous individuals eagerly responded. Some suggested the poster pray to Buddha, others advised invoking spirits, while a particularly malicious commenter suggested the poster commit suicide to become a ghost, implying that transforming the world into a bizarre realm would be better. Upon reading this comment, a spark ignited in Lin Ming's mind. While suicide was clearly an unreliable option, the concept of becoming a ghost intrigued him. He recalled a historical text he had perused in the bizarre game, which stated that individuals who transformed into the bizarre realm did so due to overwhelming resentment and dissatisfaction just before their demise. Could it be that only those harboring intense feelings of resentment would attract invitations from the bizarre game? Lin Ming remembered receiving an invitation from the Death Grand Hotel, stemming from his deep-seated frustrations over being unable to cultivate his powers. To validate his hypothesis, he began searching for videos from other players. Many players instinctively recorded short videos seeking help upon receiving invitations, making it easy for him to find a wealth of material. Upon examining these players, Lin Ming noted their posts on short video platforms were predominantly negative. Some lamented their dysfunctional family backgrounds. Others expressed grievances against spouses or employers. It was evident that none of them were experiencing peaceful lives. Lin Ming's expression brightened as he felt he had uncovered the key to entering the bizarre game: resentment, dissatisfaction, just like the first batch of white-collar workers who perished in that strange world. Only those with such sentiments could engage with the bizarre. With this realization, he began contemplating ways to cultivate his own resentment. Yet now that he had the ability to cultivate, his spirits were high, and he brimmed with hope for the future. Where could he possibly find resentment? Ding dong. His phone chimed. It was a message from a superior on WeChat. You are terminated. Pack your belongings and leave immediately. Lin Ming could only express gratitude to his superior. He immediately excitedly messaged back, "Why was I fired?" I was doing well. He hoped his superior would unleash some scathing words upon him or even confront him in person. His superior promptly sent a voice message, filled with fury. How dare you ask? Do you know that the Dongshan Cemetery has lost many offerings recently? There have been numerous complaints. Yet, no one has visited the cemetery in 6 months. Lin Ming replied silently. He then noticed the WeChat chat box showing that the other party was typing. Yet 3 full minutes passed without a new message. 5 minutes later, another voice message arrived. This indicates your negligence. If you cannot even know when someone has come to pay respects, what use are you? Director, the cemetery has surveillance. Would you like me to check the recent footage for visitors? Lin Ming retorted. However, after sending this message, he felt something was amiss. Why was he devoid of any anger? Instead, he felt a peculiar amusement akin to teasing a dog. His superior's name reappeared in the typing status. But again, there was a prolonged silence. Finally, in what seemed to be a fit of rage, his superior exclaimed, "Do I need a reason to fire you? If I say get out, then get out. Do you know I have connections at the police station? I could have you locked up." Director, that sounds like a threat. I've taken a screenshot, Lin Ming replied. This time, his superior fell completely silent. Curiously, he inquired, "Director, are you still there?" A red exclamation mark appeared in response. Meanwhile, in an office in Quanshu, a furious superior slammed their phone down on the desk, exclaiming, "This fool truly believes I can't handle him. Speaking to me in such a manner?" Across from her, an elderly man sat on the sofa, looking perplexed. "My dear niece, who has upset you so?" "It's that guy in charge of the Dongshan Cemetery. How dare he speak to me like that, forgetting how he begged me to take on the cemetery role." The superior's ire intensified. The elder looked somewhat anxious. "Huh? Does this mean my chance to oversee the cemetery is lost?" "Oh, do not fret. I will assist you as promised. Can this brat truly defy me? No, this infuriates me. I will ensure he pays dearly. If he refuses to leave, I will send a couple of people to scare him at night. If that fails, I will have him beaten until he cannot care for himself." The superior angrily took a sip from her teacup, attempting to quell her inner resentment. After all, she had initially expected an easy task that could impress her relatives, only to be humiliated by a minor character. Who could tolerate such indignity? Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped at the door. Still simmering with rage, the superior barked, "Who is it?" Silence followed. Her anger flared further, and she called out again, yet received no response. "Oh, for heaven's sake, is everyone against me today? Just wait until I unleash my wrath upon you." Fuming, she marched to the door and flung it open, ready to scold whoever was outside, only to find an empty hallway with a letter addressed to her lying on the ground. The letter was stained with blood, an invitation to the bizarre game. The superior collapsed onto the floor, her face ashen. Chapter 28. Sister Special Operations Team. Unbeknownst to Lin Ming, his plan had indeed succeeded, albeit at the expense of his superior being drawn into the bizarre game. He continued to ponder methods of accumulating resentment and dissatisfaction. Days passed without any revelations, until he learned of Song Shue's entry into the Special Operations Team, where she had even become the acting team leader. What was going on? His sister had joined the official department and ascended to the position of team leader. It must be due to the information recorded by the dilapidated convenience store. Lin Ming realized that those invited by the Bureau of the Bazaar were merely individuals who had narrowly escaped the game. Now that he understood that entering the Bazaar game relied on resentment, it was evident that those with intense grievances strong enough to be among the first entrants were certainly not significant figures, himself excluded, of course. Moreover, the companions he had encountered in the game were far from wise. Many were even quite dim-witted. Hence, he deduced that the members of the Bureau's Special Operations Team were likely no more than a collection of inept individuals. While he sifted through the muck of the Bureau, the addition of someone as astute as Song Shui was undoubtedly a delightful surprise for them, making her promotion to team leader seem entirely reasonable. Although she was merely an acting leader for now, it was likely just a matter of time before she secured a permanent position. In all honesty, Song Shui had made the most prudent choice. Unlike Lin Ming, who relied on his powers, securing assistance from the official sources was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Lin Ming bore no resentment towards the authorities. It was simply that his cultivation of dark arts rendered him ill-suited for official affiliation. Indeed, Song Shue's approach and methods are rather audacious. One wonders if she can adapt to the constraints imposed by the authorities. As Lin Ming was engrossed in the news, his phone chimed again. It was a message from Song Shue. It contained a striking selfie of her clad in a special forces uniform, exuding confidence and grace. The uniform was commendable, though her appearance left something to be desired. Before Lin Ming could articulate a more refined assessment, he hastily remarked, "Less chatter. If I leave my name on someone else's invitation, why can't I enter the enigmatic game alongside them?" Song Shue inquired about this matter. "You won't be able to use it, and my methods are secret, but—" Lin Ming responded with a playful expression. "Huh, what benefits do you seek?" Song Shue retorted, sending a smirking emoji in reply. Lin Ming couldn't help but admire her. After all, she was his sister and quite perceptive. "I require the invitation to the enigmatic game." Song Shue frowned as she responded, "I can leverage my authority to assist you, but the official channels do not fully trust me at the moment. I must prove my worth to better aid you, and in the future, should you encounter difficulties, I can provide timely assistance." It dawned on Lin Ming that her entry into the official ranks was motivated by concern for his own precarious path and her desire to offer him protection and support. This revelation stirred something within him, leading him into deep contemplation about the potential repercussions of exposing his thoughts. Indeed, revealing such secrets would enable the authorities to swiftly grasp the means of entering the game. He recalled that after his initial emergence from the game, the state had swiftly published numerous rules. The officials were astute, capable of deducing many issues from mere fragments of players' conversations. Thus, it seemed likely that controlling the entry methods would require just a couple more game sessions or a simple analysis of players' shared characteristics. By then, the secret he held would become utterly trivial. Moreover, he realized he could not evoke resentment or bitterness. Those in high positions would not find it so easy. Unlike himself, the authorities lacked any cultivation techniques, a fact his master had vehemently assured him after years of research. There were no cultivators in Blue Star apart from himself. Thus, even if they uncovered the method, establishing a foothold in the game would still take time, and they might not advance as swiftly as he could with his dark arts. As for Song Shue, should she ascend within the special forces, it would certainly benefit him. Her elevated authority could procure numerous invitations for him without demanding too great a cost on his part. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Ming swiftly replied, "Resentment and bitterness can attract the attention of the enigmatic game and its invitations. If validated, do remember to provide me with ample benefits." Song Shue responded incredulously. "Is it really that simple? Is it so easy for someone in a high position like you to amass resentment and bitterness?" Lin Ming acknowledged her point. Following this, she sent an address, stating, "Currently, my authority allows me to risk providing you with one invitation. You must act quickly. The other party has already reported it, and the authorities will intervene soon. Rest assured, once your method is validated, my status will rise exponentially, and I will ensure you receive a plethora of invitations, guaranteeing you are not left behind. But be cautious. Do not jeopardize yourself." Delighted, Lin Ming did not expect to secure an invitation so swiftly. Having someone from the authorities made everything much easier. He promptly gathered his belongings and set off for the location Song Shue had indicated. Meanwhile, Song Shue concealed her phone, exited the restroom, and hurried to the conference room. Upon entering, she observed the grave expressions on the faces of those present, as well as the 5 elderly gentlemen displayed on the large screen in a live video conference. She quickly stated, "I just had a revelation regarding how the enigmatic game selects its participants. If you investigate the files of those who enter the game, you will discover a commonality. They all lead lives filled with dissatisfaction or have recently encountered significant troubles, resulting in feelings of resentment and bitterness. I suspect this is the reason they are chosen by the enigmatic game." In the conference room, everyone's eyes lit up, especially that of the first elder in the video conference, who expressed delight. "I have been researching the commonalities among those who entered the game, and you have discovered it before me. But are you confident in this theory? The information we currently possess is still too limited. I only thought of it while perusing the data, so we can only give it a try," Song Shue replied, fully aware of the accuracy of her insight. especially since it stemmed from Lin Ming. However, she feigned uncertainty to avoid suspicion. That's all right. I believe it is worth attempting. If successful, it will be a significant achievement for you, Song Shui, and we can gain an advantage over other nations in accessing the game freely. What do you all think? The first elder promptly suggested. The others exchanged glances, whispered amongst themselves, and ultimately chose to concur. The staff of the Enigmatic Bureau immediately sprang into action, preparing to collaborate with the special forces to enter the enigmatic game. No amount of training could compare to the rapid growth experienced within the game itself. Meanwhile, other nations were recklessly sacrificing lives to gain points, aiming to be the first to extract superpowers. Huaxia could not resort to such nefarious methods. He could not afford to lag behind. As they convened, Lin Ming arrived at the location provided by Song Shui. It was a dimly lit basement, housing a dozen or so illegally constructed rooms available for rent. The basement was dank, perpetually deprived of sunlight, and permeated with a peculiar odor. It was no surprise that those residing here were filled with resentment. Upon entering the basement, Lin Ming heard sobbing emanating from a cramped room. He approached and overheard a man inside lamenting his misfortunes, cursing his fate, and questioning why he had been chosen by the enigmatic game. Could it be that your misfortunes are precisely why you were selected? Lin Ming mused, contemplating the notion that poverty is the original sin of all tragedies. With a sigh, he entered the room. Inside, a middle-aged man, weathered by life, lay sprawled on the bed, weeping uncontrollably, the scent of smoke and alcohol heavy in the air. Upon Lin Ming's entrance, the man remained oblivious to his presence. Lin Ming retrieved the invitation and envelope that had been discarded in the corner, channeling his spiritual energy into his finger to inscribe his name. After completing this task, he casually exited the room, unnoticed by the distraught man. Such a lack of mental fortitude and vigilance. Lin Ming shook his head. This man was doomed. Soon, the countdown concluded. With a piercing and terrified scream echoing from the room, Lin Ming and the middle-aged man vanished simultaneously. Upon entering the enigmatic game, Lin Ming was taken aback to find himself in a room. What is happening? Based on his prior experiences, he should have materialized in front of a building, shrouded in mist, with someone there to guide him to his duties. Why was he now in a room instead? He instinctively surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in an ordinary bedroom. There was a bed, a desk, books, and writing implements. Everything exuded a sense of normalcy. Had it not been for the oppressive atmosphere, Lin Ming would have questioned whether he had truly entered the enigmatic game. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his ears. This instance is a task-oriented scenario. Each player must complete specific tasks to exit. Now, we will assign your mandatory tasks. Player Lin Ming, please locate the missing little girl. Task details. The girl is hidden within this residential building, which is rife with anomalies. Do not disturb them. Time limit, 24 hours. Task penalty, annihilation. Lin Ming had initially assumed the enigmatic game consisted solely of management-type scenarios, but appeared to possess a multitude of beguiling tricks. However, to avoid disturbing the peculiarities of this building, he chuckled to himself, thinking, I'll frighten them to death. Lin Ming estimated that this time he had a promising chance to advance his foundation, and the myriad souls he sought would no longer remain elusive. Chapter 29, The Clash of Rules and Ghostly Contracts. Lin Ming, upon learning of his task, remained completely unfazed, even taking the time to peruse the rewards he had neglected to examine previously, the fragments of the decayed convenience store. This was the only special item whose function he had yet to explore. Upon opening the details, he discovered that by utilizing this fragment, he would gain the rights to operate and manage the realm it represented. During the fragment's duration, all profits generated from that location would be at his discretion. Have I become a GM? No, I should be considered an NPC. Lin Ming realized, though it held little practical value for him. He had already stripped the decayed convenience store of all its goods, leaving nothing to sell, and it was unlikely anyone would visit. Unless, perhaps, he considered leasing it out? The freedom within this game world was quite expansive, and the peculiar restrictions were not overly burdensome. Perhaps there might indeed be an oddity willing to rent his convenience store. With this thought in mind, Lin Ming resolved to explore this avenue further. Next, he examined the misfortune coin, a ghostly grade item of gambling nature. One makes a wish, then tosses the coin. Should it land on heads, the wish is granted, but if it lands on tails, the individual suffers backlash. Note, the greater the wish, the higher the likelihood of it landing on tails, and the backlash becomes increasingly severe. Lin Ming casually tossed it into the mailbox, finding no use for this trivial trinket. He would see if it could be sold later. For now, however, he needed to focus on clearing the dungeon. As it was a mission-based dungeon, he had to complete the task to exit. Lin Ming immediately began to search the room for clues, starting with the books, hoping to find something akin to a diary. A reasonable person would not write a diary, but an oddity might. In various urban tales, protagonists often discover fragmented diaries that lead them to clues. However, as Lin Ming rifled through the desk, he found only a collection of melancholic literature. Blood flowing against the current, Liang Sheng, Can We Avoid Orthopedics? And Cutting Off the Left Ear. Although he found no diary, the pink decor of the room and the presence of girl's belongings indicated that the former occupant was likely no older than 20. As for textbooks, none were found. Perhaps the room's owner had taken them to class. Lin Ming continued to rummage through other areas of the room. The oddities typically favor hiding places under beds or within closets, yet he found nothing. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Who could it be? Lin Ming instinctively responded. However, as soon as he spoke, a realization struck him. This was not his room. It belonged to an oddity. Wait, why did I respond to the knocking? This isn't right. Am I being influenced by this room? Lin Ming displayed a look of astonishment, realizing that he had unwittingly been affected by his surroundings. Following his response, the knocking ceased abruptly. Moments later, a violin benjing ansua, accompanied by a man's frantic shout. Who are you? Why are you in her room? That little wretch has brought a man home again, hasn't she? Come out. Show yourself. Lin Ming was further intrigued. This mission-based script contained a narrative element. So, the ultimate objective of this task was to assume a role and engage with the oddities for narrative exchanges, thus acquiring various hints to clear the dungeon. This could be quite entertaining. Bang! Bang! The door was struck with tremendous force. Clatter! Clatter! The doorknob was twisted violently. The man's furious shouts escalated in intensity. Come out. You little wretch. I will kill you. Didn't you say you would love me forever? Lin Ming had not anticipated that the narrative in this oddity game would be so thrilling. With a sharp crack, an axe suddenly cleaved through the center of the door, revealing a chilling blade. Two more blows followed, creating a large opening through which a grotesque visage, seemingly doused in acid, emerged. Glaring with bloodshot eyes at the only living person in the room, Lin Ming. Indeed, there is a man. I see you. I see you. The oppressive atmosphere within the room surged violently, making Lin Ming feel as though he had plunged into a river. Gazing at the grotesque face, he discerned that the entity's fury stemmed from his identity as a man, not merely that he was alive. Furthermore, what need does a specter have for an axe if it cannot even open a door? Lin Ming harbored doubts about the entity's strength, suspecting it might be too cowardly to even venture into its own bed. Driven by immense curiosity, Lin Ming approached the door and swung it open. He could easily utilize his skills to transform into the female specter he had previously vanquished to evade the man's pursuit. Yet he chose not to, for he could effortlessly dispatch this weakling with a single hand. Outside, the man stood approximately 6 feet tall, robust like a bear, wielding a fire axe that appeared exceedingly menacing. Any individual facing such a deranged adversary would likely be paralyzed with fear. However, Lin Ming maintained his composure, inquiring, Tell me, do you know the whereabouts of the missing little girl? Could the missing girl be the wretch this man professed to love? If so, locating her would be a breeze. The man's countenance twisted with rage. What girl? I know nothing. Where is that wretch? Bring her out to see me, or I will kill you and then go in and kill her. How terribly irritating. Lin Ming, disinterested in idle chatter, swiftly kicked the man to the ground. The man, infuriated that Lin Ming dared to retaliate, attempted to counter but found himself overpowered by the force of Lin Ming's kick, crashing heavily to the ground. His body contorted in pain, resembling a boiled shrimp, his face reddening as he curled up in agony. Lin Ming stepped forward, placing a foot on the man while using his other hand to inscribe a ghostly contract on his forehead. As the contract was finalized, the man, who had once been terrified and enraged, gradually calmed, his gaze towards Lin Ming devoid of fury and madness, replaced instead with submission. Master, the man prostrated on the ground, akin to a dog seeking favor. Lin Ming regarded him. Tell me, where is the missing little girl? Which missing little girl, master? The man asked, bewildered. All of them. At the very least, those who have gone missing within this building. Lin Ming provided a general scope. The man, in a state of panic, replied, Master, I do not know. No one has gone missing in this building. Lin Ming furrowed his brows. With the ghostly contract in place, this fellow could not betray him. So his ignorance must be genuine. Of course, it was also possible that the rules prevented him from divulging such information. Are you aware of the rules governing this building? Lin Ming inquired, surveying the abode. Master, there are no rules in this building. No rules? Lin Ming was skeptical. The oddity game relies on rules to control players and entities. If there were truly no rules, it would spiral into chaos. There must be certain hidden rules that one must seek out, and any violation could lead to. A piercing scream suddenly echoed from outside the door. The wailing reverberated through the corridor, relentless, its origin uncertain. However, the voice was all too familiar to Lin Ming. It belonged to the man he had encountered in the basement earlier. At that time, someone had ventured into his room, and Lin Ming had been certain that this man would meet an early demise. It seemed he had failed to hide well and had been spotted by an oddity. Lin Ming mused. Yet the man on the ground suddenly spoke. No, master, if you do not violate the rules, we will not appear. Lin Ming, perplexed, gazed at the man on the ground. Didn't you say there are no rules? Indeed, there are no rules in this building, the man solemnly reiterated. How intriguing. Chapter 30, The Reflection in the Water. Lin Ming smiled, for he sensed a conflict arising between the ghostly contract and something inherent to this man. It appeared to be the rules of this place. This dungeon forbids NPCs from disclosing information about the rules to players. However, the ghostly contract does not permit the ghost servant to conceal anything from its master. Thus, both parties find themselves in a contest of wills. One cannot help but acknowledge the formidable nature of the Tian Xiagong. The ghostly contract, invoked by Lin Ming during his qi refining stage, surprisingly manages to contend with the peculiar rules of this eerie game. State all the rules you know, Lin Ming commanded the man. This building has no rules. Do not look in mirrors. Do not go near photographs. The man's responses fluctuated between a formal demeanor and a fervent devotion, gradually becoming distorted. He began to writhe in agony, screaming as dark smoke emanated from his body. That was the essence of death, detaching from the man. Alarmed, Lin Ming swiftly shook the Wan-Hun fan, drawing the man within. Despite this, the man within the fan rapidly transformed into death energy and ultimately vanished completely. What? How ruthless. Not even the Wan-Hun fan can protect him. It seems I'm still too weak. The rules of this eerie game are indeed more powerful. Lin Ming resolved to refrain from confronting the game for the time being and to focus on upgrading first. Once he ascended to the tribulation stage, he would prove his worth. Losing a ghost servant would not deter him. He had already reached the 6th level of qi refining and aimed to establish his foundation today. Before his demise, the ghost servant revealed 2 crucial pieces of information. Avoid mirrors and steer clear of photographs. Lin Ming immediately searched for mirrors throughout the house. But to his frustration, he found none. In exasperation, he contemplated urinating to observe his reflection. Indeed, water should serve as a mirror, he mused, promptly heading to the bathroom sink. Although there was no mirror, water was present. He filled the sink with water and, upon closer inspection, could vaguely see his own reflection. This discovery delighted Lin Ming, who leaned over the sink, fixated on the water's surface. After a minute, the tranquil water suddenly rippled. The reflection of Lin Ming's face, originally handsome, bore an unsettling smile. No, it was not him smiling, it was something else. Lin Ming had not anticipated that this method would prove effective. It seemed that the anomalies in this building adhered to their own rules, only manifesting when their regulations were breached. The ripples intensified, and Lin Ming's reflection suddenly fractured. A gaping, bloody wound appeared on his forehead, as if struck by a blade. Simultaneously, Lin Ming felt a sharp pain in his forehead, akin to a real wound. The agony spread downward, affecting his nose, mouth, and throat. The reflection in the water grotesquely split, flesh peeling back to reveal bone, blood gushing forth, staining the sink's water crimson. The water was indeed red, with a genuine metallic scent. It was blood. Terrifying. Yet the blood donation center workers and hospital staff rejoiced. This was an immeasurable quantity of blood. If a sterile workshop were constructed to bind ghosts, it could potentially resolve the hospital's blood shortages. However, Lin Ming merely gazed at the sink, wondering if this ghost had any real abilities. Suddenly, his hand began to tremble uncontrollably, slowly rising. Observing his hand, Lin Ming noted that after his qi refining stage, his physique had transformed. No longer merely pale, it was now smooth and youthful. Yet at this moment, it was becoming coarse and wrinkled, resembling the hand of an old woman, with nails elongating and sharpening. Gradually, the nails pressed against his face, piercing his skin. Following this trajectory, he would soon replicate the reflection's grotesque visage. If an ordinary person were in this situation, they would have fainted from fear. Lin Ming, however, channeled his spiritual energy into his right hand. With a piercing scream, his hand reverted to normal as he plunged it into the sink. Although his hand entered the water, it felt as if he had reached into some peculiar realm. The water had transformed into the medium of that ghost. Lin Ming sensed he had grasped the entity and yanked forcefully. From the sink emerged a wrinkled hand, identical to the one he had just witnessed. "Let go! Let go!" A furious woman's voice echoed from the sink, the hand struggling vehemently. Lin Ming infused more spiritual energy, exerting his strength to forcibly extract the ghostly figure, a woman, who was now partially trapped between reality and illusion. More than half of her body remained in the ethereal realm, while one arm and her head lingered in the sink, unable to escape or return. The ghost stared blankly, as if in disbelief, raising one arm in confusion. What is happening? The ghost, having terrorized and killed countless individuals over the years, found herself in this predicament for the first time. However, upon reflection, the ghost considered herself fortunate to be stuck in this manner. Had her lower half been trapped, given the young man's evident vigor, she could have ended up bearing children for a year. Lin Ming, observing the ghost's confinement, wasted no time and stepped forward to establish the ghostly contract. With her face wedged in the sink, the angle prevented her from seeing anything but Lin Ming's groin. As he approached, she panicked, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. My mouth is unusable. I have bad breath and ulcers. Be careful, or I might infect you. Moreover, I've never used it on any man. If you dare to insult me, I might just bite it off." Lin Ming, exasperated by her incessant chatter, thought, "I would never lay a hand on you. Given your age and that ghastly visage, it would be akin to taking advantage of me." Once the ghostly contract was established, the old woman finally fell silent, even obediently opening her mouth. "Master, please enjoy." What the hell? Even while under control, she still has these thoughts. Lin Ming scowled, coldly inquiring, "Can you escape?" "Master, I am stuck. You may do as you please, but I cannot get out," the old woman replied obediently. Lin Ming realized that she was likely yearning for something. Her incessant talk of such matters suggested she was quite desperate. He casually turned on the faucet, filling the sink. "Come out." The ghost slowly emerged from the water, completely dry. Perfect. Lin Ming had no desire to witness a drenched old woman. Once she emerged, Lin Ming reminded himself not to inquire about the rules directly and decided to rephrase his question. "Which room do you inhabit?" "I reside in room 102. The ghost replied obediently. "Do you want me to make the bed? Could you refrain from teasing me? Do you know anything about the missing girl?" Lin Ming asked, suppressing his discomfort. "Yes, master, I do not know," the ghost replied honestly, ceasing her insistence. Another ghost unaware of the missing girl? It was no wonder this task had been left behind. It seemed quite challenging to locate her. "Do you have any family?" Lin Ming resolved to eradicate the threat entirely this time. "Do I need to summon some parents for you?" the female ghost inquired. "Some parents?" Lin Ming responded, puzzled, sensing that the term was misused in this context. The female ghost explained, when I first transformed into something eerie, they found me repulsive. So, while they were gazing into the mirror, I killed them, dismembering their bodies. Even in death, they remain under my dominion. Master, I not impressive? Observing the ghost's smug demeanor, Lin Ming struggled to find words, eventually managing to utter, "Well done." "Thank you for the compliment, Master," the ghost said cheerfully. "If you like, I can chop them into smaller pieces, or perhaps fry them up for you as a delicacy." "There is no need for such hospitality," Lin Ming declined, shifting to a more serious matter. "By the way, can you still bear children?" Previously, in the decayed convenience store, Lin Ming had seen historical books meant to convey knowledge and speculated that these eerie beings must be capable of reproduction. What would be the purpose of schools otherwise? Indeed, the ghost replied, her eyes lighting up with surprise. Could it be that today this ancient tree of mine is about to bloom? You can really bear children? Lin Ming exclaimed, astonished. How does that work? Master, you're quite mischievous. Just use a little stick, the ghost teased playfully. Be serious. I'm asking how a ghostly body can conceive a child when you lack a physical form. Lin Ming pressed, his expression darkening. Noticing Lin Ming's genuine anger, the ghost suppressed her urge to offer herself and explained, I don't know how, but it's possible. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of hospitals? Lin Ming's eyes flickered with interest. What do you mean? Hospitals? You can fall ill? Isn't it sufficient to sever the ghostly form? Our ghostly bodies take a long time to cultivate. While they can indeed regenerate if severed, the process is quite taxing. Going to a hospital allows for certain ailments to be treated at a lesser cost, far better than self-mutilation. Moreover, there are many issues that cannot be resolved by merely severing the ghostly body, such as specific injuries inflicted by other supernatural entities. Some afflicted ghosts can cause illness or unusual growths in others. In such cases, they must go to a hospital for termination. Do you misunderstand the eerie? From a scientific perspective, we represent a different form of life, not just the kind of spirits you might imagine, the ghost earnestly explained, aiming to correct Lin Ming's misconceptions. Master, you cannot refuse to be with me simply because I am a ghost. Realizing he had indeed fallen into misconceptions, Lin Ming understood that he had equated deathly essence with the so-called spirits of Blue Star. He had assumed that being controlled by a ghostly contract meant being a supernatural entity. But what was his place? An eerie game. While supernatural beings were eerie, the term encompassed more than just them. Hence, the eerie game aimed to create another form of life. Perhaps initiated by some misguided individual who deemed carbon-based life forms unreliable and sought to experiment with a new species. Lin Ming could only express gratitude towards that foolish endeavor. For without that individual, he would never have entered the eerie game or pursued cultivation. Once he comprehended all this, Lin Ming promptly asked the ghost, How many points do you have? 325. I'm trapped here and have little to spare, the ghost replied. Trapped here? Lin Ming began to inquire further, but suddenly sensed something was amiss upon seeing the ghost's expression of fear. Damn, this fool has breached the rules. He swiftly reached out, grasping the ghost, and began to fervently absorb her deathly essence, shouting, Quick, give me your points. The ghost twisted and struggled, but not in resistance. She was willing to perish for Lin Ming. This was a reaction to the punishment of the rules, a painful response born from annihilation. Lin Ming absorbed 2/3 of the ghost's deathly essence, refining Qi level 697. Luckily, he reacted in time and seized the moment, ensuring no essence went to waste. Furthermore, it was perhaps for the best that this ghost perished. Otherwise, he feared that one day, he might awaken to find her silently climbing into his bed, which would undoubtedly extinguish his interest in women forever. A cacophony of coins clattered to the floor, all points bestowed by the ghost before her demise. Lin Ming felt no remorse as he collected the points, transferring them into his account, now totaling 705. He needed only 300 more to surpass 1,000, enabling him to extract his abilities into reality. Yet, Lin Ming felt no thrill. After all, he was quite formidable in reality. There remained one method to elicit the eerie: photographs. However, he had already searched for mirrors and found no photographs nor any useful clues in this room. It appeared there was no information to be gleaned here. He would have to explore the next house. Lin Ming pushed open the door and ventured into the corridor. The corridor was impeccably clean, walls gleaming white as if freshly painted. The floor was devoid of clutter, meticulously swept. He had expected walls smeared with blood and dismembered organs, perhaps even eyes. Lin Ming contemplated this as his gaze shifted to the door across the hall, 301. This was an old building, lacking an elevator, with only 2 households per floor. Just as Lin Ming intended to investigate the opposite apartment, he suddenly heard footsteps descending the stairs, accompanied by a cautious voice. "Gonting Yujio?" Lin Ming paused, turning to look. "A player?" The individual remained silent, persistently inquiring, "Gonting Yujio?" 180 per cup, Lin Ming replied. The person visibly relaxed and gradually ascended the stairs. This was a young man clad in athletic wear, a sports watch adorning his wrist, seemingly snatched into the eerie game while exercising. Upon seeing Lin Ming's attire and his flushed complexion, the athletic man felt a wave of relief. At last, I've encountered a living person. I was terrified just now. An eerie entity floated right past me. Thankfully, I managed to hide. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. "You saw an eerie entity? Where? Take me there at once. Are you out of your mind? Why seek an eerie? Don't you fear death? Besides, it's already floated away. How would I know where it went?" The athletic man retorted, his tone laced with annoyance, before adopting a confident demeanor. "All right, brother. You seem a bit slow-witted. From now on, stick with me. To be honest, I've been working out for 5 years and trained in Muay Thai. With your physique, I could take on 5 of you without breaking a sweat." Lin Ming watched as the athletic man began to unzip his jacket to showcase his muscles, feeling utterly exasperated. "Fool!" He yanked open the door to room 301 and stepped inside. Upon hearing the insult, the athletic man's anger flared, and he rushed to pull the door back open. "Who the hell are you cursing?" His words halted abruptly. Inside room 301, Lin Ming stood at the entrance, while a butcher wielding a bloodied knife glared menacingly at the door. The athletic man turned pale, exclaiming, "I'm sorry," before slamming the door shut and fleeing. As he ran, he cursed inwardly, "Fool, complete idiot. What were you thinking, barging into someone else's home? You triggered the rules and summoned the eerie, and I nearly met my demise." The athletic man dashed downstairs, opting to escape. He spotted someone peering cautiously from the door of room 102 and halted his steps. "Gonting Yujio?" 180 per cup. The individual from room 102 displayed a look of delight. "Hey, are you from Blue Star?" "Yes, I'm alive." "Let me in first," the athletic man replied, glancing back anxiously, fearing a ghost might be in pursuit. The resident of room 102 appeared puzzled. "Why are you running?" "Some idiot barged into someone else's home, triggering the rules and summoning an eerie. That fool is probably dead by now. Hurry, let me in and shut the door, or it might come after us," the athletic man hastily explained. The resident of room 102 was startled and quickly opened the door, allowing the athletic man entry to discuss their next course of action. Meanwhile, Lin Ming was advancing towards the butcher. As he entered through the door moments ago, he did not initially see the butcher. Instead, the man suddenly appeared in the living room, as if he had been conjured at that very instant. In truth, Lin Ming surmised that he must have triggered a certain rule, causing the butcher to materialize unexpectedly. "I detest uninvited guests in my home. That time, I merely intended to eliminate the detestable leader, yet a thief intruded, prompting me to dispatch them both without hesitation. Today I sought solace, only for you to intrude upon my peace. It seems I must carve you into pieces as well." The butcher, bloodied and wielding a cleaver, advanced menacingly towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming, casting a glance at the cleaver in the butcher's hand, calmly remarked, "Do you truly believe that instrument can dismember a person? Are you aware that the outer layer of human bones is composed of compact bone, a structure so dense that it can withstand pressures ranging from 200 to 400 kilograms? The edge of your cleaver is so thin that, even with great strength, the limitations of the blade prevent all your force from being fully exerted upon the bone, causing the cleaver to dull. Do you wish to learn how to dismember a person? You must navigate around the body's joints, muscles, and ligaments. Begin by plunging into the soft abdomen, then swiftly slice upward along the ribs, avoiding the shoulders, and traverse through the armpit, continuing down the spine to the toe bones, while circling back from the front of the calf. This technique allows for the rapid separation of flesh from the skeletal structure. Have you grasped the concept? The butcher stood there, momentarily at a loss for words, staring blankly at Lin Ming. Had he encountered a fellow practitioner? No, this was a master. With a thud, the butcher knelt before him, earnestly declaring, "Coach, I yearn to kill." "Ah, how splendid," Lin Ming responded, striding forward to inscribe a ghostly contract upon the butcher's face. Once the contract was established, the butcher made no attempt to resist, believing it to be a form of guidance. Consequently, Lin Ming effortlessly absorbed this peculiar being without shedding a drop of blood. The butcher, instinctively touching his face, exclaimed, "Master, what have you done to my face?" "Wait, why am I calling you master? Damn it, you've deceived me. I could have killed you. Forgive me. How could I dare to insult you? I should end my own life. Woe is me." In a frenzy, the butcher raised his knife, intent on self-destruction. Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, I forgive you. I am eternally grateful, master." The butcher lamented, his voice heavy with sorrow. Although he was bound by the contract, remnants of his self-awareness lingered, occasionally spurring him to rebel. Yet he could not defy the contract, just as one cannot defy the rules of existence. "Tell me, have you encountered any missing girls?" Lin Ming inquired. "Missing girls? There are no girls in this building," the butcher replied. "Oh, there's that girl across the hall, but she is hardly a child. She has had her share of men and is merely a high school student. She has been with more men than I have killed. She is the only anomaly I respect." Lin Ming found himself unexpectedly impressed. However, he was certain that the missing girl he sought could not be the daughter of the resident in room 302. Firstly, she should be in her teens, not a child. Secondly, she was no longer a girl, with successive residents of this building claiming ignorance regarding the missing girl. It was likely that she was not one of them, but rather an outsider who had vanished within these walls. "Is there anyone here particularly fond of murder or abduction?" Lin Ming observed that the residents of this building all possessed unique skills, potentially including such grim proclivities. The butcher hesitated, shaking his head. "I don't think so. Let me think about what these tenants do." The resident of room 101 is the building manager, quite formidable, and has a cleanliness obsession, constantly inspecting for hygiene. The family in room 102 consists of three. There is an old woman, rather unattractive, who has a penchant for men, yet she is dutiful, though she did chop her parents into pieces and freeze them in the fridge. The resident of room 201 was a gamer who died of starvation. Room 202's occupant is notoriously lazy and only enjoys sleeping. Room 302 houses that twisted father-daughter duo. Room 301 is the most normal. Me. The couple in room 401 is perpetually arguing about divorce, while the residents of room 402 are said to be unable to conceive and desperately desire a child. They prefer obedient ones, often severing legs to make them the size of children, subsequently raising them as their own. As for the 5th floor, it's vacant. No one resides there. This building has a total of 5 stories. Upon hearing the butcher's account, Lin Ming noted a significant concern. "Wait a moment. This is a residential building, not a boarding house. Why does it seem that several homes contain only one person?" The butcher chuckled. "Family? Naturally. They've all been consumed by us. We anomalies can devour one another to enhance our own power." "Very well. Do you possess any other information?" Lin Ming asked, somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated that a residential building would house numerous individuals from whom he could consume some essence and then send their spirits to the realm of the dead. To his dismay, there were only 5 floors, with occupants limited to 4. Nevertheless, these individuals appeared quite formidable, likely sufficient for his ascension to the foundational stage. "Is there anything else you haven't disclosed?" Lin Ming pressed. The butcher obediently shook his head. "Everything I could share has been shared." "What about points? You have no points?" Lin Ming's dissatisfaction grew, even casting doubt on the butcher's ability to withstand the ghostly contract. The butcher, however, awkwardly replied, I've been saving up to buy a house, and all my points went towards loan repayments. Thus, I have no money. I suggest you refrain from inquiring with the others. They are in the same predicament as I, all wishing to escape this place, burdened with loans and poverty." Damn, capitalists are everywhere. Lin Ming's expression soured. Since you lack funds, come forth and become a part of my power. The butcher, stricken with terror, wished to plead for mercy, yet found himself unable to do so. He yearned to flee, but was trapped. He could only watch helplessly as he approached Lin Ming, slowly lying down, reminiscent of a sacrificial offering, resigned to Lin Ming's whims. You should have remembered the techniques I just taught you, right? Now, I will demonstrate a true technique. You have but one chance to observe closely. Lin Ming spoke with a sense of care. The butcher felt tears welling in his eyes. Remember? How could I? Even if I did, what good would it do? By then, I will be nothing. Resigned, he thought that perhaps upon death, he might transform into something even more fearsome. Thus, he focused intently, awaiting Lin Ming's display of skill. Once I master your formidable technique, if I still exist, I will carve you up. Lin Ming grasped the cleaver, channeling spiritual energy, and struck fiercely at the butcher's chest. There was no finesse, only sheer brute force. The butcher let out a pitiful scream. Master, why aren't you using the technique you just described? Oh, that technique is too weak. It's only suitable for the likes of you, a weakling. A powerful individual, like myself, can end a life with a single blow. Lin Ming cleaved through the butcher's chest, siphoning away his life force. Damn it, even the dead can be deceived. You truly are no human. The butcher, engulfed in profound sorrow, became a part of Lin Ming. Life force, 12,000. Refinement stage, 7 layers, 60. Lin Ming felt himself grow stronger. A smile graced his face. As long as he wasn't the kind of aberration requiring 3,000 layers of refinement. Today held promise for foundational advancement. Rising slowly, he scanned the room, conducting his usual inspection. Since no one recognized the missing girl, she must be concealed somewhere within this building. The safest approach will be to search each room thoroughly for any signs of life or clues. As Lin Ming combed through the rooms, he found nothing of interest. This prompted him to take a seat on the sofa, deep in thought. Something was amiss. The residents were entirely unfamiliar with the girl, and there was an utter lack of information within the rooms. Thus, blindly stumbling around was not the solution. He needed to focus on the hints provided by the mission. A task advancement type of scenario essentially meant completing objectives, right? Yet, his task was to locate the missing girl. Suddenly, Lin Ming had an epiphany. Upon entering, the eerie game indicated that the player Lin Ming's objective was to locate a missing little girl. The emphasis on it being his personal mission suggests that other players may have distinct tasks. He decided to seek out that fellow he had encountered earlier to inquire about his mission. Lin Ming recalled that he had gone downstairs, so he descended the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, he was about to push open a door to ask if anyone was inside when he heard a terrified scream emanating from room 102. It was unmistakably the cry of a living person, as the sounds produced by the supernatural are typically more harrowing. Room 102? That seemed to be the abode of the female specter whose rules were triggered by looking into a mirror. Could it be that someone had discovered the ghost as parents? Lin Ming promptly arrived at the door of room 102 and tugged at the handle, only to find it locked. Channeling his spiritual energy, he yanked the doorknob with force. There was a sharp crack. The lock contorted instantly, and the door could no longer secure itself. Who could withstand the might of a sorcerer brimming with power? Even the steel door designed for anti-theft could not endure. Upon entering the room, Lin Ming beheld 4 individuals huddled in the corner of the living room. Their expressions filled with terror as they gazed toward the kitchen. The refrigerator door stood ajar. As Lin Ming approached, the sound of his footsteps drew their attention. Who? The athletic man reacted swiftly, turning around in fear. Upon recognizing Lin Ming, his eyes widened in disbelief. Why you? How did you get here? Are you human or a ghost? The other 3, hearing this question, became increasingly anxious. Regardless of whether Lin Ming was human or spectral, the fact that the athletic man posed such a query indicated something was amiss. They quickly distanced themselves, regarding Lin Ming with caution. Lin Ming strode toward the kitchen, intending to satisfy his hunger first. Among the 4, a girl clad in a JK uniform and adorned with heavy makeup hastily cautioned, "Don't go in there. There's a ghost." The other 3 hurriedly covered her mouth, preventing her from speaking further. Undeterred, Lin Ming continued into the kitchen and casually closed the door behind him. This action bewildered the four, prompting them to wonder what he was doing in the kitchen, particularly given his nonchalant demeanor, as if he were returning home. Did he perhaps reside within the refrigerator? Once inside, Lin Ming knelt slowly, observing the refrigerator. The door remained open, and the drawers in the freezing compartment had been removed, revealing two dismembered and frozen corpses. The remains were in pieces, with even the eyes, nose, and mouth reduced to fragments. One frozen eye, partially encased in ice, blinked at Lin Ming, while a bloody, severed finger wiggled as if greeting him. A half-open mouth emitted a male voice. "Little brother, why did you open the refrigerator? We could have spared you, but now we wish for you to join us. Hee hee hee." Lin Ming surveyed the remaining space within the refrigerator and replied with a grin. "I think I'll pass. It's too cramped in there. Why don't you come out instead?" With that, he reached in to extract the elderly couple. However, as he made contact with the two specters, his own body began to fracture. It was a peculiar skill, a special ability that forced one to shatter upon contact. Any living being encountering such a power would undoubtedly perish. Even supernatural entities would be momentarily subdued by it. While the ability was formidable, its triggering conditions were excessively stringent. It would idly provoke the supernatural. As for physical confrontation during a battle, as a practitioner of dark arts, I prefer to remain unseen, cursing my opponent from afar rather than engaging in futile melee combat. The only circumstance that would compel Lin Ming to engage physically would be in the presence of a beautiful woman, and that too in the intimacy of a bed. Lin Ming harnessed his spiritual energy to counteract the force tearing at his body, subsequently absorbing the two old ghosts. The death energy accumulated to 8,000. Cultivation level 780. Chapter 34. More handsome than the young man riding a ghostly motorcycle. Lin Ming furrowed his brow. The combined death energy of these two old ghosts was merely 8,000? A bit underwhelming. Nonetheless, it made sense, as the butcher was likely a family of three. After being consumed by the butcher, he would absorb the butcher's essence, potentially yielding an increase of 12,000 in death energy. He hoped that other supernatural entities would prove more formidable. Rising, Lin Ming opened the kitchen door, intending to exit, but suddenly paused, returning to close the refrigerator door. Meanwhile, the four individuals who had been hiding in the living room had stealthily approached the entrance, clearly preparing to flee. Lin Ming called out, "Hey!" The four jumped in alarm. "Frozen in place. Come back, let's converse." Lin Ming casually seated himself on the sofa, crossing his legs with ease. The four hesitated to return, even refraining from turning around, exchanging glances filled with apprehension about whether to escape or return. "Fear not, I am but a living soul. Look, I cast a shadow." Lin Ming stood beneath the light, allowing them to see his shadow. Cautiously, they turned to see that indeed Lin Ming possessed a shadow, and they collectively exhaled in relief. Thus is the folly of mortals, easily deceived. They relied blindly on the experiences gleaned from novels and television shows, believing that ghosts must lack shadows. Unlike Lin Ming, who relied solely on his strength, unconcerned with whether or not he cast a shadow, he simply acted. Had you mentioned you were living, I would have been so startled. If you had given me a heart attack, I swear you would have to sell your house and car to make amends, grumbled an elderly man wearing a traditional shirt with a mole on his forehead. The athletic man glared at Lin Ming, stating, "I figured out. Back when you were in room 301, your pretentiousness attracted a supernatural entity, and now you're targeting another. You must be an experienced player, right? Yet even seasoned players should collaborate sincerely in a scenario like this. Selfishness risks endangering everyone. However, since you sought us out, do you find yourself incapable of handling matters alone? If you follow our lead from now on and refrain from reckless actions, we may accept you. Otherwise, the four of us could potentially clear this challenge without you, and your defiance may create complications." The silent man beside him nodded in agreement. The elderly man in the traditional shirt gave the athletic man a thumbs up, praising, "Well said, truly deserving of being our chosen leader." The athletic man exhibited a hint of pride, yet his gaze toward Lin Ming remained guarded, suspecting that this experienced player might vie for his leadership position. However, The JK girl-esque thoughts diverged from the others. In the real world, she was a spirited girl who adored handsome individuals with an air of authority. Lin Ming, being far more appealing than those youthful men riding ghostly motorcycles and performing stunts, captivated her. A man unafraid of ghosts was undeniably attractive, particularly when he confidently entered the kitchen, seemingly rescuing everyone. The elegance with which he closed the refrigerator door was simply exquisite. She was smitten, especially upon learning that Lin Ming might be an experienced player. She understood that their chance of survival lay with him. Thus, she resolved to stay close to Lin Ming when they formed teams later. Lin Ming, dismissing the criticisms and suggestions from the three, inquired earnestly, "What are your tasks?" Just as the elderly man was about to respond, the athletic man shot him a glance before addressing Lin Ming. "I am the team leader, so I shall summarize. However, we four have already shared our tasks. You may reveal yours first." To find the missing little girl, Lin Ming stated bluntly, without hesitation. "What about you?" The athletic man frowned. "To find the missing little girl? Do you possess any information?" "None. I suspect our tasks are interconnected since this is a mission-based scenario. Thus, our objectives should correlate, and perhaps clues can be gleaned from your experiences," Lin Ming elucidated. The athletic young man immediately raised the corners of his mouth, a hint of pride evident. "After all this commotion, you indeed came to seek our assistance?" Lin Ming slowly rose, his patience wearing thin. Noticing his movement, the athletic young man grew wary. "What are you doing? I just told you to cooperate. Are you throwing a tantrum now? You also mentioned that this is a mission-based dungeon. Your desire to leave is tied to us. If you refuse to cooperate, I will not disclose our mission. Do you understand?" "Fine, I understand." Lin Ming nodded. "In essence, you are just courting death. I shall oblige." He cast a serious glance at the four individuals before him, his gaze ultimately settling on the athletic young man's face. "Indeed, you are the most irksome of them all." As Lin Ming approached, the athletic young man took a cautious step back. Yet, upon a moment's reflection, he reassured himself of his physical prowess, noting that his muscles were undeniably larger than Lin Ming's. Even if Lin Ming was a seasoned player, he likely only had a bit more courage and experience in dealing with the bizarre. Could he possibly wield magic? With this thought, the athletic young man found his courage and sneered at Lin Ming. "What are you doing? Looking for a fight?" "Yes." "Oh, you are quite bold. Do you consider yourself my match?" "Indeed, you truly amuse me. With that frail frame, you wish to contend with me? What can you cast spells?" Slap. Lin Ming delivered a resounding slap to the athletic young man's face, sending him crashing to the ground. A body tempered at the 7th level of Qi refining, let alone a mere few days of training in Muay Thai. No one could withstand this. The athletic young man's face twisted from the blow, his teeth scattered, as he lay there, bloodied and terrified, gazing up at Lin Ming. Lin Ming placed a foot on his face, speaking indifferently. "I indeed possess magical abilities, but there is no need to employ them against you. Tell me, what is your mission?" The three bystanders stood in shock, unable to fathom Lin Ming's sudden violence. The elderly man, recovering from his astonishment, sternly chastised. "Young man, how can you resort to violence? This is illegal. Do you believe we will report you? Why are you looking at me? Do you wish to strike me as well? You show no respect for your elders, do you? Do you not have any upbringing? Do you believe I will lie down, and you will not sell me a house until I rise?" Lin Ming glanced at the elderly man, flicking his fingers to release a wisp of spiritual energy, which instantly pierced through the man's forehead. The blemish on his brow vanished. Life itself ceased to exist. Thud! The elderly man's eyes widened in disbelief as his lifeless body collapsed to the ground, his soul dissipating into the ether, presumably absorbed by the bizarre game. The remaining three stared in disbelief at the corpse before them, trembling in fear. He actually killed someone. He truly dared to take a life. And from a distance, the two still standing quickly dropped to their knees, whether from fright or weakened knees. They looked up at Lin Ming, pleading for mercy. "Brother, please don't kill me. I will obey you from now on, whatever you command. Brother, as long as you spare my life, I will be your girlfriend." Chapter 35. The inevitable mission. Lin Ming had no intention of exterminating everyone present. He simply found the elderly man's self-righteousness intolerable. In the bus, you tremble with fear. Yet, in the presence of women, you are brimming with vitality. In truth, you are merely coddled by the law in the real world. The grotesque visage he bore, coupled with the elderly man's demise, made the athletic young man acutely aware of Lin Ming's terrifying nature. He was no longer the Muay Thai expert, but a quivering, lost dog, stammering, "Brother, please don't kill me. I will tell you anything you wish to know. Tell me your missions." Lin Ming was only interested in this. The athletic young man, not daring to hesitate, immediately replied, "My mission is to enter room 302 and place a photograph in my daughter's bedroom." A photograph? Lin Ming recalled that photographs were items capable of triggering bizarre rules. The athletic young man, fearing his own redundancy, continued, "I also know that the elderly man's mission was to mediate the quarrel of the couple in room 401, urging them to cease their arguments. Brother U.S. task is to help room 202 sleep soundly. The young lady's mission is to ensure that everything in room 102 is spotless, with not a single item bearing an unpleasant odor." Upon hearing the missions of the four individuals, Lin Ming furrowed his brows, feeling that they were all unrelated. However, upon further reflection, it appeared that the bizarre game had assigned tasks to each level. Lin Ming contemplated deciding to embark on the tasks one by one. Since this was a mission-based dungeon, there must be rewards upon completion. Given that they were currently in room 102, he would first undertake the task here. He turned to the terrified JK girl and asked in a low voice, "Have you cleaned a room?" The JK girl shivered, tearfully responding, "I have cleaned, but I haven't finished. I heard voices coming from the fridge." Lin Ming surveyed the room and noted that the JK girl had done quite well. The walls were pristine white, the floor gleamed, and even the sofa and furniture were free of dust. "You seem quite adept at cleaning. Your home is tidy," remarked Lin Ming casually. "I just started cleaning," the JK girl stammered. "I began in the kitchen because I thought it would be greasy, but just as I started, I heard voices from the fridge, so I opened it." Lin Ming was speechless. She heard voices from the fridge and still chose to open it? If this were a horror film, she would definitely be the protagonist. Why? Because who but a protagonist would engage in such foolishness? However, the fact that the JK girl managed to keep the place clean despite not having finished cleaning meant that what needed cleaning might not necessarily be the room itself. Could it be that the task was to deal with that elderly couple? Yet they had already been dealt with, showing no further reaction. Lin Ming continued his inspection, finding nothing amiss in the room. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the JK girl, who was trembling in fear, already sweating, emanating a faint, unusual odor. Do you have body odor?" Lin Ming took 2 steps back, frowning as he inquired. Hearing this, the JK girl, though frightened, felt a wave of shame flush her face. "I don't have any. I truly don't. It's just that the quality of my clothes is poor. When they absorb my sweat, they emit an odor. Please don't kill me. I'll go take a shower right now." A shower? Upon hearing this term, Lin Ming experienced a sudden epiphany. If there were background music, it would surely be the classic words of the little dwarf. "The scheming frog is always patting your belly." This girl's task is a trap, a deadly trap. The bizarre game had instructed her to clean, likely referring to those 2 ghosts, compelling her to help resolve the situation. Regardless of how it was to be resolved, be it by killing, consuming, or expelling them, this JK girl was bound to be frightened. Given her current state, it could be deduced that she had a tendency to sweat in fear. The moment she sweats, an odor would manifest. The issue arises that her task is to ensure not a single item in the room bears an unpleasant odor. Given that she herself emits an odor, she would undoubtedly wish to shower to cleanse herself, avoiding the need for any cleaning. However, residing in room 102 is the female ghost whose face had been slashed. She could appear through mirrors and any reflective surface. At that moment, if the JK girl were to take a shower, the ghost would undoubtedly manifest. Unless this girl possessed Lin Ming's strength, she would surely meet her end. Did the bizarre game truly not recognize the JK girl's propensity to sweat? Or was it fully aware and intentionally issued a mission designed to lead to her demise? Lin Ming, suspecting something was amiss, promptly made his way to the shower room for further investigation. As anticipated, the shower room lacked mirrors, relying solely on the water as a medium for manifestation. Wait a moment. The absence of mirrors in other rooms is understandable, as they likely feared the female ghost would come knocking. Yet room 102 is the ghostess lair. Why are there no mirrors? This is her domain. She would at least leave a mirror in her own home. Has someone forcibly destroyed all the mirrors in the building? Lin Ming keenly sensed that something was indeed amiss. Suddenly, he heard the athletic man in the living room commanding Yu Gu and J.K. Shanu to assist him, and it dawned on him that he seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Who decreed that the issuer of player tasks must be a bizarre game? Could it be that a leader, akin to the team captain, exists within such a strange game? Previously, Lin Ming had participated in 2 instances where the tasks were declared by the bazaar, whether it required staying for 8 hours or 12. It was always the lobby manager or the convenience store manager who made the announcement. Perhaps this time, it was similarly orchestrated by some unseen force, aiming to fulfill clandestine objectives. After experiencing the 2 games, Lin Ming realized that the rules of the bizarre game always left a path for survival. Only the truly strange would seek to obliterate the players. Judging from J.K. Shanu's task, her demise was inevitable. Moreover, the fact that this was clearly the home of a female ghost, yet lacked mirrors for her exit, indicated that someone had already taken control before their arrival, destroying all mirrors to subjugate the ghost. Additionally, what was the athletic man's task? To place a photograph in room 302? Regardless of whether that photograph served as a medium to summon a spirit, acquiring it could very well lead to his demise. Room 302 housed that twisted father-daughter duo, who despised the presence of any man other than themselves. Thus, these were 2 tasks that were bound to end in death. It was nearly conclusive that a formidable ruler resided here, perhaps even watching them from the shadows, reveling in their demise as they were toyed with. All right, Sun Tze, you certainly know how to play. A bizarre entity masquerading as the game master is assigning me tasks, isn't it? Realizing this, Lin Ming immediately set out to tackle the next task. He aimed to unravel the threads of these assignments, to uncover the orchestrator. Perhaps that puppet master was the missing little girl? Of course. It was also possible that Lin Ming's search for the missing girl was itself a task destined for failure. That little girl might not even exist, leading him to squander all his time and ultimately self-destruct within this instance. Chapter 36. Remove your shoes. My brother has a fondness for this. Lin Ming gazed at the athletic man. Have you found the photograph? Not yet. I haven't dared to search. So, I thought I would bring them along to assist each other. The athletic man replied earnestly. Lin Ming's expression turned to one of understanding. Then there's no need to search. The athletic man breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Lin Ming would pressure him into searching for the photograph. It seemed that his display of weakness had elicited sympathy from this fellow. What a fool. All I need is a slight ruse to make you strike me once. The athletic man felt a sense of pride, knowing that after causing trouble outside, his enemies would at least slap him twice. This time I hit the jackpot. Lin Ming observed the uncontrollable pride on the athletic man's face, puzzled by his exuberance, and swiftly broke his neck with a kick. Watching the athletic man lie on the ground, lifeless yet still wearing a semblance of pride, J.K. Shanu and another man were horrified, their hair standing on end as they frantically begged for mercy. Lin Ming regarded the kneeling man, recalling that his name was Yu Gu, and his task was to help room 202 sleep well. According to the butcher's words, the resident of room 202 loved to sleep. Although he was unsure how to assist, it was evidently a trap. He decided to inspect each house before proceeding. Lin Ming remembered that directly across was room 101, the residence of the building manager. He promptly made his way outside. Yu Gu and J.K. Shanu exchanged anxious glances, uncertain whether to follow. However, J.K. Shanu reacted more quickly, realizing that following might lead to death, but not following would certainly result in the same fate. She hastily got up and followed suit. Seeing this, Yu Gu had no choice but to follow as well. Lin Ming exited and arrived at room 101. According to the butcher, this was the building manager's home, the strongest presence in the building. He looked at the firmly locked door and kicked it, causing it to deform. Once Lin Ming opened the warp door and stepped inside, he took a glance around. The room was impeccably clean, to the point of being barren. There was no furniture, and the walls bore no decorations, as if it had been completely emptied. Had the building manager moved away? Lin Ming frowned as he inspected all the rooms, finding them all empty. After much contemplation, he called over J.K. Shayanu. "Remove your shoes." "Huh? Isn't that inappropriate?" J.K. Shayanu felt a bit anxious, glancing at her slender legs adorned in black stockings. "Remove them when I say so," Lin Ming commanded with a cold expression. Yugu, unable to bear J.K. Shayanu's hesitation, rushed over like a sycophant. "My brother says to remove them. Don't you know he has a penchant for this? If I weren't a man, I would take my shoes off right now." J.K. Shayanu, watching Yugu take off her shoes, explained with a quivering voice, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to remove them, nor that I'm unwilling to let you enjoy it. It's just that these shoes are too cheap, and being leather, they could be a bit stuffy, which might lead to some odor. You know nothing. My brother loves this flavor. He adores the original scent." After Yugu removed J.K. Shayanu's little leather shoes, he was immediately overwhelmed by the smell and nearly vomited. "Good heavens, this is not the original scent. This is clearly a raw brew." Yugu stumbled back, casting a terrified glance at Lin Ming. "Indeed, do the strong all harbor peculiar tastes? What are you looking at?" Lin Ming scolded darkly. Yes, I want to look, enjoy yourself." Yugu attempted to distance himself. Lin Ming, uninterested in this fool, shifted his gaze back and was met with a black biochemical weapon extending toward him. J.K. Shayanu was struggling to lift her leg, presenting her size 38 black stocking-clad foot before Lin Ming. The odor was overpowering, causing Lin Ming to retreat, and he immediately cursed. "That is not what I meant. I meant for you to take off your shoes and walk around the room." The building manager has a cleanliness obsession, as evidenced by the immaculate state of her room. Having such a biochemical weapon running amok in a room would undoubtedly trigger her rules. If she didn't appear, it would mean she truly had left. If she did appear, then it would be her turn. J.K. Shayanu, barefoot, cautiously circled the room and returned. The atmosphere became unbearable, and for the first time, Yugu realized that the online notion of finding a mental girlfriend was simple, yet he never anticipated it would come at such a steep price. As the stench became intolerable, the building manager still had not emerged. Lin Ming waved at J.K. Shayanu. "Put your shoes back on. You might catch a cold." "Thank you for your concern, big brother." J.K. Shayanu felt somewhat touched, realizing that walking barefoot could indeed lead to illness, and she hadn't expected Lin Ming to care for her. Lin Ming shot her a glance. "Who is concerned about you?" "I'm just afraid of a fungal infection in my lungs. Although in the qi refining stage, I am still not immune to some human pathogens. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, becoming a true cultivator with a lifespan exceeding 300 years, can one be free from the torment of germs." Upon hearing this, J.K. Shayanu's face flushed, and she obediently put on her shoes and followed him outside. Lin Ming led the two out of the room, and Yugu took the opportunity to take deep breaths of fresh air. He had never felt that the air in the bizarre world could be so cool and refreshing. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Ming first went to room 202. Standing at the door, he contemplated a crucial matter. If the resident of room 202 only enjoyed sleeping, then disturbing them would be tantamount to a death sentence. Thus, merely knocking on the door might lead to death. Of course, it was possible that the intruder would not knock, but what if the resident of room 202 was a light sleeper? Light sleepers can be awakened by even the slightest noise. For instance, a father who falls asleep on the sofa while watching television might snore loudly. But if you turn off the TV or change the channel, he will instantly wake up to say, "What are you doing?" "I was watching that." However, Lin Ming was unafraid. He attempted to twist the door lock to enter, but discovered that the door was unlocked. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, pushed the door open, and found a note affixed to the wall. "No matter who you are, even if you're a thief, please be gentle when stealing. I am currently asleep and do not appreciate disturbances. Therefore, in order to avoid being bothered, I simply leave the door unlocked, allowing anyone to enter as they please, thus sparing myself from the noise of knocking. This peculiar behavior truly signifies a deep love for sleep." Lin Ming stepped inside, followed swiftly by Yugu and the JK girl. Both were clad in sneakers, moving soundlessly. However, the JK girl wore small leather shoes, which emitted a distinct click reminiscent of high heels as she entered. You can notice the note affixed to the wall, and upon hearing the sound, his face turned pale as he abruptly turned to look at the JK girl. The JK girl, equally devoid of color, shook her head in fear, indicating that it was not her intention. Chapter 37. Even a piece of toilet paper has its purpose. Yuge did not concern himself with whether the JK girl acted deliberately. He pointed towards the door, his eyes widening, silently uttering 2 words. "Get out." The JK girl, now more terrified, tearfully shook her head, expressing her desire to stay. She feared the strange presence in the hallway, worried that being alone would lead to her demise. In an attempt to avoid being expelled, she even considered removing her shoes. At this point, it was Yuge who felt a pang of fear. Lin Ming turned back to observe the two gesturing at one another. "What are you doing?" Hearing him daring to speak, Yuge and the JK girl were horrified. They thought he had not seen the note on the wall. Yuge hurriedly gestured for silence, repeatedly pointing at the note, urging Lin Ming to read it. "Oh, I saw that note. It's nothing to worry about." Lin Ming had come in to confront the strange entity. How could he heed its words? Seeing Lin Ming's confidence, Yuge and the JK girl recalled that he seemed capable of magic, the kind that could kill from a distance, allowing their anxious hearts to ease slightly. "Damn it! That damned fellow!" Suddenly, an angry shout erupted from the bedroom. Oh no, the strange presence had been awakened. Yuge and the JK girl immediately hid behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming, uninterested in their antics, confirmed the entity's location and proceeded towards the room. As he reached the bedroom door, he paused before entering, spotting a disheveled figure with bloodshot eyes storming out. Upon seeing Lin Ming, this entity refrained from attacking and instead barked, "You go deal with the one in room 201. Tell him to stop playing games." Lin Ming was taken aback. Was this not a mission doomed to fail? No, it was instructing him to go to room 201, perhaps leading to a true death. However, Lin Ming had no time for such back and forth. He resolutely declined to carry out this lazy creature's task. Why aren't you going yet? Did you not hear me? Or do you wish for me to consume you?" The lazy creature glared at Lin Ming, its eyes widening, blood vessels becoming increasingly pronounced, with even the corners of its eyes splitting, blood oozing forth and staining its face, rendering it even more grotesque. In a swift motion, Lin Ming extended 2 fingers and jabbed them into its eyes. The creature, caught off guard, screamed in pain. "Ouch! Are you insane? Why'd you poke my eyes?" "Oh, it's nothing, just borrowing some blood." Lin Ming preferred not to pierce his own finger to write a spirit contract. He needed to establish a foundation. Once that was achieved, he could inscribe talismans in midair. After acquiring the blood, Lin Ming began to draw a talisman on the lazy creature's forehead. The lazy creature, clutching its eyes, was oblivious to the unfolding events but instinctively tried to evade. "Hey, don't move," Lin Ming reprimanded, frowning. "Get away, get away." The entity, eyes tightly shut, could not contain the deathly aura emanating from it, which was akin to bleeding. Simultaneously, the lazy creature waved its arms desperately, attempting to push Lin Ming back. "I told you not to move." Lin Ming, hindered, made an error in his drawing, infuriated, and kicked the lazy creature down. "Am I a mage, or must I resort to force?" Lin Ming pounced on the lazy creature, delivering 2 resounding slaps, causing it to wail helplessly, making the scene far from heroic. The lazy creature resembled a forced bride, continuously crying out, "Let me go, you pervert! Let me go! Otherwise, I'll make you sleep with me." In the next instant, Lin Ming felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him, evidently the lazy creature's skill. He hardly noticed how the skill had been triggered. This revelation sparked his interest. This skill was indeed noteworthy. "Congratulations, you have gained the chance to survive." Lin Ming resolved to send this creature into the Wanhuan Fawn. However, upon entering the Wanhuan Fawn, it would lose its individual consciousness, transforming into Lin Ming's very essence. Thus, prior to this, he needed to conduct an interrogation. Lin Ming channeled his spiritual energy, resisting the encroaching sleepiness, while the lazy creature's ability began to induce a stupor within it as well. It remained uncertain whether this was a side effect of its power or an attempt to drag Lin Ming into its dream. Perfect, this saved him from resistance. Lin Ming swiftly inscribed the spirit contract, binding the lazy creature under his control. Instantly, all drowsiness vanished from him. The lazy creature's capability was forcibly halted, and it opened its vacant eyes in confusion. Master? Yu Gu and the JK girl were poised to flee at any moment. Should Lin Ming fall to the strange entity, they would immediately exit. However, to their astonishment, Lin Ming had indeed triumphed over the entity, even commanding it to call him master. Was this individual even more fearsome than the entity? Lin Ming rose from the lazy creature, calmly stating, "Tell me, why are you here? Why am I here?" The lazy creature yearned to retort that it was none of Lin Ming's business. Yet its mouth involuntarily responded, "Because this is my home, master." "Was that task to help you sleep issued by you?" Lin Ming inquired. "No, I only wish to sleep, and I would not issue tasks. If it weren't for the loud noises from across the hall, I would not have requested your assistance. Please forgive me, master." The lazy creature knelt respectfully on the ground. "How much do you know about this building?" Lin Ming asked, immediately realizing the futility of the question. "Indeed," the lazy creature promptly replied, "Master, I sleep all day. I know nothing." "Very well, then tell me, why did you want me to deal with the 1 in 201? Lin Ming frowned. The lazy creature's face filled with indignation. "That fellow plays games all day, making it impossible for me to sleep." Lin Ming listened intently. "I didn't hear anything. That person's ability is quite similar to mine. I trap people in a dream world, while he ensnares them in a game world. Our dream and game worlds occasionally link due to our similar powers, causing disturbances that you cannot hear in reality," the lazy creature explained earnestly. Lin Ming understood and promptly addressed the lazy creature. "Then you shall enter the Wan Huan Fan. I am fond of your abilities and wish for you to serve me eternally." "Really? Thank you, master," the lazy creature exclaimed, tears of blood streaming down its face. "Damn it! Does that mean I must become a perpetual slave? I do not fancy that." Alas, under the constraints of the spirit contract, this creature could utter nothing but was forced into the Wan Huan Fan, where it would voluntarily undergo refinement. During the refining process, it yearned to resist, yet could only watch helplessly as the effects of the magic circle enveloped it, its will gradually dissipating, becoming part of the Wan Huan Fan. Lin Ming stored the Wan Huan Fan away, ignoring the two dumbfounded individuals, and proceeded towards the opposite side. The two stared blankly as Lin Ming passed by, and once he exited, Yu Gu quickly followed suit. However, the JK girl, feeling apprehensive, cautiously asked, "Yu Gu, this handsome guy kills without blinking. Is it safe for us to follow him? He won't find us bothersome, will he?" The girl's concern was not unfounded, for given the current circumstances, they appear to be nothing but a burden. What if Lin Ming, in his impatience, decided to eliminate them? Yu Gu, however, gazed earnestly at the JK girl and said, "If you feel useless, then you must strive to prove your worth. Moreover, you must believe that even a piece of toilet paper or a salted fish possesses its own purpose." The JK girl hesitated, recognizing the truth in his words, which were indeed rational, yet somehow felt unsettling. Chapter 38. Fight if you can, turn off the TV if you can't. Lin Ming arrived at room 201 across the hall. This time, the door was indeed locked. He forcibly twisted the lock and stepped inside. The room was immaculate and orderly, devoid of any unpleasant odors, a stark contrast to the typical abode of a gaming enthusiast. Of course, there are some tidy gamers, but one who is so engrossed in gaming that they neglect cleanliness is unlikely to take such pride in their environment. Upon entering the living room, Lin Ming noticed that the television was on, displaying a gaming interface. Street Fighter? Upon seeing the screen, Yu Ji's eyes widened in surprise. He had played this game before. The JK girl, being quite young, was unfamiliar with it and asked, "What is Ji-Ba?" Street Fighter, though it may not be called that in this world, is indeed a game, not the adult entertainment one might imagine. Moreover, this guy, who stays at home all day, plays such games? Surely he could at least indulge in a Civilization series or a piece of game like I do. Yu Gu shook his head, feeling emboldened after clinging to Lin Ming's leg, and dared to offer his opinion. Lin Ming glanced at Yu Gu, surprised to discover he was quite the expert in gaming. The JK girl, unable to follow their conversation, timidly inquired, "May I ask, where is that ghost? Wasn't it said he was gaming?" Yugo also realized something was amiss and scanned the bright living room for any strange figures, but there was no sign of anything unusual. Could it be that he's tired from gaming and went to sleep? Lin Ming, too, was surveying the surroundings for any eerie traces. Suddenly, the game screen flickered, transitioning to a character selection interface. After a series of shifts, an image materialized on the television, a figure adorned with a red headband, clad in a white martial arts uniform secured with a black belt. It was Ryu. Yugo instantly recognized the character. Meanwhile, the JK girl, still perplexed, asked, "What is happening?" At that moment, Ryu on the screen beckoned to the three with a sinister voice. "You must defeat me to leave." So this is the gaming ghost? Defeating him would mean completing the game? Let me handle this. I was quite skilled at Street Fighter as a child. Yugo stepped forward eagerly, wishing to prove his worth. Lin Ming, curious to observe, nodded in agreement. Elated, Yugo began searching for the controller, and upon finding it, he quickly selected Chun-Li. No joking here. For Yugo, Chun-Li and her Chi Pao and black stockings have been a long-time companion during his youth. However, as soon as he successfully made his selection, he suddenly felt something was off. He could no longer control his body and began to walk toward the television. Approaching it, he kicked the screen, but instead of striking it, he found himself drawn inside. He went in. Oh no, he really went in. The JK girl exclaimed. Lin Ming had suspected this outcome, but in order to prevent the ghost from escaping, he maintained his composure. Now that Yugo had entered the game, he could confirm his suspicions were correct. The game screen transformed into a backdrop of urban ruins. Ryu appeared, embodying the essence of a martial arts master, yet exuding an ominous aura. Yugo also materialized, retaining his own face, but now clad in Chun-Li's attire, the stockings uncomfortably snug. This situation was both physically and psychologically distressing for him. While he had fantasized about embodying Chun-Li, it certainly wasn't meant to be under such circumstances. In stark contrast to Yu Ji's confusion, Ryu wasted no time, launching an energy attack. Hadouken! Chun-Li, despite being Yugo's avatar, was caught off guard. Witnessing Ryu, a muscular figure, unleashing an energy blast, he could hardly react as a blinding light engulfed him. Boom! Chun-Li was sent sprawling, her health bar plummeting. Fortunately, Yugo regained his senses, realizing he had indeed entered the game and needed to engage in physical combat. Reflecting on his experiences, he discovered he possessed the knowledge to unleash energy attacks as well. This was fantastic. Although Yugo felt some pain, excitement coursed through him. Anyone who had played Street Fighter likely dreamed of mastering its skills. Who hasn't he imagined unleashing a special move on a friend? Now, he could truly unleash his skill, and without hesitation, he punched forward. Kamehameha! A wave of energy surged forth, but Ryu effortlessly leapt into the air, evading the attack, and swiftly closed the distance between them. Alarmed by Ryu's approach, Yugo attempted to retaliate, but Ryu was faster, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent Chun-Li soaring into the air, followed by a devastating spinning kick that decimated her health bar. Ultimately, Ryu landed gracefully, while Chun-Li fell lifelessly to the ground. With Chun-Li's demise, Yugo perished as well. Having entered the game as Chun-Li, his death meant Yu Ji's own death. Blood began to seep from the television, a dark testament to Yu Ji's hubris and folly. The JK girl, terrified, looked at Lin Ming with trepidation. "Big brother, I can't play games. I'm not that eerie opponent." Lin Ming had no intention of sending the JK girl in a battle. He was here to confront the anomaly, not to spectate a gaming session. At that moment, Ryu on the screen provocatively beckoned him, inviting him to step forward. Lin Ming obliged, not particularly interested in selecting a character. Channeling his energy, he enveloped his arm in a layer of spiritual power and thrust it into the television. The television served as the conduit for the otaku's abilities, or rather, the game screen was the true medium. This otaku's power was remarkably weak, relying solely on the activation of the controller or the television to trigger his skills, an ability that was utterly useless against Lin Ming. As his hand penetrated the game screen, he appeared like a deity descending from the heavens, reaching for Ryu. Surprised, Ryu unleashed a Hadouken, attempting to obliterate Lin Ming. Yet even his protective spiritual energy could not be breached. Once Lin Ming seized Ryu, he transformed into a disheveled, eerie youth. Lin Ming dipped his hand in the blood seeping from the television, inscribing a ghostly contract upon the struggling boy's face. Upon the establishment of the contract, the boy surrendered. Looking up at Lin Ming with a subservient demeanor, "Brother, want to play some games? I have plenty, like beautiful housekeeping, fake eunuchs in the inner court, and time pause. I guarantee you'll have a blast." "No thanks. Just tell me, is there truly no one who can defeat you in the game?" Lin Ming inquired. Focused solely on determining whether thwarting this entity's gaming activities was an inevitable task. The eerie youth nodded yes. "I can absorb anyone who touches the television or anything connected to it into the game, and then use my extensive gaming experience to defeat them." Lin Ming grasped the implication of this. It was akin to an old adage: never argue with a fool. They will drag you down to their level and defeat you with their wealth of foolish experience. However, one question lingered in his mind. How can you be so sure you won't encounter a gaming expert you cannot defeat? No waities. If I can't win, I could just leave the television. After all, once my opponent is absorbed, they can never escape. When I exit, I simply turn off the television, and my opponent will die, allowing me to maintain an unbroken streak of victories. The eerie youth explained candidly. This was absurd. Not only did this entity possess magical abilities, but it also wielded the physical power to turn off the television. Chapter 39. Cooking without salt regardless of the circumstances. The unwavering determination of this eerie youth indicated that this was indeed a mission destined for failure. Lose and you die. Win and you still die. Lin Ming was nearly certain that these tasks were not issued by the gaming anomaly. He beckoned to the eerie youth with a wave. The youth, seemingly possessed by an uncanny premonition, fearfully approached and exclaimed, "Master, I possess great abilities. Please grant me an opportunity, and I shall assist you in becoming the Ghost King." "Rest assured, I am indeed granting you that opportunity," Lin Ming replied with a smile. The youth sighed in relief. Then Lin Ming placed his hand upon him, drawing forth the essence of death. "No, Master, you promised to give me a chance." The youth cried in terror. "Indeed, relinquish your death essence to me. It is the best path for you to help me become the Ghost King," Lin Ming stated as he drained the youth completely. Death Essence, 15,000. Refinement Stage, Level 820. Just 2 levels more, and I shall establish my foundation. Lin Ming revealed a look of satisfaction while glancing at the panel arranged by the eerie game. What on earth? Why am I still at the Spectre level? Does this game's ranking not rely on the amount of Death Essence? Or is there a separate ranking for players? Lin Ming pondered as he exited the door and ascended the stairs, followed cautiously by the JK girl. Ascending to the 3rd floor, which had been cleared and was of no use, Lin Ming proceeded directly to the 4th floor, arriving at the door of room 401. This was the task site of the old man in the shirt, where it was said a couple was perpetually at odds, arguing incessantly. Is this truly a challenge? Lin Ming mused as he stood outside the door, hearing the sounds of their quarrel, accompanied by the crashing of objects. Kicking the door open, he entered to find 2 battered apparitions glaring at each other with murderous intent, as if eager to see the other perish once more. Upon noticing Lin Ming's presence, the male specter immediately shouted, "Who are you? What business do you have in my home? Here to watch the commotion, are you? You're asking for death." The female specter echoed his fury. Strangely, instead of continuing their argument, the couple approached Lin Ming, seeking to vent their frustrations upon him. Remaining calm, Lin Ming addressed them. "I am here to mediate your dispute. After all, arguing is quite detrimental. It sets a poor example for children, disturbs neighbors, and damages marital bonds." The male specter sneered. "Arguing is bad? Have you bothered to ask this wretched woman what treachery she has committed against me?" Lin Ming turned his gaze toward the advancing female specter. "What wrongs have you done?" The female specter retorted fiercely, "I forgot to add salt while cooking. Is that such a grave matter?" Lin Ming considered this. Looking back at the male specter, surely this cannot warrant such rage, can it? "Do you understand the gravity of forgetting salt? My mother's meat is tender and succulent. If she prepares it as cured meat without salt, it won't lasts long. Isn't that a grave sin? The male specter exclaimed in outrage. Lin Ming nodded in agreement and turned to the female specter. You truly must reflect on your actions. When you were preparing his meal, did you remember to add salt? It was his father who stir-fried it. What does that have to do with me? The female specter replied as she circled Lin Ming, scrutinizing him and commenting. You seem rather thin. Is your meat tough? The male specter approached with a cold laugh. See? This spendthrift woman knows nothing. People like her should be boiled for soup. They are certainly a great supplement. Lin Ming pondered for a moment and found their arguments to be quite valid. With his current spiritual energy, the prospect of a nourishing soup was indeed an unparalleled delight. The JK girl, observing from the side, was utterly bewildered, realizing that the quarrel stemmed from culinary grievances involving parental dishes. Lin Ming, resembling a skilled mediator, continued to counsel them. Do you believe I am correct? Shouldn't we consider making soup? The male specter inquired. The female specter retorted coldly. I think we should prepare braised human meatballs. Don't you agree? Lin Ming solemnly replied. I believe the brother is right. Soup is indeed the better option. Dare you refuse me? The female specter shouted furiously, her death essence surging, triggering her abilities. Lin Ming felt an unseen force attempting to compel him into a wall, presumably aiming to reduce him to a mere pulp for their culinary delight. Brother, thank you for your support. I shall ensure your dish is exceptionally delicious. The male specter exclaimed excitedly, his powers triggering as well, guiding Lin Ming toward the kitchen for soup preparation. Alas, their abilities proved insufficient. Lin Ming effortlessly withstood their attempts with his mastery of the Tianxiagong. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, he summoned the Wan Hun fan to secure the two specters. After all, a solitary specter posed no threat, but two could easily escape. Though these two were already of the vengeful spirit tier, their strength was formidable. However, Wei Yuan was of equal caliber and could leverage the power of the Wan Hun fan, thus easily suppressing them. Lin Ming, disinterested in establishing a ghostly contract, swiftly disposed of the female specter, simultaneously absorbing her death essence while gently advising, as a woman, you must be gentle and understanding toward your husband. Recognize the hardships he endures while working outside and refrain from throwing tantrums. The female specter gazed at Lin Ming in disbelief. Gentle? Understanding? Is this how you mediate our disputes? While advising, you stab me. Amidst her intense reluctance, she gradually succumbed. Death Essence, 20,000. Refinement Stage, Level 898. Lin Ming turned his attention to the male specter, who was desperately resisting Wei Yuan. Do not squander your death essence. I still require it. Besides, look, I have already persuaded your wife. She acknowledges her mistakes and has paid the price. Now, regarding you, as a man, how can you let something so trivial as forgetting salt in your wife's cooking provoke such fury? I shall punish you. Your penance will be to apologize to your wife in the afterlife. With that, Lin Ming pierced the male specter's throat and drained him of his essence. Death Essence, 18,000. Refinement Stage, Level 915. Lin Ming furrowed his brow, realizing that the specter had expended considerable essence in resisting Wei Yuan. It appeared that, in the future, he must establish ghostly contracts beforehand to prevent them from squandering their energy before their demise. With both specters having perished, Lin Ming completed the mediation task. They would never argue again. Turning, he walked toward the opposite door, only to find that the couple from room 402 had emerged at some point. They gazed excitedly at the terrified, cornered JK girl. What a lovely girl. Dear, I wish to adopt her. Indeed, we have taken in so many boys. It is time for a daughter. I shall sever her legs, and then we can have a beautiful daughter. The couple of specters gleefully conspired before rushing over to remove the JK girl's shoes. Lin Ming barely had time to intervene, watching helplessly as tragedy unfolded. Biochemical weapon. Unleashed. Oh my goodness. Chapter 40. What a perverse handsome fellow. Due to the building manager's fastidiousness, even in the eerie apocalypse, the hallway remained devoid of any foul odors. These specters had long grown accustomed to cleanliness and had little resistance to tainted air. At that moment, when the JK girl removed her shoes, she inadvertently toppled the couple of specters. Observing the retreating specters, Lin Ming thought, this girl indeed possesses talent. Truth be told, even without my intervention today, she could likely survive based on her unique attributes. Of course, the building manager would probably not let her off easily. Lin Ming approached, assisting the girl in donning her shoes while simultaneously invoking a ghostly contract with the couple. Once the contract was established, Lin Ming, lacking any inclination to inquire further, absorbed the couple entirely. Refinement stage, level 10, 72. Excellent, just one more to go. Now, if I can absorb the strongest building manager, I should successfully establish my foundation. At that point, I shall be the sole foundational cultivator in the real world. Meanwhile, the JK girl continued to weep as she put on her shoes. Noticing Lin Ming's impatient gaze, she hastily ceased her sobbing but did not forget to explain her plight. It truly is just a shoe issue. My feet do not usually smell this bad. I suggest you wear those shoes in the future. At the very least, they may save your life. Of course, this is predicated on your ability to leave the premises. Lin Ming casually remarked. The JK girl was taken aback by such high praise for her feet from Lin Ming. Momentarily surprised, could it be that she could ascend to a lofty status simply by virtue of her feet? As she noticed Lin Ming beginning to ascend the stairs, she hastily abandoned her daydreams and followed suit. 5th floor. The butcher had previously mentioned that this building consisted of only 5 stories, and the 5th floor was uninhabited. Yet, it was remarkably clean, devoid of dust or the peculiar odor that typically accompanies long vacant spaces. Clearly, the building manager had been maintaining this area. Lin Ming had not encountered the building manager on the lower floors, so he surmised that the manager must be up here. Moreover, Lin Ming had already formed a hypothesis regarding the entity that assigned them their task. It was likely the building manager. The reason? A minor issue: obsessive cleanliness. The manager's aversion to dirt in the hallways was evident. From the moment Lin Ming exited the first room, he noticed the pristine state of the corridor. Each apartment was equally immaculate, with floors that gleamed as if polished. There was not a speck of dust or a single footprint in the hallway. After all, these strange entities were ghosts. They carried no dust and would not dirty their homes or the corridors. However, outsiders could render this place unclean, particularly with shoes worn by the living. Previously, in the stairwell, Lin Ming had observed the shoe prints left by his group. Before their arrival, the hallway had been spotless, devoid of even a speck of dust, let alone footprints. Thus, their presence must have provoked the building manager's disdain. As the most powerful entity, the manager could likely issue commands to the players who entered. This was Lin Ming's deduction, and now it was time to verify its accuracy. Both doors on the 5th floor were firmly shut. Lin Ming approached and opened the door to room 501. The room was utterly vacant, impeccably clean. After a brief inspection, he found no one inside. It seemed the building manager must be in room 502. Without hesitation, Lin Ming proceeded to room 502, but upon searching the premises, he found it also devoid of occupants. Had the building manager hidden away, or had they sensed his formidable presence and fled? Lin Ming stood by the window, gazing outside into an expanse of eternal mist, obscuring even the area a meter beyond the residential building. The manager surely wouldn't venture outside, for that would render the task impossible. Even if the manager harbored such thoughts, the rules of this eerie game would not permit it. Perhaps the failure to locate the manager triggered some rules? Lin Ming pondered, then retrieved a pen from the room and began to doodle in the corridor. Since the manager was known for cleanliness and had an obsession with tidiness, they would undoubtedly be unable to tolerate the walls being defiled. Lin Ming first drew a large cross on the wall. No response. He then inscribed the word fool before the cross. Still no reaction? Lin Ming then drew a pile of excrement, even adding a few flies for good measure. Surely, this would provoke a reaction. As expected, with the appearance of this filth, the stagnant energy in the corridor began to stir. However, the disturbance was fleeting, akin to a gentle breeze, barely perceptible. The JK girl remained oblivious, still admiring Lin Ming's artwork. Lin Ming, however, sensed the slight shift and turned to the JK girl, asking, "Do you need to use the restroom?" The girl paused, Did you hear me quietly pass gas? Lin Ming stepped back 2 paces and replied, if you need to go, then do so. Oh, all right, she said, her cheeks flushing as she sought a room to relieve herself. Don't go, just do it right here. Lin Ming pointed to the floor. The JK girl widened her eyes in astonishment. Mortified, big brother, do you really have this peculiar hobby of watching others defecate? Lin Ming, with a stern expression, retorted. You haven't been paying attention to the task at hand, have you? I need to use your hand and your backside to draw out the building manager. Oh, I see. The JK girl realized, feeling a sense of relief. She had thought her own peculiarities were insufficient to keep pace with the formidable Lin Ming. However, the thought of defecating in front of her idol was undeniably embarrassing. Lin Ming, perceiving her discomfort, quickly assured her, rest easy. I won't be here watching you. Even if you begged, I wouldn't. What? Doesn't that make me very vulnerable? The JK girl exclaimed in panic. She had no issue with defecating, even without wiping. But if the building manager appeared, she would stand no chance. Lin Ming smiled slightly. Don't worry. You can turn in circles while you do it. And when the time comes, you can hide within that circle. I guarantee the manager won't dare to enter. Imagining such a scenario, the JK girl preferred to face death instead, asking timidly, can't you do it instead? I find it rather humiliating. Lin Ming flatly refused. I find it humiliating too. The girl's eyes brimmed with tears. The truth is, if you do it, the manager might spare you, disgusted by the mess. But I want I will eliminate you for denying me. Now, make a choice. I'm going downstairs. Lin Ming descended, unable to confront the ensuing spectacle. As he waited below, he wondered whether the girl would choose to perish at his hands or dare to challenge the bizarre limits. Approximately 5 minutes later, sounds of exertion echoed from above. Lin Ming smiled. The girl was obedient enough. As the noise grew louder, a gust of wind swept through the corridor, intensifying as the stagnant energy surged. The elusive building manager could no longer remain concealed. Chapter 41. Building manager, why don't you flee? The corridor was filled with faint, indistinct curses. It was the voice of a weary woman, presumably the fastidious building manager. She could no longer hold her composure. Why haven't you stopped her? She is about to finish. Can you refrain from broadcasting this? It's nauseating, Lin Ming retorted. You know it's disgusting? Then I shall broadcast it for all to see. Look at her squatting there. You beast. How did you devise such a method to force me out? The building manager had encountered many bothersome outsiders, some of whom discerned the trap she laid and sought various means to coerce her into revealing herself. Yet, never had anyone conceived such a method. Never. Lin Ming, however, smirked and swiftly stepped forward, extending his hand. Found you. Did she really believe he was merely engaging in idle conversation? He had been using his clairvoyance to locate her position, and upon sensing her presence, he unleashed a powerful punch. Indeed, a scream pierced the air, and a phantom figure fell to the ground. But before Lin Ming could approach, it vanished before his eyes. Quite the sprinter, indeed. Lin Ming employed his clairvoyance to scan the surroundings, searching for her trace. From upstairs, the JK girl's trembling voice echoed, Big brother. Should I continue? Proceed. Lin Ming insisted, convinced the building manager could not endure. As expected, the manager, who had been on the verge of departing, heard their conversation and her voice returned, filled with agitation. Stop. If you dare to continue, I will devour you. The girl trembled in fear. Big brother. What should I do? Fear not. Go fetch a mop. Lin Ming instructed her. With a mop smeared with excrement, you become invincible. Even the building manager cannot contend with that. The girl understood and dashed to the restroom to retrieve a mop. But just as she exited the protective circle, a piercing wail echoed in her ears. It was the building manager. Oh no! Despair flickered in the girl's eyes. It seemed she had been ensnared by Lin Ming. He intended to provoke the building manager and then deceive her into leaving the circle, thereby drawing the manager out to confront her. In the next moment, a fog enveloped the JK girl, surrounding her with a shroud of mist. This was the fog spirit's ability from Lin Ming's myriad soul banner, capable of summoning corrosive mist. Even a vengeful spirit would face dire consequences upon entering. Lin Ming enveloped the young girl in a mist, providing her with a sanctuary, And then, shielded by the 1 fan, he charged forward. This time, his ability to see through illusions proved effective, revealing a dim figure. "Master Lu, I've caught you," Lin Ming said with a sinister smile, slowly approaching the ethereal shadow before him. The JK girl, watching Lin Ming, felt ignored and was in a state of panic. Although he had utilized her, he had no intention of leading her to her demise. He was, in fact, rather decent. Meanwhile, Master Lu had not anticipated Lin Ming's treacherous nature. Despite being by the girl's side from the beginning, she mistakenly believed Lin Ming harbored affection for her, exhibiting a possessive inclination. Little did she know that he had been deliberately allowing the woman to follow him all along, crafting an image of a cold exterior yet warm heart. In truth, he was indeed cold-hearted, having never cared for her well-being. His sole aim was to lure her out. "You knew all along that I was watching you, didn't you?" The shadow accused vehemently. "The moment I learned of your obsession with cleanliness, I surmised you would not welcome us. Upon discovering that our mission was a certain death, I suspected you had been keeping an eye on us, but without evidence. I couldn't speak recklessly." Lin Ming shrugged, unfazed. Well, you are indeed the most cunning player I have ever encountered," the shadow retorted. Lin Ming remained indifferent. "Cunning? Devious? For a villain, isn't that merely standard practice? Do not revel in your triumph. Do you truly believe you can trap me? Do you understand who I am? I am Master Lu, and the authority I wield is beyond your imagination." The shadow sneered and instantly vanished from sight. Lin Ming, observing her disappearance, speculated about Master Lu's powers, coming to a realization. Could it be that within the building, she could teleport anywhere in an instant? Only in this manner could she promptly detect where dirt had accumulated and what required cleansing. If Lin Ming were to pursue her relentlessly, it would become exceedingly troublesome, perhaps even beyond the allotted time for the mission. Thus, the girl became indispensable. Lin Ming turned his gaze towards the JK girl. Uncertain whether she had an epiphany or not, she seemed to understand. "Brother, I truly have nothing left inside me. If you wish to draw that strange entity out, I should be able to do so by wandering barefoot in the corridor." Lin Ming was somewhat taken aback. "You have made progress." The JK girl said nothing further, silently removing her shoes and stepping outside. Lin Ming sensed a hint of disappointment emanating from her towards him. However, what did that matter? This girl stepped out, ready to unleash her powers. Master Lu indeed possessed dominion over the entire building. She could instantly perceive any changes within, even a mere appearance of a speck of dust, which over time had cultivated her obsession with cleanliness, mandating that even the residences of the tenants remained immaculate. Yet now, a new torment had befallen her. The excrement left by the JK girl had already caused her immense psychological strain, and now this woman was emitting toxic fumes. Master Lu sensed that her building was becoming foul. It was deteriorating. Even her own body seemed to exude that foul odor, driving her to the brink of madness. Yet she knew she could not reveal herself. Otherwise, Lin Ming would eliminate her. Although she was Master Lu, she was no match for Lin Ming. Damn it, why are these players so difficult to deal with? Previously, there had been no shortage of experts who had entered this building, some even stronger than Lin Ming. Yet they had still been targeted by Master Lu and forced to flee. Yet unexpectedly, Lin Ming, not even the strongest, had managed to corner her through insidious means. The JK girl led Lin Ming downwards, entering nearly every room, leaving her traces and scent behind. Master Lu was compelled to escape layer by layer, never daring to cross the threshold. Eventually, she found herself cornered, unable to return home, as the JK girl had already traversed through her abode. Furthermore, hiding in her house would be futile. Every door had been preemptively destroyed by Lin Ming, rendering her unable to barricade herself, unless she was willing to utilize Master Lu's powers to teleport upstairs. But the stench up there was unbearable. Master Lu found herself trapped in a corner on the first floor. Lin Ming activated his ability to see through illusions and spotted her curled up in the corner. Smiling slightly, "Master Lu, why have you stopped running? You are a beast, a living beast." Master Lu spat through gritted teeth. Lin Ming, however, was unfazed, grinning wickedly as he lunged towards her. "Come, my dear, into my body." To err on the side of caution, Lin Ming refrained from directly seizing Master Lu. instead ensnaring her within the Wanhun fan before initiating the confrontation. Once Lin Ming's consciousness entered the Wanhun fan, he engaged in battle against Master Lu alongside 5 spirits contained within. Master Lu, in addition to her dominion over the building, possessed a rather unique ability, phasing. This power allowed her to temporarily become an ethereal shadow, even transforming into wind, rendering her immune to certain attacks. Of course, she could not evade all assaults, otherwise she would not have been so apprehensive of the JK girl. However, phasing would not escape the confines of the Wanhun fan. This would undoubtedly become her grave. Wei Yuan sought to confront Master Lu directly, but her strength surpassed his, making it challenging for him to immobilize her. Even if he managed to do so, it would only last for a fleeting second or two. To create disturbances for Master Lu, Wei Yuan intentionally interfered whenever she attempted to phase away from an attack, causing her considerable trouble. The money-obsessed ghost continuously scattered paper money, which drifted down. Once it touched, it could siphon the opponent's life and power. Master Lu was particularly wary of this, constantly evading it and unwilling to engage. The fog ghost and the hanged ghost unleashed deathly energy, enveloping Master Lu in thick mist while ropes descended, attempting to bind her. Yet, Master Lu managed to evade these attacks through phasing. Occasionally, she would be hindered by Wei Yuan and unable to escape, but upon breaking free from his hold, she could swiftly evade again. Observing Master Lu, Lin Ming decided it was time to cease the pursuit. Initially, he had been intrigued by her powers, wishing to ascertain their strength. If they proved truly formidable, he would absorb them. Even if he could not establish a foundation in this instance, he could always return for another attempt, not wanting to squander a powerful ally. However, it appeared that her phasing was rather mediocre, possessing excellent defensive capabilities but severely lacking in offensive potential. Since there was no need to hold back, she was destined to perish. Lin Ming activated the Wanhun fan, initiating the formation that immediately ensnared the elder woman in place. "In my Wanhun fan, can you still be so arrogant?" Master Lu sensed her immobility, realizing that this time, unlike before when she had been scrutinized by that strange entity, she was now under the control of an entirely different, formidable force, and terror gripped her. As Lin Ming approached, she felt the proximity of death, struggling frantically. The Wanhun fan bound her tightly, and Lin Ming advanced, biting his finger to inscribe the spirit contract upon her forehead. The contract successfully took root, yet Master Lu still exhibited some resistance. Lin Ming was astonished. Could a vengeful spirit be so powerful? Indeed, it seemed that the classification of the supernatural was not solely determined by the density of death energy. Just as Lin Ming prepared to drain Master Lu's essence, a thought struck him, and he solemnly inquired, "Where is the missing little girl?" Master Lu's expression shifted subtly. She resisted the urge to answer, but was compelled to part her lips in the attic. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming cursed inwardly. "Damn, it's fortunate that I was clever enough to ask another question." Lin Ming had previously contemplated that although they were all on missions destined for demise, they ultimately perished at the hands of the building's supernatural forces. There was no reason for him to be the only one to fall victim to a mission that was destined to be non-existent. Therefore, this little girl might indeed exist. What other information do you possess about her? How should she be dealt with? What abilities does she have? Lin Ming pressed on immediately. She possesses little ability, merely an exceptional talent for concealment. Brought here by a formidable individual, that very individual was expelled by me, yet failed to take the girl with him. Thus, she has remained hidden, reluctant to confront me, to the extent that even I cannot ascertain her whereabouts. How does the master know this? The building manager, an elderly woman, was perplexed. Brought by a formidable individual? You strange beings are allowed to visit casually? Lin Ming replied nonchalantly. Strange beings can indeed move freely. But that formidable individual was not a strange being. He was a player, the building manager clarified. Lin Ming's expression shifted to one of astonishment. A player? A player can bring others in freely and even escape? Could it be that a player has already surpassed me? That shouldn't be the case. There are no other cultivators on launching, a fact confirmed by my master over 300 years. Ordinary individuals lack such power. How could anyone surpass me? Or is it possible that others infiltrated before the strange game commenced? That seems implausible as well. With such extraordinary abilities, how could they refrain from showing themselves in reality? They would have surely gained notoriety by now. A sense of urgency welled up within Lin Ming. Who is this player you speak of? What is their name? Draw me a picture. I have forgotten. That formidable individual possessed a unique ability that allowed me to forget certain things, the elderly woman replied, her movements becoming increasingly frantic. She is breaking free from the control of the ghostly contract. Do you still remember how powerful the other party is? They possess the ability to traverse the mist at will, Lin Ming confirmed. The mist isn't easily traversable, especially for players. Thus, anyone who can navigate the mist must be an extraordinarily powerful player. Yet the building manager replied, with a chilling demeanor, I do not know, but he should have a means to evade the mist's effects. After all, those survivors possess some peculiar abilities. Some can even traverse dungeons to sell various items to players. Can one truly enter dungeons to sell items? It sounds akin to a powerful military vehicle. I wonder if there are any formidable artillery pieces, such as the Prairie Sisters. No, what matters is the term survivors. Lin Ming astutely grasped the crux of the building manager's words. Survivors? This does not seem to refer to external players, as launching has not reached the brink of destruction. Is it possible that these survivors are living individuals who have endured and transformed into players since the game arrived, barely surviving until now? If that is the case, it is indeed remarkable. Lin Ming noted this crucial point, observing the building manager on the verge of breaking free from the ghostly contract, and posed one final question. How many points do you have? Give them all to me. The other residents, under her obsessive cleanliness, had borrowed to buy homes elsewhere, exhausting their points. Yet this building manager must have some points, right? They're all in the bank. The building manager shrieked, struggling at the precipice of liberation. Lin Ming understood that even if he obtained her bank account and password, he would not be able to access the bank and withdraw the funds in a short time. Thus, he immediately proceeded to absorb the death energy within her body. Death energy, 100,000. A surge of potent death energy rushed into Lin Ming's being, causing him to feel an unprecedented expansion. His realm instantly soared to the pinnacle, achieving the ultimate completion of the 10th level of Qi refining. Yet it did not cease. His realm continued to ascend fervently, not due to the existence of an 11th level of Qi refining, but rather the foundation establishment. Lin Ming promptly withdrew the Wanhun fan, seated himself cross-legged, and began to absorb the death energy from the surrounding environment, continually enhancing his spiritual power. Finally, he compressed that energy into his dantian, forging the most solid foundation for himself. In that moment, Lin Ming resembled the most competent contractor, utilizing the finest materials and craftsmanship for his foundation, compacting it again and again until he broke through. Foundation establishment. At this moment, Lin Ming felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. What 100 days of foundation establishment! We shall achieve it in 10 days. Upon becoming a foundation establishment elder, Lin Ming transformed into a true practitioner of the sinister path. Before his master passed away, the Tian Xiegong was sealed within Lin Ming's consciousness, to prevent others from seizing it or extracting its secrets. He could only gain knowledge corresponding to his realm upon advancing to a new level. Thus, upon becoming a foundation establishment practitioner, his first action was to peruse the catalog of Tian Xiegong for those forbidden techniques. Soul capture technique. This is one of the best and essential dark arts for the foundation establishment realm. It is an advanced version of the clairvoyant eye, capable not only of seeing through all concealment and disguise, but also possessing the ability to track and control, with the means provided by the soul capture technique. Anything he has glimpsed, even if only fleetingly, can be tracked. Furthermore, it allows for mind control. Lin Ming can implant commands within the souls of other beings, directly controlling them or subtly altering their thoughts. Paperman curse. This technique allows one to cut paper into forms that animate as living beings, assisting in tasks that one cannot perform directly, such as committing murder under daylight or detonating explosives in crowded areas. This was once one of Lin Ming's most coveted abilities. With it, he could create a realm of death. Now, with the advent of a strange game, his desire for such abilities has diminished. After all, regardless of how many he kills outside, the corpses must be buried and allowed to fester for years to produce death energy. Unlike the strange game, which naturally possesses such rich and pure death energy. Then there is the blood slaughter curse. This curse allows one to use the blood of another to cast a spell. The victim may perish within 7 days, or even on the same day. The vengeful corpse replacement technique allows one to refine one or multiple corpses and bury them in areas heavy with resentment. Upon encountering danger, one can swap positions with the corpse, making it a formidable escape technique. This illustrates why the foundation establishment stage is deemed the true beginning of a practitioner and a genuine dark sorcerer. For the techniques of the Qi refining stage are primarily for dealing with spirits or self-defense. The techniques of the foundation establishment stage are meant for killing. Lin Ming successfully established his foundation, slowly opened his eyes, and a fleeting green luminescence flickered within his pupils, altering his aura. Previously, he was a sunny and cheerful young man. Now, he has become a sinister and malevolent figure. Standing in the sunlight, a smile tinged with malice graced his handsome face, exuding an alluring charm that left the JK girls entranced, unable to restrain their excitement. My goodness, how has he become even more handsome? The JK girl suddenly forgave Lin Ming for compelling her to relieve herself and for using her to lure the building manager's strange entity. Why did he choose me to entice him instead of someone else? This indicates that in his heart, I am different from others. What? You say there are no others? That everyone else is dead? Then why am I still here with him? Does this not imply that he loves me? Lin Ming glanced at the JK girl, who was hugging herself with a blissful expression, gazing at him with adoration. What is this foolish girl staring at? Never mind, I shall first test my abilities. Lin Ming looked at the JK girl, and a flash of green light ignited in his eyes. Sur capture technique, activate. The JK girl's body shuddered violently, her expression transforming into one of greater bliss, gazing at Lin Ming with even more obsession. Lin Ming subtly altered her soul's memories, erasing her existence within this dungeon, and crafted a fabricated memory of her achieving success on her own while remaining fiercely loyal and devoted to him. Such love that must never be disclosed to outsiders. Once these alterations were complete, Lin Ming felt it was insufficient. He desired the JK girl to remain in this trance until the moment she heard the term settlement before exiting the state. He believed that once she departed this place, she would inevitably attract the attention of the officials and be courted. At that moment, she would become his secret pawn within the official ranks. After all, having only song shui seems insufficient. Lin Ming tidied up the JK girl and immediately made his way toward the attic. The building manager, Auntie, mentioned that the missing little girl was in the attic. Upon arriving at the attic, he found it remarkably tidy, evidently a result of Auntie's frequent cleaning. However, Lin Ming searched every nook and cranny but failed to find the so-called little girl. This was puzzling. Although the attic was akin to another floor, it was considered communal space, devoid of any barriers save for the load-bearing walls, making it completely visible. How could anyone be missing? Even Lin Ming's soul-searching technique yielded no sign of the girl. Could she have fled? That seemed unlikely. For Ani had spoken under a controlled state and could not possibly conceal the truth or lie. If the girl had intended to escape, she would have surely indicated as much. Suddenly, Lin Ming recalled a statement made by the butcher from room 301. He had claimed that there were only 5 floors. While the attic indeed had no residents, it was still counted as a floor. The butcher should not have concealed this from his report. Moreover, Ani was aware of the girl's existence, yet others claimed ignorance. Was Ani deliberately hiding something sinister? Or was it perhaps that Auntie had previously mentioned that the little girl was brought in by a powerful individual? This individual possessed the ability to induce forgetfulness, suggesting that this power had caused everyone in the building to forget the girl's existence, thus protecting her. Yet, Ani was too formidable, having seemingly escaped this effect. Was it possible that she had not entirely broken free? After all, Ani had remarked that the girl was exceptionally skilled at hiding, to the extent that even the manager could not locate her. Auntie held dominion over the entire building. If she could defy her own spirit contract, how could she not find someone? Perhaps the powerful individual had utilized their ability to make her forget the girl's whereabouts. No, Auntie remembered the girl was in the attic. Thus, it must be the girl herself. The little girl possessed the same ability to induce forgetfulness, allowing her to be deliberately overlooked by others whenever they saw her, thereby achieving perfect concealment. If this were true, such a power would be utterly insurmountable. Hence, was deception the only option? Lin Ming took a deep breath. As an adept inheritor of the dark arts, his verbal skills were quite refined. Little sister, do not be afraid. I am also a survivor, sent by your father to find you. Lin Ming endeavored to present the most benevolent smile, adopting the gentlest tone. You are lying. A voice, ethereal yet tinged with a hint of innocence, suddenly echoed in the attic. Indeed, she was here. Lin Ming immediately attempted to trace the voice, but upon looking, the spot was empty. Had she moved? To confirm, Lin Ming called out to the vacant corner, I am not lying. It is truly your father who sent me. If you don't believe me, check if I am alive, if I have defeated that terrifying creature that always comes for you. It seems to be true. Then you must be a good person. The girl's ethereal voice continued from the empty corner. She had not moved. She was right there. Yet, Lin Ming stared wide-eyed at the corner, employing his soul-searching technique, but still could not see the little girl. Was this truly the power of forgetfulness? Or was it some other means? Fortunately, he had his own methods. Chapter 44. The ghostly merchant Lin Ming raised his hand, fingers poised together, channeling his internal spiritual energy to inscribe a ghostly contract in the air. The energy transformed into beams of light, intertwining like several black dragons in the sky, shooting toward the vacant space from which the voice emanated, ultimately coalescing into a talisman radiating an aura of intimidation. Beneath the brilliance of the black talisman, a small figure began to materialize. The talisman swiftly descended, embedding itself within the small body, vanishing from sight. Conversely, the tiny form became clearer in Lin Ming's eyes. Upon reaching the foundational stage, Lin Ming could inscribe symbols in the void, and the range of this ghostly contract would expand, enabling him to lock onto all anomalies within a certain vicinity. As long as there was an anomaly present, it could not escape the ghostly contract. Furthermore, the effectiveness of this ghostly contract confirmed that the girl was indeed an anomaly, although Ani had stated that the person who brought the girl was a survivor. A living individual, perhaps even a player, Lin Ming had surmised from the outset that this girl was undoubtedly an anomaly. From a logical standpoint, who would carry a living little girl around recklessly? Lin Ming scrutinized the newly acquired ghostly servant. She appeared to be a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old, crouched in the corner, her delicate arms wrapped around her legs. With long brown hair framing a cherubic face, her large eyes looking at Lin Ming innocently, yet anxiously, her pupils still red. A quintessential little lowly. The lowly, noticing the earlier talisman, felt she might have erred in speaking, realizing she had been discovered. Fearful under Lin Ming's gaze, she cautiously shifted sideways. Lin Ming's gaze followed suit. This only heightened the lowly's panic, prompting her to move further away. Observing her attempt to evade him, Lin Ming beckoned, "Come here." The lowly felt her body move involuntarily, as if under some unseen command, and found herself approaching Lin Ming against her will. Terrified, her red pupils filled with confusion, tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I can be obedient." As she spoke, she stood before Lin Ming. He reached out and pinched her cheek. "Little girl, who brought you here?" The lowly, unable to resist, replied, "It was my master." Lin Ming was somewhat taken aback. He had expected her to mention a father or some relative, not a master-servant relationship. However, what truly astonished him was that survivors in this world could also contract ghostly servants. "How did he control you?" Lin Ming inquired. "He did not control me. I wanted to listen to him," the lowly explained, sensing she could not refuse, and began to behave obediently. "No contract. No wonder you were left here and could not be taken away." Unlike Lin Ming, who could summon a ghostly servant even if she were cast aside, she was evidently bound by her own will. "So, you willingly became his ghostly servant?" "Never mind. I won't ask further. Please recount your story." Lin Ming estimated that the task was nearing completion and urged her forward. "When I was alive, I was an orphan, so I did not know where I came from. I lived in the Exine orphanage. However, the teachers at the orphanage did not like me, saying there was something wrong with my eyes, that I might be ill. The other children also refused to play with me. I wanted to play with them, to tell them I was not sick, but every time I approached, they would throw stones at me, and those stones hurt so much. Later, our matron suddenly disappeared. Everyone said she had died and would come back to eat us. And all the teachers ran away. The other children also fled. I didn't know where they went, and I was left all alone. Then the matron really came back. The little lowly recounted her story with a heavy heart, the memories causing her distress, as she seemed to recall those times of exclusion. Yet, when she spoke of the matron's return, her face lit up with a smile rather than fear. Lin Ming speculated that the matron must have been killed by an anomaly and had indeed returned to consume the living to strengthen herself. This piqued his curiosity, prompting him to ask the little lowly, "Why didn't you run away like the other children?" "They locked me in the storage room because the teacher didn't like me. She always gave me very little food, and when I was still hungry, I stole a bun, only to be caught by the teacher. She beat me and locked me in the dark storage room. I truly knew I was wrong. I sincerely apologized and even knelt to beg the teachers, but they said I was a monster, that I carried some sort of disease, and even dared to steal. They wanted to teach me a lesson. Due to being confined in a storage room, I was forgotten by my teacher and classmates as they fled, leaving me behind. However, after the director's mother returned, she rescued me from my confinement. Although she eventually consumed me, at least it proved that I bore no pathogens, and she would no longer avoid me. After being devoured by the director's mother, I had hoped she would take me away, but to my dismay, it was as if she could not see me. When I spoke to her, my presence startled her, prompting her to flee in panic, and I could not catch up. Subsequently, I found myself alone on the streets, invisible to others and devoid of companions. One day, after a brief slumber, I awoke to find myself inside a small jar, purchased by a new owner who subsequently released me. My new owner treated me kindly. Although they occasionally involved me in acts of aggression, they also provided sustenance and companionship, never denying my requests. Eventually, I was brought to this place where my owner spoke of seizing some power, yet it seemed to end in failure, as they were driven away by a terrifying old woman. I yearned to seek my owner, but the menacing presence of that old woman rendered me immobile. The little girl spoke with expressions oscillating between joy and dread, yet each word conveyed the immense sorrow she endured, whether alive or deceased. In life, she faced bullying and neglect. Transformed into something eerie, she awakened an ability of forgetfulness, still unnoticed by anyone. After being brought home by that owner, it seemed there was no genuine affection, but rather a fear of her peculiar existence. Thus they sought to appease her as much as possible. The fact that the man abandoned this little girl, neglecting to take her with him, may merely be a pleasant speculation. It is far more likely that he left her behind to divert the attention of the building's matron, allowing him to escape. This little girl is but a sacrificial pawn. Reflecting on the tragic life of the little girl, Lin Ming became intrigued by a crucial point. Were you confined in a jar for sale? What kind of jar was it? And who placed you inside? Lin Ming pressed on. The little girl tilted her head, lost in thought. I do not know who put me in there, but I awoke in that jar. As for its name, I believe I overheard my owner mention it once, saying they intended to save money to purchase something from a peculiar vending machine. Chapter 45, New Function Unveiled, Extraction Capability. A peculiar vending machine? What is that? It sounds as though one could acquire the eerie and that the sold oddities would not harm the buyer. Or does this vending machine actively capture benign anomalies for sale? As Lin Ming pondered, his body began to fade into a shadowy form. He had completed his task and was set to depart the instance. Sensing Lin Ming's impending departure, the little girl, emboldened by desperation, grasped his hand with a mixture of fear and pleading. Please, take me with you. I do not wish to be alone any longer. Observing the anguish in her innocent eyes, Lin Ming smiled gently and patted her head. Fear not. You shall accompany me from now on. No one will abandon you again. The little girl beamed a sincere and adorable smile before being enveloped within the myriad souls. with the power of the little girl. Lin Ming had no intention of letting her slip away. Now, an evaluation of player Lin Ming's performance in the despairing residential complex was underway. You have successfully and completely survived, 10 points. You have flawlessly completed your task and aided other players in fulfilling the matron's task, 50 points. You have successfully tamed Ming Ming, allowing her to feel warmth and meeting the expectations of the peculiar vending machine, 100 points. You explored the eerie game and obtained significant clues, 50 points. You evaded the pursuit of the Death Hotel as proprietor, 40 points. You have captured the attention and interest of Count Bloodmoon, 50 points. Player Lin Ming's final score for this segment is 315 points, rated as SSS. A detection indicated that player Lin Ming possessed a score multiplier card. Would you like to use it? Lin Ming, yes. Usage successful. Player Lin Ming's final score for this segment is now 630 points. Rewards are being allocated to player Lin Ming. Congratulations on receiving Skill Card X1. Congratulations on obtaining fragments of the despairing residential complex. Congratulations on acquiring the title of Explorer, which will increase score rewards upon completing the instance. Congratulations on 200 reputation points. Congratulations on receiving Red Blood Candles X5. Player Lin Ming's score has reached 1,000, allowing the choice to extract skills, items, etc. to reality. The rewards were plentiful, much to Lin Ming's delight, especially with the upgrade. As Lin Ming contemplated the details of his upgrade and the newly introduced function, he was suddenly ejected from the game and found himself back in his dormitory. What a hassle to view just one item. Lin Ming cursed, only to discover a panel materializing before him, a feature exclusive to the game. Isn't it impossible to view the panel outside the game? Could this be the new function after the upgrade? Lin Ming gazed in astonishment at the floating virtual panel before him. Level Wraith. Points, 1335. Skills, Evil Spirit Stand-In. Titles, Perfect Completer, Outstanding Worker, Explorer. Inventory, Doom Coins, Safe House Key Card, Skill Card, Decayed Convenience Store Fragments, Despairing Residential Complex Fragments, Red Blood Candles, X5. This is the new feature granted upon reaching the Wraith level, allowing one to view the panel externally. Of course, items on the panel cannot be extracted. Nevertheless, it suffices. In the past, rewards were often overlooked as he was hastily ejected after completing an instance. Now, he could finally take his time to examine them. Furthermore, with 1,000 points, it seemed he could extract something from the game into reality. To ascertain what to extract, Lin Ming began reviewing his possessions. First, he considered the skill card, attempting to see if he could utilize it. Excellent, the option to use the skill card was available, albeit it could not be traded, nor could the skill be executed in reality. Yet, the new skill now appeared on the panel. Phasing. Skill description. You can render your body intangible, granting immunity to certain damages. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Was this not the matron's skill? It had now been extracted by him. It remains unclear whether the game permits skill duplication or if the previous skill holder's death allows others to obtain it again. Regardless, the matron had this skill, which was deemed merely a survival mechanism and therefore scorned by Lin Ming, who did not recruit her as a valuable asset. However, now, possessing this skill, he perceived it as nothing short of divine. Who would have thought that the eerie game harbored such reliable elements? Lin Ming continued to investigate the remainder of his items. There was no need to examine the residential complex fragments. They merely indicated his acquisition of that instance's authority. Curiosity piqued. He opened the details of the red blood candle to discern its purpose. Red blood candle. Upon ignition, it restores health within its light radius, regardless of faction or race. A healing item, indeed. Without further thought, Lin Ming opted to extract the phasing skill. As he confirmed his selection, 1,000 points vanished from the panel, replaced by an inexplicable mastery of a new ability. This ability emerged suddenly, akin to how his mind unlocked the Tianxia technique upon elevating his level. With a mere thought, Lin Ming's form swiftly transitioned into an ethereal state. He reached out to touch the table before him, his hand passing through it effortlessly. Excellent. Lin Ming wore a satisfied expression, yet this was only the beginning of the phasing skill's potential. It could also render other objects intangible. Grasping the table, He attempted to phase it along with him. According to the skill S instructions, anything he touched could be phased. However, he intended to conduct an experiment by tying a rope to the table, thereby creating a connection between himself, the rope, and the table. Unsure if they could all be phased together. As Lin Ming activated the phasing skill while holding the rope, in the next moment, the rope became intangible, seamlessly passing through the still solid table. It seems this notion was overly naive. He could only blur the things that made contact with his body. Lin Ming felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he remained resolute. Next, he needed to prepare for another task, the creation of a grudge corpse. The technique of the grudge corpse, as the soul escape method recorded in the foundational stage of the Tianxia Gong, was indeed quite formidable. Once the grudge corpse was successfully crafted and buried in a location saturated with resentment, he could swap places with it in times of danger, making it an essential skill for survival. In reality, finding a place heavy with resentment was challenging, but the eerie game was rife with malice and death energy. However, he pondered whether he could utilize this death substitution technique in the real world after placing the grudge corpse within the game. Regardless, it was best to figure out how to acquire several corpses first. As Lin Ming contemplated where to procure them, he suddenly heard faint footsteps outside his door. He activated his soul capture technique and glanced outside. An elderly man accompanied by 3 young individuals was slowly approaching his dormitory. These individuals were masked and armed with wooden sticks, ropes, and burlap sacks, clearly harboring ill intentions. Lin Ming found it peculiar. He had not wronged anyone recently, so why would they seek to confront him? Chapter 46, Refining the 10,000 Souls Banner, Ghostly Tricks. When the group arrived outside his door, the elder, clearly the leader, whispered to the 3 youths, "Once inside, cover your heads with the burlap sacks, and then give him a good beating. Remember, do not take his life. Our goal is merely to drive him away, allowing me to take over his position. Understand?" Lin Ming was enlightened. So they had their sights set on his job? He never imagined this mundane position was worth such risks. Observing the approaching figures, he proactively opened the door and greeted them. "Good evening." The young man, who had raised his foot to kick the door, was momentarily stunned by Lin Ming's greeting as the door swung open. In that instant, a green glow flickered in Lin Ming's eyes. The youth was instantly under his control, turning around to strike his companion with the stick. The brother was caught off guard and fell to the ground. The others were dumbfounded, with the elder exclaiming, "Third brother, what are you doing?" It was evident that he had switched sides. Lin Ming smiled faintly. The third brother struck again, killing the stunned Lao Dang. Witnessing Lao Dang bleeding profusely on the ground, the only surviving youth finally reacted, dropping his weapon in terror and fleeing into the distance. The third brother immediately pursued, tackling his own brother and brutally beating him with a stick. The young man, still strong, clung tightly to his head, struggling fiercely, and managed to throw the third brother to the ground. Lin Ming, observing this, smirked slightly and flicked his fingers, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that pierced through the fleeing youth's chest, causing him to collapse in despair. He then turned to the third brother. "Well done. Your mission is complete." "Yes, master," the third brother replied, taking the stick and striking his own head until he was bloodied and breathless. Looking at the corpses, Lin Ming felt a surge of joy. He believed himself exceptionally fortunate, as help had arrived just when he needed it. After dragging the corpses inside and stripping them of their clothing, he hastily began inscribing symbols on their bodies. The creation of a grudge corpse required strict adherence to protocol. It must be a body that died with lingering resentment, which had not yet dissipated. This resentment was essentially the ill fortune, the last breath before death. While that breath still lingered, he inscribed the magical array on the corpse and infused his blood essence into its heart, allowing the corpse to carry Lin Ming's aura. Ready to take on his fate, it took Lin Ming a full 2 hours to properly prepare the 4 corpses, transforming them into his grudge corpse substitutes. For the sake of experimentation, he beckoned one of the grudge corpses, "Stand up." The corpse, previously lying on the ground, abruptly rose to a perfect 90-degree stance. Its eyes tightly shut, facing Lin Ming. Lin Ming circled the grudge corpse twice, feeling slightly dissatisfied. This was merely a basic grudge corpse. capable only of substitution without any combat prowess. If he could refine it into a high-level grudge corpse, it would possess the resilience of a zombie, along with formidable combat abilities, even the power of flight. Lin Ming envisioned himself leading a formidable cohort of indestructible undead warriors, impervious to bullets and cannon fire, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the seas. What a spectacle that would be! Even if he were pursued within the eerie game, he would not be the one hunting the anomalies. That would be quite benevolent of him. The more he envisioned, the more exhilarated he became. Unfortunately, achieving such high-level grudge corpses was a feat only attainable in the Golden Core stage. The thought of becoming a Golden Core true person filled Lin Ming with aspirations, yearning to reach that realm and, with a mere wave of his hand, unleash legions capable of obliterating an entire city. Alas, he must focus on his cultivation. Lin Ming compelled himself to cease such daydreams and concentrate on the immediate task at hand. He commanded the grudge corpse to exit and run far away. The grudge corpse obediently turned and sprinted off into the distance. Being a corpse, it felt no fatigue, no weariness, nor the need to rest, and did not require breath, allowing it to maintain a speed that surpassed its own limits without any signs of slowing. Of course, the body would eventually wear down, its bones, joints, muscles, and skin. Yet, the corpse felt no pain, and since such corpses could be created at any moment, any damage incurred was inconsequential. As the grudge corpse sprinted into the desolate lands, it covered a distance of 30 miles without breaking a sweat. Lin Ming felt the presence of the grudge corpse and, estimating the distance, immediately performed a hand gesture and chanted an incantation to activate the death substitution technique. In the next moment, a magical array appeared beneath his feet, and after a flash of light, he found himself 30 miles away. Meanwhile, the grudge corpse had taken his place in the dormitory. The positions were exchanged. Excellent. This escape method was indeed quite effective. Lin Ming summoned his spiritual energy and executed a technique known as the wind control technique. The Tian Xiegong not only recorded powerful spells commonly used at this level, but also included some minor techniques. The wind control technique was one such method, allowing for flight through the wind at a speed slightly superior to that of a Ferrari, though still falling short of the speed of sound. It was merely a minor technique, not particularly impressive. Lin Ming soon returned to his dormitory, satisfied as he gazed at the corpses. Next, he had another crucial task: to refine the 10,000 Souls banner once more. His current 10,000 Souls banner was still a Chi-level artifact, its potency limited, necessitating further refinement to elevate it to a foundational stage artifact. Once refined, he could directly store the artifact in his Dantian, allowing it to be nurtured continuously, ultimately transforming it into his life treasure. Furthermore, it would grant a remarkably powerful special ability. Lin Ming first extracted the anomalies from the 10,000 Souls banner, then inserted it before him, sitting cross-legged to begin infusing it with spiritual energy. The 10,000 Souls banner was inherently a growth-type artifact, containing an array that would automatically refine itself upon the infusion of spiritual energy. As Lin Ming poured in his energy, the death energy emanating from the 10,000 Souls banner gradually intensified, becoming darker and more sinister. The ghostly faces on the banner also grew more grotesque, even emitting a faint deathly glow, showcasing their extraordinary nature. After a considerable time, the 10,000 Souls banner finally upgraded successfully, gently swaying and exuding a thick aura of death. Just as Lin Ming withdrew his spiritual energy, the banner suddenly fluttered without wind. As it waved, an invisible domain unfolded. Indeed, the foundational stage 10,000 Souls banner possessed domain power. Once this domain was activated, it would suppress enemies within its range while continuously siphoning their life force. This was the true essence of the 10,000 Souls banner. This was the formidable nature of the infamous sinister artifact, the 10,000 Souls banner. Of course, its current domain range was quite limited, requiring nurturing to gradually expand. As for the nurturing methods, one involved placing it in the Dantian to be washed over by the spiritual energy of the Tian Xiegong. The other method was intrinsically related to its name. After all, the Wan Huan Fawn, devoid of souls to fill its essence, cannot unleash its utmost power. It is imperative to swiftly enter the Fubun, and accumulate more anomalies to satiate one's precious treasure. Lin Ming opened his mouth and inhaled, causing the Wan Huan Fawn to transform into a stream of light and soar into his mouth, settling within his dantian. Gazing at the swirling black banner within his dantian, Lin Ming wore a broad smile. However, upon noticing the dwindling spiritual energy, his smile gradually faded. He retrieved his phone and contacted Song Shua. Old dang. It's time to explode the gold coins. Chapter 47. Official website and guild. After sending the message, Lin Ming received no response. He placed a call, only to be met with an automated voice informing him that the recipient was currently occupied and would return the call shortly. Realization dawned upon Lin Ming. Song Shua must have entered the anomaly game, leaving behind a reply message. The official channels are indeed swift, having quickly grasped the method to access the game. He contemplated whether he could utilize this method himself. If so, it would be a significant windfall. For now, he decided to check on the status of the backup individual. Lin Ming got in touch with the JK girl, who promptly answered the phone. I'm at the police station, waiting for someone from the Anomaly Bureau to pick me up. Excellent. Gain their trust. You will be invaluable to me in the future, Lin Ming declared solemnly. Yes, I will do my best. The JK girl replied enthusiastically, genuinely obedient to Lin Ming. They concluded their communication. Now, all that remained was to wait. Of course, Lin Ming did not shy away from searching online for players, hoping to procure an invitation letter himself. However, he discovered that some individuals were also seeking players, but they were a group of fraudsters. These swindlers targeted those who lamented their selection in short videos, deceiving them for money and favors. They would claim to be seasoned players, offering clearance guides for a price, with many gullible individuals buying them at exorbitant rates. It was reported that a recently dismantled scam organization had a top seller moving 500 copies daily. Some impersonated officials, claiming that a fee would grant access to special task forces, ensnaring numerous victims. As for those who were deceived for favors, it was even simpler. They approached vulnerable individuals, warning them that entering the game would lead to death, and offered enjoyment with handsome men before their demise, often sharing attractive images sourced from the internet or even AI-generated models. Quite a few naive individuals, mesmerized by chiseled abs and youthful faces, fell for this ruse, including many married women, who, upon being lured, found themselves ensnared and coerced into exploitation before their impending doom in the game, drained of their final worth. The unfortunate ones, after announcing their new player status, returned home to find it ransacked. Since players were destined to enter the game and never return, the perpetrators could bind them and extort their belongings, knowing these individuals would never report the crimes. Such incidents occur by the thousands daily. This prompted the authorities to issue stern warnings to everyone. Once you become a player, do not publicly announce it. Simply dial the emergency number or face dire consequences. The officials even took measures to ban and delete accounts of those foolishly proclaiming their player status on short video platforms. For those wishing to share game information, they could log onto the official website established by Huaxia, aptly named the Anomaly Game. Registration required real name verification, facilitating the government's selection of high-caliber players. If anyone disseminated reliable information and displayed exceptional skill, the state would approach them for collaboration. Lin Ming registered and logged in, intending only to browse without divulging any information that might draw attention. Important messages and clues from the game were to be traded with Song Shua. After perusing the website, Lin Ming found it surprisingly useful. Indeed, there are extraordinary individuals in the community. Numerous users posted information, primarily speculative extrapolations based on existing data, yet many were remarkably effective. One particularly astonishing post came from a user nicknamed Shy Widow, who recounted a scenario where 18 handsome men took turns giving up their seats on a bus. Could there be indigenous inhabitants within the Anomaly Game? I refer to living beings who have been striving for survival, yet unable to resist the overwhelming forces of the anomalies. If we locate them, might we seek collaboration? The comment section was abuzz with opinions, some in agreement, while others opposed. It resembled the once fervent debate on whether to respond to extraterrestrial signals. Some believed that collaborating with survivors would expedite mastery of the anomaly game, enhancing survival rates, while others feared that these survivors had become twisted and might attempt to escape the game, seeking to dominate the real world. The inhabitants of the real world were still too weak, lacking the ability to contend with them. Lin Ming knew that these survivors truly existed, and he pondered whether to seek them out. Given the current information, they would undoubtedly possess greater insight into the anomaly game. Yet, whether they were benevolent or malevolent remained uncertain. After all, having existed in the anomalous realm for so many years, it was plausible they had been hiding in cramped spaces for decades, making it unlikely for their psyches to remain unscathed. As Lin Ming continued to explore the posts, he grew increasingly engrossed. Suddenly, he realized something significant. The number of players had increased. Many individuals on the website shared their experiences in a tone suggesting they had recently arrived. Some of them had even acquired formidable abilities and fearsome, ghostly artifacts within the game. However, none had leveled up or mentioned map fragments and authority. It was highly probable that no one had successfully achieved a perfect clearance. Compared to Lin Ming, who held 2 map fragments akin to possessing 2 properties, these others were far behind. Observing the enthusiastic posts detailing their experiences and strategies, Lin Ming recognized that these individuals were only sharing partial insights, likely to attract attention for ulterior motives. Nonetheless, he could not deny the presence of some astute minds among them. Indeed, the vastness of the land breeds exceptional talents. Just as he was reveling in this discovery, he stumbled upon a post from Liang Shanbua and Zhuing. A player is privately recruiting for a guild. Administrators, will you intervene? If not, I shall establish a guild myself. So, someone dares to create a guild and to post it on the official website? Bold indeed. Lin Ming curiously followed this thread, eager to see how the authorities would respond. Soon, an administrator replied, stating that the government does not advise players to form guilds privately, as our understanding of the anomaly game remains limited. However, we respect personal freedom. If players insist on creating a guild, they must register with the official department, or they shall be deemed an illegal assembly. This response incited an uproar. The government actually permitted private guild formation? Did this not signify the dawn of a warlord era? There was no jest. As these individuals began to manifest their game skills, they would inevitably leverage their formidable powers, leading to scenarios reminiscent of ancient warlords, perhaps even exacerbated by the diversity of supernatural abilities. Lin Ming had not anticipated such a governmental allowance. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. The times had changed. Enforcing strict regulations would only breed discontent among powerful players. Should these individuals secretly form guilds, the situation would spiral out of control, akin to ancient bandits. As the saying goes, prevention is better than cure. The government allows you to create guilds, but mandates registration and record-keeping. This at least helps curtail any reckless behavior among guilds and players, even if it may temporarily disrupt public order. However, the nation can always leverage countless resources to gain an advantage and strengthen its position. In due time, it can use its formidable power to control these guilds, much like managing large corporations and shadowy forces. No matter how powerful the gray forces may be, they would never dare to oppose the state. Just as in the past, when the burning of the imperial envoy led to the decline of a once thriving special zone, the nation's wrath is not something to be trifled with. Chapter 48, Song Shui returns. Exchanging information, Lin Ming had no intention of forming a guild. Primarily, it would be too cumbersome, and besides, he was not without allies. As long as he concocted the vengeful corpses fervently, one person could command an army of thousands. While Lin Ming was perusing a peculiar gaming website, Song Shui called him. "Hello, have you emerged from the dungeon?" Lin Ming greeted her. "I almost didn't make it out," Song Shui replied, her voice tinged with fatigue and anger. "Can you comprehend what it feels like to play games with a bunch of dimwits? I understand. I once smashed 3 phones while playing Wangzhe Rongyao." Lin Ming couldn't help but chuckle. This was precisely why he was reluctant to join others in gaming or to establish a guild. This world was teeming with all sorts of fools. Song Shui, slightly annoyed, asked, "Were you just laughing?" "Not at all. I merely found it amusing." Lin Ming unabashedly expressed his delight. "Umph. I reside in a villa while you're stuck in a dormitory at a graveyard. Do you know what that feels like?" Song Shui retorted defiantly. "Oh, vilo." Given Lin Ming's current strength, many would be eager to gift him one if he desired, he thought. Ding dong. A notification from the bank appeared. Lin Ming glanced and found a large sum of 3 million transferred from an unfamiliar account. He was taken aback. Is this a mistake? Or a new type of scam? Rest assured, the money is in your account, right? I don't give my account out casually. That was a transfer from me to you. Find a nice place to stay and you needn't work anymore. Just call me something sweet and I'll take care of you. Song Shui stated with a hint of pride in her voice. Lin Ming clicked his tongue. As expected of a special forces captain, you're quite generous. But if you could send me some invitation letters, that would be even better. Hearing this, Song Shui beamed with pride. Good to know, little rascal. I'll look out for you from now on. Do you have any paper handy? What's this? Did you forget to bring paper to the restroom? Lin Ming countered. I can smell your bad breath over the phone. Clean your mouth before you disgust me. Song Shui shot back. Lin Ming chuckled. I have paper. Just tell me what you need. I'll share some strategies for the peculiar game. You better remember them, Song Shui said, adopting a serious tone. I entered a dungeon called Crazy Nursery. It seems to be a branch of a larger dungeon, but other sections were not accessible to us. Inside, my team and I took on a role of caregivers, tasked with looking after newborns. The nurse informed us of the rules. 1. We cannot let the babies cry for more than 10 seconds. 2. We must not allow any baby to die. 3. We must not cause the parents any worry. 4. The babies undergo regular health checks, and if they fail, the caregiver responsible will be punished. These babies are grotesque. They cannot vocalize their needs, which complicates matters. You never know when they will be hungry, need to relieve themselves, or have peculiar demands, such as some requiring to be struck at intervals. As for the Special Forces personnel, despite their training, they were utterly inept, triggering rules and perishing one after another, some even refusing to follow my commands. I was lucky enough to observe the baby's subtle behaviors, to deduce their needs, barely managing to endure for 3 hours before being released. I must tell you, once you enter this level, there are 3 key areas to observe. First, watch the environment. The nurses place various tools for the babies in the nursery, and they could be anything bizarre. Second, observe the babies. They exhibit various characteristics indicating their needs. For instance, some gluttonous babies have blood on their mouths, while playful ones gaze around with terrifying eyes. Third, always keep an eye on the movements outside the nursery door. If anyone not wearing a nurse's uniform approaches, shut the door immediately. The third rule is merely a ruse. No parents of these babies would come to check on them. And previously, a fool mistook a creature that came to devour babies as a parent, nearly leading to disaster for everyone. As Lin Ming listened to Song Shui's incessant explanation, he quickly jotted down notes, contemplating a solution. Once she finished, Song Shui curiously inquired, Lin Ming, how would you break this predicament? Though you possess great strength, you cannot harm the babies. Wouldn't your only recourse be to observe closely, just as I did? In asking this, Song Shui sought to gauge whether her abilities had caught up to Lin Ming's. He raised an eyebrow. Break it? Why should I? According to your account, if the babies cry, it will attract the nurse's punishment, and the babies will also draw in creatures that wish to consume them. Therefore, I would simply hang all the babies outside the door, letting their cries summon the nurse and other creatures, then eliminate them all. Lin Ming might not be able to defy the rules, but that did not mean he could not defeat those creatures. To others, those rules bound the players. Yet to him, they served as bait for the creatures. With so many babies gathered, was this a task? It was evidently the game helping him set a trap. Song Shui fell silent upon hearing this. Truthfully, after 2 gaming experiences, she had accumulated considerable knowledge and had fortuitously acquired a powerful skill. She had thought that despite some distance between her and Lin Ming, they were not far apart. Little did she know that they were fundamentally different. She was risking her life to clear levels, while Lin Ming was doing so using the lives of the creatures. Brother, you truly are a complete monster. Song Shui sighed. Enough chatter. Do you have paper and a pen? Lin Ming asked. What? Did you finish your meal without paper to wipe your mouth? And now you want me to deliver some? Song Shui retorted. Lin Ming clicked his tongue. Women are so petty. I was merely teasing you. Stop talking nonsense. I gave you 3 million. Can't I indulge a little? Just say what you need to say. I'm taking notes, she replied. Lin Ming organized his thoughts and said, First, there are survivors in the game. Their allegiances unknown, but they will also attempt to seize authority within the dungeon. Some survivors seem capable of freely traversing dungeons. Second, there appear to be certain locations within the game where one can purchase creatures, and those creatures are likely to obey the purchaser. Third, cashing out is indeed real. I have already withdrawn skills and gained authority over the dungeon. Fourth, leveling up requires not only points, but also a certain number of clearances. That's all. Please share how you enter the game. I am eager to join. Chapter 49. Go away. As Song Shui absorbed the information Lin Ming provided, she felt utterly astonished. The officials had only just begun to familiarize themselves with the dungeon, yet Lin Ming had already uncovered so many secrets of the peculiar game. However, she could not currently meet Lin Ming's request. We entered by torturing ourselves with various electric shock devices, inducing intense pain and resentment to gain entry. Moreover, if those experiencing pain are in close proximity, there is a high probability of entering the same dungeon. This method, I presume, you would not wish to use or be able to utilize, right? However, now that I have emerged, my status should rise significantly, and with the information you provided, I will continuously furnish you with invitation letters. I recently heard that the officials have gathered a wealth of secret information. I will compile everything for you later. By the way, there's a female player named Chun Lily with the alias new Wang Hua. Do you know her? That woman entered the dungeon with me, and when she perished inside, she incessantly called out your name, claiming she had not betrayed you. Song Shui inquired with curiosity. Chun Lily? New Wang Hua? Lin Ming pondered for a moment. Oh, she might be the woman who accompanied me in conquering the Death Hotel before. If she has met her demise, so be it. It's of little consequence. There were still team members alive when she encountered her fate. I heard them calling your name, fearing she might divulge your secrets. So I granted her a swift end. Song Shui remarked casually. Lin Ming remained indifferent to this, focusing instead on the information within the game. The data available on the Gi Yoshi website comprises both public knowledge and a fraction of official information. The truly significant details are classified as top secret by the state to prevent foreign awareness. Only the upper echelons of the Gi Bureau have access to such intelligence. However, having successfully navigated the game and acquired numerous secrets, Song Shui had undoubtedly earned her place as one of the most trusted individuals within the Gi Bureau, making her knowledge of certain hidden matters entirely reasonable. After exchanging a few more idle remarks, the two concluded their call. Lin Ming gazed at the cold balance of 3 million on his card, lost in thought. Should he relocate? This place is quite pleasant, albeit inconvenient in terms of transportation. Yet it suits his sinister nature well. Furthermore, the transportation issue is trivial, considering he can fly. Ding dong. Lin Ming's phone buzzed again. It was a message from Song Shui. By the way, do not assume that residing there is safe. Due to the implications of the Gi Yoshi, the state is currently sensitive to matters concerning death, cemeteries, and morgues. They have decided to incinerate all corpses nationwide, assigning personnel to guard graveyards and similar sites. You will soon lose your job. The sooner you move, the better. This was unforeseen by Lin Ming. Very well, relocation it is. He should seek a villa with good privacy, which would likely go unnoticed. After all, Chuanshi is merely a small fifth-tier city, and property prices are not exorbitant. There are plenty of those remote, standalone villas available. Lin Ming quickly tidied his belongings and sent a resignation message to his supervisor, not caring whether she would respond, and then took flight into the night. Upon reaching the urban area of Chuanshi, he utilized his phone to navigate to a villa community. This was a neighborhood on the outskirts of Chuanshi, comprising solely standalone villas, serene and undisturbed. Surprisingly, the property management was quite diligent when Lin Ming approached them. There was still a staff member on duty. The community had second-hand homes for sale, and since the management collaborated with a real estate company, they maintained relevant records. According to their introduction, there was a second-hand house available, featuring 5 bedrooms and 3 living rooms, along with a modest 100-square-meter yard. It was fully renovated and ready for immediate occupancy. Lin Ming promptly asked the staff member to contact the homeowner, requesting they bring the sales contract. The homeowner, initially annoyed at being disturbed late at night for a sale, changed their tune upon learning that Lin Ming was buying without bargaining and was ready to sign the contract and pay immediately, causing them to rush over. In these times, selling a house is challenging, and with the turmoil caused by the Giyoshi, the homeowner had prepared for a price drop of $200,000 just to attract buyers. Now, with a willing buyer ready to pay, the homeowner hurried over. Upon meeting Lin Ming, the homeowner's expression brightened. Truly impressive for someone your age. When I was your age, I was still relying on my parents. Close enough. I too owe my wealth to an older woman, Lin Ming subtly insinuated about Song Shui. The homeowner's face stiffened. What does he mean by relying on an older woman? Is this young man a kept man? His money must come from catering to wealthy women. No wonder he is so generous. However, being young, he clearly lacks a sense of financial prudence. Even if he earned that money swiftly, it was still acquired through hard work, yet he tossed it around without a second thought. The homeowner contemplated this, but refrained from voicing any objections, instead urging Lin Ming to sign the contract. After Lin Ming completed the signing, he instructed Song Shui to increase his transfer limit and, with a bit of privilege, finalize the property transfer directly. Upon seeing the funds deposited, the homeowner ceased to feign modesty and proudly stated, "I didn't expect you to be so capable, bro." The transfer went through seamlessly. I thought I would have to endure a bit longer before I could finally relax and travel abroad. The female property manager nearby looked puzzled. "Mr. Zhou, you're going abroad? I heard things are quite chaotic overseas. You must have seen it on the news, right?" The homeowner scoffed. "China can only manage this much. All they do is spread rumors about other countries, constantly claiming this nation is at war or that one is impoverished. And then there are the drug addicts in the beautiful country. Anyone going abroad is bound to face scams." The property manager's expression grew tense. It's not like they say it every day, and I've heard that the Giyoshi is even worse abroad. Those people have gone mad. Enough, enough. I don't care about your patriotic sentiments. I'm off to enjoy the life of capitalism. I've sold my house, company, and car. 50 million is more than enough for me to live comfortably abroad. I'm immigrating tonight. Farewell. The homeowner triumphantly strode out with the contract in hand. Lin Ming, indifferent, took the keys and proceeded to his new villa. The villa was quite spacious, well decorated, and showed no signs of prior habitation. It seemed the homeowner had purchased it for investment or perhaps for retirement, having yet to move in. Lin Ming summoned Wei Yuan and the others to clean the place. Meanwhile, the female manager gazed longingly in the direction of Lin Ming's villa. To be honest, when Lin Ming initially approached her inquiring about available houses, she thought he was merely trying to show off or gather her contact information. Little did she expect him to reveal his bank balance and instruct her to call the homeowner, promptly transferring over 2 million and moving into his new abode. She concluded that he was a wealthy, well-connected, and low-key scion of privilege. After all, he managed to transfer her ownership without making a public appearance. The power behind that was simply unimaginable. If she could climb into such a man's bed, wouldn't she soar to new heights? However, as Lin Ming had just moved in, she dared not disturb him, fearing a negative impression. She resolved to find a way to meet him the next day, to showcase her beauty and at least leave a good impression. After returning home, the female manager rummaged through her belongings, searching for her most exquisite attire and the finest jewelry and handbags. If she wished to secure a wealthy ally, she could not appear to be from a poor background. After a night of preparation, she finally devised a plan for how to approach Lin Ming and leave a lasting impression. Just as she climbed into bed, ready to rest and rejuvenate, a phone call interrupted her. "Hello, who is this?" The female manager answered, her voice tinged with irritation. "It's me, the one who sold the house tonight, Mr. Zhou." The voice on the other end was laced with a cry. "I just got off the plane. I'm in the beautiful country, and now I'm being held hostage by a group of thugs who demand 100 million for my release. I can't borrow any money right now. Could you ask the young man who bought my house to help me out?" To this, the female manager merely chuckled. "Mr. Zhou, go take a hike." Chapter 50. Testing abilities. Forgetting is truly terrifying. The following morning, Lin Ming awoke to the sound of his phone ringing. It was Song Shui calling, her tone weary. I just finished a meeting. I'm utterly exhausted. How did the meeting go? Lin Ming inquired. What do you think? As expected, the Gi Bureau has no doubts about my abilities. I can confidently say I hold significant power now. They have granted me extensive authority, and your invitation letters will be flowing in continuously. I knew I had not misjudged you. It's truly you. Lin Ming immediately lavished her with praise. Enough chit-chat. Have you bought the house? I see your location has changed. Song Shui retorted. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. You could track my location? Song Shui replied calmly. Yes. As a team leader, I have that privilege. The Peculiar Bureau painstakingly established the Special Operations Team, investing substantial resources. In the end, only Song Shui remained. Having extracted a wealth of vital information from a game, it is inconceivable that the Bureau would not indulge such a formidable figure. Undoubtedly, these individuals had conducted thorough investigations into Song Shui, whose historical record is remarkably pristine. 5 generations without any criminal information. Her biological parents and stepmother have all perished, leaving only a non-blood-related brother with whom she shares a strained relationship. This brother dropped out of school, has no criminal record, and has never secured a stable job, ultimately ending up visiting graves in the cemetery, seemingly lacking ambition. It is safe to say that someone with Song Shui's background is exceptionally suited to assume the role of team leader. Thus, the Bureau confidently granted her extensive authority, allowing her access to all confidential information regarding the Eerie game, and, at specific moments, the power to make unilateral decisions and mobilize any personnel. After exploring the database, Song Shui meticulously documented all the information and relayed it to Lin Ming. Uploading it online could potentially attract attention or leave traces, so she conveyed everything orally. Fortunately, Lin Ming possesses an excellent memory, recording all the useful information. However, the data currently at the state's disposal is indeed inferior to what he possesses. Apart from some completion information, the rest consists of futile speculations. Naturally, Lin Ming was most pleased by Song Shui's promotion to team leader, as it enabled her to acquire numerous invitation letters. At this moment, Song Shui provided Lin Ming with 20 addresses of players holding invitation letters. This was the only feasible method. She could not simply deliver or mail the letters to Lin Ming, as that would inevitably lead to discovery. Lin Ming was delighted to receive the addresses, which included details about the respective dungeons associated with each player, offering him a chance to choose freely. As he examined the information, he selected one after another: Blood Red Wedding Night, Black Doll, Piercing Music Box, Gravekeeper. Most of these dungeons appeared to feature only 1 or 2 eerie elements. Some were clearly designed for the purpose of seizing ghostly artifacts, which held no interest for Lin Ming. He was solely focused on leveling up. Eventually, his eyes lit up as he discovered something satisfying: the Silent Realm. Dear friend, could you join us in the Silent Realm for an unforgettable 7 days? We believe this enchanting journey will captivate you and make you wish to remain here forever. The phrase 7 days of our journey caught Lin Ming's attention regarding this dungeon. Given its potential popularity, it was likely to attract a considerable number of participants. With a mischievous grin, Lin Ming promptly chose this invitation letter. He glanced over at the little girl, Ming Ming, who was playing nearby. This little one often found herself forgotten in the Eerie game, left without playmates. Although she eventually found a master, she spent most of her time being utilized, rarely able to play. After bringing her out, Lin Ming made a special trip to a small supermarket in the villa area and gathered a plethora of toys for her. She was thoroughly enjoying herself. It wasn't that Lin Ming was exceptionally kind-hearted. Rather, it is difficult for anyone to resist the urge to help a small girl who appears so pitiful, curled up in a corner, gazing at you with wide eyes. Lin Ming looked at the little girl playing with her toys and asked, "How can you make people forget about me?" The little girl approached, took Lin Ming's hand, and gazed at him with her innocent, large eyes, like this. "Is that all?" Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. "Very well, then accompany me outside." The little girl eagerly nodded, lacking the capacity to refuse, nor did she wish to. However, as they were heading out, she couldn't help but glance back at the toys, feeling she hadn't played enough. Noticing this, Lin Ming released her hand and said, "Go choose your favorite one to bring along." "Really? Thank you, master." The little girl joyfully dashed over, picked up a plush bear, and returned gleefully. The other kids at the orphanage all had this. I wanted one too, but the teacher said I would infect the toys with illness, so she wouldn't let me have it. Lin Ming smiled, took the little girl's hand, and headed outside. As they exited, a person was just getting into their car for work. Lin Ming deliberately stood behind the vehicle, refusing to move, even making a provocative gesture. The driver, indeed, could not see him and nearly collided, pressing the accelerator without realizing it. Even the reversing radar remained silent. But that wasn't enough. Lin Ming made his way to a small plaza in the villa area. Here, numerous fitness equipment was available, and many elderly individuals were leisurely strolling or accompanying children. Lin Ming surveyed the crowd and shouted, "Everyone, direct your attention towards me. I have an announcement to make." The people in the plaza did not even glance up, engrossed in their own activities, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Lin Ming pondered, what if these individuals were hard of hearing? He spotted a small child passing by, and without a second thought, he playfully flicked the child's forehead. The child cried out, and his grandmother rushed over. "What's wrong, dear grandson? Someone flicked my forehead." The child wailed. "Who? Where is this person?" The grandmother scanned the surroundings, yet even several meters away, other elderly individuals were visible. But they could not see Lin Ming right before them. In truth, they had seen him, but the moment they laid eyes on him, they forgot that they had seen him. This is the power of forgetfulness. Lin Ming was now convinced there was no issue. He immediately lifted the little girl into the air, soaring into the distance. He flew over bustling streets and towering buildings, swiftly arriving at an office building. Lin Ming was puzzled as to why someone would be there. Chosen by the game and still working? Such dedication. Upon entering, he discovered a middle-aged male employee frantically smashing the office, yelling in rage, "Why me? Is it easy for me?" For the sake of paying the mortgage and raising his son, he worked day and night, enduring the whims of foolish clients and the torment of a brainless boss after hours. "I worked so hard. Why must the eerie game choose me? Am I not deserving of life? Do ordinary people not qualify to live?" In a corner of the office, a group of employees trembled in fear, none daring to intervene. Meanwhile, the newly arrived supervisor, unaware of the situation, witnessed the male employee's rampage and exploded in anger. "Wang Chu, what the hell are you doing? Do you believe I won't fire you right now? These are company assets, and you must compensate for the damages." The male employee, caught up in his frenzy, suddenly turned to the supervisor, tears streaming down his face, his expression twisted with rage as he found the perfect outlet for his frustration. He lunged forward, tackling the supervisor to the ground, delivering punch after punch. "You call me at midnight to revise the PowerPoint, huh? You make me work overtime every day. You dock my attendance for being 10 seconds late. You said there are plenty of graduates who don't care about money. Let's see if those graduates can cure you or bring you back to life." The supervisor screamed in agony. "Let go of me. Are you insane? It hurts. Stop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Help." His tone shifted from cursing to pleading and finally to seeking assistance from those around him. Yet, none of the employees attempted to dissuade the male employee or aid the supervisor. They merely watched with glee as the supervisor was pummeled. "Beat him. Better he dies." Lin Ming, witnessing the brawl, chose not to intervene. He strolled over to the desk, eyeing the invitation letter laid out, and inscribed his name upon it. Completing this task, Lin Ming turned to leave. As he exited, the supervisor's face was already battered beyond recognition, and he had breathed his last. The male employee sat nearby, sobbing uncontrollably. He still had children to raise, a family to care for, and he did not wish to die. Unfortunately, the eerie game does not relent due to your poverty and helplessness. Rather, it intensifies its selection of you. Just like those company leaders, they will not show compassion for your burdens. They will only exploit you mercilessly, knowing you fear to leave your position. As the number of participants in the eerie game escalated, so did the ensuing panic. The affluent were not exempt from this turmoil. Their wealth only intensified their unwillingness to meet a grim fate, fueling their anxiety and resentment. At that juncture, it was highly likely that a nationwide countdown would commence, signaling an end. The world before Lin Ming distorted, shifting into a myriad of scenes. He had anticipated arriving at a scenic location, yet he found himself within a dilapidated cinema. This screening room, archaic in nature, was permeated by an odor of decay, with the film yet to commence. The dim lights illuminated the surroundings, revealing an environment akin to a tiered classroom with seating for hundreds. The walls, uneven and stained, were plastered with enticing materials, while 10 dim lights adorned the ceiling, presumably to spare the viewer's eyes. A colossal screen loomed at the front, still unlit. Lin Ming glanced at his assigned seat number, row 2, seat 08. This number appeared unremarkable. He surveyed the surrounding crimson seats, noting that a majority remained vacant. A few were occupied, and it was evident that those seated were players. The number of participants this time was substantial, unlike previous instances where only 5 players entered at a time. Perhaps, given the 7-day duration, each day could be interpreted as a separate instance, with 5 players per instance. Lin Ming counted the players. Indeed, there were 35, and with him included, that made 36. His hypothesis seemed to hold weight. While Lin Ming observed, others were doing the same. Although some exhibited signs of anxiety and confusion, they refrained from movement or utterance. This was a lesson imparted by the Eerie game website established by Huaxia, which even produced instructional videos urging players to remain calm and composed, emphasizing the importance of observation and tranquility as vital to survival. It appeared that the national guidance had been effective, as these individuals did not crumble upon entry like those in earlier instances. Suddenly, a stifled sob echoed through the otherwise silent screening room, drawing all eyes to its source. It was the male staff member, as Lin Ming had suspected. This individual had clearly entered in a state of emotional turmoil, nearly battering his own hands in distress. The adrenaline had masked his pain, but it could not sustain its surge indefinitely. Now, faced with agony and despair, he had momentarily succumbed to tears. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his cries, yet Lin Ming soon realized that the man had not merely regained control, he had perished. The staff member lay lifeless on the ground, blood streaming from his orifices. Was it truly possible to die from a single outcry? The remaining players were startled, their faces etched with fear. Lin Ming quickly employed his soul capture technique to scan for any anomalies in the vicinity. There were none, aside from the palpable aura of death. No other abnormalities were present. The rapid demise of an individual suggested the involvement of the rules themselves. At that moment, Lin Ming recalled the name of this instance, the Silent Realm. Given that they were in a cinema, did it imply that uttering a sound would lead to death? However, the invitation had specified a 7-day stay. Surely they were not expected to watch films for an entire week. Others appeared to share this apprehension, their expressions darkening. They were human. Enduring a day or two without sustenance was feasible, but sitting in silence for 7 days? That was tantamount to a slow death. Moreover, bodily functions were a natural part of existence. Who could guarantee that their releases would be silent? Lin Ming resumed his search for anything that might elucidate the rules. Yet, it seemed the only edict was the prohibition against noise. He was unconvinced and promptly stood, making his way toward the cinema's entrance. The reactions of the others varied. Some were eager to accompany him, while others frowned at his impulsiveness, fearing that his actions might incite the eerie forces and endanger them all. Nevertheless, whether urging him to proceed or cautioning against it, none dared to voice their opinions. Lin Ming, stepping upon the thick carpet, reached the door. It lacked a handle, designed to be pushed open with force. However, despite his attempts, he could not budge it. Clearly, exiting was not permitted. Thus, he resolved to explore the cinema further. As he roamed the screening room, the onlookers could not help but feel anxious about his audacity. Some players, noticing Lin Ming approach, waved him away, unwilling to risk their fate alongside his recklessness. Lin Ming dismissed their concerns as he continued his search, finally discovering a crumpled, white sheet beneath a seat, worn from countless footsteps. Upon inspection, he realized it contained the cinema's rules, essentially the governing edicts. Rules of the screening room. 1. Silence is paramount. 2. Remain seated during the film. Do not obstruct the view of others. 3. Seek assistance from cinema staff if needed. 4. The popcorn vendor on the left enjoys patrons. so please take some home after the show. 5. Watch the film in its entirety and leave a favorable review. 6. Do not harm them. At first glance, the rules seem benign, mere reminders of good behavior. Yet, if there were no hidden traps within, it would be a remarkable coincidence. As Lin Ming pondered the rules, some players could not resist gathering around to read the paper themselves. They, too, wished to absorb the content. Once they grasped that it outlined the rules, they diligently memorized the information, passing it around amongst themselves, deliberating on how best to adhere to the guidelines. Meanwhile, Lin Ming contemplated strategies for defying them. Suddenly, the cinema lights extinguished. In the enveloping darkness, the previously vacant seats were now filled with figures. However, it was uncertain whether these were indeed human. A young player with long hair sat rigidly, his right hand gripping a silver cross necklace while his left clutched a bulb of garlic drawn from his pocket. In anticipation of the eerie game, he had even tattooed formidable symbols upon his body. His back bore the intricate design of a black dog blood pattern featuring a dragon and a coffin, with deities positioned upon it. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His chest displayed the image of the war god, while his limbs were adorned with the 4 sacred beasts. Even his posterior was not spared, emblazoned with the figure of the golden crow, its wings sprawling across both cheeks. The crow's beak aligned ominously with his most sensitive area, purportedly to ward off any eerie intrusions. The long-haired player reassured himself that he would certainly survive, as his formidable tattoos would surely intimidate any lurking malevolence. However, when the overhead lights abruptly flickered out, he was jolted into panic upon noticing shadows materializing in the previously empty seats. He instinctively lowered his head, avoiding the sight of the surroundings. Suddenly, a dark object tumbled from the seat beside him, landing silently on the plush carpet, drawing his gaze despite his efforts to remain composed. As he instinctively glanced over, he was taken aback to find a bloodied human head lying on the ground, grinning at him with a sinister smile. Frankly, anyone confronted with such a scene would be hard-pressed not to exclaim in shock. I can only commend those who managed to restrain their reactions. Indeed, the long-haired player let out a startled cry, only to collapse lifelessly moments later. This sudden cacophony and ensuing death startled the other players as well. They too had sensed the eerie atmosphere surrounding them and promptly closed their eyes, adhering to the second method taught by the officials for confronting the bizarre psychological suggestion. By shutting their eyes and envisioning the strange entities beside them as the objects of their deepest desires, they aimed to alleviate their fear. For no one fears that which they most desire. Thus, every player began to mentally suggest, what stands beside me is not a ghost, but a chicken foot. A large chicken foot. What stands beside me is a sports car, a supercar. What surrounds me is wealth, renminbi, US dollars, British pounds, euros. What I have beside me is a beautiful lady, tall and curvaceous, clad in a white blouse and a fitted skirt with black stockings and red-soled high heels. She is gentle and kind, adept at cooking and household chores, earning a living, honoring her parents, never prone to anger, and always prioritizing my needs. With no contact with other men, willing to embrace any position, and eager to introduce me to all her stunning friends. Had Lin Ming heard the inner thoughts of those individuals, he would undoubtedly have inquired, "My friend, are you making wishes here?" Nevertheless, after this bout of mental affirmation, the players felt their anxiety gradually dissipate, although a few others experienced a different kind of stirring. In contrast, Lin Ming remained notably composed. He surmised that the rules of this cinema were akin to those of the previous residential building. Some aspects were likely not dictated by the instance, but rather by the bizarre entities themselves. The first rule, which forbade vocalization, aligned perfectly with the requirements of a silent realm, clearly a rule of the instance. Others had already met their demise, confirming that the rules indeed claimed lives. Lin Ming sought to test the remaining rules to see if they could be of benefit to him. The second rule forbade random movements that obstructed others' sight. This seemed somewhat reminiscent of cinema etiquette, yet also bore the hallmarks of the spectator's demand. He decided to conduct an experiment. Lin Ming cast a glance at the dim screen, still obscured, but he could faintly discern some shadows, suggesting that the actual feature had yet to commence, perhaps still in the preliminary stages. Disregarding the large screen, he turned his attention to his surroundings and noted that the two eerie figures beside him were also fixated on the display. One was drenched, as if having drowned, while the other appeared to be a paper figure, its facial features crudely drawn, reminiscent of a child's doodle. The blood-red paint used for its features began to melt, distorting the visage further into something grotesque and unsettling. Perhaps sensing Lin Ming's gaze, the paper figure abruptly turned towards him, its already warped mouth curving into a horrifying grin. Lin Ming felt no fear. Instead, he nodded politely. Meanwhile, a small flame flickered to life at the tip of his fingers, a manifestation of his control over fire. A technique recorded in the Tian Gong. It was an unremarkable ability, merely summoning the true fire of Samadhi. With his fiery fingertip, he poked the paper figure's rear. Although the last rule prohibited harm to them, Lin Ming believed that them did not refer to the bizarre entities, at least not to those beside him. From previous instances, he had learned that the rules set by the bizarre games never safeguarded the entities or the players. This realm was a highly permissive landscape of slaughter. How could such violence be disallowed? Thus, this rule, which clearly contradicted the fundamental logic of the game world, was unlikely to have been established by the instance. As expected, the paper figure's backside ignited instantaneously, and Lin Ming suffered no repercussions. The paper figure, oblivious to Lin Ming's subtle actions, merely sensed a burning sensation and, upon glancing down, sprang into a frantic dance, trying to extinguish the flames while stifling any sound. It attempted to smother the fire with its chilling, deathly energy, only to find that the freezing aura could not quell the inferno. Lin Ming observed the other bizarre spectators obstructed by the paper figure. They exhibited signs of impatience and fury, yet refrained from taking action, instead shifting positions to gaze at the screen, seemingly enamored with the film. The rule had not extinguished the paper figure. Thus, this second rule was evidently tailored for the players in the cinema. Lin Ming waved at the flaming paper figure, offering assistance in quelling the fire. The panicked figure immediately expressed gratitude, silently thinking, "This player is truly kind, willing to help me extinguish the flames during this film screening. I owe him my life." Lin Ming seized the paper figure's rear, activating the Tian Gong, and began to absorb the deathly energy from within. The paper figure, which had vowed to protect Lin Ming, was taken aback. Why was its energy depleting so rapidly? Upon realizing that its power was flowing into Lin Ming, its already distorted features twisted even further. "This is not extinguishing the fire. It is extinguishing me." Before the paper figure could resist, it disintegrated into fragments, scattering across the floor, its deathly energy completely drained. Lin Ming was left in bewilderment. How could this paper figure possess only 100 units of deathly energy? Previously, ordinary ghosts had yielded 2,000 to 3,000, even 4,000 units. He looked incredulously at the water ghost to his right. The water ghost, noticing the paper figure's demise without understanding Lin Ming's involvement, assumed he was frightened and grinned maniacally, revealing a mouthful of rotting fish and shrimp that exuded a foul odor. Lin Ming swiftly retaliated, delivering a resounding slap to the water ghost's face, enveloping his hand in spiritual energy to ensure a powerful yet silent impact. The water ghost was knocked to the ground, utterly perplexed. "Who am I? Where am I? Am I to be cursed?" The sound of Lin Ming's thoughts echoed in his mind. Lin Ming then stomped on the water ghost's eyes, his irritation palpable. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. He discerned that the water ghost was cursing itself internally, and quite crudely at that. Once he had subdued the water ghost, Lin Ming drained its deathly energy. 120 units. This amount still fell off. What exactly were these bizarre entities? Were they all mere children of the eerie realm? Was the bizarre game so desperate for participants that it sent out underage entities to kill? Although Lin Ming's curiosity was not particularly intense, the lack of sufficient energy left him thoroughly dissatisfied. As Lin Ming scanned the bizarre entities, he noticed two approaching with menacing expressions, their eyes emanating an icy, deathly energy that chilled the air around them. They settled into the vacant seats beside him, gesturing for him to take a seat. Lin Ming and T anticipated that after consuming two, others would immediately take their place. Was this a buffet? No wonder the bizarre entities seemed weak. They were merely quantity over quality. Lin Ming felt something was amiss and began to recall the remaining 3 rules. The third rule allowed for assistance from staff when issues arose. However, upon surveying the entire screening room, he found no sign of any staff presence. Moreover, what issues could arise here? Was it permissible to call for staff when being attacked by the bizarre? This would indeed violate the unspoken laws of the Silent Realm. The fourth rule pertains to the popcorn located to the left side of the screening room, which the staff seemed to favor. However, the left side of the screening room merely features an entrance and exit devoid of any popcorn. Moreover, who would sell popcorn within a screening room? Might it be outside the door? If that were the case, there would be no need to establish this rule, as it evidently serves to discourage players from casually taking popcorn. How could one procure it from outside? The fifth rule mandates the complete viewing of the film and the submission of a favorable review. It appears that the enigmas here are intrinsically linked to the film currently being screened. As Lin Ming pondered this, he noticed the large screen beginning to illuminate gradually. To his astonishment, the screen displayed the screening room itself. He observed some commotion among the players seated in front of him. Although they remained silent, their surprise was palpable. The film resembled a surveillance recording, capturing every scene within the screening room. It transpired that the darkness earlier was not due to the opening credits, but rather because the lights in the screening room had not been turned on, resulting in a dim display. With the lights now aglow, the decor and arrangement of the screening room on the screen mirrored precisely the one in which they were seated. Shortly thereafter, several staff members appeared on screen, commencing the task of cleaning the area. These employees were clad in uniforms emblazoned with the words Huai Dainianjuan on their backs as they methodically cleaned the seats. However, in the midst of this, one staff member inadvertently knocked a posted set of rules off the wall. It became evident that this set of rules was originally affixed to the wall. Unbeknownst to the worker, as he kicked it absent-mindedly, it ended up beneath a seat, the very seat where Lin Ming had previously discovered the rules. Lin Ming and a few astute players quickly realized this was a playback of events that had transpired within the screening room, though it remained unclear how far back the footage would rewind. Soon, the staff finished their tidying and gathered to the left side of the screening room. There, on a table situated conveniently at the entrance, lay the popcorn. The situation escalated as the staff returned to their post by the entrance. The players' figures appeared on the large screen, mirroring their initial entrance. First, everyone surveyed their surroundings, taking in the environment. Then, the male staff member who had been present at the beginning could no longer contain his tears and collapsed. Following this, Lin Ming stood up to inspect the screening room. Even the moment he approached the door was captured faithfully on screen. Throughout this sequence, the staff members remained visible, stationed by the entrance. This revelation sent a chill down the spine of all players, as they realized that the staff had indeed been present when they arrived, yet unseen. The entrance remained desolate, devoid of any staff members. Some players turned to Lin Ming, who had previously approached the door, expecting him to discern the anomaly. In the suffocating darkness of the screening room, they could not see Lin Ming's expression, nor could they perceive the peculiar incident he had just experienced, only that he had ignited a fire nearby and had, in the chaos, touched the back of a paper figure. After the flames extinguished, visibility was lost. Yet they continued to watch, clinging to the hope of uncovering a path to escape. Lin Ming, too, scrutinized the entrance, recalling that he had employed the soul-capturing technique without perceiving any staff. He promptly rose and approached the door, channeling his Qian Shi Gong to fully activate the soul-capturing technique once more, yet still detected nothing unusual. Given that the soul-capturing technique could be formally recorded by Tian Shi Gong, it was undeniably superior to lesser methods. Thus, if the technique could not uncover any presence, only two possibilities remained. Either the entity was extraordinarily powerful, exceeding Lin Ming by at least 2 or 3 realms, or it simply did not exist in this realm, existing solely within the confines of the screen. Lin Ming leaned towards the latter hypothesis as he returned to his seat. The other players observed his actions. Although they could not discern precisely what he was doing, They noted his movement and the way he circled the entrance, leaving them astonished. This individual truly seemed unafraid of death. Previously, he had dared to touch the peculiar entity, and now he brazenly approached the entrance. Was he simply reckless or audaciously foolish? Regardless, the players began to shake their heads, effectively condemning Lin Ming. They privately resolved to keep their distance from this fool, fearing he would ultimately lead them to ruin. As for Lin Ming's prior discovery of the rules and his ability to inform everyone, to the other players it seemed sheer luck, as though a blind cat had stumbled upon a dead mouse. Surely, he had exhausted his entire fortune in finding that set of rules. Lin Ming, however, remained indifferent to their opinions. Upon returning to his seat, he noticed the large screen shifting once more. It turned black, corresponding to the moment when the lights had dimmed at the film's commencement. Thus, the film would continue to showcase everything within the screening room, gradually synchronizing with the passage of time in the real world until it surpassed it. Would it even possess the ability to foretell events to come? That would indeed be intriguing. Chapter 54. The preemptive announcement of death. Lin Ming returned to his seat, fixated on the screen. The darkness enveloped the screen, rendering it as obscure as the outside, with only vague outlines discernible, distorted figures that seemed poised to leap forth and rend asunder. Initially, the players, having employed psychological suggestion to assuage their fears, now found themselves tense once more. Truth be told, if the room were merely dark and they were aware of the entities surrounding them, their minds might drift to more pleasurable thoughts. Some had even indulged in a few adult films before entering, hoping to bolster their psychological defenses. However, gazing at the images on the screen, seeing their solitary figure amidst a sea of grotesque entities, only intensified their dread. As for averting their gaze, the rules explicitly dictated the necessity of viewing the film in its entirety and providing a positive review. In contrast, Lin Ming remained relatively unfazed. With his foundational strength, he could easily perceive the screen and felt no fear. Instead, he was curious to uncover the film's mysteries. At that moment, the screen displayed one of the grotesque figures quietly removing its own head and discarding it to the ground. A long-haired player gasped in shock and then collapsed. This had previously occurred. Then, the players on screen entered a peculiar state, seemingly inspired by some thought, as a faint smile appeared on one individual's lips. This mirrored the scene when players had employed the official psychological suggestion technique earlier. Suddenly, amidst the pitch-black screen, a spark of fire emerged. It was on Lin Ming's hand, where a flicker of flame ignited as he poked the paper figure's backside. The figure began to burn, quickly disintegrating into fragments scattered on the ground. Upon witnessing this, the screening room stirred slightly. Although the scene on the screen was shrouded in darkness, the players clearly saw Lin Ming's finger ablaze, igniting the paper figure. This individual could conjure flames. How impressive. Indeed, compared to the renowned Kato-sensei from those adult films, who summoned holy water with his golden fingers, the ability to summon fire seemed far more appealing to men. Yet how had he acquired such a skill? Was he not a player, but rather a peculiar entity? A sense of horror washed over some players. However, there exists a considerable faction of players who have come to realize that Lin Ming must be an old hand who acquired skills within the eerie game. They gazed at him, both astonished and embarrassed. It turns out that his audacity was not born of foolishness, but rather from exceptional skill and courage. The real fools were they. The players who had, just moments ago, scorned Lin Ming swiftly altered their mindset, contemplating how best to curry favor with this wild father. No, this dear father. For they had just witnessed Lin Ming vanquish a paper figure and seemingly deliver a swift blow that toppled another strange entity beside him. In this era where prowess is paramount, such a formidable talent is akin to a revered father. As for the biological father in the real world, that can be set aside. With such weakness, how can one dare occupy this position? In contrast to these players, the two entities that had just joined the fray, eyeing Lin Ming with ill intent, now felt a tinge of awkwardness. Wait, are you really that formidable? You should have mentioned it earlier, they thought, realizing that their attempts to confront him felt like delivering themselves to a buffet. Could they retract their offer? The two entities intended to return to their positions. But just as they lifted themselves from their seats, Lin Ming patted them on the shoulder and offered an apologetic smile. "My apologies. I was lost in thought and made you wait." Subsequently, with a decisive squeeze, Lin Ming shattered the bodies of the two entities, absorbing the death energy within them. Death energy 100. Death energy 113. Lin Ming then turned his gaze towards the grand screen, which had just transitioned to the scene of him dispatching the two entities. At this pace, the next scenes would delve into the yet-to-transpire narrative, namely, the prophecy. Strangely, it seemed that the screen had brightened somewhat. No, it had genuinely become brighter, allowing the onlookers to discern the unfolding imagery with greater clarity. Within the expansive screen, everyone and the entities remained seated, unmoving. After a full minute, the screen suddenly quivered, as if a camera lens had begun to focus, centering on one particular entity. Before this entity stood a female player clad in a sports bra and yoga pants. At that moment, the other figures in the background were slightly blurred, with only the female player and the entity behind her appearing distinct, suggesting that the screen deliberately focused on them for all to see. Lin Ming had a vivid impression of this female player, not merely due to her sports attire accentuating her form or the way her yoga pants shaped her figure, nor because her fair feet were adorned with striking red nail polish, exuding allure. The reason for his enduring memory lay solely in his ability to perceive her silicone enhancements and the thick padding within her yoga pants. The entity behind the female player resembled an elderly figure, its skin akin to the parched roots of a tree, wrinkled and marred by uneven scars. Most unsettlingly, it possessed no head. The gaping, bloodied neck was utterly vacant. This headless entity stood up, mechanically extending its withered arms towards the head of the female player, seemingly intent on removing it. Everyone, including the entities, observed this scene, with players privy to even more details. They noticed the excited anticipation of the other entities in the blurred background. In that instant, it became clear to all why these entities had fixated on the screen from the very beginning. This was indeed the true cinema. In this film, their demise would be foretold. The players could not resist glancing back at the real-life female player in yoga pants. Sure enough, an entity had risen behind her, unmistakably a headless figure with hands already reaching out to gently cradle her face. At that moment, the female player was utterly terrified. Her complexion turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably, her mind racing with visions of three muscular young men unable to contain their overwhelming fear. She wished to flee, to hide. Yet, the entities seated beside her regarded her with a more sinister gaze, imparting a chilling sensation that any movement would result in her immediate demise. Thus, the female player could only hope that the film was a deception. However, as that cold, withered hand crept from the nape of her neck to gently cup her chin, she shattered completely. It was real. What transpired in the film was indeed true. At that moment in the movie, the female player's head had already been rotated 180 degrees by the headless elder entity, her neck stretched to its limit, her body involuntarily following suit. The two entities beside her seized her forcefully, pinning her down. Her eyes widened in terror, struggling desperately but unable to break free, her neck twisted painfully, her face turning a ghastly hue, her eyes bulging, and her tongue instinctively thrusting outward. The film was silent, devoid of sound. Yet from the contorting bones in the female player's throat, it seemed as if onlookers could hear the cracking of her vertebrae. In the film, a bony protrusion pierced through her throat, finally severing her head, which the headless elder entity cradled in its embrace, slightly tilted. Spectators could see her bloodied visage, resembling a ghastly specter. Her eyes, now crimson from the strain, fixated intently on the screen, staring at those beyond it. Chapter 55, What Am I? To dare learn from Lin Ming? All those watching the film felt as though the female player's gaze was directed at them, including the real-life female player in the theater. She sensed her own head, like that of her cinematic counterpart, being twisted, while the two entities beside her extended their icy hands to restrain her. The female player, filled with dread, struggled with all her might. But the entities on either side possessed immense strength. Just as in the film, She found herself utterly powerless, gradually forced to turn her head backward. With her head twisted 180 degrees, she beheld the headless elder entity behind her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, her suffering was not prolonged. As the headless elder entity exerted its strength, her neck was forcefully snapped. Strangely, despite the apparent deformation of her bones, no sound emerged. The film was silent, and reality mirrored that silence, as if fearing to attract something ominous. As the female player perished, her head was removed and placed upon the body of the headless elder entity. At that moment, atop the frail, withered form of the headless elder rested a distinctly modified woman's head, creating a jarring dissonance that evoked a sense of dread. Lin Ming cast a fleeting glance at the female player before redirecting his attention to the grand screen. The imagery continued, this time focusing on another player, the bespectacled individual of refined demeanor. Upon witnessing the entity rise behind him in the film, he trembled violently and anxiously sought Lin Ming's assistance. As the mightiest player present, everyone hoped to receive his aid. The bespectacled man pleaded with his eyes, even kneeling in his seat to bow in desperation. Yet Lin Ming paid him no heed, primarily because he had not noticed. He was preoccupied with pondering the film's inconsistencies. Truth be told, the film indeed presented itself as a prophecy, seemingly flawless. Yet Lin Ming sensed that something was amiss. The bespectacled man, seeing Lin Ming's disregard, felt his despair deepen, tinged with bitterness. You were so powerful, why not lend a hand? He lamented. As he remained without assistance, he noticed the entity behind him had also risen. In a panic, he sprang to his feet, his mind racing in response to the imminent danger. Suddenly, he discerned a potential escape. The rules mandated that they could not change positions freely, likely for two reasons. The first was to prevent them from usurping the entity's places. The second point is to have them sit still and wait for the bazaar to kill them. Therefore, as long as they change their position, they can survive. Other players were startled when they saw the bespectacled man leave his seat, upon realizing he was unharmed and that the bazaar behind him did not pursue. They began to ponder the implications. So that was it. We have understood. The players grasped the significance of the bespectacled man's actions. It became clear that simply vacating one's seat could avert death. Lin Ming, engrossed in the film, noticed that many players were quietly lifting themselves off their seats, poised to escape. Yet he sensed the situation was not so straightforward. Indeed, as the bespectacled man departed from his seat and rushed toward the stairs, a staff member appeared on screen, approaching him and gesturing toward his seat, seemingly politely inviting him back to avoid disturbing others. However, within the screening room, the bespectacled man was fixated on the bazaar behind his seat, grateful that it had not pursued him, oblivious to the staff member's gestures on the screen. In fact, the bespectacled man even cast a smug glance at Lin Ming, as if to say, I found a way to survive faster than you. What seasoned player? You look down on me? Huh, you are quite pretentious. At that moment, the staff member on screen exhibited a furious expression, seizing the bespectacled man by the neck. Some players, witnessing this scene, immediately returned to their seats, too frightened to move. Others, feeling compassionate, chose to close their eyes, unable to bear the sight of their compatriot's misfortune. As for rescuing anyone, don't be absurd. Did they not see that even the formidable figure had no intention of intervening? They dared not take action. In these times, good deeds often go unrewarded. The bespectacled man finally sensed something was amiss, as he felt his breathing becoming increasingly labored and frantic. He glanced at the large screen and saw himself being throttled by the staff member, his face turning pale with horror. To be killed in his seat by the bazaar, or by the staff for leaving it. Was there truly no escape? Did the officials not state that the rules of the bazaar game would always offer a path to survival? Where was this path? As darkness enveloped him, he lost all hope. Upon witnessing his demise, the remaining players hastily returned to their seats, filled with panic and despair. They saw no glimmer of hope for survival, silently hoping that the next target would not be themselves. The screen then reacted once more. This time, two players were simultaneously marked. One was a somewhat shorter male player, Lu Feng. The other was Lin Ming. Upon seeing Lin Ming targeted, all players displayed excitement, not because they wished for his demise, but because they believed that a seasoned player like him, endowed with special skills, would surely possess a means to unravel the rules. They thought they could observe his actions and follow suit. You may not wish to share your secrets, but now that you have been chosen by the film, we can certainly learn from your methods. Especially Lu Feng, who, while feeling anxious, was also relieved. He resolved to keep a close watch on Lin Ming, mirroring his actions. Convinced that sticking with an expert would increase his chances of survival, Lu Feng focused intently on Lin Ming, who was surveying his surroundings. Lu Feng followed suit, scanning the bazaar around him. When Lin Ming stood up, Lu Feng immediately did the same, with barely a second's delay. Excellent. His reflexes remained sharp. As long as he continued to imitate Lin Ming, victory was assured. Lin Ming raised his hand, and Lu Feng mirrored the gesture. Lin Ming defiantly extended a middle finger towards the surrounding bazaar, clearly challenging them. What are you waiting for? Come and kill me. Lu Feng, confused, also raised a middle finger, perplexed by Lin Ming's actions. After Lin Ming's provocation, all the bazaar lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Their vision remained unaffected, and they clearly remembered how Lin Ming had set fire to the paper effigy, slapped the water ghost aside, and crushed the two bazaar attempting to switch seats. Such prowess would only invite trouble if they were out of their minds. However, the bazaar surrounding Lu Feng regarded him with dangerously hostile eyes. What did he think he was, daring to threaten them? Lu Feng noticed Lin Ming was now focused on the large screen, awaiting the identity of the bazaar chosen to target him. On screen, the bazaar surrounding Lu Feng all stood up, casting malevolent looks in his direction. In contrast, the bazaar near Lin Ming all bowed their heads, feigning death. Witnessing this, Lu Feng felt an even deeper sense of despair and anger towards Lin Ming. I was such a fool. Why did I choose to follow him? This guy is far too arrogant. The other players expressed their helplessness, quickly distancing themselves from Lin Ming in their minds. It was not that they disdained him, but rather that they recognized their inferiority. He was a lofty figure. They were merely ordinary individuals and should not naively aspire to follow in his footsteps. Chapter 56. We Are the Movie, Aren't We? The scene on the large screen transformed into a horrific tableau of Lu Feng being besieged and dismembered by the bazaar. Overwhelmed with despair, he understood that his demise was all but certain. Yet, he remained unwilling to avert his gaze from the screen, eager to witness Lin Ming's fate. In the film, Lin Ming too had met his end at the hands of the bazaar, a skinning demon. In life, she had betrayed her husband, falsely accusing him and forcing him to leave empty-handed, even though the child he had raised for years was not his own. Ultimately, her husband, driven to the brink, skinned her alive, resulting in her agonizing death. Now, in the film, the skinning demon was methodically peeling away Lin Ming's skin, laughing as she did so. Her face devoid of flesh, a gruesome spectacle. Lu Feng, witnessing this from the screening room, felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. He could die, but if Lin Ming were to survive, he would never accept it. However, when Lu Feng turned to look at the skinning demon in the screening room, he found her trembling in fear, utterly immobile. She did not dare to approach Lin Ming, who instead walked over to her, observing the quaking demon. He dipped his fingers in her blood and inscribed a message. You think you can kill me? The skinning demon immediately knelt, fervently shaking her head in distress. Lin Ming smiled slightly and pointed to the large screen, implying the film's narrative. The demon continued to shake her head vigorously, tears of blood streaming down her face. Her expression not one of intimidation, but of sheer terror and pleading directed at Lin Ming. Her expression mirrored that of Lu Feng, who lay among the bazaar, being torn apart, helpless like a small girl amidst a group of brutish men, subjected to their merciless torment, her eyes filled with desolation. What a vast chasm exists between people. Lin Ming chose not to acknowledge Lu Feng, instead crouching beside the trembling, skinning demon. Writing another message. I know without you telling me. We are the true film, aren't we? The skinning demon's eyes widened in horror, and the nearby bazaar recoiled in panic. From their reactions, Lin Ming deduced his intuition was correct. Since the beginning, he had sensed something was amiss. These bazaar were far too weak, incapable of swiftly killing an ordinary person, often requiring the cooperation of multiple bazaar. He had suspected that they were not genuine bizarre, but perhaps remnants of their power. Furthermore, the rules stated that assistance could be sought from the staff. Yet they were confined to the screen. How could one seek help? Many might consider diving into the screen to seek assistance, thus uncovering the crux of the screening room's mystery. Therefore, this rule should be the lifeline left by the game. In the large screen, those bizarre elements were intentionally added to confuse the players, establishing a rule that could not be easily violated. This instilled a sense of trepidation in the players, deterring them from acting recklessly and thereby obscuring the secrets of the screening room. In fact, such deception and suggestion were abundant. For instance, why did the film commence with scenes of the staff cleaning? What was being shown at that moment was likely akin to surveillance footage, designed to subtly imply to all players that the film depicted their own experiences. Gradually, the plot of the movie would catch up to the events the players were undergoing, and thus the true trap would commence. Once the film's progress aligned with the real time of the screening room, the movie would have already concluded. Do you recall that moment when the screen fell silent for a minute before the first true prophecy was revealed, depicting the demise of the woman in yoga pants? The screen trembled abruptly at that instant. From that moment onward, the content displayed on the large screen transformed, turning into a notification of murder. Indeed, it was a notification, not a premonition. The screen first determined who would die and how, and the bizarre entities in the screening room would immediately execute the same method. Therefore, of the 3 rules inscribed on that paper, aside from the first being an ironclad law, the remaining 2 were essentially warning Lin Ming that something was amiss in this screening room. Lin Ming slowly rose, exhaling a small black banner. The Wanhan fan. This banner could vary in size. Even in its diminutive form, it was quite charming and formidable. As Lin Ming activated the Wanhan fan, the little girl Meng Meng emerged from within. Although she had appeared, her ability to forget was so potent that outsiders could not perceive her. Take the Wanhan fan and explore the area, Lin Ming instructed. Meng Meng complied, making her way to the front row, wandering as per Lin Ming's request. Meanwhile, Lin Ming initiated the ghostly powers of the Wanhan fan. Currently, the Wanhan fan could only encompass a 1-meter radius, siphoning the eerie energies within that range. However, as these bizarre entities could not see Meng Meng, they remained perplexed and oblivious to the rapidly diminishing death aura surrounding them, unsure of what was transpiring or where to flee. Thus, Meng Meng meandered along the rows of seats, and those bizarre beings watched in bewilderment as their forms gradually faded away. The players soon took notice of the vanishing entities, their shock palpable. Was it possible that the seasoned player had frightened them away? Was this the aura of a true powerhouse? Just because he was being observed? Did all the bizarre entities choose to vanish to avoid offending him? All the players regarded Lin Ming with reverent gazes. Some female players even blushed with excitement, wishing to film an inappropriate movie with Lin Ming right there. Lin Ming paid no heed to the bizarre entities or the players. He fixed his gaze on a large screen, eager to see how those beings would endure. Indeed, the bizarre entities on the screen could no longer remain still. They could no longer pretend to be as quiet as the fake ghosts in the screening room. All the bizarre entities on the screen surged forward, charging at the screen. One player, noticing the commotion, was startled to see a bizarre entity attempting to leap out of the film, instinctively shouting before collapsing lifelessly. The rules remained in place, still binding them. The players watched the screen in a panic. At this point, the screen had transformed from a 2D image into a 3D spectacle, with the bizarre entities incessantly battering against the screen as if they could burst forth at any moment. Lin Ming observed the screen with an air of calm. He had long surmised that these beings could not emerge. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to such deceptions to mislead him. Furthermore, if he was not mistaken, while these entities could not exit, he himself could enter. Lin Ming gazed at Meng Meng, who had transformed all the bizarre entities in the screening room into death aura and absorbed them into the Wanhan fan, and he led her towards the large screen. Upon reaching the screen, Lin Ming gently placed his hand upon it. Chapter 57, Devouring Popcorn, Elevating Cultivation. The moment Lin Ming made contact with the large screen, he felt the world shift. When everything before his eyes stabilized, he found himself in a screening room devoid of players, only inhabited by bizarre entities. He could still see the staff at the entrance and the popcorn laid out. This should be the true screening room. Lin Ming glanced back at the screen behind him, where only a group of players remained, anxiously watching him, observing the frail players and then turning to the eerie entities in the real screening room. Lin Ming did not regard this as a complete escape route. The bizarre entities were now furious, intent on devouring him. They showed no fear of Lin Ming and were drawing closer. An ordinary player invading this space would be unable to contend with these entities. However, feeling the dense death aura emanating from them, Lin Ming displayed a satisfied expression. Although they were all ghost-level entities, they were undeniably true, bizarre beings. He instructed Meng Meng to continue carrying the Wan Hun fan and a circle around these entities. At the same time, Lin Ming began to deduce the remaining 3 rules. Convinced that there must be one path to survival, a means for the players to confront these bizarre spectators and ultimately escape. The staff enjoyed consuming popcorn. They needed to watch the film in its entirety. The rule about not harming them was clearly a trap set by the bizarre entities, designed to deceive players into sitting quietly and being slaughtered, even if it was stipulated by the scenario. The movie had already ended since the incident involving the woman in yoga pants. Thus, they could move at that point. Lin Ming was still uncertain about the rationale behind the rule of not harming them. Was it a precaution set by these entities to prevent players from becoming too strong and eliminating the bizarre beings in the false screening room, thereby discovering the truth? Lin Ming was unsure, but he knew it had nothing to do with the escape route. That left only the final rule: popcorn. The 7 or 8 bizarre spectators in the front row had already rushed forward, mere steps away from capturing Lin Ming. As he observed the bloodied and disfigured hands reaching out, Lin Ming smiled slightly and moved with agility. He deftly evaded all the bizarre entities and reached the popcorn. The 4 staff members, upon seeing Lin Ming's appearance, glared at him menacingly and extended their hands to block him. Each of them was more formidable than the last, at least existing at the level of vengeful spirits, far more fierce and powerful than those spectators. Lin Ming could guess the method to bypass the obstruction posed by the staff. He could plead or beg. If he were to kneel before the 4 staff members and express his hunger, they would likely assist him by providing some popcorn. After all, these entities relished witnessing human humility. However, having finally entered a scenario as a player, why should he have to analyze the rules, test each one, and seek their approval? Would that not reduce him to a beggar? Lin Ming observed the hands blocking the popcorn, swiftly sketching symbols in the air with both hands. Numerous black threads coalesced around Lin Ming, intertwining in the air before transforming into 4 spiritual talismans that shot forth into the foreheads of the 4 staff members. The 4 staff members trembled violently, their expressions instantly morphing into unwavering loyalty. "Nai Tzu Te," Lin Ming silently commanded. The 4 staff members immediately lunged fiercely at the bizarre entities, engaging in a silent struggle. Lin Ming glanced at the 3 buckets of popcorn before him, casually grabbing a handful. First, he used his spiritual sense to investigate and discovered it contained death aura. Puzzled, Lin Ming tossed the popcorn into his mouth, swallowing it. Death aura, 100. Lin Ming was somewhat astonished. Could it be that those weak, bizarre entities in the false screening room were all made of popcorn? Their death aura content was remarkably similar. Moreover, this should indeed represent the true path to survival. By merely consuming the popcorn, even an ordinary player can swiftly acquire power. Lin Ming, without hesitation, plunged his hand into the popcorn, channeling his Tian Xiagong to absorb the death energy within. Death energy 100. Death energy 100. Death energy 100. After thoroughly absorbing the death energy from 3 buckets of popcorn, Lin Ming experienced a colossal surge of 100,000 death energy. He ascended from the first layer of foundation building directly to the pinnacle of the 3rd layer, on the verge of the 4th. Upon sensing his elevation, a radiant joy illuminated Lin Ming's face. Although the rules here were rather convoluted, the rapid advancement was exhilarating. After all, aside from the popcorn, there were those peculiar entities. Wait a moment. How was this popcorn produced? Is there a popcorn machine? Lin Ming speculated that the popcorn machine must be a formidable ghostly artifact, uncertain if it could be acquired. He promptly reached out to pull at the grand door of the passageway, yet it remained obstinately shut. Clearly, the scene here restricted his exit. With a hint of resignation, Lin Ming redirected his attention to the peculiar entities. Little cuties, Big Brother is here. Lin Ming charged forth, and the entities, already besieged by invisible dreamlike little girls and pursued by 4 staff members, became even more frantic. Simultaneously, the players in the fall screening room observed the screen, watching the entities flee in panic. Moments ago, those entities had sat within the screen, gleefully witnessing their slaughter, even performing their death scenes in advance to toy with the players. But now, the players occupied their seats, watching as the once dominant entities were driven into disarray by Lin Ming. As the old adage goes, you may come, so may the bandits. Lin Ming was the greatest of those bandits. One player, overwhelmed with joy, could not restrain himself and erupted into applause. However, he promptly met his demise. The other players, having learned their lesson, refrained from arrogance and hastily sat still, awaiting further developments. Yet unbeknownst to them, on the other side, the owner of the Death Hotel was lamenting over drinks with Count Blood Moon. "Count, you have no idea. That rascal is utterly despicable. He has slain my most capable subordinates and countless guests, tarnishing the reputation of my hotel. No entity wishes to visit anymore. Do you think I should eliminate him to prove my competence?" Count Blood Moon smiled faintly. "From what you say, that player does seem quite formidable. As it happens, I am in need of manpower. Why not allow me to train him? I assure you, I will mold him into an obedient hound, one that kneels at your feet and licks your shoes." The hotel owner frowned. "Count, I can lend you manpower, but there is no need for such measures. Some matters you do not understand, nor need to know. Just recognize that your little pawns are trivial compared to what I intend to achieve. If you cannot swallow your pride, I can permit you a small measure of revenge against him. I have just discovered his location in a dungeon. You may send your subordinates to teach him a lesson and bring him back to me." Count Blood Moon's expression darkened slightly, yet he acquiesced. The hotel owner understood that, despite his wealth, he could not compare to this powerful figure. The mere fact that the Count was willing to allow him a modicum of revenge against Lin Ming was already a significant concession. The hotel owner downed his glass of blood wine in one gulp, his face grim as he declared, "I understand. I shall ensure that the pursuers bring that rascal to you." Chapter 58. Who Poked My Ribs? Lin Ming remained oblivious to the scheming of Count Blood Moon and the owner of the Death Hotel, having already dealt with all the peculiar entities in the screening room. Except for one troublesome little ghost, the others were all ghost-level entities, easily dispatched. However, Lin Ming did not consume all of them for himself, as he aimed to cultivate the Wan Hun banner. The initial range of the ghostly banner was small. The more entities added, the larger its influence became. In the screening room, aside from the entities forcibly eradicated by the 4 staff members and those eliminated by the rules for making noise, 62 had entered the Wan Hun banner. Its range expanded to a diameter of 5 meters. With Lin Ming's speed, and aided by the little girl Meng Meng's ability to induce forgetfulness, traversing through thousands of entities within that 5-meter diameter was remarkably seamless. Satisfied, Lin Ming called Meng Meng back, placing her into the Wan Hun banner before retracting it. He noticed the surrounding environment was shifting, not as a mere refresh of the dungeon, but as a transition to a new scene. He feared he might not be able to take Meng Meng with him. Hence, spending 7 days in a silent domain truly meant 1 day per dungeon. What a lucrative invitation. The players also sensed the scene changing, their faces lighting up with excitement, believing they might finally escape. However, they soon found themselves alongside Lin Ming in a statue gallery. A wave of despair washed over the players. Many finally realized that they must endure 7 dungeons before being allowed to leave. Lin Ming surveyed the statue gallery. It was not vast, merely over 1,000 square meters. While it was indeed spacious for a residence, it felt rather cramped for an exhibition space, especially one adorned with numerous statues. Observing the bizarre statues and inhaling the foul odor of decay mingled with the acrid scent of inferior paint, Lin Ming immediately sensed something amiss. He activated his Tian Xie Gong's spiritual energy, ensuring that no foreign power could exploit even the slightest opportunity. Simultaneously, a player discovered the rules affixed to a distant wall, promptly tearing it down and approaching Lin Ming with it, eager to please. They all understood that Lin Ming was the supreme player among them, the ultimate high-tier player. Thus, they decided that any matters or benefits would first be presented to Lin Ming, hoping to induce him to guide them through. After all, most players were newcomers, primarily desiring merely to survive. Naturally, some yearned for power, aspiring to become as formidable as Lin Ming. One player clad in a floral shirt and another who appeared to be a director stealthily approached Lin Ming from behind. They had no intention of assassinating him at present, knowing they lacked the capability. However, if an opportunity arose, they would not hesitate to strike, hoping to usurp Lin Ming's position and become the admired high-tier player themselves. Lin Ming regarded the rules of the statue gallery in his hands. Welcome, dear guests, to the Cursed Statue Gallery. It is an immense honor for me, the curator, to have you here. However, while you admire the statues, please also cherish them and adhere to certain rules. 1. Please remain silent. 2. None of the statues breathe. Should you notice a breathing statue, flee at once. 3. Each statue has a number. Do not gaze at statues number 3, 8, or 27 for more than 1 second, or you will pay a price. 4. Please refrain from graffiti or applying paint anywhere in the gallery, especially on the statues. 5. Do not refuse any request from the statues. 6. Please do not harm them. Lin Ming's gaze fell upon the last rule. The first rule was undoubtedly a stipulation of the vast silent domain dungeon. Lin Ming understood that it must be a universal principle. But what was the significance of the 6th rule? The previous dungeon also contained such a rule, yet Lin Ming had assumed it referred to the fear of the viewing entities being discovered if the statues were harmed. However, the presence of this rule in the statue gallery felt peculiar. Lin Ming speculated on 2 possibilities. First, the statues here might fear destruction or possess some issue. Second, certain elements here, if destroyed, might constitute the true condition for clearing the dungeon. In the previous scenario, Lin Ming had eliminated all entities to achieve victory, so he remained uncertain whether specific conditions were required to clear this one. For him, as long as there were no anomalies within this instance, the scenario would inevitably release the players. There was a player with an unusual hairstyle, slicked back with some unknown oil, who brought a paintbrush and began inscribing words in his palm. Since random scribbling was prohibited here, he could only write on himself. Esteemed one, do you think that destroying all the statues here would lead to a successful completion? Lin Ming cast an admiring glance at the writing player. That was precisely his thought. This time, the rules did not present any obvious traps, akin to the previous cinema scenario, and it was unlikely that the instance would employ the same tactics on the same group of individuals. Moreover, these anomalies possessed intellect. They were aware of the experiences the players had endured and would not repeat their mistakes. As Lin Ming contemplated how to deal with the statues, he suddenly felt a forceful poke in his right ribcage. It is well known that the area just above the waist on either side is extremely sensitive to tickling. Being prodded like this was akin to having one's feet tickled. In the past, Lin Ming would have shouted in surprise, but after cultivating the Tian Shigong, he dared not claim invincibility, only that he was resilient. Even while activating his spiritual energy for protection, this poke elicited no reaction. However, he sensed the malicious intent behind the act. Someone sought to make him laugh. Who dared to provoke me? Lin Ming turned around, coldly scrutinizing the players behind him. The players all wore bewildered expressions, unaware of his plight. They had been preoccupied with the rules or surveying the statues, none noticing Lin Ming's predicament. Esteemed one, what is the matter? The player with the slick-back hair wrote a few more words on his arm. His palm was filled, and he could only continue writing on his arm. Lin Ming took the brush and wrote on the other arm of the slick-back player. Someone poked me, attempting to make me laugh. This action was immediately understood by everyone, causing a collective gasp of horror. Someone was targeting the esteemed player. Who could it be? Lin Ming scanned all the players, who frantically shook their heads. One player swiftly snatched the brush from the slick-back player's hand and continued writing on him. Esteemed one. It was definitely not me. I am keeping my distance. Seeing this, other players rushed over, starting to write on the slick-back player. Not me. I cannot reach you. Absolutely not me. I am innocent. Esteemed one, I would not dare to harm you. In less than a minute, the slick-back player was covered in writing from head to toe, especially on his face, which was filled with expressions of innocence. Initially, the slick-back player felt quite useful, but as he observed the others remaining clean while he was adorned in chaotic scribbles, he was filled with indignation, desperately inscribing on the inner thigh that he barely managed to keep untouched. You shameless ones, why not write on yourselves? His sentence remained unfinished, as there was no more space. Chapter 59. Who would have thought? I have a cheat. Lin Ming observed the innocent expressions on everyone's faces, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He turned, directing his gaze toward the petite girl, Ming Ming, who had been standing beside him. Since entering this instance, Lin Ming had summoned Ming Ming to his side as a precaution. However, due to her ability to remain unseen, no one could detect her presence. Ming Ming, beside Lin Ming, had seen who was behind the provocation and pointed directly at the player in the floral shirt, declaring it was him. The floral shirt player, unable to see Ming Ming, continued to express outrage while searching for the one who plotted against Lin Ming, seemingly feeling indignant on Lin Ming's behalf. Lin Ming strode over, gripping the floral shirt player's throat with cold eyes. You thought I wouldn't notice, did you? I have a cheat. The floral shirt player, seized by Lin Ming, was instantly filled with terror. He was unaware of how he had been discovered, yet he feigned innocence, repeatedly gesturing that it was not him. Nearby, another player grasped Lin Ming's arm, attempting to dissuade him, signaling that he should not act rashly and should ascertain the truth first. Crack! In the silent exhibition hall, the sound of bones shattering was exceptionally pronounced. The floral shirt player's throat was crushed, tearing through his airway. He desperately gaped for breath, yet could not inhale. Fortunately, he did not suffer for long, as the rules dealt with him swiftly for making noise. As for Lin Ming, the bones that shattered were not his. So why would the rules punish him? In truth, it was not only Ming Ming who had witnessed the floral shirt player's actions. A player, a director in the real world, had also seen the floral shirt player act, causing him to take 2 fearful steps back. He was uncertain how Lin Ming had instantly identified the culprit and feared that Lin Ming might discern his own ulterior motives. Many players, filled with fear as they witnessed Lin Ming's actions, hurriedly retreated. They looked at Lin Ming with a mixture of terror and indignation, oblivious to the fact that Lin Ming had identified the true culprit through Ming Ming. They assumed Lin Ming was indiscriminately killing out of anger at those who dared harm him. After all, if they had superpowers, what would they do? On the first day, I am Superman. The second day, I am a nation's man. The third day, I don't eat beef. Yet now, they possessed no superpowers, leaving them afraid of Lin Ming and internally condemning him. The director player, observing the fear among the players, had a sudden idea. To avoid being eliminated by Lin Ming, he utilized his skills of seduction, which had once won over a famous actress, and began to sway the fearful players, managing to deceive over a dozen of them. In an instant, the players split into 2 factions. On the left was the ordinary players' faction, led by the director. On the right was Lin Ming's faction, comprised of loyal followers. Although Lin Ming had no intention of assuming the role of a leader, the players nonetheless chose to align themselves with him as devoted underlings. The director player, not knowing where he found a colored pen, inscribed on his arm, "This guy kills indiscriminately just because he has power. We must unite and not fear him." The players in his faction all nodded in agreement, even linking arms to signify their determination to stand together and not allow Lin Ming to slaughter them at will. In Lin Ming's faction, the slick-back player was already contemplating whether to write something on his nether regions, mocking the opposing side. Just a single phrase, what of killing? My elder brother lives by his own code, needing no explanation to you. Lin Ming could not be bothered with these individuals. After eliminating the mastermind, he proceeded towards the statues. There were approximately dozens of statues, each marked with a number. As Lin Ming walked in from the entrance, he encountered statue number 01. The players from Lin Ming's faction followed closely behind. Meanwhile, the director's faction cautiously observed from statue number 10, avoiding the spotlight. In truth, the director was uncertain what to observe, but the other players eagerly looked to him for direction. He had no choice but to forge ahead and observe while stealing glances at Lin Ming. From the director's perspective, Lin Ming was indeed formidable. Although he could not compare, he could always learn something. At this moment, Lin Ming gazed at statue number 01, which depicted a woman covering her face. The statue was exquisitely crafted, perfectly capturing the graceful curves of the woman's form. Even the creases of her snug, athletic shorts were rendered with startling realism, making it a truly masterful piece. Even the group of inexperienced players present could discern that this was undoubtedly a work of art. How beautiful! They all inwardly marveled. Even though the statue was merely a sculpture and the figure was veiled, they inexplicably experienced a surge of sensuality towards it. Some male players with weak self-control could no longer restrain themselves and approached, gazing at the statue with infatuation, yearning to touch it. The others fared no better. The male players wore foolish grins while the female players transformed into admirers. Lin Ming, however, showed no hesitation and delivered a kick to the face-covering woman's statue. The statue immediately toppled backward, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. The statue, with its hand covering its face, was shattered, revealing a visage that was grotesquely distorted and hideous, provoking an immediate sensation of revulsion. No one could have anticipated that a woman with such an enchanting figure would possess such a terrifying appearance. In an instant, all players regained their senses. The fallen female statue exhibited a look of terror, her stone eyes fixated on Lin Ming, conveying an endless resentment. However, in the next moment, she met her demise. Erased by the rules, Lin Ming, swift in his actions, rushed to her side and managed to extract a portion of death energy. The death energy amounted to 1,800, a reasonable yield that was not in vain. Moreover, this method validated his conjecture. These statues were bizarre transformations endowed with various abilities, and such abilities could be seized. Lin Ming's gaze fell upon a small stone sphere that had dropped to the ground, enveloping it with his spiritual energy. He picked it up and tossed it into his mailbox. In this peculiar game, the name and attributes would automatically be displayed. Cursed stone sphere. By touching this sphere, one can acquire the unique skill of the hideous goddess, seductive form, which can evoke profound allure within all living beings within a 3-meter radius, causing them to develop an infatuation. However, the price is an unimaginable ugliness, and while utilizing seductive form, one must not allow others to see their face, or the skill will fail. Prolonged use of this skill may escalate admiration into possessiveness, inciting an uncontrollable desire to possess, potentially leading to conflict, and ultimately resulting in destruction from unrequited love. What a remarkable find! Lin Ming did not expect that the stone sphere dropped by statue No. 01 would possess such an effect. This ability clearly belonged to the dark category, likely affiliated with the chaotic faction. Many would undoubtedly desire it. Perhaps it could be exchanged for some benefits, such as points. Unfortunately, the enigmatic game seemed to be impoverished, reminiscent of the bizarre inhabitants of the previous residential building who needed loans to purchase homes, with payments stretching over centuries. The capitalists here were likely even more ruthless. If we liken the real world to a mere 2, possessing 98 of the wealth, then in this peculiar game, these capitalists not only control 98 of the wealth, but also issue loans amounting to 1,000. Chapter 60. The Elder, the Rabid Dog. And the cocoon, the scene of Lin Ming pushing down the statue caught the attention of the director's faction, who also witnessed him seemingly picking up something. Their faces lit up with joy. They had an epiphany. They realized that the rules could be manipulated. Sound was prohibited here, but if they toppled a statue, it would naturally emit a crashing noise, leading to its annihilation by the rules. Once the trouble was resolved, it appeared that they might obtain items as well. As long as they acquired an item or skill, everyone present would ascend. The director, rolling up his sleeves, charged toward statue number 10, which depicted an elderly man leaning on a cane, remarkably lifelike. However, as he forcefully pushed the statue, he suddenly sensed something amiss. His hand had turned to stone. Watching his palm quickly petrify, the director's expression drained of color. It turned out this statue could not be touched. Touching it would result in becoming a statue oneself. Why hadn't the rules stated this? Lin Ming had touched it too. Why had he been unaffected? Oh right, he had kicked it. His shoe served as a barrier. Thus, direct contact was forbidden? In his panic, the director experienced a moment of enlightenment. He had discerned Lin Ming's method and found a path to survival. Life and death hinged on this gamble. He launched a powerful kick at the statue. The statue remained unmoved, and his shoe promptly turned to stone. Initially, only his shoe was petrified, but in his haste, he failed to remove it, resulting in his foot being encased in stone as well. The moment of realization failed, and the path to survival was thwarted. The director was overwhelmed with despair. What was happening? Was this some kind of game? Why did Lin Ming remain unharmed while he was turned to stone? Filled with indignation, he swiftly turned to Lin Ming, his eyes pleading. It was futile. Lin Ming didn't even glance at him. This statue weighed at least 300 to 500 pounds, and as a cultivator, Lin Ming could easily topple it. But you, an ordinary person, how could you possibly push down a statue of that weight? Furthermore, Lin Ming had not been petrified because he had shielded himself with spiritual energy, which inherently countered the bizarre forces here. The spiritual energy cultivated through the Tianxia Gong offered him protection against these strange powers. As the director's body rapidly turned to stone from head to toe, even his hands and face were covered. Only his arms, inscribed with colorful words, retained their corporeal form. Whether it was the players of the director's faction or those of Lin Ming's lineage, they were all engulfed in shock and trepidation. They may have noticed this minor issue, but did not dwell on it. Only Lin Ming paid attention to this detail, fixating on the director's arms. Recalling a rule inscribed in the statue hall, do not scribble or deface any part of the venue, especially the statues. Logically, with such a rule in place, there should be no presence of paint or similar substances within a venue. However, the slick-haired player could easily procure a marker, suggesting that either this rule was a forced lifeline left for the players by the instance, or the bizarre statues had concocted this deception. Just moments ago, the director player had written unifying phrases on his arms to rally the players, and now that those arms had not turned to stone, the implications were clear. This marker could protect players from petrification while touching the statues. Despite this knowledge, Lin Ming held no interest in the paint. It was of no use to his spiritual energy. At this moment, he approached statue number 02. Other players hurriedly followed, fearful of being left behind or turned to stone. They now recognized that only Lin Ming could lead them to safety. Even players who had recently defected to the director's faction returned, shamelessly rejoining Lin Ming's group. Statue number 02 depicted a ferocious dog, its menacing eyes surveying everyone. Before Lin Ming could muster his strength, a sudden agonized scream erupted from behind. Everyone turned in alarm. A player, who had just fled from the director's faction, lay on the ground, lifeless, his lower leg gruesomely injured. The crowd was bewildered. No one had attacked him. One brave player tentatively lifted the fallen player's pant leg, revealing a deep bite mark. Observing the wound, an experienced player hastily sought to write a warning, only to be shoved aside. Instead, he could only scrawl upon himself, dog bite. Lin Ming glanced at the player, instantly recognizing it as a dog bite. Was that you? Pan Honk. Yet a dog bite? Did this statue possess such an ability? While pondering this, another player emitted a muffled groan of pain. Though he stifled a scream, the mere sound breached the silence, leading to his demise. The onlookers noticed that he too had been bitten on the calf. Soon after, 3 or 4 more players met the same fate. Fortunately, the players had prepared. Even when injured, they quickly covered their mouths and refrained from making noise. However, this series of events left everyone in a state of anxiety, without any understanding of what was transpiring. Without hesitation, Lin Ming delivered a powerful punch, toppling the dog statue. Enveloped in spiritual energy, he ensured that the collision would not produce any sound. The dog statue fell with a resounding thud. Lin Ming raced towards the rules of the Silent Land, absorbing the death energy emanating from the statues. The death energy amounted to 1,300. Another stone sphere fell. Cursed stone sphere. By touching this sphere, one can acquire the unique ability of the evil loyal hound to bite, which can directly attack any entity within a 3-meter diameter that is disloyal to evil. Note, each use will deepen one's loyalty to evil and sacrifice a part of oneself to it, until one ultimately transforms into a loyal hound of evil. Lin Ming discerned that these abilities were increasingly formidable, yet each carried a greater price. He resolved to continue his exploration. The next was statue number 03, mentioned within the rules of the statue gallery. One must not gaze upon it for more than a second, lest one pay a price. The nature of the price was not disclosed. However, Lin Ming discovered that statue number 03 was uniquely named, the Cocoon of Atonement. Its form resembled that of a silkworm cocoon, as if it were hatching something. Other players, upon noticing it was statue number 03, hurriedly turned their heads away, afraid to look directly. Lin Ming, however, fixed his gaze upon it, and after exceeding 1 second, he sensed, or perhaps imagined, that the statue suddenly stirred. Specifically, the stone cocoon shifted slightly, as if something were attempting to emerge. Suddenly, Lin Ming realized something was amiss and swiftly retreated. Chapter 61, darkened tenfold. Purified diminished by 7 parts just as he dodged. The cocoon expelled a mist of water. The liquid clearly aimed at Lin Ming, but fell to the ground due to his retreat. The liquid on the ground appeared pure and unblemished, even emitting a faint fragrance. This aroma unmistakably suggested to all that it posed no threat. Yet in this eerie game, one could not afford to trust too readily. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ming surmised that if this were indeed a form of harm from statue number 03, its power was certainly worthy of the specific mention in the rules. Conversely, if statue number 03 represented some form of salvation, then this weak spray was rather normal. After all, darkness strengthened tenfold, while purification weakened by 7 parts. Such feebleness likely indicated something positive. He enveloped a small amount of the liquid in his spiritual energy and sent it to his mailbox for the system to assess what it was. Water of redemption. This is its life-giving water, capable of healing certain injuries, but using it will turn one into its slave. Should you leave her, it will sadden her. And if she becomes sad, this life-giving water will transform into a lethal poison. Note, please, do not let her be sad. Lin Ming scrutinized the description of this liquid, finding it rather peculiar. Moreover, the note at the end bore a striking resemblance to that of a sycophant. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately smashed his fist through the cocoon of atonement, siphoning the death energy within. This foolish entity clearly had its sights set on him, meaning he could not sell this item in the future. Otherwise, anything sold would become lethal poison, significantly diminishing its value, rendering destruction a more prudent choice. Death energy accumulated to 5,000. Another stone sphere fell. Cursed stone sphere. By touching this sphere, one can acquire the unique ability of the Cocoon of Atonement, the Water of Redemption, which can heal certain injuries. Lin Ming shook his head and turned his attention to statue number 04. Meanwhile, outside this instance, a shadow approached with ominous intent. This shadow was the assassin hired at a high price by the Death Hotel, specifically sent to capture Lin Ming. Upon seeing this instance, the assassin frowned and immediately contacted the owner of the Death Hotel. "Hey boss, did you know that the guy has entered the Silent Land instance? Is that so?" The hotel owner responded with surprise. "The Count only provided me with the coordinates and did not specify what instance it was." "What? Do your assassins choose instances?" "Not at all. With our strength, we can severely injure, kill, or capture our target in any instance." The assassin replied with unyielding pride. "Then why are you calling me?" The hotel owner retorted irritably. "What I mean is, I can enter any instance, capture any target, but it requires extra payment. You know how perilous the Silent Land is. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Besides, that kid might already be dead in there. Sending me to investigate requires additional payment." The assassin spoke without reservation. The hotel owner was displeased with the notion of extra payment, but found the last statement quite reasonable. Given the extreme danger of the Silent Land, even malevolent spirits and formidable ghosts hesitate to enter. Lin Ming, a mere minor character, may have already perished. Sending the assassin and would be a waste of money. "Then I won't need you to pursue him. You can return." The hotel owner decisively stated. Fine, then let's discuss the breach of contract fee. I commenced a pursuit plan upon accepting your task and traveled to the Silent Land for investigation, incurring substantial travel expenses and even declined several other tasks as a result. The compensation should be at least 30,000 points, the assassin calculated patiently. The hotel owner, however, was infuriated. What nonsense is this? I hired you for mere 10,000 points, yet you demand 3 times the breach of contract fee? No, you misunderstood. I never said the breach of contract fee was threefold, the assassin quickly interjected. The hotel owner snorted coldly. Consider yourself fortunate. Do not attempt to swindle me. The assassin explained. 30,000 points is the compensation for the travel expenses incurred during this task, while the breach of contract fee for retracting the task is tenfold. What? You think I cannot prevent you from pursuing the target? I have not retracted the task. I will still provide the previously offered points. The hotel owner yelled angrily. Boss, that won't suffice. If clients can back out at will, how will we conduct our business? Besides, do you know why I'm called the assassin? Because I take pleasure in the pursuit. If you prevent me from killing, I will undoubtedly be displeased. Moreover, you must add compensation for the mental anguish I suffer from your interference, approximately 70,000. Fine, I permit you to kill. Damn it, go in and kill him. The hotel owner shouted in exasperation. The assassin, somewhat regretful, replied, All right, you now only need to add an additional 50,000 points. The hotel owner exploded in rage. Why the extra charge? Have you forgotten? From the very beginning, we discussed additional payment. You were the one who suggested I leave before we talked about compensation. The assassin retorted incredulously. The hotel owner felt like crying. He simply wished to eliminate Lin Ming. To kill a living player. Why was this so troublesome? However, considering that refusing the assassin's pursuit of Lin Ming would cost him at least 100,000 points, allowing him to continue his actions, at most, only necessitated an additional 50,000 points. Thus, he decided to proceed. Fortunately, the assassin organization was known for its integrity. Once a task was accepted, it would be completed without fail, and should the first assassin perish, others would promptly take their place. After the hotel owner begrudgingly added the 50,000 points, the assassin plunged into the Silent Land. The place was perilous for him as well. So he needed to act swiftly, find Lin Ming, severely injure him, and capture him. The assassin paid 10,000 points to forcefully join the Silent Land instance. This was the rule of the eerie game. As long as one possessed points, they could insert themselves into any instance and among any individuals. However, 10,000 points merely allowed entry into this instance, without the option to select levels. Thus, the assassin would need to start from the beginning, gradually progressing to hunt Lin Ming. Nevertheless, the assassin was absolutely confident in his ability to catch up to Lin Ming. He understood all too well how terrifying this place was for players. Lin Ming would undoubtedly take time to progress through the levels. Moreover, there existed a special mechanism. If Lin Ming failed to notice the issue, he would encounter significant trouble, making it easier for himself to be found. The assassin thought to himself, comfortably settling into the screening room, awaiting the film to commence. However, as he waited and waited, the film showed no signs of beginning. Hey guys, where's the eeriness? Why isn't the instance plot progressing? Meanwhile, Lin Ming had pulverized all the statues with punch after punch. He had collected nearly 50 cursed stone spheres, each containing special abilities. However, Lin Ming toppled all the statues, only to be astonished to discover that he had not left this instance. Were there still statues yet to be dealt with? Or was it something else? Chapter 62. I found you. Lin Ming surveyed the now desolate exhibition hall, unable to find any exit. There were no sculptures in sight. A player with a pompadour cautiously pointed towards the distant load-bearing walls and columns, suggesting to Lin Ming that perhaps those too needed to be destroyed. Since those walls and columns were also crafted from stone, they could very well be statues. Lin Ming glanced at the pompadour player, silently admiring that this fellow was not merely relying on luck. He was willing to think, which was why he had survived thus far. Meanwhile, the players who had entered the exhibition hall with them had perished due to their recklessness or had been killed by the statue's abilities, leaving only 8 survivors. The pompadour player, covered in paint and having closely sheltered behind Lin Ming, had evaded most of the assaults thanks to Lin Ming's spiritual defense. This young man was worth nurturing. A flash of green light flickered in Lin Ming's eyes as he planted a deep mark in the pompadour player's heart. You would rather sacrifice your life than expose or betray me. The pompadour player shivered, and when he looked at Lin Ming again, his eyes were filled with gratitude and trust. Although he did not comprehend precisely what he was grateful for, the sentiment was undeniable. Lin Ming contemplated sending this fellow to the authorities later, planting another piece on the board. Of course, he had taken a liking to the pompadour player for his ability to think and his fortune, but he did not fully endorse his suggestions. Although the load-bearing walls and columns were stone-carved, Lin Ming had used his soul capture technique to verify that they harbored no deathly aura. He began to recall the rules he had encountered previously. The first rule of not making a sound could be disregarded. The second rule stated that all statues in the exhibition hall would not breathe. If one was discovered, escape was advised. This raised a significant question. Could statues breathe? Yet, throughout his journey, rather his path of destruction, even the third rule, which forbade direct gazes at statues numbered 3, 8, and 27, he had encountered and obliterated without noticing any breathing statues. Initially, Lin Ming had assumed those 3 special statues were problematic, only to realize they were meant to counteract the other statues in the exhibition hall, possessing skills that could temporarily aid players in survival. Yes, temporarily. For those 3 statues also bore side effects. This rule appeared to be the instance's lifeline for players. But the side effects necessitated the addition of the stipulation against gazing for more than a second. The fourth rule, prohibiting the use of paint, was likewise a lifeline. The fifth rule, which advised against rejecting requests from statues, had not been presented to Lin Ming by any statue. The sixth rule forbade harm to them. It seemed that the means to escape the instance lay within rules 2 and 5. Breathing statues had not been encountered by Lin Ming before. The only beings capable of breathing were humans. Suddenly, Lin Ming turned around, casting his gaze upon the remaining players. Had they been invaded by the power of the exhibition hall? He coldly swept his soul capture technique over each individual, observing them tremble in confusion over what had transpired. These players bore no deathly aura, nor had they transformed into statues. Thus, the fifth rule about not rejecting requests from statues came into play. Throughout, no statue had made a request to Lin Ming. No, wait. The anomaly was that all were statues. The curator must also be peculiar. Could he also be a statue? If the curator were indeed a statue, it would imply that his words were to be obeyed. Which of those rules had been established by the curator? Rule 1 was certainly not his, as the prohibition against making sounds was a rigid decree of the Silent Realm. Rule 2, stating that statues do not breathe, sounded dubious and was likely set by the curator to mislead players. Rule 3's prohibition on direct gazes was also a lifeline provided by the instance. The paint prohibition in Rule 4 was indeed a lifeline, but the assertion against its use must have been deliberately inscribed by the curator to confuse individuals. Rule 5, advising against rejecting requests from statues, was likely also established by the curator to prevent escape. As for Rule 6, Lin Ming remained uncertain of its meaning. It appeared to be a fatal decree of the instance. Yet despite his destructive endeavors, he had not triggered the fatal consequence of this rule. Lin Ming currently suspected that it might also be a lifeline. Thus, the focus now resided on Rules 2, 4, and 5, which seemed to be connected to the curator. Pondering these 3 rules, Lin Ming deliberated patiently. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he looked at the surviving players and waved for them to come closer. The players, perplexed yet unwilling to challenge Lin Ming, complied obediently. Lin Ming formed hand seals and cast a water sphere technique, cleansing these players. Previously, when these players communicated with Lin Ming or amongst themselves, they had inscribed words using paint on their bodies. Hence they all bore traces of it. Otherwise, they could not have survived here, as the paint could counter the statues. At this moment, Lin Ming washed away the paint from their bodies. The curator had stated that one must heed the words of the statues. If the curator was a statue, then the fourth rule he inscribed, which forbade individuals from applying paint anywhere in the exhibition hall, must be adhered to. These players were also within the exhibition hall, and they might have been intended to fill the ranks of the statues, so naturally, they could not apply paint. Indeed, as the players' bodies were cleansed, they began to undergo a transformation. They felt their bodies stiffening, rendering them unable to walk, and even the slightest movement proved excruciatingly difficult. The players were gripped by terror, unsure of what Lin Ming had done to them. The only one who did not question Lin Ming was the pompadour player. My brother must have his reasons for doing this. We, the inferior ones, have no right to question him. Obedience is all that matters. Lin Ming retracted his spiritual defense, condensing all his spiritual energy into his dantian. In the next moment, he too felt his body rapidly stiffening, as if someone were slathering him with a mass of cement. Lin Ming realized he was transforming into a statue. He looked forward to discovering whether his conjecture was correct. Was it only by becoming a statue that one could uncover the means to escape? However, his physical form had indeed been nourished and enhanced by the powers of the Tian Xiegong, while other players transformed into statues in under 5 minutes. It took Lin Ming over an hour. Once Lin Ming too had become a statue, he found that he could still breathe, and it was normal breathing. Indeed, the statues that could breathe were referring to them. As for the warning to escape upon encountering a breathing statue, it was likely that among the statues he had previously destroyed, there were players who had transformed, and the curator feared that players would deduce the means of escape upon approaching them, hence the instruction to flee. Yet, he had not anticipated that Lin Ming would kill the statues so swiftly that he failed to notice their anomalies. After all, no one had been as formidable as Lin Ming before, daring to smash the statues. As all players transformed into statues, one of the players' statues suddenly moved. Subsequently, that statue came to life, slowly walking before Lin Ming, its face alight with excitement, internally exclaiming, "A truly perfect creation, so perfect!" The corners of Lin Ming's lips curled upward. "I found you." Chapter 63. The wrathful pursuer Lin Ming's dantian erupted with spiritual energy, rapidly surging through his entire being. The exhibition hall had petrified Lin Ming for over an hour. Yet, Lin Ming dispelled the petrification in less than a minute. Witnessing Lin Ming swiftly return to his corporeal state, the player's statue before him turned pale with fear and fled rapidly. However, this fellow reacted swiftly, dashing toward the other player's statues. Could he transition back and forth among the statues? Lin Ming understood the statue's intent to escape to the group of statues. Unfortunately, he possessed a cheat. Soul capture, activate. Lin Ming's eyes radiated a faint green light, and in an instant, he perceived a dim shadow lurking within the body of the fleeing statue. It was the essence of death coalescing. As the statue plunged into the throng of player statues, it immediately leaped and rotated, switching its form. Lin Ming charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the statue harboring the shadow, capturing it in the process. The shadow, filled with rage, inscribed in the air with deathly ink, "Are you even human? That was your companion. How would you kill them?" Lin Ming silently scoffed, thinking, "Are you attempting to morally bind me in such a bizarre manner? What nonsense!" He promptly began to absorb the deathly essence within the shadow. Sensing the essence dissipating, the shadow panicked, hastily writing in the air, "Do not kill me. I can reveal the way out. I can help you escape." Lin Ming's gaze flickered as he wrote back, "I already know how to exit. It merely requires eliminating them. I have already destroyed them, as you must have seen. How do you know about their family? What did those characters in the cinema tell you?" The shadow, in a state of terror, inscribed furiously. Lin Ming continued, "They revealed everything, including what this place is and who they are. Otherwise, how could I know that destroying them is the key to leaving the scenario? Damn, those foolish idiots." The shadow muttered silently while writing, "You cannot proceed any further, otherwise we shall all perish. What harm is there in remaining here forever? If you continue to kill, it will only grow stronger." Suddenly, upon reaching this point, the shadow's body stiffened, its face filled with intense fear. Observing this, Lin Ming realized something was amiss. The creature must have inadvertently divulged the secret of the rules and was destined to perish. Indeed, the shadow collapsed lifelessly. Fortunately, Lin Ming managed to seize some remaining deathly essence. Deathly essence, 3,333. After the shadow's demise, the players who had transformed into statues began to revert to their normal states. Clearly, this scenario had been thoroughly conquered. Lin Ming stood still, contemplating the shadow's words. Their family? Growing stronger with each kill? However, refraining from killing them seemed to imply an endless stay in this place. What sort of peculiar scenario was this silent realm? As Lin Ming pondered, the world around him transformed. He found himself in the third scenario of the silent realm. Meanwhile, the pursuer, feeling frustrated, extracted points to acquire access to the next scenario. It was infuriatingly evident that all the peculiarities had vanished, as if they had clocked out for the day, with no one to enact the performance. The pursuer was left unable to clear the stage. It was forced to spend 5,000 points to swiftly transition to the next scenario, the cursed statue gallery. The pursuer surmised that, given the sluggishness of Lin Ming and his weak fellow players, they would likely be in this venue. It was imperative to capture him and drain his points. Otherwise, a significant loss awaited. Once the environment stabilized, the pursuer cast a fierce glance around, only to be struck dumb. It stared vacantly at the empty exhibition hall. Wait, where are the statues? Where is the curse? What on earth? In the third scenario, they found themselves aboard a bus. According to the customs of the bizarre gaming community, it was surely dilapidated and reeking of the nauseating scent of blood, with passengers exhibiting peculiar traits. Some were missing half their heads, their brains twitching grotesquely as they smiled. Others bore festering sores, their pus splattering with every jolt of the vehicle, causing corrosive effects wherever it landed. There were those with swollen bellies, some with 2 heads, and even one with an extraordinarily long tongue. Observing the latter, Lin Ming felt an odd envy towards her boyfriend. If she had a girlfriend, his envy would only deepen. The players who had just reverted from their statue forms were met with despair upon realizing that the scenario had changed once again. The slick-haired player frantically searched for a pen to write. Lin Ming gestured for him to stop, then turned his attention to the bus rules displayed. This time, the rules were not concealed and were quite straightforward. 1. Do not make a sound. 2. Survive until the next stop. 3. Please do not harm them. After reading the rules, Lin Ming's fellow players were even more frantic and despondent. Truth be told, having made it to the third scenario, they had gained some experience and insight. They understood well that the rules of the scenario not only constrained the players, but also the bizarre entities. The entities could manipulate the players using the rules, yet the players could also leverage the rules to defeat the entities. Therefore, the more rules there were, although they posed complications, the more pathways to survival existed. Scenarios with only 2 or 3 rules were, in fact, the most perilous, as they relied entirely on one's own strength to clear them. All players anxiously turned to Lin Ming, eager to discern his course of action. Yet, Lin Ming was lost in thought. He sensed something was amiss. The rules of the bus scenario suggested that a clash was likely imminent. However, his concern was not solely about that. He had perceived the interconnectedness of the 3 scenarios within the silent realm. These 3 scenarios, seemingly disparate, bore some relation. If the screening room scenario was cleared, popcorn would be obtained, which, when consumed, would enhance one's deathly essence. Clearing the statue gallery would yield skills dependent on that same essence. With deathly essence and skills, one would possess combat capability. Thus, arriving at the third bus scenario for confrontation, the Silent Realm's 7 days constituted a continuous scenario. While peculiar, this was somewhat logical. However, Lin Ming speculated whether, as they utilized these scenarios to acquire something, other entities might also benefit in some manner. From the incomplete words of the statue gallery curator, it seemed that by clearing this place, the entities referenced in the scenario rules could also grow stronger. This led to the unsettling conjecture that the Silent Realm was, in fact, a seal. Each level cleared would diminish 1 layer of the seal. Of course, this was merely a hypothesis, and its veracity remained uncertain. Emerging from his contemplative state, Lin Ming noticed the slick-haired player diligently cleaning the seats. He meticulously wiped away all the dirt with his sleeve, and for stubborn stains, he would lean in and breathe on them, ensuring they were spotless. Once finished, the slick-haired player looked at Lin Ming with an eager expression, gesturing towards the seat with an inviting posture. Lin Ming gently shook his head, declining to sit. Those empty seats were traps. This suspicion arose from his earlier observations of the passengers' subtle movements. Chapter 64, Robbery. Just as Lin Ming and the others appeared on the bus, the peculiar entities, previously holding tickets, promptly stowed them away upon their arrival. Those tickets must have significant importance, otherwise the entities would not conceal them. Lin Ming suspected that sitting down without a ticket could potentially trigger some rule. Of course, it was also possible they would be deemed fare evaders. Fortunately, the players were wise enough to understand the need for caution. After boarding the bus, they remained vigilant and stood cautiously. Lin Ming refrained from sitting, and they dared not do so either. At that moment, a chilling force swept over the players. They instinctively turned to see a ticket collector in uniform glaring intently at them. The collector, with razor-sharp teeth and a bluish-purple complexion, bore long, dark nails, clearly a zombie. Gazing into the collector's pure white eyes, seemingly ensnared in layers of cobwebs, the players felt an overwhelming sense of dread. They were left bewildered, unsure why they had drawn attention. Lin Ming understood that this was likely a matter of timing. Not only was it forbidden to sit without a ticket, but remaining on the bus for too long without purchasing one would also be regarded as fare evasion, subject to arbitrary consequences. Just as Lin Ming deduced the collector's intent, the bus abruptly arrived at a stop, halting at a designated station. On the bus, several peculiar beings awaited their turn to board, all of them clearly overworked, clutching briefcases and displaying weary expressions. It seems that whether alive or dead, none had it easy. However, upon catching sight of Lin Ming and his fellow players, the overworked beings brightened, their spirits lifted as they eagerly licked their lips, yearning to board the bus and feast upon Lin Ming and the others. Despite the agony of working all night, they were unexpectedly presented with a sumptuous meal, delicious living prey. The boss was indeed not deceiving them. The 996 work schedule was truly a blessing. As the bus arrived at the stop and the doors remained closed, all the peculiar beings inside turned their attention to Lin Ming and his companions. Their gazes were filled with malice. The zombie ticket collector twitched its mouth, seemingly grinning, its fangs occasionally exposed. It waved the tickets in its hand, indicating that those without tickets would meet their demise. Lin Ming waved his knife, implying robbery. Since the scenario had few rules, what was there to fear? They would just act. Lin Ming's boldness left the beings on the bus momentarily stunned. Could it be that they were being robbed? By living players, no less? What a joke. A passenger with half a head stood up with a sinister grin, beckoning Lin Ming with a crooked finger, as if to say, "Come, start with me." Lin Ming responded affirmatively. He grasped the hand of the little girl Meng Meng and instantly vanished from the sight of all the beings and players. In the next moment, the half-headed passenger was nowhere to be seen, his life force snatched away by Lin Ming, becoming a part of him. The beings on the bus were taken aback. What was happening? Oh no, who was this person? Lin Ming paid no mind to their shock. He had no interest in the presence of a bus full of ghostly entities pretending to be formidable. He wielded the dagger formed from his spiritual energy, dispatching one after another, claiming their life force until the bus was devoid of all but the driver. Primarily, Lin Ming did not know how to drive a bus, nor did any of the players behind him. After eliminating the multitude of peculiar beings, Lin Ming reaped significant rewards. The life force he absorbed amounted to 666. His realm finally ascended from the third layer of foundation establishment to the fourth. Delightful. Yet this was not sufficient. Lin Ming opened the bus door, gazing at the peculiar passengers waiting at the station, wearing a smile even more enthusiastic than theirs, inviting them aboard. The overworked beings were horrified upon witnessing the sudden demise of all the passengers on the bus. Who would dare board now? Since the station was outside the realm of the silent place scenario, they could still speak. At this moment, the peculiar passengers all humbly waved their hands in refusal to board. "You carry on, I won't disturb you. I'll just walk home, since I'm worn out from working all night. Please spare my life. I have an 80-year-old mother and a toddler son. If you kill me, who will pay off the 562 years of mortgage left in my family?" They would be dragged into the scenario to repay the debt, a fate worse than death. My situation is even more dire. My wife, caught in fierce competition at work, now has to pay to work. Every day, I must earn money to pay her work fee, or she will be dragged into the scenario to seduce players like you, becoming fodder to lure you into the scenario. If you kill me, you destroy my entire family. All the beings at the station lamented. And Lin Ming found the world absurd. Over 500 years of debt, paying to work? Was this how humans lived? Oh, but these were peculiar beings. So it mattered not. Lin Ming was indifferent to their plight. He desired to disembark and deal with them. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of danger the moment he attempted to step off the bus. He could not exit before completing the scenario. The silent place scenario was currently confined within the bus. If he left, it would mean forcibly exiting the scenario. He would either have to pay enough points as an escape fee or grow powerful enough to challenge the rules. After some contemplation, Lin Ming commanded the manager of the Wanhun fan to control a few corpses to disembark. If he did not leave the bus himself, surely sending corpses out would be acceptable. Indeed, the corpses exited without issue. However, the peculiar beings at the station realized Lin Ming could not come down. Before the corpses could exit, they fled. Lin Ming had no choice but to summon the corpses back and instructed the bus driver to continue onward, hoping to attract the next batch of passengers. To entice them to board, Lin Ming deliberately donned the ticket collector's uniform and distributed tickets to each player. Little did he expect that upon receiving the tickets, a faint aura of life force emanated from them. They had momentarily transformed into peculiar beings. Without using soul-capturing techniques, their flaws would remain undetected. Was this the lifeline of the bus scenario? Thus, Lin Ming retrieved the tickets from the players. What a joke. He still needed them to attract the peculiar beings aboard. Soon, the bus arrived at the next stop. A weary group of peculiar beings awaited. Upon seeing the bus arrive and the players on board, they were instantly filled with excitement. The horde of peculiar beings failed to notice Lin Ming's strange demeanor as a ticket collector and overlooked the bus driver's sympathetic gaze. Rushing to board all at once, they boarded, the doors closed, and Lin Ming drew his knife. Everything flowed seamlessly, a single cohesive action. Chapter 65. Are you playing a trick on the peculiar beings? The peculiar passengers boarded with sinister grins, their eyes fixated on the terrified players, eager to indulge. However, upon seeing Lin Ming wielding his knife and feeling his overpowering aura, their spirits plummeted. But we just finished a night shift. We work 996 every day. Now we just want to go home. And you threaten us with a knife? Are you even human? Lin Ming was unfazed. This time he did not immediately slaughter them, but instead initiated a genuine robbery, demanding that these peculiar beings surrender all their points. Upon hearing that money was involved, the peculiar beings broke into tears, eager to share their woes. Yet, as they opened their mouths, they remembered where they were and could not utter a word. Their gazes filled with despair and sorrow as they looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming paid them no mind, proceeding to search each passenger's pockets. Although they were all destitute, he managed to extract some value. In just a few minutes, he amassed over 500 points. However, when he approached an older peculiar being, it covered its pockets, gesturing that he could not take this money. Lin Ming felt insulted. He robbed the heavens, the earth, and even the air. Was there money he could not seize? He pushed aside the old peculiar being's hand and reached for the money. The old being pleaded, forming words with life force in the air. This is my life-saving money. I am ill and need treatment. Please have mercy. Seeing its pitiful appearance, even the players felt a twinge of sympathy. Other peculiar beings attempted to stop Lin Ming, and some even offered to help the old being by giving him money. But Lin Ming refused. How could they use his money to assist others? After rejecting the peculiar being's attempts to intervene, Lin Ming furrowed his brow at the old peculiar being. Life-saving money for serious illness? That could not be taken. If he robbed such funds, he would despise himself. Thus, he plunged his knife into the old peculiar being. With its death, there was no longer a need for treatment, and it ceased to be life-saving money. Hence, it could be taken. Lin Ming seized the 2,000 points protected by the old peculiar being and absorbed its entire life force. Witnessing this scene, The other peculiar beings displayed their anger, and even the players, aside from the one with the slick-back hair, were filled with outrage. However, after the old anomaly was eradicated for 2 seconds, both the anomaly and the players gradually calmed down. It was peculiar. That old fellow had no connection to them. So why the intense anger? Even the players felt something amiss, wondering why their emotions had fluctuated so drastically, as if Lin Ming had harmed their own kin. Lin Ming observed their reactions keenly, but paid them no heed, recognizing it was the ability of that previous anomaly. The old anomaly seemed to possess a skill that manipulated emotions or evoked pity and compassion from others. Thus, whenever it pleaded, it could effortlessly elicit sympathy, causing others to spare it. Unfortunately, it encountered the formidable Lin Ming. Lin Ming continued his heist, robbing from the front to the back of the vehicle, ultimately amassing 5,600 points. Once he completed his plundering, the anomalies wore sorrowful expressions, regretting their choice to board this bus. All that money represented their freshly received wages. The remaining income after paying off this month's loans. Now it was all stolen, jeopardizing their ability to afford meals. They had tirelessly worked 996 hours, exhausting themselves without daring to seek medical help. In the days to come, they would likely find themselves weakened from hunger, unable to muster the energy for work, leading to disdain from their employers and potential demotions or dismissals. It is crucial to note that in the anomaly world, termination is not considered illegal, nor is compensation required. There were even worse fates. They might become mentally disoriented due to hunger, making frequent mistakes at work, resulting in workplace injuries or even death. Some might question why losing a month's salary warranted such dire consequences. This was a result of the rules governing the anomaly game world. As previously stated, this realm operates under an unequivocal capitalist system, where 2 of anomalies control 98 of the wealth and issue 1,000 in loans. Most of the lower-tier anomalies survive solely through borrowing. Even if they have jobs, they require loans to eat, drink, and seek medical attention. Leisure? That is a concern only for the affluent anomalies. The lower-tier anomalies are trapped in a ceaseless cycle of working, earning, repaying debts, and borrowing again. This situation is akin to individuals juggling multiple credit cards, constantly switching between them. If any one link falters, the entire structure collapses. Now, these anomalies were in the midst of collapse, and they could only imagine how difficult their forthcoming days would be. Thankfully, Lin Ming was benevolent. He was willing to alleviate the concerns of these anomalies. After robbing from the front to the back of the vehicle, he began his next heist from the back to the front. This time, he was after vital energy, life itself. Lin Ming plunged his blade in repeatedly, absorbing life energy with each strike. Life energy 4,400. Life energy 3,800. Life energy 2,900. Life energy 3,333. Lin Ming realized that these impoverished souls had little to offer. The meager earnings were one thing. Their bodies, ravaged by prolonged overwork, yielded even less life energy than the typical specter. The anomalies, realizing Lin Ming sought both their wealth and their lives, were filled with immeasurable rage. They resolved to retaliate. The anomalies in the front row immediately banded together and charged forward. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback. But then he nodded in gratitude at the approaching anomalies. They had unwittingly delivered themselves to him. With swift precision, he dispatched each of the charging anomalies. After eliminating all the anomalous passengers, they arrived at the next stop. Unfortunately, this station had only 2 passengers. Nevertheless, every little bit counts. Lin Ming forced a smile to welcome them, but soon realized that, although the passengers appeared intrigued, they did not board the bus. Clearly, they were not waiting for this bus. No, having arrived, he could not let them escape. Lin Ming immediately glanced toward the players huddled in the corner. The clever one among them quickly grasped the situation and stepped forward, striking alluring poses to entice the 2 famished passengers, even lifting his shirt to reveal his pale belly, persistently enticing them. It is well known that living beings possess an immense allure to anomalies. This display was akin to a pig presenting itself to a butcher. Who could resist boarding? The two anomalous passengers, originally uninterested in this bus, could not help but approach, their eyes fixed ardently on the clever one. The doors closed. Lin Ming brandished his knife and pressed it against the lower back of the two anomalies. The passengers were taken aback. Was this not a vile betrayal? In the anomaly world, was it customary for us to fall victim to such treachery on a bus? Chapter 66. New instance. Cuckolding. The plan of betrayal proved quite successful. Not only did these two anomalous passengers pay the price, but throughout the journey, Lin Ming deceived several other passengers into boarding. In this instance, his rewards were plentiful. Not only did he elevate his realm to the 5th layer of foundation establishment, but he also acquired 8,000 points. If one were to encapsulate this instance in 2 words, it would be exhilarating. As the bus arrived before an old house in the countryside, this instance came to a close. Lin Ming approached the bus driver, who gazed at him with pleading eyes before having his throat slit. After extracting the driver's life, energy, and points, Lin Ming disembarked, with the players following closely behind. They now faced a singular path leading to the old house. Surrounding them was a dense fog, obscuring visibility and emanating an overwhelming sense of danger. The players trembled with fear while Lin Ming strode confidently towards the old house. The bus, abandoned without a driver, remained stationary and could not depart. The old house stood 2 stories tall, resembling an ancient structure predominantly composed of black wooden joints, looming ominously in the mist, evoking suspicion of terrifying secrets within. Lin Ming circled the entrance, finding no apparent rules. It seemed they were likely concealed inside. Gazing at the wooden door, Lin Ming refrained from pushing it himself, opting instead to summon a corpse. The wooden door was the most likely to creak. Any sound made during his push would spell disaster. Indeed, as the corpse was compelled to push the door, it emitted a creaking sound. The rules were instantly triggered, eradicating the corpse. Lin Ming enveloped himself in spiritual energy and stepped confidently into the house, striving to make no sound. The players, witnessing Lin Ming's caution, were filled with trepidation and hesitated to enter. However, as Lin Ming crossed the threshold, the surrounding fog began to creep closer, evidently compelling all players to follow suit. With no other choice, the players could only trail behind. Simultaneously, the pursuer, in despair, received an additional 5,000 points, successfully concluding the statue gallery. There was no other option. The anomalies in the statue gallery had perished, leaving the pursuer devoid of tasks and unable to find an exit. They could either wait for the instance to refresh or for someone else to take over and replenish the anomalies here. Yet the wait would be prolonged, and they needed to pursue Lin Ming. Should Lin Ming escape this instance, and they failed to catch up, a hefty penalty would ensue. They would not only owe compensation to clients, but also to the company for reputational damage. This could lead the pursuer to financial ruin, burdened with thousands of years' worth of colossal debt. Fortunately, after paying 5,000 points, the pursuer arrived at the next instance, the bus to the desolation. Upon finding themselves at the station, the pursuer realized their predicament. The bus had already departed, and they would need to wait for the next one. However, the Silent Realm was not a large instance, so only one bus service player transport. The pursuer would have to wait until Lin Ming and the others reached the next instance before they could board. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. This was merely the 3rd instance, with 4 more to follow. Next, they would simply board the dedicated bus to the Silent Realm and proceed to the entrance of the next instance. Before the pursuer arrived, he had investigated the dungeon of Silent Land. He recalled that the next dungeon was the slumbering old house. Once inside, one would inevitably feel drowsy and gradually succumb to sleep. Even if that fellow named Lin Ming possessed considerable strength to resist the drowsiness, it would still impair his cognition, causing his reactions to slow down and his exit speed to diminish, thus providing the pursuer an opportunity to catch up. It was worth the expenditure of 10,000 points in pursuit. The pursuer thought this, but was inexplicably plagued by a sense of unease. Do not panic, remain steady. Trust that you are the finest pursuer. Once the bus arrives, we shall turn the tide. The pursuer reassured himself as he stood quietly in wait. Lin Ming and his companions stepped into the main hall of the old house, where some tables and chairs were arranged, along with a recliner. all exuding an air of decay from long neglect and abandonment. Upon investigation, it was evident that this was an ordinary old house from the Republic of China era, once perhaps the abode of the affluent, but now it appeared quite humble. There were doors on both sides of the main hall, presumably leading to living quarters. Next to the door on the right was a wooden staircase leading to the second floor. As Lin Ming observed, he suddenly heard a thud behind him. He turned sharply to see a player lying on the ground, already lifeless. How could this be? Had he violated some rule? Lin Ming's expression turned grave as he glanced at the other players. They paid him no heed, all appearing drowsy, struggling to open their eyes but failing. Thud! Another player succumbed to sleep and fell, subsequently perishing with the sound. Lin Ming now understood why they had died. Yet, he was baffled as to why everyone was so overwhelmingly fatigued. Was it some peculiar force of this place? Why was he unaffected? Was it due to the spiritual energy of Tian Xiegong? After some contemplation, Lin Ming decided to channel a bit of spiritual energy into the player with the pompadour, who immediately awakened. However, Lin Ming could not continuously supply him with energy, so he allowed the pompadour player to lie down and sleep. As long as he did not snore, he would not perish. The pompadour player gazed at Lin Ming with gratitude, secretly wishing he were a woman so he could repay his benefactor in a more intimate manner. Lin Ming proceeded to investigate the other rooms, searching for any rules or clues. Once Lin Ming left, the pompadour player knocked out the other players, letting them lie down to sleep. Soon after, he too lay down and fell into slumber. Lin Ming entered the east wing, which was not large, spanning about 30 square meters, furnished with tables, chairs, and a bed. The walls even bore several indistinct photographs. Lin Ming picked one up, only to find it eroded by time, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. He could vaguely discern a family portrait of three. He examined the photograph from various angles, but found no crucial information and thus set it aside. Fortunately, there were numerous books on the desk. Lin Ming perused them, but they were all texts from a time before this world had turned strange. They were of little use. Shaking his head, he moved to the west wing. As he exited the east wing and passed through the main hall, he noticed that the players had all collapsed on the ground, asleep. Realizing this was the work of the pompadour player, he paid it no mind and intended to leave. However, after taking a couple of steps, he sensed something amiss and abruptly turned to look at the players. The number was wrong. Upon entering, aside from Lin Ming, there had been 6 players, and with 2 having perished from sleep, there should have been 4 remaining. Yet there were only 3. Lin Ming frowned and approached, confirming that the remaining individuals were indeed alive. Then, he checked the front door, finding it securely closed, with thick fog visible through the cracks. Where could the missing individual have gone? To the second floor? Or was there something sinister lurking here, ready to pounce while they slept? Chapter 67. In truth, the rules are here to protect you from the strange. Lin Ming rushed into the west wing, searching for traces of the eerie presence. However, he found nothing. He then ascended to the second floor, which contained 3 empty rooms, each permeated with an even stronger stench of decay. Quite strange. There was no one in the entire building. As Lin Ming descended, his footsteps halted on the staircase. In the main hall below, another individual was missing. Only the pompadour player and a man in a suit, resembling a company manager, remained. Lin Ming, unwilling to give up, summoned Meng Meng, grasping her delicate hand, and vanished from the spot. Simultaneously, he dispatched the eerie entities from the Wan Hun fan to guard the entire old house while also checking outside. Perhaps some eerie creature had stolen a player and gone out for a picnic. Soon, the entities thoroughly inspected both the interior and exterior of the old house, finding no issues, not even a trace of rules. How peculiar! Why were the hints diminishing? Could it be that the closer they approached the core, the more fear the dungeon's master felt? That shouldn't be. A person capable of controlling 7 dungeons should not be weak, right? As Lin Ming pondered this, his expression suddenly shifted, and he immediately activated his soul capture technique. The manager-like player was slowly fading away. He lay there, but his body gradually diminished in luminosity, becoming ethereal until he completely vanished. Despite Lin Ming employing the soul capture technique and summoning the Wan Hun fan for exploration, no eerie presence could be detected. Were they simply asleep? Lin Ming contemplated a possibility. Upon entering, players felt drowsy, and upon falling asleep, they gradually disappeared. Thus, slumber might serve as a medium. Only in sleep could one encounter the eerie or transition to the next dungeon. With this thought, Lin Ming promptly reclined on the chaise in the main hall, forcing himself to sleep. Soon, he was indeed asleep. While in the midst of slumber, he suddenly felt an intense weightlessness, as if he were plummeting. This sensation was one he had only experienced before his training. Back then, while asleep, he would occasionally feel as if he were falling from a great height, waking him from his dreams. He had once thought this was a premonition of crossing over. Later, he learned through research that it was due to excessive pressure and mental strain, or simply for being overly fatigued. But now he had truly crossed over. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness jolted Lin Ming awake, and he found himself in a vast forest. This forest was so expansive that no exit was in sight. Shrouded in darkness, with sunlight entirely obscured, the surroundings possessed a foggy ambience, somewhat dreamlike yet perilous. Lin Ming could sense that many eyes were lurking in the shadows, coldly watching him poise a strike. A hallucination? The eerie were adept at using deathly energy to create a realistic illusion, ensnaring individuals within it. Lin Ming activated his soul capture technique, hoping to unravel the mysteries of this forest, but found it ineffective. Perhaps the soul capture could not control a Ghost King, but it could undoubtedly pierce through illusions of Ghost King caliber. Yet now, he could see nothing, indicating that this place was likely a genuine eerie dungeon. How strange. Was he not in the old house? How had he ended up here? A secondary layer? Or was it that Lin Ming harbored a bold hypothesis? That the old house was, in fact, the final destination? The cinema, the statue gallery, the bus, they were all interconnected. Lin Ming felt he was grasping some crucial information, but it was still incomplete. At the very least, he could not yet ascertain the true nature of the old house. He needed to escape this forest first. Lin Ming promptly released the Wan Hun fan, which now contained 70 eerie entities, each possessing various skills. There are also 6 corpses. Lin Ming gazed at his assembled forces, gently swaying the Wan Hun fan. Though silent, the eerie entities and corpses received their orders and immediately spread out in all directions in search of an exit. Since the Wan Hun fan could establish a connection with these eerie entities, Lin Ming could roughly gauge their locations. In his sensing, these eerie beings scuttled through the forest for several dozen kilometers without encountering any boundaries. What was this place? The primordial forest? Lin Ming was decidedly displeased, muttering to himself about the futility of wasting time. With a cold expression, he summoned back all the strange entities. As they entered the Wan Hun fan, Lin Ming spread his arms wide, the esoteric art of fire control unleashed. As the scorching Sanmei Zhenhua erupted from his palms, the temperature around him soared rapidly, causing the nearby flora to wither in an instant. In the next moment, 2 fireballs shot forth and struck the ground. In a mere heartbeat, flames surged skyward, spreading in all directions. Sanmei Zhenhua was no ordinary flame. It could consume not only plants, but even stones, reducing them to ash. With so many plants around, even in this desolate atmosphere, nothing could withstand the relentless might of this powerful technique. As the inferno spread, distant screams echoed, clearly indicating that strange entities were hiding within. Lin Ming silently sneered. Still no rules set? Do they truly believe that rules were meant to bind me? They are, in fact, meant to protect you. As the fire snakes rampaged, the entire forest began ablaze, the heat rivaling even that of Fire Mountain. Suddenly, the space around him warped. Observing the shifting scene before him, Lin Ming realized he had cleared the level. These strange entities were indeed rather foolish. How much simpler it would have been had they cooperated from the start, instead of forcing him to ignite the flames. Would he dare to burn? If they dare to play? The scenario shifted once more, this time revealing a bustling city. The urban landscape was alive with people and vehicles, embodying the essence of a modern metropolis. Lin Ming surveyed the remarkably realistic surroundings, pondering whether there were still any rules in play or if this was merely a genuine world. At that moment, a strikingly attractive woman sauntered past, swaying her hips. Lin Ming intercepted her. The alluring woman instinctively frowned, but upon catching sight of Lin Ming's somewhat handsome visage, she instantly broke into a warm, gentle smile. Lin Ming returned her smile, then abruptly lifted her top. The woman, having anticipated a flirtation, did not expect such a rapid escalation, and she panicked. Clutching her chest and screaming, "Pervert!" Lin Ming's eyes flickered. She could speak? It seemed this was indeed an illusion. Meanwhile, enraged men rushed over, sneaking glances at the woman while demanding to know why Lin Ming was acting inappropriately. Just as Lin Ming was about to be besieged, a little boy dashed out from a nearby alley, seized Lin Ming's hand, and pulled him away from the crowd. Once they had distanced themselves, arriving at a secluded corner, the boy glared at Lin Ming with a look of fury. Lin Ming, however, retaliated with a series of forceful slaps, the boy's head spinning like a top from the impact. This lad must be an NPC in this scenario. Lin Ming's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized the boy. The fact that he had run so far without so much as a breath suggested he either understood the rules of this place or was a strange entity himself. During their escape, Lin Ming had used a soul observation technique and determined this boy was indeed an anomaly. Regardless of his motives for leading Lin Ming, they were certainly not benevolent, so a lesson was in order. The boy was stunned from the blows, taking a moment to recover. His eyes quickly filled with malice, coldly fixating on Lin Ming, radiating murderous intent. But Lin Ming was even fiercer, delivering another round of vicious slaps. "How dare you glare at me?" The boy was left spinning like a donkey in a mill until he ultimately disintegrated into a wisp of dark energy. This dark mist did not dissipate. Instead, it coalesced into several rules in midair. 1. Do not make a sound. 2. Block the 207 bus before 3 p.m. 3. Do not allow the boss to fire him. 4. Please do not harm them. Lin Ming gazed at these 4 rules in disbelief. Was this truly a set of rules? They seemed more like wishes. However, at least he had some clues now, saving him the trouble of aimlessly wandering through the city. As for destroying the entire metropolis, it would only deplete his spiritual energy. It would be wise to see if these rules could be easily resolved. The first and fourth were straightforward. The second, concerning the bus, when combined with the third, suggested that someone on that bus was to be fired, perhaps leading to an extreme action. Lin Ming pondered this as he approached the street and hailed a taxi. The driver promptly asked, "Where to?" Lin Ming understood this was yet another trap. In the previous scenario, everyone had refrained from making any noise, thus maintaining control. Yet in this city, everything seemed to have returned to normal. Sounds of horns, conversations, vendors calling out, and even arguments filled the air. Moreover, people were now initiating conversations, and one could easily slip up and make a sound. These individuals were mere illusions. They could speak freely without consequence. However, if Lin Ming uttered a word or made a sound, he would meet an immediate demise. He used his spiritual energy as ink to write in the air. To the 207 bus stop. "Oh, a magician, are you?" The driver's eyes lit up. "I also learned a bit of magic. Want to see a trick?" Lin Ming's expression darkened, and he wrote 2 more words. "Drive fast." "Why the rush? Watch me perform a trick." The driver refused to drive, instead performing magic tricks. Lin Ming, frustrated, exited the taxi and hailed another, but the results were the same. Regardless of whether he used spiritual energy to write or genuine paper and pen, these drivers found every conceivable excuse to delay. One would claim to also know magic. Another would toss Lin Ming some cash, encouraging him to show off his skills. Yet another mentioned a doctor known as Mute Ling, who specialized in treating the mute and wanted to take Lin Ming to see him. Lin Ming discerned that these individuals were intent on preventing him from completing his task. Unable to take a taxi, should he buy a city map? He need not contemplate. It was impossible to acquire one. In fact, when he spotted a passerby engrossed in their phone, he snatched it in hopes of finding a navigation app, only to discover there was none. It seemed he had no choice but to take the bus, stopping at each station. Glancing at the time on the snatched phone, he noted there were only 15 minutes left until 3 p.m. It would be impossible to reach his destination in time via bus. To affirm his thoughts, Lin Ming first sought out a nearby bus stop. Clearly, the stop did not service the 207 line. He needed to reach the next stop to see if the 207 was available there. However, he was uncertain what troubles awaited him in between. "No, It shouldn't be like this. The strange entities within the scenario would create chaos, which was expected. Yet, the scenario must provide an opportunity to fulfill the task. Perhaps the path to success was not as evident in this instance. Were there rules that had not been disclosed to him? Or had he misinterpreted the rules? Wait, Lin Ming reflected on the order of those rules. This time, they resembled tasks more than rules. His sensitivity to numbers led him to habitually follow the order of the rules. However, what if the order provided by the other party was actually reversed? What if he were to first address the third rule regarding not allowing the boss to fire him? Previously, Lin Ming had not considered this because he was unaware of who the person was, let alone who the boss was or where to find him. Yet, he had a simpler and quicker method. Lin Ming flagged down another taxi. Using his spiritual energy as ink, he wrote several large characters. This time, the taxi did not dawdle. It turned on the meter, began driving, and accelerated in one smooth motion. Within 5 minutes, Lin Ming arrived at his destination, the city government. He strode confidently into the building, only to be halted by the security guard. "Stop right there." Without a word, Lin Ming sent the guard flying and rushed into the city hall. He quickly located the mayor's office and burst in, confronting the mayor, who was busy with paperwork. "Who are you?" "We're the security guards." "Security," the mayor shouted in fury. Lin Ming stepped forward and severed one of the mayor's legs before leading him to the window, where he hurled a fireball into the distance. The inferno swiftly consumed the building, eliciting desperate cries from those trapped within. The mayor, witnessing the raging flames, turned pale with terror. He had not anticipated that this inexplicable man who had intruded upon him was so formidable. This was clearly the work of a deity. No, rather a demon. Lin Ming returned the mayor to the side of the table and took up a pen, inscribing a command. "Sound the air raid siren. Notify the entire city. Suspend all public transportation immediately, and issue a directive that in these trying times, no one is to be dismissed from their jobs. Those who have been terminated today must be reinstated." The mayor, bewildered, protested. This will surely throw the entire city into chaos. Not heeding his objections, Lin Ming once again hurled a fireball out the window. Another building was rapidly consumed by the mystical flames, revealing the innocent citizens within, struggling and screaming. The mayor grasped Lin Ming's intent. If he issued this command, chaos would ensue. If he refrained, even greater disorder would follow. Moreover, having already suffered injury at Lin Ming's hands, his noncompliance could very well lead to his demise. After a moment of internal conflict, the mayor reluctantly picked up the phone and executed Lin Ming's orders. Although the city officials were perplexed by the unfolding events, they chose to comply. After all, if something went awry during the execution of a task, the mayor would take the blame. Conversely, should they neglect to act and something go wrong, the fault would rest upon them. Better for a friend to perish than for oneself. A mere 3 minutes later, the air raid sirens wailed. All public transportation in the city was immediately halted by the transportation department. Yet, the most bewildered were the business owners. What was this? How dare he issue such a command forbidding dismissals? What? Failure to comply would result in tax audits, fire inspections, social security investigations, market supervision checks, health commission inquiries? Oh dear, this is simply laughable. Do you really believe I will treat my employees like family from now on? Chapter 69. The conclusion of the instance with the issuance of these perplexing orders, the entire city descended into a state of stagnation, devoid of chaos. Employees would not be dismissed. Who, then, would bother to show up for work? Traffic jams? Let them be. Elderly patrons fighting for bus seats? They can have them. The seats may serve as makeshift resting places for them. All employees joyfully returned home. Even those walking wore smiles upon their faces. They were immensely grateful to the individual responsible for this command. What? The one who enforced this order burned down 2 buildings? Those within must surely have deserved it. Huh? The occupants of those buildings were innocent? Well, I suppose the arsonist must have had his reasons. Let him suffer a self-imposed penance of 3 drinks. Or perhaps a more severe punishment of a 3-minute ban on WeChat will suffice. Following the issuance of this command, Lin Ming waited quietly in the office. He felt he had accomplished his task. This instance should draw to a close. Indeed, As the clock struck 3, the instance reluctantly began to warp. It had never encountered someone so adept at completing it. Truly, how despicable. Once the distortion concluded, Lin Ming's form reappeared in the old house, seated in the rocking chair. Previously, he had entered other instances while asleep. Upon returning to the old house, he noticed subtle changes. It seemed to possess a newfound vitality. At least the stench of decay had significantly diminished, as if he had entered a different instance altogether. Of course, it was also possible that this was simply a change of location, for the notorious player with the slick-back hair was absent. That individual had previously lain on the ground and did not accompany him into the other instances. He must have remained in the former old house. Thus, upon reflection, this seemed to be the 7th instance. The cinema, the statue museum, the bus, the previous old house, the forest, the city, and now the current old house. Lin Ming surveyed the old house, eager to discern its differences. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of argument and destruction from upstairs. I told you, that female ghost next door has nothing to do with me. She merely wanted to borrow some points. Borrow points? And you think that makes it okay? Do you have any idea how much debt we have? Mortgage, car loan, school loan, food loan, water loan. Altogether, we owe enough to last 3,000 years. And whose fault is it that we're in this mess? Not to mention, what is so great about those pair of leather shoes worth 1,200 points that you bought without a second thought? You know what? I've already told you to pay your way. Just endure 128 years of hard work to secure a proper salary, but you insist on leeching off your parents. And now their corpses are all but consumed, their bones boiled down to nothing. What shall we eat tomorrow? Although Lin Ming had grown somewhat accustomed to the bizarre world, he found the absurdity of this situation overwhelming. Was this truly a world ruled by capitalists? At that moment, a child slowly descended the stairs. This child bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had encountered in the urban instance. Upon seeing Lin Ming, he instinctively touched his face and then retreated to a distance, speaking. You may now speak. You have left the silent realm. Lin Ming remained cautious, unwilling to be deceived. The child calmly declared, the silent realm lasts for 7 days, representing 7 instances. These instances are my memories and my dreams. They encompass the most beautiful experiences of my life. My parents took me to the cinema, to my favorite statue museum, and, after a long day, we took the bus back to our old house in the countryside. Yet upon returning, they descended into a frenzy of argument and began to contemplate divorce. I later discovered they had long decided to part ways. They merely wished to give me one final joyful outing before going their separate ways, never anticipating the arrival of this strange game. They were unable to divorce successfully due to the tax implications, resulting in daily quarrels that drove me to despair, prompting me to create this silent realm instance where my parents could relive that day as beautiful memories in tranquility. I even fabricated an urban instance that predates my birth, hoping to prevent my father from returning home to be a burden and to shield him from dismissal by his company, allowing my parents to live well in the city and alleviate their anger and resentment. Before you, no player has ever identified the flaws in those instances. Each one became trapped within, endlessly looping like my family. But unexpectedly, you shattered my instance, destroyed my dreams, and repeatedly slaughtered us within the instance, ultimately awakening my family. Now my parents have returned to their quarrelsome state, and I am distressed. I am truly distressed. As the boy spoke, a dark energy surged from him, enhancing his power. Within the instance, Lin Ming could easily subdue him. Yet upon exiting, he would be invincible. Lin Ming silently acknowledged his suspicions. He had previously surmised the general nature of the situation. He simply lacked the detailed understanding. After all, the names of the cinema and the statue museum were clearly places where children played. After a long day of fun, they would take the bus home, and the exhaustion would lead to sleep, hence the old house-esque effect of inducing slumber. Once asleep, a child, too fatigued, might suffer nightmares, falling into that forest. Within the forest, the child likely witnessed various scenes, such as the tumultuous love and conflict between his parents, even their grave-robbing antics. However, Lin Ming did not wait to see that scene. He incinerated the forest, thereby leaping directly to the urban setting. This was precisely the child's intent, to prevent his parents from meeting, thereby averting a tragic future. It was a seamless instance, and immersed within it, it was not difficult to deduce that these were indeed someone's memories. In this instance, the family of three was entirely absorbed within their reverie. They awaken a fraction more with each demise. Thus, every instance is governed by rules that prevent them from being harmed. Yet, if they are not eliminated, they shall remain ensnared in the beautiful dreams of this young boy, forever trapped in a cycle of torment. It was precisely this foresight that compelled Lin Ming to strike the boy with unhesitating force during the final challenge. Those slaps were not merely an outlet for his frustration. He channeled spiritual energy, for otherwise, the boy would not have been shattered into mere rules. At this moment, the boy's fury intensified, and he drew closer to Lin Ming, ultimately transforming into a malevolent entity of formidable strength, Yinling, Yuanling, and evil spirit levels. This marked Lin Ming's first encounter with such an eerie and powerful presence, one that could threaten an entire city in reality. The boy grinned maliciously at Lin Ming and proclaimed, "You have disturbed my beautiful dream. Now you must pay the price. Do you regret crossing me?" Lin Ming produced the Wan Hun fan and gave it a gentle shake. Dozens of bizarre entities erupted from it, surrounding the boy entirely, while the spectral essence enveloped the area. "Now, little brat, tell me, do you regret it?" Lin Ming's smile was more sinister than the boy's. Chapter 70. The pursuers finally corner Lin Ming. The boy was bewildered. Who was this powerful figure daring to bully a mere child? In the preceding instances, constrained by rules, he had been in a slumber for the first 5. Thus, he was utterly unaware of Lin Ming's actions. It was only in the 6th instance that he awoke and began guiding players on their course of action. This was partly because he could not present himself before his parents, and partly to enhance the thrill of the game. Even in the 6th instance, he merely manifested a fraction of his power. Consequently, he sought revenge against Lin Ming for his previous humiliations in the 7th instance, yearning to eradicate the hatred born from his own instances. However, upon witnessing the throng of bizarre entities, he faltered. After a moment of confusion, he managed to muster a smile and asked Lin Ming, "Bro, can we negotiate?" "No," Lin Ming replied with a wave of his hand. All the bizarre entities surged forward in unison with the Wan Hun fan, overwhelming the boy entirely. Lin Ming then ascended the stairs. He believed the boy's efforts to create these instances were futile. It was merely to prevent his parents from quarreling. Mediating disputes was his forte. Just ask around about his reputation. Conflicts between managers and employees, disputes between clients and servers, marital arguments, all have been resolved satisfactorily. Upon reaching the master bedroom on the upper floor, he pushed the door open. Inside, 2 bizarre entities were embroiled in a fierce argument. Upon noticing Lin Ming's entrance, they abruptly halted, gazing at him in astonishment. The scent of a living being. "You were not slain by my son?" The couple, initially astonished, exchanged excited glances, contemplating how many points they could gain by selling him. Lin Ming had intended to inquire about their savings, but, recalling their earlier quarrel over money, sighed in disappointment. He had arrived too late. The capitalists of this bizarre game had extracted taxes from here for a millennium. The common folk had been rendered destitute, devoid of any resources to exploit. It seemed he would have to seek out those capitalists for a conversation. Lin Ming resolved to approach the 2 entities. They eagerly approached him, intent on capturing Lin Ming for sale. First, they would sell him for his vitality, as the female spirit favored the living. Then, they would peddle his internal organs to restaurants, reaping a profit. Bones would be sold to pet food processing plants, and finally, the skin would be sold to luxury companies. Suddenly, 2 brutal blows shattered the couple's fantasies. They stared blankly at Lin Ming, bewildered. What just happened? Truth be told, this couple was far inferior to the boy. Hence, Lin Ming easily dispatched them, absorbing their death energy. 5,000 death energy. 4,900. Despite being at the Yinling level, they possessed an abundance of death energy. It seemed these 2 had fared relatively well within the instances. After thoroughly consuming them, Lin Ming descended the stairs once more. The boy had indeed proven formidable, having dispatched 2/3 of his soldiers. Of course, he had already been ensnared within the Wan Hun fan, undergoing ritual refinement within the formation. The boy struggled. attempting to escape the formation's control. Lin Ming approached, seized the Wan Hun fan, and infused it with a torrent of spiritual energy. The potency of the refining formation surged exponentially. The boy shrieked in agony, pleading, "Spare me. I am willing to submit to you. I will hand over the instances." "Foolish child, killing you would still grant me the instances." Lin Ming resolutely increased his power output. For Dream had informed him that the boy possessed a peculiar ability. When he fell asleep, no one could utter a sound. The numerous bizarre soldiers that had been slain earlier met their demise because the boy had suddenly dozed off, and any sign of disturbance was instantaneously obliterated. This ability was incredibly useful. Lin Ming was determined to take the boy under his wing as a subordinate. Realizing Lin Ming's intentions, the boy roared in fury. "Do you truly believe this will subdue me? I will never submit." 5 minutes later, "Master," the boy stood respectfully before Lin Ming. "When you sleep, no sound can be made around you? How vast is the range?" Lin Ming inquired curiously. "In my instance, the range is limitless, but outside, it radiates 10 meters from my center. However, this lethal ability only works on entities of evil spirit level or lower. Higher level damage is diminished," the boy answered obediently. Lin Ming instinctively glanced around, realizing this was precisely the coverage range of the old house. Thus, the boy's skill had awakened due to his parents' incessant bickering at home, fueling his anguish and limiting his range. Yet, it was still quite formidable, an absolute skill of regulation. "If you leave the instance, can you still use this skill?" Lin Ming suddenly pondered the fact that this was the 7th instance, and perhaps the boy's ability had materialized here. "Yes, these instances exist because of me. I can retract their power back to myself, allowing me to unleash my utmost strength." However, Lin Ming understood that doing so would render his instances obsolete, transforming them into mere ordinary instances. Though they could still function, they would no longer possess rules or tasks, and could not inflict harm on players. The boy clearly hesitated, for he had managed these instances for quite some time. Yet Lin Ming contemplated the utility of retaining these instances. Well, the bus instance has some merit. It could operate in the city, ferrying bizarre passengers. The cinema instance, however, would be devoid of any bizarre entities without players. The statue museum is similar. The jungle, too. And this old house. The urban instance, however, holds some intrigue. This little brat lacks the capacity to manage it. It could be transformed into an open-ended simulation instance, allowing bizarre entities to assume the role of mayor for a day, issuing commands and relishing the pleasure of power. Alternatively, they could become bosses, relishing the joy of subjugating their employees, experiencing the delights of capitalism. And let's not forget the classic time-freezing game. These are all splendid games. It is evident that the child is far too young and lacks the capacity for development. After solidifying his business strategy, Lin Ming resolved to address it at a later opportunity. As for now, his form was dissipating, indicating his imminent departure. Even a slick-haired player had appeared, and with the instance reverting to ordinary status, he too found himself in a state of bewilderment as he entered the settlement phase. Just as the instance was about to conclude, a shadow materialized within the old house. It was a dark figure, its features obscured, but one could sense its overwhelming rage. The shadow glared intently at Lin Ming, gritting its teeth. "You dare call yourself Lin Ming?" Lin Ming replied quizzically, "Who are you? Mind your own business. One must understand that I pursued you through 7 dungeons, expending tens of thousands of points to achieve victory. Now, not only do I intend to eliminate you, but I also demand compensation for my losses." The shadow, unmistakably a pursuer, had invested 15,000 points to navigate through the bus, jungle, and urban dungeons before finally confronting Lin Ming, who should have been captured long ago. Chapter 71. I can't support you. Lin Ming gazed at the furious and murderous pursuer. Although he was unaware of the reason behind the pursuit, he felt a tinge of sympathy. He kindly advised, "You need not have spent money to conquer the dungeons. As their master is under my control, the power of the dungeons has been reclaimed, transforming them into the most ordinary of places, accessible to you at will." The pursuer was taken aback. What does this mean? This fellow suggests that after traveling such a distance to engage in the dungeon and spending tens of thousands of points, it was all for naught? The thought only fueled the pursuer's rage further. You must die today. You must die. The pursuer erupted in fury, nearly losing his mind, disregarding the task stipulation of leaving a survivor, unleashing a beam of black light. It was his ultimate technique. Beneath the malevolent spirit, no one could escape. Whoosh! The lethal black light pierced through Lin Ming's gradually ethereal form. The pursuer stared blankly at Lin Ming. Sorry, you arrived a tad late. I'm about to exit, Lin Ming explained. Observing Lin Ming's swiftly vanishing figure, the pursuer realized this was not his first encounter with a player's demise. So he understood that Lin Ming was preparing to withdraw from the dungeon. In this state, even a Ghost King could not harm Lin Ming. As a killer with a heart as cold as ice and methods as ruthless as a butcher, the pursuer had believed his resolve was as ironclad as his temperament. Yet now, he crumbled, tears streaming down his face as he cried, "Why are you doing this? I just arrived. I spent tens of thousands of points. That was all my fortune. I beg you, let me stab you just once. Don't go. How can I survive without you?" Lin Ming, witnessing the pursuer's plight, felt a pang of compassion. Since he was the architect of this misfortune, he resolved to bring it to a close. "Fear not, my brother. Though you cannot strike, I can." Lin Ming comforted the pursuer before commanding the little boy within the Wan Hun fan to sleep. The boy obediently slapped his forehead, rendering himself unconscious. The effect was akin to sleep, and the skill was immediately triggered. The pursuer, consumed by despair, failed to grasp Lin Ming's words and sobbed. "What did you just say?" The malevolent, ghost-level pursuer collapsed, perishing due to the rules. Meanwhile, Lin Ming began the process of assessment. "Now, let us evaluate player Lin Ming's performance in the Silent Realm. You have successfully and completely survived, earning 70 points. You have alleviated the boy Tion's familial strife, earning 50 points. You have subdued the dungeon master Tion, earning 100 points. You have countered the assassination attempts of the Death Hotel's owner, earning 100 points. You have attracted the attention of the Killer Responsibility Company, earning 30 points. Player Lin Ming's final score for this round is 175 points, rated as SSS. Rewards are now being distributed to player Lin Ming. Congratulations on obtaining the malevolent ghost-level weapon, the Bone Spear. Congratulations on acquiring a fragment of the Silent Realm. Congratulations on gaining 700 reputation points. Congratulations on receiving a lottery ticket for the ghostly vending machine X1. Player points may now be utilized to extract various items and skills into reality. Whoosh! Lin Ming vanished from the spot, reappearing in his villa in the real world. He first surveyed the villa, noting no abnormalities. He retrieved the Wan Hun fan, instructing Wei Yuan to guard this eerie location while he checked his rewards on the panel. First was the Bone Spear. Though not yet extracted, he could see its form. It was a gun entirely carved from pale bones, seemingly as beautiful as white jade, adorned with numerous strange symbols. Bone Spear, malevolent ghost level, emits a ghostly roar upon firing, causing widespread soul tremors that incapacitate the enemy. Then fires a powerful bullet composed of pure death energy, rendering it unstoppable by any entity below the malevolent ghost level. Furthermore, after firing 50 shots, it can condense into a rule bullet, which possesses a guaranteed hit and lethal effect. This guaranteed effect only applies to entities of malevolent ghost level and below, with diminishing damage against those above. This weapon is quite formidable. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. He had certainly struck gold. After examining the weapon, he turned his attention to the ghostly vending machine lottery ticket. Lottery ticket. Upon use, it summons the ghostly vending machine to descend, allowing you to expend certain points to randomly draw eerie entities, which will harbor a degree of goodwill towards you. The lottery ticket is only valid within the eerie game. It sounds quite impressive. Could it summon a Ghost King? I shall try it when I return to the game. Lin Ming continued to peruse the other details on the panel. Level, Vengeful Spirit. Points, 487025. Reputation, 1000. Skills, Malevolent Ghost Doppelganger. Etherealization, Extracted. Titles, Perfect Conqueror, Excellent Worker, Explorer. Email, Doom Coin, Safe House Key Card, Bloodstained Watermelon Knife, Storage Basket Goods, fragments of the decayed convenience store, fragments of the despairing residential building, red blood candle X5. Cursed stone ball, X49, fragments of the silent realm, bone spear. Wait, what's this about 40,000 points? I distinctly remember only acquiring 8,000 points on the bus. Oh, right. The pursuer had mentioned spending points to conquer the silent realm. Now that I possess dominion over the silent realm, does that mean those points count as being spent for me? They came to hunt me down, only to lose their life in the process. I can only express my gratitude, for your presence has warmed the seasons. Lin Ming beamed as he gazed at the other fragments. Speaking of which, it is time to utilize these fragments. Upon my next entry into the game, I shall dispatch an eerie entity to manage these dungeons and recruit some to assist me. Lin Ming pondered, simultaneously glancing at his phone to check the time. Has it already been 3 days since I entered? This is a 7-day dungeon, and completing it in 3 days is quite commendable. Ring, ring, ring. A call from Song Shui came through. Hello? Lin Ming answered casually. Are you a fortune teller? I just got out. On the other end, Song Shui's voice was tinged with fatigue. I just got out too. This eerie game is truly cursed. Lin Ming chuckled. What's wrong? Were you tormented? You novice. Sometimes I genuinely feel that you must have escaped from the eerie game. Song Shui retorted angrily. What? Winning means you made it? Your poor performance doesn't reflect everyone's capabilities, you know? Lin Ming smoothly interjected. No, I meant your unscrupulous demeanor is just like those ruffians in the eerie game. I thought your shamelessness was unmatched, only to discover those eerie entities are even more ferocious. Song Shui's voice brimmed with wrath. Lin Ming, curious, asked, What misfortune have you encountered? Trust me, misfortune is a blessing. I was coerced into taking out a loan. Song Shui replied, exasperated. Lin Ming was genuinely taken aback. He was all too familiar with the nature of loans in the eerie game. Wait, you're a player. How could you be forced into taking out a loan? How much did you borrow? Lin Ming pressed for details. I borrowed 5,000 points, with a monthly repayment of 1,000 points plus 1,000 in interest, and it must be paid in 15 installments, with no option for early repayment. Song Shui fumed. Lin Ming winced. Good heavens, that's not a loan. That is practically fraud. And you agreed to it? Of course. If I didn't take the loan, I would die. I entered a real estate company dungeon, and they even demanded I pay to work 100 points daily. How could I possibly gather that many points? I had no choice but to take a loan to work. Those unscrupulous entities told me the commissions for selling a house were substantial, and I could repay my debts. However, other eerie entities were snatching clients left and right. I couldn't compete with them and was forced to endure 2 days before the assessment. Fortunately, those points enable me to manifest my skills into reality, thus granting me a measure of self-preservation. I have already arranged for the state to reimburse these points and even falsely reported an additional 2,000 points, so I should be able to gather them soon. The purpose of my call is to alert you. According to investigations, many players have taken out loans to materialize their abilities and ghostly artifacts. After acquiring superpowers, these individuals have begun an aggressive expansion, coercing and enticing others to join their guilds. Moreover, the initial group of players consists primarily of pessimists or those from the lower echelons, and they have begun to retaliate against society. There is even an organization called Looting Gonghui, dedicated to targeting the wealthy, and the situation has escalated to a point of near chaos. So, you must be cautious. Song Shui had been admonishing Lin Ming for quite some time, yet her ultimate aim was to convey the unsettling state of affairs, urging him to be vigilant against potential threats or ambushes. Additionally, she informed him that if he required points, he should simply ask. She could sustain him through her embezzlement. Chapter 72. What is rented or bought is now mine. Lin Ming and Song Shui further discussed the situation, acknowledging the formidable skills at her disposal before concluding the call. Setting his phone down, Lin Ming's expression turned grave. The speed and severity of the turmoil far exceeded his expectations, while it held little consequence for him personally. He couldn't shake the feeling that the notion of taking out loans to manifest skills was inherently suspicious. The peculiar characters within the bizarre game were not new to players. They must be aware of the transactions between the real world and the game realm. In such circumstances, How could they willingly assist players in becoming stronger in reality? Is this charity? Yet the interest rates on these loans suggest otherwise. Are they driven mad by greed? Capitalists may take risks for profit, but they would never jeopardize themselves for money. Thus, only one possibility remains. This is a method to dismantle the real world. With just 1,000 points, one can manifest the powers of the bizarre game into reality. The manifestation of skills may be manageable, but what if someone brings forth the bizarre itself? If the bizarre invades reality, would it not equate to the game infiltrating our world? The capitalists and authorities in the real world cannot be oblivious to this. After all, they are adept at manipulating the lower classes. How could they not comprehend this scheme? Yet, despite their understanding, they are powerless to counter this overt conspiracy. The common folk, whom they previously found easy to manipulate, merely endured because they had no means to resist. Now that a second avenue has emerged, even if they sense the trap, what does it matter? If they are deceived, at least they can take down their deceiver first, and everyone knows how to choose. Of course, there are always fools who fail to recognize this as a trap and mistakenly believe they have struck it rich. Alas, only protagonists are entitled to such fortune. Ordinary individuals, let alone stumbling upon good luck, can merely seek medical attention after a minor accident. They will not prosper. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lin Ming glanced down from the balcony of his bedroom and recognized the property manager, accompanied by a burly man with a bushy beard. The manager was clinging to the man's waist, her face filled with fear, and even as his hands roamed over her curves, she dared not utter a word. Her eyes glistening with tears as she looked towards Lin Ming's door. A flicker of realization crossed Lin Ming's face. He sensed a strong aura of death emanating from the man. This individual had surely manifested skills or possessed a ghostly artifact. As he observed the man impatiently hammering on the doorbell, Lin Ming descended the stairs and opened the door. Upon seeing him, the manager's tear-filled eyes were brimming with desperation. She understood that Lin Ming was wealthy and influential, so after being threatened by these individuals, she brought them to seek his protection, hoping to leverage his connections to safeguard herself. The bearded man surveyed Lin Ming from head to toe and scoffed, "So, you're just a pretty boy with an acceptable appearance?" For some reason, Lin Ming's irritation at being interrupted evaporated. In fact, this man possessed a modicum of discernment. "Brother, do you need something?" Lin Ming inquired amiably. The bearded man sneered. "We have our eyes set on this villa community to establish our guild's headquarters. And all you insignificant people can scram. Of course, if you wish to join our guild, that is also possible, but you must pass our assessment. We do not accept just anyone." Lin Ming, intrigued, asked, "Which guild do you represent?" "Looting Gonghui. Have you heard of it? We specialize in eliminating the wealthy elite like you," the bearded man boasted. Lin Ming chuckled. "So, buying a villa makes one a wealthy elite? I suppose you have a point, so living here would classify you as wealthy too. What comes next? Shall you eliminate yourselves?" The bearded man was momentarily at a loss for words. "Ah, that does seem to have some logic," he mused. But soon, noticing Lin Ming's mocking smile, he became furious. "Are you trying to play me for a fool?" Lin Ming replied calmly. "You are too insignificant for me to bother playing games with. I am merely curious." "How dare you look down on me?" The bearded man fumed, the aura of death around him intensifying. "Do you have any idea that I have extracted a blade from the bizarre game into reality?" As he spoke, the bearded man drew a butcher's knife from his lower back. The knife, entirely black and still dripping with fresh blood, exuded a potent aura of death. Although this butcher's knife was clearly a ghost-level weapon, it was already formidable enough for an ordinary person. At the very least, the sight of the knife would instill fear in the average individual due to the death aura it radiated. "You are fortunate to possess a ghost-level knife," Lin Ming remarked. The bearded man swelled with pride, "Indeed. But I took out a loan for 3,000 points and used 1,500 points to rent it." "Rent it?" "As expected. One could hardly be so lucky," Lin Ming thought. It had been less than half a month since the bizarre game had emerged, and he had only acquired 3 ghostly artifacts thus far. Yet here was someone willing to spend 1,500 points to rent such a shabby item. Should it be attributed to the limitations of a poor man's perspective, or this individual's excessive vanity. Lin Ming shook his head and snatched the butcher's knife. Regardless of whether it is rented or bought, it is now mine. The bearded man, caught off guard, suddenly felt empty-handed. Upon realizing the knife had been taken, he panicked. You better give that back. Oh, all right. Lin Ming swung the knife down. That's not how you return it. The bearded man screamed in terror before being felled to the ground. Observing the now deflated figure of the bearded man, Lin Ming smirked. I just wanted to ask you a few questions, and yet you behaved so arrogantly? He then turned to the astonished property manager. Make sure to clean this up. With that, he closed the door and returned indoors. Song Shue had just sent him a plethora of invitation messages, and he still needed to sift through them. The property manager stared blankly at the lifeless body on the ground. With just one strike, the butcher's knife had drained the blood from the bearded man, leaving behind only a human skin, which would be relatively easy to dispose of. However, the scene was utterly horrifying. The manager trembled uncontrollably. She had indeed hoped to resolve her issues through Lin Ming's assistance, but she never anticipated such a resolution. Want to flee? She recalled Lin Ming's ruthlessness and decided it would be best to comply with his request to clean up. Otherwise, he might very well turn that knife on her as well. Suppressing her fear and nausea, the manager picked up the human skin. Its texture was slippery and still retained a lingering warmth, sending shivers down her spine, even with her eyes closed. Once she had gathered the skin, she cautiously stepped outside. Not far from the villa, she encountered the bearded man's companions. Upon seeing only the manager emerge, their faces darkened. One of them cursed, "Is Lao Hei playing around inside?" "You, the manager, go fetch Lao Hei for me." The manager, with a quivering voice, replied, "I can't bring him out. I've brought you his remains." Carefully, she extended the human skin towards them. Many may not be aware that I was born into a rather impoverished family, having never experienced the luxury of 5-star reviews throughout my childhood. This has become a source of ridicule from those around me, who jest that apart from my handsome visage, I possess no other virtues. This constant mockery has instilled a deep sense of inferiority within me. You are all kind-hearted individuals. Might you extend your support with some 5-star reviews, so that those around me may recognize that we, the aesthetically blessed, stand together in mutual aid and support. Striking a blow against the naysayers? Chapter 73. The Lantern Guild Rallies. The sight of Lao Hei's human skin startled his two companions, who were taken aback. They were utterly unprepared for the sight of Lao Hei's return, unceremoniously reappearing rather than vanishing. Fearful of the grotesque human skin, neither dared to take it. Only Lao Hei had partaken in the eerie game, which had appointed him as the vice president and endowed him with a formidable spirit artifact within the guild. The spirit artifact. A flash of greed crossed the eyes of both companions as they fixated on Lao Hei's human skin, oblivious to the presence of the butcher's knife. One of them suddenly sensed something amiss, glaring intently at the female manager. "Where is Lao Hei's knife? Where have you hidden it?" The female manager, torn between loyalty to Lin Ming and fear of the two men, hesitated before finally admitting, "It has been taken by someone else." Instantly, the two companions were engulfed in rage. "What? The town's sacred artifact has been stolen. Hurry, fetch the boss." They exchanged knowing glances, understanding the gravity of the situation, and promptly sought out the leader of the Lantern Guild. As the vice president, Lao Hei possessed but a single spirit artifact. The guild leader, equipped with skills, held the power to easily surpass him. The skillful leader was akin to a Superman, capable of taking on 10 adversaries single-handedly, under the boss's command. They had plundered the wealth of many affluent individuals, with no one daring to report their transgressions. Of course, even if someone did, who would intervene? With so many guilds and powerful figures around, how could anyone be apprehended? The two lackeys swiftly returned to the base of the Lantern Guild, located in a high-end residential building in Quanshu. This building, once a distant dream for the members of the Lantern Guild, boasted a price of 13,000 per square meter. However, they had evicted the original residents and moved in brazenly, each claiming a separate apartment. Gazing through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, they beheld spacious bedrooms, bright living rooms, and an array of high-end furnishings, including a refrigerator stocked with fruits and seafood they could scarcely afford in the past. Reflecting on their previous existence in a dark, damp basement, they realized what true financial freedom felt like. The leader of the Lantern Guild, holding a glass of red wine, stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the scenery of Quanshur. Although he found the wine unpleasant, he drank it out of a sense of prestige. After consuming a mere 2 ounces, he was filled with ambition. This city of Quanshur would undoubtedly be mine. A series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. The leader's expression darkened as he cursed under his breath. Damn, what a nuisance. In his hometown, anyone who dared to knock so aggressively would have faced a beating. Such frantic knocking was reserved for announcing misfortunes. The maid cautiously approached to open the door, and the 2 lackeys from the villa district rushed inside. Boss, it's bad news. Lao He is dead. Our spirit artifact has been stolen. What? The leader's face contorted with fury. Who has the audacity to lay a hand on my brother? Was it the Eerie Bureau? No. The 2 lackeys quickly shook their heads. Then what are we waiting for? Gather the men. Let's take action. While the leader hesitated to confront the Eerie Bureau directly, he had no qualms about dealing with other guilds or players. We shall crush them. The news spread rapidly among all members residing in the Lantern Guild's building. Upon learning that the vice president had perished while trying to seize the villa district for their benefit, and that their spirit artifact had been taken, they erupted in fury. They had long ceased to fear the police, and the audacity of someone daring to provoke them ignited their rage. Standing atop the steps of the complex, the guild leader surveyed the nearly 100 brothers below, feeling emboldened and spirited. He proclaimed with authority, "Brothers, since the establishment of the Lantern Guild, we have dedicated ourselves to growth, seeking to benefit our kin. Yet now, someone has killed our brother, stolen our possessions, and seeks to suppress us. What do you think we should do? Kill. Let us take him down." They roared in unison, their fury palpable, raising their fists high. The intensity of their bloodlust sent shockwaves through the upscale community, prompting residents to draw their curtains in fear. Observing the rising fervor among his men, the leader smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Since we share the same resolve, let us set forth. The throng of men immediately made their way to their vehicles. Previously, none of them owned cars, but after joining the guild, they all enjoyed the luxury of houses, cars, and savings. This was one of the reasons they supported the guild. Although the homes belonged to others, the cars were not theirs, and the money was not theirs. In their hands, it felt like their own. Dare to oppose us? Come and fight. The leader drove a Maybach, while the lackeys followed in BMWs and Audis, racing toward the villa district where Lin Ming resided. The imposing convoy caused a significant uproar on the roads. Particularly, as they exited the community, they caught the attention of the Eerie Bureau. Their brazen actions over the past 2 days had drawn scrutiny, as the government had warned against reckless behavior in guilds. Yet the Lantern Guild, having only been established for 2 days, had already begun to pillage wealth, disturbing the peace of society. Had they not been uncertain of the power they wielded, they would have intervened long ago. Seeing them mobilizing again, the Eerie Bureau immediately reported the situation. Song Shui was engrossed in studying the materials collected by the authorities, seeking to enhance her chances of survival. Suddenly, her phone rang. Someone was reporting that the Lantern Guild had mobilized en masse toward the Chunjiang community in Quanshur. Chunjiang community? Song Shui recalled that Lin Ming resided there. Uncertain, she retrieved her phone and accessed the highest level of classified databases. This database documented all known players' identities and locations within Huaxia, compiled through immense resources by the Eerie Bureau. Many mistakenly believed that by withholding information from the authorities, they remained undetected. In truth, their identities had long been uncovered. Even ordinary hackers could access such data. A mere police officer could trace your lineage back 18 generations. Thus, if the government could not uncover the secrets of the Eerie games, how could they fail to find you? Of course, Lin Ming's information had been privately deleted by Song Shui. Now, Lin Ming existed as a transparent entity within all official records. As a top-tier asset of the Eerie Bureau, connected to 3 instances and possessing a super skill named precognition, Song Shui was hailed as the strongest Eerie queen in Huaxia, which afforded her certain capabilities. Moreover, Since Lin Ming had not yet gained notoriety, no one had taken notice of him, allowing for his deletion to pass largely unnoticed. At this moment, Song Shui examined the official database for Chunjiang community. There were no other players listed. This meant that the Lantern Guild's grand mobilization was undoubtedly aimed at Lin Ming. Even if it were not directly targeting him, their approach would surely incite conflict. After contemplating, Song Shui picked up her phone and dialed Lin Ming. She called from her office without hesitation. Eavesdropping? Surveillance? Nonsense. Not only had Song Shui provided immense assistance to the Eerie Bureau, but she was also training numerous special forces personnel, earning the trust of the nation. Furthermore, with her precognitive abilities, who knew if she might detect any monitoring or surveillance? Should she discover such intrusions, her wrath could lead her to abandon them, leaving the Eerie Bureau in a state of disarray. The call was quickly connected, and Song Shui stated directly, Lin Ming, the Lantern Guild is heading to your community, searching for you. Chapter 74. The Lantern Guild submits. Yes. What of it? Can we not act against them? Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. No. I am inquiring if you require assistance. Song Shui disclosed her actions regarding the deletion of his records. Lin Ming was now an unregistered individual. If he refrained from taking action, no one would be the wiser. However, such a decisive move is bound to attract immense attention. At that point, it is feared that many will focus on Lin Ming, and a quick search of the archives will reveal issues. If Lin Ming wishes to join the official ranks, then this matter becomes trivial. However, if he prefers not to join, it would be prudent to maintain a low profile. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly be scrutinized. With this in mind, Lin Ming understood what needed to be done. He was utterly unconcerned. Dealing with a group of insignificant individuals was child's play. He had no intention of joining the official ranks, nor did he wish to be disturbed or watched incessantly. Observing Song Shui, who was exhausted from her daily tasks, Lin Ming longed for a life of cultivation. By the way, the officials have already dispatched personnel to monitor. It is possible that individuals from the Anomaly Bureau have already infiltrated your neighborhood, Song Shui reminded him. Lin Ming made his intentions clear before hanging up the phone. He called over Ming Ming, who was playing with her toys, took her small hand, and smiled, saying, Come, let me take you to enjoy some delicious food. He recalled seeing a skewer shop on the way to the neighborhood. Once they arrived at the skewer shop, the owner was placing the cooked skewers into a heating pot on the table. The Anomaly world had its own skewers, which Ming Ming had seen but never tasted. While alive, she had no money, and now that she was dead, she had even less. Lin Ming seated her on a stool, encouraging her to help herself. Ming Ming hesitated briefly, then reached out to grab some. After all, she possessed the ability to forget. As long as she obtained it, no one would witness her indulgence. Upon tasting a skewer, Ming Ming's eyes lit up. She cast aside her reservations and began to feast heartily. However, after finishing her meal, discarding the skewers in the trash would render them visible to others. Initially, there were only a few skewers, and the busy owner paid no mind, assuming they were leftovers from the previous day as customers. Yet, upon returning from the kitchen, he was startled to find an additional 10 bamboo skewers in the trash. What on earth? The owner exclaimed in anger, grabbing a stool and looking around for thieves. Just then, a convoy from the Lantern Guild arrived outside. Lin Ming, holding Ming Ming, who was eager for more skewers, decided to leave. Ming Ming looked pitifully back at the skewers, glancing over her shoulder every few steps. The convoy halted at the entrance of Chunjiang community. The leader in the Maybach was about to disembark when Lin Ming appeared at the vehicle. Patting the leader on the shoulder and smiling, First, notify your underlings to wait in the car for a moment. The leader, startled to find an unfamiliar person inside, asked, Who are you? Lin Ming produced the pig-killing knife taken from Lao He. Recognize this? No. Do you know who I am? You killed Lao He and stole his ghostly artifact? The leader's face turned red with fury. It seems you have also extracted your abilities into reality. But you didn't anticipate that I possess skills as well. Indeed, Lin Ming replied nonchalantly, I am here to discuss matters with you. You may establish yourselves here, but starting today, you will heed my commands. The leader scoffed derisively. What are you? Do you even know what my skill is? Division. Lin Ming's interest was piqued. Division? You can split everything you touch? If you were to touch the ground, would it crack open into a chasm? That is indeed a remarkable skill. The leader's face flushed. He felt insulted because he could not achieve such an effect. He growled, I can only divide myself. What good is that? Lin Ming felt somewhat disappointed. The leader, increasingly agitated, decided to demonstrate his power. He activated his skill, instantly splitting into two versions of himself. One gripping Lin Ming's hand while the other clung to his legs, effectively restraining him. The two leaders then divided again into four, causing the vehicle to exceed its capacity. The four leaders looked triumphantly at Lin Ming, speaking in unison. What do you think? Do you see how formidable I am? Lin Ming listened to their synchronized voices and felt the weight of their presence pressing down on him. He remarked, so your division, while increasing numbers, diminishes strength, does it not? The leader's eyes flickered with panic. He had not expected Lin Ming to perceive the flaw in his skill so quickly. Lin Ming effortlessly withdrew his hand from one of the leader's duplicates and, with a swift motion akin to striking a watermelon, dispatched three of the split leaders. With the demise of the duplicates, the original leader instantly weakened. This skill seemed rather ineffective. It was merely suitable for bullying ordinary individuals. Ah yes, you can send your duplicates to commit misdeeds without fear of being killed. However, this skill is rather underwhelming. Nevertheless, I have decided to accept you as my subordinate. In due course, I will allow your people to reside in the villa area, and you can assist me, but I do not wish for anyone outside of you to be aware of my existence. Lin Ming gazed at the leader, a glimmer of green light flashing in his eyes, ensuring that the leader would never betray him. He could, of course, use soul control to dominate the entire Lantern Guild. However, these individuals would eventually enter the anomaly game, and as their strength increased, they would gradually develop resistance to his soul control, ultimately breaking free. Controlling just one or two individuals would allow Lin Ming to periodically enhance the strength of his soul control to ensure they remained under his sway. Yet, managing a large group, he would have no need to do anything else, merely casting soul control on them daily. Furthermore, as the officials were also training experts, if one were to emerge capable of countering his soul control, it could lead to complications. Thus, he currently reserved soul control for the leader. After the leader was subdued, Lin Ming returned the pig-killing knife, took Ming Ming's hand, and exited the vehicle. The leader promptly followed, leading his subordinates into the villa area, issuing orders. From this day forth, this shall be our true base. Everyone will reside here, but do not stir up trouble. The subordinates were bewildered. They understood the residence aspect, and while they could begrudgingly agree not to cause trouble, given that they now possessed villas and luxury cars, there was little incentive for discord. However, had they not come to confront that stranger, particularly the two who had returned to report, they stepped forward to ask, Boss, are we not avenging the vice president? Yes, but I will handle it myself. You two come with me, the leader replied with a slight smile, gesturing for the two subordinates and the female manager to lead the way. The other subordinates, seeing their leader take matters into his own hands, dispersed to select their villas. Yet, no one noticed that the leader, following closely behind the two subordinates and the female manager, stealthily produced the pig-killing knife. 5 minutes later, before Lin Ming's villa, the leader quietly reported to the doorbell intercom. The future troubles have been resolved. Good. I shall reward you with something. Now carry on with your tasks, Lin Ming instructed, handing a bag through a crack in the door. The leader opened the bag to find a stone sphere, the cursed stone sphere that Lin Ming had acquired from the sculpture museum. Henceforth, the Lantern Guild would serve as Lin Ming's shadowy hand, but they needed to be stronger. Having only a division skill was insufficient for prominence. Though the cursed stone sphere came with side effects or after effects, it remained a tremendous boon for these ordinary players. As for the subordinates of the Lantern Guild, Lin Ming was not yet interested. He would select loyal elites in due time and bestow them with power. Once the leader had been dispatched, Lin Ming found himself at ease. From today onward, the outside world would tacitly acknowledge this as the Lantern Guild's base. Anything Lin Ming undertook would be attributed to the Lantern Guild. He had someone to take the blame. Just as he contemplated his next dungeon selection, Song Shui's call came through again, this time tinged with a hint of exasperation. Have you resolved the Lantern Guild matter? Yes, it's been taken care of, Lin Ming replied calmly. That's good. The higher-ups require the special forces to monitor the Lantern Guild 24/7. Their activities have been too conspicuous. Recently, many guilds have been restless, with incidents of violent clashes erupting in neighboring cities, resulting in significant losses. These matters weigh heavily on Song Shui, causing her considerable distress. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you calling to remind me, or to request my assistance? If my help would expose you, then perhaps it's best to forego that. However, if you could lend me some ghostly artifacts, that would be most advantageous, as I need to suppress those unruly guilds." Indeed, Song Shui sought help, having recently utilized her precognitive abilities and foreseen that she would soon be called upon to quell the disturbances caused by those guilds. Moreover, her foresight revealed that she had not completely dealt with those troublemakers, instead inadvertently attracting their ire. In the end, it would be Lin Ming who would step in to resolve the issue, but this would inevitably draw unwanted attention to him. Consequently, to avert the events predicted by her foresight, she decided to inquire if Lin Ming possessed any solutions. As luck would have it, Lin Ming had just acquired a ghostly artifact. "I have recently obtained a ghostly weapon that I can extract and lend to you," he stated without hesitation, extracting an evil-grade spirit bone spear. However, he soon discovered that the points required to extract items varied. The more powerful the item, the higher the point cost. The extraction of this evil-grade weapon cost him 10,000 points. Nonetheless, he considered it a worthy investment, as Song Shui's triumph over the anomalies would undoubtedly elevate her status considerably. In time, when she requested resources, the Bureau of Anomalies would not dare to refuse her. Thus, she could truly sustain herself through her own means. "Tell me your location, and I will arrange for someone to deliver it to you," Lin Ming instructed over the phone. "No need for that. I will visit the Ludang Guild and feign borrowing something. This will enhance your guild's visibility and facilitate its growth. Simultaneously, it will lead the authorities to perceive your leader as formidable, deterring them from taking action against your guild." Though Lin Ming did not disclose how he intended to handle the Ludang Guild, Song Shui knew her troublesome brother all too well. If he did not accept the Ludang Guild as a covert ally, it would indeed be surprising. Lin Ming did not reject Song Shui's proposal. The larger and more powerful the Ludang Guild became, the more beneficial it would be for him. After all, there were many actions he could not undertake himself, but these individuals could accomplish them. Lin Ming instructed Meng Meng to deliver the spirit bone spear to the guild leader, Chen Chong, and reminded him to lend it to Song Shui. Upon receiving requests for assistance from various regions, Song Shui boldly approached the Ludang Guild to borrow weapons. Initially, no one understood why a high-ranking officer from the Bureau of Anomalies, cultivated by the nation, would seek to borrow items from a guild. However, when Song Shui wielded the spirit bone spear and ruthlessly eliminated 2 of the rebellious guilds, panic spread throughout the Ludang Guild. They could hardly believe that a guild founded by the lower echelons of society, with such a comical name, possessed such a terrifying weapon. It seemed that this guild was not to be trifled with. Local gangs in Quan City immediately warned their subordinates to steer clear of the Ludang Guild and to show them respect if encountered. The underlings of the Ludang Guild were astonished by their leader's prowess. Initially delighted by their move to a villa, they were taken aback when a multitude of people arrived bearing gifts to congratulate them on their new home. The gifts were indeed lavish and valuable. Even former oppressors of theirs, upon hearing that their employees had joined the Ludang Guild, were struck with fear. They hastily sold their companies and properties, planning to leave Quan City, and even presented expensive gifts to express their apologies. In a short time, the Ludang Guild's headquarters became a bustling hub. The underlings, bewildered yet pleased, began to flaunt their newfound status. Some even came to Lin Ming's villa to deliver gifts. But Lin Ming casually used a random corpse as a resident to send them away. Within a day, Song Shui successfully intimidated all players across the province, making them aware of the existence of an invincible female warrior within the Bureau of Anomalies. Those players who had taken loans to acquire skills and ghostly artifacts had initially aspired to be heroes, ready to conquer the world. Upon achieving success, they envisioned themselves as emperors. Even in defeat, they would settle for being notorious villains. However, they never anticipated that such a formidable expert existed within the Bureau of Anomalies. capable of swiftly dismantling their grand illusions. In an instant, all notions of grandeur amongst them dissipated. The female warrior shattered their heroic dreams with a single shot. Song Shui, too, was astonished by the power of the ghostly weapon obtained by Lin Ming. The Bureau of Anomalies, likewise surprised, eagerly inquired of Song Shui about the possibility of retaining this weapon. Song Shui firmly responded that it was utterly impossible, as it belonged to Lin Ming, and she could not exploit him. However, upon relaying this to Lin Ming, he was infuriated. "Are you out of your mind? They can certainly rent it. They should pay a rental fee. This evil-grade, ghostly artifact cost me 10,000 points to extract. Renting it for a day should start at 1,000 points." Since Lin Ming was not in a rush to use the weapon, he saw no reason not to rent it out. Song Shui scoffed. "The state may be wealthy, but it is not foolish. There is no way they would agree to such terms." Before she could finish, she received a call from the first of the 5 elders within the Bureau of Anomalies. "Colonel Song, please inform the Ludang Guild that we will not confiscate this spear. We only wish to rent it for 2,000 points per day. Additionally, we will grant the Ludang Guild formal recognition, providing them with certain privileges. Should they encounter troubles in the future, the state will prioritize their support." Song Shui was quite taken aback by the upper echelon's insistence on this weapon. However, it made sense. An evil-grade weapon could indeed bring order to the entire nation. The trend of players taking loans in the realm of anomalous games was rampant, with many opting to borrow power. Although the first individuals to withdraw abilities and weapons had only done so 2 days prior, those who acquired strength truly transformed into formidable beings. One should not assume that when people casually refer to becoming powerful, they are merely joking. Oftentimes, the truth is cloaked in humor. As the number of these powerful beings increased, they wreaked havoc, and even in the brief span of 2 days, they had already caused considerable unrest within the nation. The state was in urgent need of a weapon to stabilize everything, yet the players within the game were not naive. No one was willing to rent out such a treasure, comparable to nuclear weapons. Thus, when the opportunity arose to rent the evil-grade weapon capable of suppressing everything, they were willing to pay any price. Otherwise, Huaxia might find itself in a predicament similar to that of foreign nations. Recent news broadcasts have been filled with reports of chaos abroad. The beautiful nation is on the brink of complete disintegration, with states seeking autonomy and gangs rising like warlords. The empire on which the sun never sets is witnessing a royal restoration, reclaiming all power and reverting to a feudal state, with the queen regaining control and all officials either yielding or resigning. The most unfortunate are the island nations. Logically, given their advancement in gaming and anime, their otaku should have easily adapted to the anomalous games. Yet, their casualty rate is currently the highest in the world. Everyone is perplexed and sought to investigate. Ultimately, it was discovered that while this group excels at gaming, their values and emotions seem somewhat problematic. A portion of them, upon encountering misfortunes befalling friends or teammates, would recklessly charge in, driven by notions of friendship and bonds, only to meet their demise. Another segment, burdened by an overwhelming sense of guilt, perceives the emergence of anomalous games as divine punishment and, instead of striving to improve, merely engages in mundane gameplay, ultimately leading to their untimely end. Upon discerning the underlying thoughts, Song Shui cast a sidelong glance at the eagerly expectant Lin Ming, her expression immediately shifting to one of consternation as she lowered her voice to address the phone. "No, leader, this young man is demanding quite a high price." Lin Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. On the other end, number 1 displayed no surprise, adopting a tone of resignation. "I understand. After all, he is the only malevolent grade weapon in reality, so a higher price is to be expected. How much does he want?" 10,000 points per day, Song Shui replied. Lin Ming was taken aback. Goodness, who among us is truly the malevolent practitioner? He had anticipated that number 1 would erupt in outrage or abruptly terminate the call. To his astonishment, the response was a sigh of relief. "That's reasonable. It isn't exorbitantly priced." Now it was Song Shui's turn to be astonished. Am I to understand that we should have asked for more? It appeared that sudden wealth had indeed narrowed their perspective. Shall we proceed with the rental? Song Shui inquired cautiously. Yes, we will comply with his request. 10,000 points per day. However, do remember to clarify that the peculiar game has yet to enable transactions in the real world, so we will need to arrange payment later. We can sign a contract or make a public announcement to ensure there is no default on our part. No one would dare to default on a deal with someone wielding a malevolent grade weapon. Number one's voice was filled with warmth and affection, as though he regarded Song Shui as a cherished granddaughter. Yet, Song Shui dismissed the notion, fully aware that strength could procure such treatment. It was akin to the way the old man, with a white beard, sought out sons. Number one would surely not mind having a multitude of invincible warriors as his grandchildren. As Song Shui hung up the phone, Lin Ming gave her a thumbs up. You truly excel in this realm. I must concede that I fall far short of your capabilities. I salute you. He had initially intended to request 1,000 points per day, yet Song Shui managed to negotiate it up to 5,000, even 10,000. Enough of the chatter, Song Shui exclaimed, rolling her eyes at him. To be frank, we have indeed undersold ourselves. Our vision is too limited. We ought to demand more. Lin Ming chuckled. You think he's merely talking nonsense? He likely hasn't even begun to feel the sting of that 10,000 points. Asking for more would be inappropriate. Song Shui regarded him thoughtfully and soon comprehended. You believe that if we ask for more, he might abandon the deal. Considering the country will soon acquire ghostly weapons and will no longer covet this firearm, correct? Given the current trajectory, do you think they will struggle to obtain ghostly weapons? I trust that those above are already devising means to earn points, Lin Ming retorted. Song Shui had no intention of concealing the truth. Indeed, all players who join the Peculiar Bureau or are under their protection must regularly remit a certain number of points, akin to paying taxes or protection fees. Moreover, they seemed quite excited upon learning that I had taken out a loan. It appears they intend to send a group in to exploit the loan. Lin Ming surmised that those in power would undoubtedly leverage the loans. They would dispatch a batch of death row inmates as expendable resources, frantically extracting loans to amass points. Yet, he was confident that the capitalists within the peculiar realm were not foolish. Their willingness to extend loans suggested they possessed a strategy for recovering costs and achieving substantial profits. However, it remained uncertain what methods they would employ. It was likely that the leaders of the Peculiar Bureau were not oblivious to these circumstances. Yet there was little they could do, akin to officials exploiting and deceiving the populace. People are well aware of the injustice, yet must submit. I am, of course, referring to officials from ancient dynasties. There is also the matter that the game currently does not permit player-to-player transactions or communication. While those points can be manifested if absolutely necessary, they incur exorbitant additional costs. My suggestion is that you wait. After all, you aren't in a rush. Once transactions are enabled, I will persuade them to reward you with a greater number of points for your generosity. Song Shui contemplated that if they could provide points later, the initially promised points would yield a significant return for Lin Ming. Lin Ming glanced at his panel and remarked, "That is acceptable. Once you reach the level of Wailing Spirit, you will be able to manipulate your attribute panel in reality, add friends, and send items. I have faith that day will come swiftly." Indeed, as a smile crept onto Song Shui's face, she suddenly realized something amiss. Wait a moment. If we can see the panel in reality, does that not imply that the peculiar game has already infiltrated Blue Star through us? Lin Ming nodded, having suspected as much. The peculiar game is indeed attempting to invade Blue Star through various means. During this process, they may incur some costs. Yet in the future, they will undoubtedly recoup their investments 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold. You may profit, but I shall not suffer losses. Rather, I will achieve substantial gains. Song Shui and Lin Ming further exchanged thoughts on the peculiar game before signing the rental agreement, ensuring that the Peculiar Bureau would not renege on the deal, and that the weapon would remain in their possession before parting ways. The following morning, Lin Ming had already selected a dungeon, preparing to obtain the invitation letter. However, the leader of the Lantern Guild approached him, reporting, "Boss, someone claiming to be from the government just wired us 10 billion, thanking us for our assistance to the state. And they mentioned they're diligently training Song Shui to reach the Wailing Spirit level. She should be able to transact with you within 3 days. Lin Ming had not anticipated that the Peculiar Bureau would be so efficient. They had promise points and were also providing cash. It was worth noting that the Peculiar game had yet to fully invade, and with Lin Ming being the only Wailing Spirit player worldwide, point transactions were impossible, preventing the monetary system of Blue Star from collapsing entirely. Of course, many countries' currencies had already experienced significant devaluation. The Huaxia currency remained stable due to its ability to maintain order, bolstered by a robust government, leading to greater international favor and a rising exchange rate, which had nearly equaled the US dollar within just a day, even surpassing it in trends. Perhaps it was precisely this that made the higher-ups in Huaxia more appreciative and respectful of the Lantern Guild, instructing various departments to overlook past actions and to grant them a green light in the future. Their matters would be prioritized. Minor errors would be overlooked, while major errors would be treated as minor. Originally, the Lantern Guild was merely a small rogue organization, yet under Lin Ming's leadership, it had transformed into the unrivaled champion of Quan City. Chapter 77. Re-entering the dungeon, the late-night tavern. Lin Ming waved his hand, instructing the guild leader to focus on gathering some elite members. He intended to utilize the cursed stone ball to cultivate them diligently. Obedient elites would be employed to further develop the guild and continue their role as the shadowy hand. As for disobedient or ambitious elites, even better, they would become his vengeful corpses. The obedient guild leader departed, and Lin Ming took Dream's hand as they proceeded. The dungeon he selected this time was known as the Late Night Tavern. The individual holding the invitation letter for this dungeon was a bar owner. However, this proprietor had been struggling with his bar's poor performance and was thus despondent, eventually receiving an invitation letter. When Lin Ming found the bar owner, he was anxiously awaiting the countdown to end at the police station. The police nearby could only offer a few comforting words. There was little else they could do. Members of the Peculiar Bureau's Special Operations Team had also arrived, but their current role was merely to inform the bar owner of the precautions to take when facing the Peculiar. Lin Ming observed the invitation letter sitting on the table, untouched by anyone, alongside the countdown nearing its conclusion. He approached and inscribed his name on it. In the next instant, both he and the bar owner vanished from the spot, and Dream was promptly retrieved into the Wanhun Fan, the Late Night Tavern. This was yet another management-style dungeon, where the selected players embodied the roles of owners and employees. Lin Ming gazed at the glowing title of Outstanding Worker on his panel. Allow me to serve all you esteemed peculiar beings. Unlike Lin Ming's enthusiasm, the atmosphere was quite different. Beside him stood 5 players, each displaying a visage etched with anxiety. Despite the stern warnings delivered by the special forces to remain composed prior to their entrance, the thought of confronting the bizarre and the potential for death rendered emotional control elusive. How many fearsome murderers, upon hearing their sentence of execution, did not find their legs turned to jelly? Lin Ming paid little heed to their trepidation, surveying the tavern. It was modest in size, reminiscent of contemporary folk music bars. Inside, a wooden long counter bore an array of glasses and bottles, alongside an ashtray. Behind the bar stood a tall cabinet filled with various spirits. To the left of the bar, there was a stage adorned with a program schedule, indicating a series of regular entertainment acts. The remaining space in the tavern was furnished with tables and chairs for patrons. As Lin Ming assessed the surroundings, the tavern owner, noticing Lin Ming's calm demeanor, cautiously approached and inquired, "Brother, are you an experienced player?" Upon hearing this, the other 4 players turned their hopeful gazes toward him. "Sort of," Lin Ming replied tersely, heading directly for the stage to inspect the program schedule, perhaps uncovering some rules. The other players, upon realizing he was indeed an experienced player, were filled with elation and hastily followed him. They understood that while following an experienced player did not guarantee survival, remaining stagnant would undoubtedly lead to their demise. After all, despite having perused guides, they were utterly clueless about this bizarre game. Some individuals, by nature, simply lacked the aptitude for gaming, no matter the instruction. The program schedule was affixed to the edge of the stage. Rather than stepping onto the stage, Lin Ming stood at the edge, tilting his body to scrutinize it. The other 5 players gathered around him, equally eager to glimpse the schedule. However, due to limited space, one player with slightly darker skin ascended the stage, positioning himself at the edge for a better view. The moment he stepped up, he caught Lin Ming's gaze, which was laced with exasperation. The darker-skinned player, bewildered, wondered how he had offended Lin Ming. Soon after, the other 4 players also turned their sympathetic and fearful gazes toward him. "Why are you all looking at me? What's wrong?" he stammered, a hint of panic creeping into his voice. The tavern owner anxiously pointed at the program schedule, urging him to read it himself. Instinctively, the darker-skinned player glanced over. At the very top of the schedule, written in ominous crimson, was a line that read, "Non-performers, please refrain from stepping onto the stage." Step onto the stage? The darker-skinned player looked down at the platform beneath him, suddenly alarmed, tears welling in his eyes as he trembled and asked, "Does this mean I can't go up there? What if it refers to the bar?" Lin Ming replied coolly, "If it pertains to the bar, then even performers wouldn't dare to step up. But what will happen to me?" Vididi? The darker-skinned player was increasingly agitated, shaking like a leaf. Lin Ming, too, felt a flicker of curiosity. Logically, the rules on the schedule were either dictated by the bizarre game or set by the tavern owner. If it were the former, this fellow would likely perish the moment he stepped up. If it were the latter, something bizarre should emerge to eliminate him. "I'm not sure about your situation," Lin Ming replied nonchalantly, returning his focus to the program schedule. The schedule read, 12 a.m. to 1 o'clock a.m., song, chilling melody, 1 a.m. to 2 o'clock a.m., dance, puppet, 2 a.m. to 3 o'clock a.m., masquerade, 3 a.m. to 4 o'clock a.m., gambling, 4 a.m. to 5 o'clock a.m., couple matching. Note, this establishment operates until 5 o'clock a.m. All staff and guests are required to adhere to this. The players had been repeatedly cautioned by the special forces before entering, and though flustered, they clung to the details of the schedule, recognizing that these were likely the rules. After noting the rules, the darker-skinned player still appeared anxious. "Brother, I want to die, will I? Surely I want to die? I don't know." Lin Ming turned to scan the surroundings, searching for a clock. Yet he found none. Can I discern the time from the moon or the sun outside? Unfortunately, the outside world was shrouded in impenetrable fog. It's so dark. How am I supposed to know what time it is? It seemed that this was yet another trap, aware of the schedule, but oblivious to the current hour. Missing the time for a corresponding program would undoubtedly lead to death, wouldn't it? However, Lin Ming's primary concern was the bizarre entities. Why had he chosen this venue? Was it not in anticipation of a bustling clientele? Lin Ming could confidently assert that no one, not even the tavern owner, harbored a sincere desire for thriving business more than he did. With no patrons in sight, did this indicate that it was not yet midnight? The tavern owner cautiously inquired, "Is it not yet midnight?" Lin Ming did not respond, but headed toward the back of the tavern. He searched through the restroom, office, and storage room, every conceivable location. No one was present, nor were there any bizarre occurrences. This situation baffled him. Logically, there should be some bizarre entity designated to welcome them. Suddenly, Lin Ming had a thought and swiftly made his way to the tavern entrance. The tavern's door was a sliding one, seemingly made of glass, yet coated in black frosted material, preventing visibility from either side. Lin Ming approached and pulled the door open for a brief glance, letting out a sigh of resignation. Damn, I knew it would be like this. Outside the tavern, the fog remained thick and impenetrable, obscuring any view of the surroundings. What he sought was not the fog itself, but rather the tavern's front door, where a conspicuous notice read, "For sale." Lin Ming closed the door and turned to the tavern owner and the others, asking, "What were your professions in the real world?" The players exchanged puzzled looks, but none dared to defy the inquiry from an experienced player. The tavern owner raised his hand first. "My name is Wang Siki, born in 1987, and I studied at." "I didn't ask for all that. Just tell me what you did before entering here," Lin Ming interjected. Wang Siki raised his hand again. "I'm the tavern owner." The darker-skinned player, eager to make a good impression, chimed in, "Brother, my name is Sun Go. I just graduated from sports school and haven't found a job yet. I'm temporarily working as a cleaner at a restaurant." A bespectacled, refined male player spoke cautiously, "I work in sales." Lin Ming quickly retorted, "What do you sell?" "I work at a winery, so I sell wine," the bespectacled player admitted, not daring to conceal the truth. The remaining two players included a flustered woman in an apron, who, upon noticing Lin Ming's gaze, hurriedly exclaimed, "I'm retired, but out of boredom, I found a job as a food runner at a restaurant." Finally, Lin Ming turned to the last player, the most flamboyant of the group, clad in leather with piercings and vibrantly colored hair, sporting a large skull emblem on his chest. His punk attire made his profession apparent. He tossed his hair back with flair and proudly declared, "I'm a singer, rap?" Despite his lack of melody and meager earnings, he often used his profession to charm women. Hearing their professions, Lin Ming's suspicions were further solidified. The bizarre game exerted a stronger grasp over the real world. What was described as a game was, in fact, a complete parallel universe. It mirrored the social environment of Blue Star almost identically, albeit with a grotesquely distorted system. Previously, the bizarre game selected individuals haphazardly, individuals filled with resentment, bitterness, and negativity, regardless of their gender or occupation. But now, it had begun to target specific players for designated scenarios. For instance, this tavern was up for sale, and the previous professions of these individuals aligned perfectly to take over this establishment. A failed boss, a dark-skinned janitor, a liquor salesman, a food runner, and a performer. Could this be mere coincidence? Despite this unexpected assembly, Lin Ming was somewhat taken aback by the rapid infiltration of the bizarre game into the real world. Was it true that the longer players lingered in the game, the more they fell under its control? Or perhaps the more rewards they obtained, the more susceptible they became? A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Ming's mind, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Perhaps the bizarre game could yield profits, but I shall emerge victorious. "Brother, what were you doing before you came in?" the bar owner inquired cautiously. "That is of no concern to you," Lin Ming replied with a frown. "If I am not mistaken, you will soon need to engage in role-playing. Immediately assign yourselves to the roles you held prior to entering, and conduct your tasks as you would in reality. Let us see if there are any clues." The players exchanged glances and refrained from further comment. After all, disregarding the advice of a seasoned player would be tantamount to courting disaster. Following Lin Ming's guidance, the players began to comprehend their purpose for being there. The liquor salesman hurried to the bar, quickly discovering a set of work attire. Remarkably, Lin Ming had earlier surveyed the area with his soul-gazing ability, but had overlooked the garments. Was it indeed necessary for the players to fulfill their designated roles for the dungeon to function properly? The salesman cast a nervous glance at Lin Ming, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to don the work attire hastily. In contrast to the clean uniforms of previous dungeons, this tavern's work attire was stained and tattered. The previous work uniforms had been immaculate. Why was this one bloodied? The other players had also taken their positions, with the bar owner finding his suit in the office. The food runner, an elderly woman, rummaged through a box of liquor to find her outfit, though it was less than presentable. Observing that the elderly woman remained inactive while others searched for or changed into their uniforms, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. "What is the matter?" With a woeful expression, the elderly woman lamented, "Can I not forego the work attire?" "You may," Lin Ming replied nonchalantly. "I hold great respect for others' destinies and would never impede anyone's path to demise." The elderly woman, still disheartened, pulled out a black bunny girl costume from the box. Lin Ming was momentarily speechless, as the outfit resembled a scanty swimsuit, barely covering half her chest, with a minimalistic design that left little to the imagination. The elderly woman, at least 50 years old and with a considerable amount of extra weight, would undoubtedly find it inappropriate to wear such an outfit, both for the onlooker's sake and her own dignity. To make matters worse, she also retrieved a pair of fishnet stockings and a set of white bunny ears from the box. The other players wore expressions of shock. This bizarre game certainly leaned towards the grotesque. Lin Ming felt a headache coming on. Initially, he believed the bizarre game had gained a significant grip on reality, but it was evident that it still had a long way to go. Confronted with the elderly woman's pleading eyes for assistance, Lin Ming forced himself to turn away and gaze into the distance. Ignoring the sight of her in that outfit was his last act of defiance. The other players, witnessing the elderly woman's predicament, hastily averted their gazes, some repeatedly dropping and picking up their uniforms, while others busied themselves with their shoelaces, desperately seeking distractions. Realizing her fate was sealed with the bunny girl costume, the elderly woman, despite her reluctance, resigned herself to change. Unbeknownst to her, the male players behind her were equally despondent at the thought of what was to come. After her departure, a new situation unfolded. The punk arrived on stage, unable to locate his uniform. The dark-skinned janitor searched the supply room, but his tools were nowhere to be found. This prompted the punk to cast a skeptical glance at Lin Ming. "Dude, are you even capable? Are you really an experienced player?" The janitor quickly interjected, "Brother, I have no doubts about you, but I genuinely cannot find my uniform or tools. Could there have been a mistake? Please think carefully." Lin Ming was intrigued. He was not resolute in helping these strangers, but rather curious as to how he could have misjudged the situation. Everyone else had managed to get it right. He scrutinized the punk and the janitor, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You two should switch places." Lin Ming sensed that the issue lay within their roles. Earlier, the dark-skinned janitor had stepped onto the stage while perusing the program, which explicitly stated that non-actors were prohibited from the stage. However, the tavern had already been devoid of performers before the players' arrival. Therefore, although the janitor had violated the program's blood-red stipulation, he was not punished, indicating that the stage had permitted him to assume the role of an actor, now that the actor's identity was established. The punk's attempt to join him on stage would be futile, as he would be forcibly assigned to a different position. Moreover, the punk's body was already showing signs of abnormality, clearly affected by his presence on stage as the stage's power began to corrode him. If he did not exit soon, he would perish. Both the janitor and the punk understood Lin Ming's implication, yet neither moved. The janitor wore a look of anxiety. "Brother, I cannot perform. I cannot sing or dance. This guy is more suitable." The punk frowned at Lin Ming, his eyes filled with skepticism. "Are you really an experienced player? This distribution is unreasonable. I am a singer, yet you want me to sweep the floor? Unless you provide a valid explanation, I will not comply." Lin Ming remained stationary, lifting his hand with his palm, facing the punk. "What are you doing? Do you want to high-five me?" The punk questioned, perplexed. In the next moment, he found himself airborne. Lin Ming used his spiritual power to pull him toward the supply room. The sounds of clattering items echoed, accompanied by the punk's agonized cries. "This serves as my explanation. Is there anyone else who dares to challenge me?" Lin Ming surveyed the group. The janitor, who had previously questioned Lin Ming, scrambled onto the stage in a hurry. The others dared not raise their heads, let alone meet Lin Ming's gaze, fearing he might deliver a similar lesson to them. As the janitor stepped onto the stage, he noticed a bag in the corner. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a splendid performance costume, though slightly wrinkled and stained. He had ultimately found the attire. Moreover, the bag was so conspicuous that the punk had overlooked it during his search. The others quickly grasped that this costume did not belong to him. The janitor, now an actor, regarded Lin Ming with newfound respect and awe. The punk emerged from the supply room, still imbued with a peculiar aura, a remnant of the stage's lingering power. Although Lin Ming had rescued him from the stage, the prolonged exposure had inflicted considerable damage, and he would still meet his demise, albeit delayed. The punk emerged with cleaning tools and a uniform, the very items the dark-skinned actor had failed to locate earlier. He cast a discreet glance at Lin Ming, astonished at his ruthlessness. Yet he felt a sense of humiliation for having been proven wrong. To be honest, Lin Ming's brutal strength rendered the punk speechless. Even if he had been mistaken, he would not dare voice his grievances, instead feeling that his lack of power had led to his predicament. However, now that Lin Ming's decisions had proven accurate, the punk felt somewhat like a contrarian, leaving him in an awkward position, a feeling of deep embarrassment washing over him. This sense of humiliation reached its peak in the eyes of the other players, as the punk felt utterly degraded, convinced that Lin Ming had deliberately targeted him. As a rap artist, he is acutely aware that there exists a small faction in society that views them with disdain, often donning tinted glasses that render them unable to appreciate the artistry of rap. Previously, while performing at nightclubs, he frequently encountered ridicule, with detractors likening them to beggars of ancient times. They would claim that beggars merely tapped their bowls to sing their rhymes, while rappers strummed their battered guitars to deliver their verses. Yet, These critics remain oblivious to the fact that only the inept rappers showcased on television are deserving of such scorn. Those who dedicate themselves to underground rap, like him, are the true heroes. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that envy fuels the disdain of these critics towards the talent of rap artists. As for the seasoned player, what is he but someone who has completed a game once and acquired skill? How arrogant! Today, I shall also complete a game to demonstrate my prowess to these envious onlookers. Let them recognize who the true master is, and they shall bow before me in reverence. At the moment when everyone took their positions, Lin Ming glanced once more at the tavern, which had undergone a transformation. Notably, above the bar counter, a circular clock now hung, displaying the time as 11:50 p.m. With merely 10 minutes until opening, failure to secure a position or allocate tasks could spell disaster for the establishment. However, the tavern's metamorphosis did not end there. The lights flickered to life, revealing a sinister ambience that had been meticulously calibrated. While the tavern was once fully visible, the illumination cast shadows into the corners, concealing what might lurk within. Such eerie settings delight the supernatural, evoking both mystery and danger, which serve to enthrall them while instilling fear in the players. The sales clerk at the bar noticed an array of peculiar jars and ingredients on the counter, clearly intended for mixology. Yet, the nature of these materials was horrifying. Human eyeballs, bloody fingers, intestines tainted with gore, and even severed tongues. Indeed, an assortment of ghastly items. Beside the stage, an inexplicable collection of musical instruments had appeared, presumably for the impending performance. Only when the external lights dimmed did the waitress, clad in a black bunny suit, dare to emerge, resembling a bloated, elderly rabbit lacking vitality in the darkness. Lin Ming and his companions averted their gaze, but human curiosity is insatiable. The more one tries to look away, the more compelling the sight becomes. Despite their efforts to resist, Lin Ming found himself stealing glances, telling himself it would be just a brief look. Ultimately, he could not help but observe, and to his surprise, the waitress bore an unexpected allure upon prolonged scrutiny. As Lin Ming surveyed the scene, he felt somewhat superfluous, save for the treasure he had yet to utilize, the lottery ticket from the ghostly vending machine. Earlier, his focus had been on managing the tavern and contending with the supernatural, leaving no time to employ it. Now, he made his way to the storage room, securing the door behind him, and retrieved the lottery ticket. The instructions indicated that one need only infuse it with death energy for activation. Lin Ming followed the instructions, channeling death energy into the ticket, which spontaneously ignited. The ethereal blue flames were devoid of heat, instead exuding an icy chill. As the flames intensified, the small ticket transformed, producing a towering inferno that reached over 2 meters. Within this blaze, it appeared as though a singular eye began to open, revealing a dimensional gateway. Beyond this portal stood a machine reminiscent of claw machines found on Blue Star, encased in a massive glass dome filled with assorted jars. Above the dome, a colossal green claw dangled, while outside, a joystick, a button, and a coin slot awaited interaction. On the machine's body, 2 lines of blood-red text read, 10,000 points for a single attempt. This machine has a failure rate. Please use with caution. Lin Ming was astounded by the existence of such an intriguing contraption, capable of capturing ghosts at will. However, a single attempt costing 10,000 points seemed exorbitant. He mused that even in regions where slavery had recently resurfaced, such a price was unprecedented. Despite his complaints, curiosity compelled him to engage, and he promptly inserted 10,000 points, eager to uncover the machine's mechanics and capabilities. Should it prove unremarkable, he would simply take it home. As the points entered the machine, Lin Ming vigorously manipulated the joystick, causing the claw inside to move in tandem. He recalled having seen strategies online, instructing that the claw must descend to seize an item. He shook the joystick with fervor, and the claw spun round and round. Suddenly, it halted, the palm of the claw flipping upward to face Lin Ming, revealing a grotesque visage glaring back at him with rage, as if to say, "What the hell is wrong with you? You're making me nauseous." Lin Ming was taken aback by the fact that the claw seemed animated. He quickly grasped the situation. The claw feigned lifelessness, appearing to be controlled by the player, while only the connection to the joystick was under his command. The 5 fingers remained autonomous, determining whether to grasp an item or not. Had he not inadvertently disoriented the claw, he likely would have fallen for its ruse. He began examining the glass dome, contemplating whether he could shatter it. The claw, sensing Lin Ming's intentions, displayed a sly grin, taunting him with proximity. "Come on, hit me, you fool." Lin Ming recognized that these supernatural beings, having lingered in death for too long and being eroded by death energy, had become mentally unstable. He remained unperturbed, merely tapping on the glass to assess its materiality and potential entry methods. It quickly became apparent that what appeared to be glass was, in fact, a remarkably durable substance. Even the unique force of his Qianxia technique could not breach it. In light of this realization, Lin Ming resolved to shake the claw into submission. The claw, which had previously been resting against the glass, was suddenly flung about inside the dome, swirling like a fan. The claw had not anticipated Lin Ming's cunning. It was clear he understood the mechanism of control. As it spun wildly, the claw experienced disorientation, a wave of nausea washing over it, accompanied by a terrifying sensation of spiraling into oblivion. "Stop shaking me," the claw cried out in frustration. I surrender, is that all right?" Lin Ming merely smirked and continued to shake the joystick. The time for seizing was limited. Any further delay would squander the opportunity. The claw, desperate, produced its trump card. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Ming declared, showcasing his points. "I have tens of thousands. I can keep this up for ages." The claw was taken aback. "Aren't you a player? This world is just integrated. How could you possess so many points?" Lin Ming's brow furrowed as he sensed something amiss. "You know our world has only recently encountered the supernatural game. If you think I lack funds, then why offer me a lottery ticket? Surely, you wouldn't want to make this trip in vain." He pondered. "You're not moonlighting as a loan shark, are you?" The claw remained silent, an implicit admission. Lin Ming was left speechless. This supernatural realm was profoundly confounding. Whether human or ghost, all seemed to be scheming. Initially believing the ghost vending machine to be a unique entity within the supernatural game, a tool for enhancing strength, he now realized it was a trap designed to ensnare impoverished players. Once a destitute player showed interest but lacked funds, the machine would begin to suggest loans. Was this a supernatural game or a capitalist scheme? Seeing Lin Ming's ire, the claw promptly descended, grasping a small jar and tossing it out. Although it was bound by the joystick's direction, it retained authority over whether to secure an item. Thus, the ghost vending machine operated under 2 rules, the first being the ironclad requirement to invest 10,000 points for an attempt, and the second established by the claw, necessitating an additional 1,000 points as a service fee, or else it would not retrieve anything. However, unexpectedly, Lin Ming was resolved by a single move of the invincible wind and fire wheel. The small jar fell from the exit, and Lin Ming reached out to pick it up. The ghostly vending machine, witnessing this, immediately began to plead earnestly. "It's not that I have anything against you, right? Everyone operates this way. This world is like that. You either adapt to it or overthrow it. But you cannot vent all your frustrations on me, can you?" Lin Ming observed the vending machine's desperate attempts to justify itself and sneered coldly. "Who is your master?" "I have no master. Many ghostly artifacts are without masters in this world. There are numerous ghostly artifacts that, not to mention you players, even ghost kings are unqualified to wield." The ghostly vending machine answered honestly. Its obedient demeanor made Lin Ming suspicious that this creature might be deceitfully manipulating him. Soon, the bluish flames began to weaken, and the dimensional gate slowly started to close. The ghostly hand exhibited delight as it looked at Lin Ming with pride. "Now that I have no use for you, you'll need to wait until you obtain a lottery ticket again." It turned out that this creature was cooperating out of fear of being shaken before leaving. Lin Ming realized he could not halt the ghostly vending machine's departure for the time being, so he chose to ignore it. He looked at the jar in his arms and opened its lid. As the lid was removed, a strange entity flew out. It was a female ghost, strikingly beautiful, dressed in a cheap how, resembling an alluring and dignified noblewoman. One must admit that this female ghost was indeed bold, as her chi-pow had slits that nearly reach her waist, revealing her snow-white thighs in a tantalizing manner. The female ghost gazed at Lin Ming, her eyes filled with curiosity. "You are? I just purchased you, so now you belong to me." Lin Ming promptly inquired, "What abilities do you possess?" "You bought me?" The female ghost curled her lips in a disdainful smirk, her expression condescending. "Do you even know who I am?" It must be said that an elegant and noble woman, clad in a revealing chi-pow, casting a disdainful glance at you, easily ignites a man's desire for conquest. Lin Ming suddenly felt a surge of excitement. "What is your identity? Please elaborate." From her tone, it seemed this female ghost was not ordinary. Could she be a ghostly queen who was betrayed at a crucial moment of ascension, reborn? Or perhaps a young lady from a prestigious family who fled for love, rejecting an arranged marriage? Or could she be a prodigy with extraordinary talent, whose family was exterminated by a powerful force, seeking vengeance? Regardless of which identity she possessed, each hinted at countless bizarre pursuits behind her. If those anomalies came knocking, and he eliminated the lesser ones, only to attract the attention of the greater ones, how could he not achieve immortality swiftly? The noble female ghost, upon hearing Lin Ming's ignorance, teased, "I am the woman of the Blood Moon Count. Do you dare touch me?" "The Blood Moon Count?" Lin Ming slightly furrowed his brow. That name sounded quite familiar. Soon, he recalled that the Blood Moon Count had previously taken notice of him and had even elevated his reputation somewhat. Thus, was this female ghost's appearance a result of that reputation boost? Reputation facilitates deeper connections between players and the anomalies. "I have heard of the Blood Moon Count. Have you heard of me?" Lin Ming asked. "You?" The female ghost scanned Lin Ming from head to toe, her expression one of sheer contempt. Thus, her answer was self-evident. Lin Ming introduced himself. "My name is Lin Ming. Have you heard of me now?" This time, the female ghost finally showed a flicker of disbelief. "Who gave you the audacity to believe that a mere nobody like you would be recognized by me?" Lin Ming nearly struck her down. Taking a deep breath, he assessed that his reputation was likely insufficient for her to recognize him, and he decided not to pursue that topic further. "The Blood Moon Count probably has only heard of me, and it is normal that you do not know much about me. I initially wanted to inquire about the Blood Moon Countess' attitude towards me, but it seemed that it is unnecessary now. By the way, if I were to kill you, would the Blood Moon Count notice? Be honest. Don't bring harm upon yourself." The female ghost regarded Lin Ming with suspicion. "The Blood Moon Count has heard of you? He likely thinks you possess some strength and wishes to take you in as a subordinate, as he has recently suffered significant losses among his subordinates." Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. "Do you still need to fight? Who are you fighting against? Is it something akin to the Abyss?" "Oh no, it's not like that. They are just overworked. The Blood Moon Count does not allow his employees to rest. Each employee must complete several tasks daily and regularly donate ghostly bodies in exchange for points, which exhaust them to the point of dissolution. Therefore, he needs powerful individuals like you who can work overtime." To be honest, sometimes Lin Ming felt that even as a practitioner of dark arts, he was not sufficiently extreme to fit into this bizarre world. He even felt that eliminating these anomalies was a good deed, liberating them. A practitioner of the dark path was unexpectedly forced into the role of a virtuous person. Indeed, before these rulers and capitalists, even practitioners of dark arts must bow down. Oh, it is well known that I am referring to the eerie game world. Let us return to the main topic. Does the Blood Moon Count value you highly? If you were to die, would he come looking for you? Lin Ming redirected the conversation, asking earnestly. The female ghost looked at Lin Ming with a serious demeanor and chuckled lightly. "You want to kill me? The Blood Moon Count indeed values me highly because he has always desired to possess me, but even he cannot force me to do anything. Can you? I shall give it a try." Lin Ming initiated his move, the ghostly contract instantaneously forming and splattering across the female ghost's face. The female ghost was taken aback, feeling her face being smothered. However, just before the control took effect, the ghostly contract on her body vanished. Yes, it did not fail to work. It simply disappeared. There was not even a moment of entanglement. Lin Ming was astonished. Even a ghost king could withstand his ghostly contract with sheer strength, requiring at least some struggle. How could this female ghost have no reaction whatsoever? The female ghost looked down at Lin Ming with a superior gaze. Is this all you can do? That truly means nothing to me. However, it is understandable. No matter what tricks you employ against me, I can always return to the state before you laid hands on me. Lin Ming gazed at the female ghost with uncertainty. Return to the previous state? Can you control time? Indeed, the ghostly contract's control is undeniably formidable and possesses strong suppression. To easily counter a ghostly contract, especially one that enters the body, one would likely need the power to reverse time. The female ghost truly appeared surprised, looking at Lin Ming. You are quite clever. No wonder the Blood Moon Count has his eye on you. In that case, why not become my subordinate first? Remarks about becoming a subordinate indeed evoke animosity. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that you are deliberately concealing something. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes, studying the female ghost. In this harmonious society, even practitioners of dark arts must be cautious in selecting their successors. The reason he was chosen by his master was not solely due to talent, but also because of his formidable intellect. Otherwise, he would not have memorized the laws so thoroughly. Thus, he always felt that this female ghost had been subtly guiding him toward the notion of her time-reversing abilities, intending to instill fear within him. For from a rational perspective, who would casually reveal the existence of a powerful ability, especially when facing someone who aims to harm them? This is not an anime or a movie where character dialogues are used to convey the character's strength and mystery to the audience. These anomalies are cunning and often fabricate false rules to deceive. What if that statement from the female ghost was also a deception? But she indeed rendered his ghostly contract ineffective in an instant. Wait a moment. Lin Ming pondered a critical question. Previously, Ming Ming recounted how she suddenly found herself trapped within a jar while asleep, only to be sold to another by a sinister vending machine. This female ghost might have been forcibly captured by the same vending machine, subsequently sold off. Her arrogance, looking down even on account, suggests that if she truly possessed the ability to reverse time, she could have evaded capture and altered her fate. Your skill is not time reversal. It must involve refreshing your physical state, Lin Ming remarked with a cold smile. A flicker of unease crossed the ghost's eyes, yet she maintained her disdain. Guess, keep guessing. Moreover, you lack the capacity to inflict harm, do you not? Lin Ming grew increasingly convinced. If I were you, with such formidable skills, I would have retaliated immediately after the attack. The ghost, now slightly irritated, responded, Congratulations, you guessed wrong. If you continue to speak, exhausting my patience, I won't hesitate to retaliate. Lin Ming suddenly spoke passionately. The ghost stared at him in astonishment. What are you doing? You truly lack the ability to harm me. Had I been greeted in such a manner, I would have struck decisively. Lin Ming displayed a confident demeanor. The ghost fell silent. After a considerable pause, she finally said, What if I have no feelings for my mother? Then I would do the same to your father. Lin Ming delivered a sharp retort. All right, stop talking. Can I admit it? The ghost, somewhat vexed, replied, I truly cannot harm you, but you cannot harm me either. Why don't we simply part ways to save us both some time? Lin Ming smiled. As long as I capture you and deplete your ghostly energy, no matter how powerful you are, you will still be at my mercy. It's laughable. That skill of yours was utterly ineffective against me. So how do you intend to escape? What is this? The ghost gazed curiously at the Wan-Hun fan that Lin Ming produced. Do not worry. It is merely an unremarkable trinket, Lin Ming replied with a slight smile. Do you think I would be concerned about your ability to deal with me? The ghost scoffed dismissively. Indeed, you are correct, Lin Ming said, shaking the Wan-Hun fan. A ghostly figure materialized, fixating its gaze upon the female ghost. The ghost's body abruptly froze, realizing she could not move. Subsequently, numerous bizarre entities surged forth from the Wan-Hun fan, tightly ensnaring the immobilized ghost and pulling her into the depths of the fan. Within the Wan-Hun fan, the formation activated, swiftly erasing the ghost's lingering energy. This served as both a test and a torment. If the ghost genuinely possessed the ability to reverse time, she could escape the Wan-Hun fan with even a trace of ghostly energy. However, if her ability merely involved refreshing her state, she would be destined for capture. As anticipated, the ghost could not escape the Wan-Hun fan, and even as she faced the formation's refining process, she merely produced a small drum and gently tapped it. The drum, crafted from human skin through a special technique, emitted not a dull thud but a piercing scream. The shriek assaulted the formation and the surrounding entities, attempting to breach the formation and shatter them. Lin Ming merely chuckled. Using a ghostly artifact within my Wanhan fan? I must ask, what were you thinking? With Lin Ming's infusion of spiritual energy, the formation's power surged, suppressing the scream from the drum. Simultaneously, a ghostly contract swiftly delineated within the formation, racing toward the female ghost. Upon seeing the spiritual talisman re-enter her body, the ghost was filled with rage and alarm, quickly employing her skills. Within the formation, Lin Ming distinctly sensed the ghost transformation. At the moment the talisman entered her body, the ghost's form vanished for an instant. That fleeting moment was exceedingly brief. Had the Wanhan fan not been sufficiently attuned to the bizarre, Lin Ming would have failed to notice. Indeed, it seems she possesses a skill akin to refreshing her physical state. While this ability does not rival time reversal, it is still impressive. Before her ghostly energy is entirely depleted, even the Ghost King would struggle to eliminate her. No wonder Blood Moon Count, a formidable entity, could not capture this female ghost. Unfortunately, within the specialized confines of the Wanhan fan, this ghost, being merely a vengeful spirit, would find her energy insufficient regardless. As the formation gradually diminished the ghost's energy, she finally panicked and pleaded, "Are you interested in making a deal, big brother?" Lin Ming, busy in the storage room, heard commotion from the tavern outside, indicating that bizarre entities had begun to emerge. He was eager to deal with those patrons and did not entertain the ghost's plea, but instead intensified his output to refine her essence. The ghostly contract would bind her loyalty to him, allowing her to exist consciously. However, since this ghost was unwilling, she would be transformed into an unconscious entity, becoming part of the Wanhan fan. Sensing Lin Ming's overwhelming intent to kill, the ghost grew more frantic. "Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have mocked you. I can be your loyal servant. I know much about Blood Moon Count, and assisting you would greatly increase your chances of defeating him." Lin Ming replied nonchalantly, "I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor." The ghost felt like crying. "I genuinely didn't know you were this formidable." "You are well acquainted with Blood Moon Count?" Lin Ming inquired. Upon hearing this question, the ghost sensed an opportunity and quickly responded, "Indeed, he has pursued me for many years, and I certainly had to learn about him. I even attempted to assassinate him, though I failed. However, I am well aware of his subordinates and capable aides and can lead you to deal with him." In truth, Lin Ming mused that even if Blood Moon Count knew of his existence, he might not necessarily wish to eliminate him. Perhaps he desired to befriend him, but true friendship entails mutual assistance. As my good friend, assisting me in achieving immortality is only natural. Seeing your sincerity, I advise you not to resist. I will not erase your consciousness." Lin Ming felt the moment was right and ceased to intentionally intimidate the ghost. "I will not resist. I promise not to resist. Would you prefer I lay down, kneel, or prostrate before you? Should I face you or turn my back?" The ghost exhaled in relief, eager to please. She was genuinely frightened. Her ghostly energy was rapidly depleting. If this continued, she feared she would soon dissipate entirely. The best outcome would be to become like the bizarre entities that had captured her, all emotionless, reduced to soulless puppets. Lin Ming once again inscribed the ghostly contract and embedded it within the ghost's body. She trembled, forcibly suppressing her impulse to restart her own essence, allowing the contract to take root. Once the contract was fully established, Lin Ming felt reassured. Although he was uncertain about how long this ghost could revert her state, he knew that once the contract was firmly in place, she would not wish to escape him or deliberately refresh herself to evade control. After being bound by the ghostly contract, the ghost discovered that her consciousness remained intact. However, when she gazed at Lin Ming, she realized she could not harbor any malice toward him. The moment she did, a dangerous sensation washed over her, as if her life were at stake. So, this is the method of control. Though it felt awkward, it undeniably relieved the ghost. Simultaneously, she hesitated, pondering how to address Lin Ming in the future. Should I call you husband or master? I've heard that men enjoy being called daddy or even godfather. The ghost found herself in a quandary, unsure of Lin Ming's preferences. It need not be so elaborate. Simply calling me master will suffice. What is your name, and what is your ability? Lin Ming replied coolly. Master, you may call me Yun. My ability is to restart myself, but I can only revert to a state from 1 minute prior. The ghost dared not conceal anything and, with curiosity, inquired, Shall we proceed to find blood moon count now? Hearing the commotion outside, Lin Ming immediately said, There is no rush. I must first handle matters here. He led the ghost, a Yun, out of the storage room. The rabbit girl, no, the rabbit matron, was cowering in a corner, trembling. Upon seeing Lin Ming emerge from the storage room with a stunning female ghost, she was utterly taken aback. Truly, a seasoned player. They were nearly terrified to death, as someone was playing ghost in the storage room. Lin Ming observed from the stage that a peculiar entity was furiously glaring at the actor in black, who was continuously screaming in fright. He immediately inquired of Aunt Rabbit, What is happening? A guest requested that young man to perform, but he said he couldn't. Aunt Rabbit hurriedly explained. Ayun, with a clever thought, deliberately clung to Lin Ming's arm, pressing her ample bosom against him, and sweetly exclaimed, This fellow is truly useless. He can't even perform properly. Yet, our master is truly remarkable. I adore our master the most. Lin Ming hadn't anticipated that this female ghost could be so flattering. Her verbal skills were impressive. Meanwhile, the actor in black also spotted Lin Ming and cast a pleading glance in his direction, hoping for rescue. The punk cleaner beside them sneered inwardly. Although Lin Ming had previously guessed that the two should switch places, he was now eager to see how Lin Ming would resolve the actor's inability to perform. It was likely he would have to consult the true singer for help. Chapter 83. The True Horror Symphony Under the Watchful Eyes of All. Lin Ming maintained a calm demeanor. Resolve the situation? Why would he? The actor in black was performing quite well, wasn't he? On stage. The actor was evading the pressure and intimidation from the peculiar entities below, frightfully dodging and occasionally screaming. This was, in fact, an exquisitely perfect horror symphony. Indeed, the first item on the program, Horror Symphony, was meant to evoke terrified screams from the living on stage. Lin Ming ceased to watch the actor in black and instead focused on the peculiar entities below, all indulging in crimson drinks, with some cups even containing 2 fingers or an eyeball, giving a rather sophisticated impression. Food has arrived. I am preparing to collect. You are free to act. Lin Ming suppressed his excitement and instructed the female ghost Ayun. Dream, who had been casually playing in the instance, approached and grasped Lin Ming's hand. In an instant, Lin Ming vanished from his spot. Ayun was taken aback, quickly scanning for Lin Ming, yet unable to detect his whereabouts. This left her secretly astonished. What kind of ability was this? Her master was formidable. No wonder he had caught the attention of the Blood Moon Count. However, with such power, the Blood Moon Count would likely suffer as well, right? Ayun suddenly felt fortunate to follow such a powerful master. At least he could protect her from being toyed with or drained by the Blood Moon Count. Although she would also be played with by her master, he was so handsome that it was not entirely unacceptable. Just as Ayun was beginning to be captivated, she gradually started to take on Lin Ming's form. Lin Ming, holding Dream's hand, approached a peculiar guest. This was a ghost-level entity, with eyes resembling bloodied pits. However, the absence of eyeballs seemed to endow it with a certain ability, a capacity to instill fear. This entity could not be killed, but could be captured, as its presence would amplify the fear of the actor in black, making the horror symphony even more exquisite. Lin Ming raised his hand and inscribed a symbol, shooting the ghostly contract into the back of the entity's head. The entity shuddered and then felt another presence within its body. In the next moment, it received commands from the figure in its mind. Make the actor in black scream louder. Under the control of the ghostly contract, the entity could not resist, and thus exerted itself even more, blood slowly oozing from its bloodied pits, its ability reaching its peak. Oh! The actor in black, stirred by the heightened emotions, screamed at the top of his lungs. The sound excited the peculiar guests in attendance even more. Akin to a dancer in a nightclub suddenly beginning to undress, or a group of muscular gentlemen in shirts pouring water over themselves, their drenched clothes clinging to their bodies, accentuating their chiseled physiques. The entire assembly of peculiar entities, regardless of gender, was ecstatic. Even the screams reverberated outside the tavern. Passers-by, initially uninterested in entering, were drawn in by the exhilarating sounds. Imagine anyone walking past a nightclub, suddenly hearing thrilling screams and heavy panting from within, would be compelled to peek inside to see if some forbidden performance was taking place. Observing the curious guests pushing the door open one by one, Lin Ming knew he had succeeded. He began to stand behind these guests, planting the ghostly contract in each of them. The reason he didn't directly draw them into the myriad of souls was that he needed them to attract more patrons. After all, both peculiar entities and living beings shared a herd mentality. Regardless of the establishment's true quality, the presence of more people would invariably draw in even more customers. As time passed, a total of 26 peculiar entities had been implanted with the ghostly contract, all transforming into Lin Ming subordinates. Yet, he still found the number insufficient and sought to gather more patrons. Lin Ming had already begun to think like a boss. He approached Ayun, released Dream's hand, and inquired, "Do you have experience in managing a shop? How can we expand this tavern?" Ayun contemplated thoughtfully. "Master, I believe now is not the time to consider expansion. Has this establishment paid taxes yet?" Lin Ming looked puzzled. "I just opened. What taxes should I pay?" "Opening tax, liquor tax, signage tax, employee tax, performance tax, sanitation tax. These all need to be paid," Ayun reminded him. Lin Ming felt a pang of discomfort, suddenly understanding why this tavern had been transferred. The meager profits were insufficient for the tributes. "Don't worry, this is not the end. There are many hidden clauses I haven't mentioned." Ayun spread her hands. "Do those big bosses pay taxes too? With so many industries, can they afford it?" Lin Ming frowned. "They receive preferential treatment and do not need to pay as many taxes as these small shops, as they rely on recruiting players, creating population, and developing the game. If you allow them to acquire the shop, they could also be exempt from many taxes." Ayun sighed softly, persuading Lin Ming to benefit from strong support. Lin Ming considered the preferential treatment the Bureau of Peculiar Entities gave to the Lamppost Guild and understood the leniency the peculiar game afforded these large instances. In essence, ordinary entities were mere consumables. If they failed to behave like leaks and attempted to profit, how could the higher-ups of the peculiar game allow it? However, there was one fortunate detail. Lin Ming was not the owner of this place. The tavern had another proprietor, so even if taxes were due, he would not be responsible for them. As the horror symphony continued to play, the actor in black finally could not hold back any longer and attempted to flee the stage. Lin Ming, witnessing this, cursed under his breath, "Fool." The program clearly stated that non-performers were prohibited from taking the stage. This was a selection of actors and a path for players. Whoever stepped onto the stage first became the actor. Once an actor appeared, others or entities attempting to take the stage would violate the rules and be killed by the stage. The previous punk had been permeated by the stage's power just for being on stage for a brief moment. Had Lin Ming not thrown him into the storage room, he likely would have perished. Even so, that power was still tormenting his body, leaving him increasingly weak, and he was unaware of how much longer he could endure. Thus, from earlier, those peculiar guests were deliberately intimidating the actor in black, compelling him to sing the horror symphony in terror, also aiming to make him panic and flee the stage. Fortunately, those guests were all Lin Ming's puppets. Lin Ming snapped his fingers, and the peculiar entities immediately surrounded the stage, preventing the actor in black from escaping. After all, if he came down, how could he go back up to sing? The actor was in a state of panic, looking at Lin Ming and pleading, "Big brother, save me, help me." Lin Ming ignored him, refraining from offering any reminders. If the actor realized that these peculiar entities dared not ascend the stage, he would not be screaming as he was now. Wouldn't that adversely affect the tavern's business? As the true investor of this tavern, how could Lin Ming allow anyone to tarnish its reputation? The actor, taken aback by Lin Ming's indifference, fell into deeper despair, wailing in frustration. His call still proved effective, attracting several new patrons. However, upon noticing the peculiarities surrounding the stage, The newcomers exchanged glances and headed straight for the wooden bar. The bespectacled salesman, feeling anxious, approached them nervously and asked, "What drinks would you like? Drowning Long Tong, Brain Pulp Liqueur, Blood of Desire, Ghostfire Heartbreak Brew." Hearing these clearly complex drink names, the salesman was left dumbfounded. Previously, patrons had requested drinks that merely required him to find the corresponding bottles on the shelf. All he had to do was pour, perhaps adding some grotesque embellishments. But now, concocting cocktails was beyond his expertise. He had been a seller of spirits, not a mixologist. Chapter 84. Even the owner's dirty water tastes divine after ordering their drinks. The peculiar patrons noticed the salesman's stunned silence and immediately displayed their displeasure. "What is the matter? Can't mix such simple drinks? What kind of establishment is this? You should just let us devour you. I knew I shouldn't have come to this wretched place. Where's the owner? Call your boss out. I want to devour you all." These peculiar patrons continued to shout, clearly seeking trouble. They had realized that the tavern was populated entirely by living players and intended to consume them all. The bespectacled salesman was terrified, his voice trembling with desperation. "Esteemed guests, may I offer you some other drinks? Other drinks are delightful too. We don't want anything else." A hefty oddity suddenly lunged forward, seizing the salesman by his collar, attempting to drag him out from behind the bar. This caused the salesman to scream in terror, his cries far more piercing than the performance on stage, drawing the attention of the other patrons. Why are there still two actors here? Watching the excited, peculiar patrons preparing to torment the salesman, Lin Ming felt genuinely displeased. Indeed, he found playing games with these new players most irksome. If this continued, all the customers would surely leave. No, he had to ensure they stayed. Lin Ming immediately took Meng Ming's hand and approached the new patrons, initiating the ghostly pact. Once all the contracts were established, the patrons were profoundly moved by the tavern's sincere and high-quality service, deciding to remain and accept it. "Serve them ordinary drinks," Lin Ming commanded after releasing Meng Ming's hand. The bespectacled salesman, having narrowly escaped doom, was still in shock and cried, "But they didn't order ordinary drinks. What if I serve the wrong drink and they kill me?" "That won't happen," Lin Ming reassured him. Yet the salesman clearly did not trust Lin Ming. "You say that, but you wouldn't even save the black-skinned one. How could you possibly save me?" However, seeing the fierce, peculiar patrons, the salesman feared that failing to serve them would also lead to his demise. Thus, he reluctantly decided to serve them other drinks, whispering, "That person instructed me to serve these drinks. Please don't hold it against me." The salesman had expected these patrons to erupt in rage upon receiving the wrong drinks, perhaps even devouring him outright. To his surprise, after the drinks were served, none of the patrons complained. Instead, each took a sip and turned to Lin Ming with expressions of admiration. "Delicious. This is the best drink I've ever tasted. It's no wonder you chose it for us. It's simply exquisite. Oh, it's so delightful. I've never had such a wonderful drink. My eyes have truly been opened today." The hefty oddity that had previously grabbed the salesman, fearing Lin Ming might hold a grudge for its earlier intention to devour players, grinned broadly, tried to ingratiate itself. "This is top-notch. Such exquisite drinks can only be enjoyed by the finest ghost kings." The salesman glanced at the drink, panicking. "Sir, you picked up the wrong cup. That was the dirty water I used to rinse the glass. Your drink is over here." The hefty oddity, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nevertheless steeled itself and downed the cup of dirty water. This tavern truly lives up to its owner's reputation. Even the dirty water tastes delightful. It's so good. This shameless display astonished all the players and peculiarities alike. In truth, once under Lin Ming's control, they retained their self-awareness. Their attempts to curry favor were driven by the realization that their lives depended on Lin Ming's whims, hoping flattery would spare them. Yet, none anticipated that a peculiar being could stoop to such levels, drinking dirty water as if it were blood and savoring it. "You have the owner's favor. We are not jealous in the least." The players looked on in shock at Lin Ming. The bespectacled salesman stared incredulously at Lin Ming. "Owner? Don't call me that. I have no such useless servant," Lin Ming firmly rejected. This left the salesman feeling awkward and anxious, having previously attempted to shift responsibility onto Lin Ming. "I was blind to offend you. Please don't hold it against me," he begged, kneeling before Lin Ming, tears streaming down his face in fear of being killed. Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively, "Get back to work and stop slacking." The hefty oddity immediately rushed forward, slapping the salesman several times. "Did you hear? My master commands you to continue working. Don't even think about slacking off." Yes, I'll get to work right away," the salesman stammered, returning to his position. Seeing the salesman's timid demeanor, the hefty oddity internally scoffed. It didn't disdain the salesman's fear. Rather, it considered him foolish. If it were in this salesman's position, it would have climbed the ladder, fervently flattering Lin Ming, perhaps shamelessly suggesting to better assist you in managing the tavern. "Could you teach me a few things?" Such an approach might not gain immediate favor, but if Lin Ming were generous enough to share knowledge, the benefits would be immeasurable, enhancing survival skills immensely. Furthermore, if the salesman truly managed to leave this scenario alive, given the vast gulf between their capabilities, they would likely never cross paths again. Thus, this was his only chance. Unfortunately, he had missed it. The hefty oddity didn't care about the missed opportunity and leaned closer to Lin Ming, eager to speak. Lin Ming interjected, "Those drinks were all chargeable, 30,000 points per drink." The peculiarities exclaimed, "Even if we sold them, they wouldn't be worth that many points." "What's the matter? Don't have the money?" Lin Ming inquired, eyeing the peculiarities. "Then borrow some. Ask friends, ask relatives, take out loans. After all, these beings will eventually become puppets in the Wan Hun fan." Before they completely lost their self-awareness, Lin Ming decided to take advantage of the situation. Lin Ming issued the order. The peculiarities had no choice but to comply, gathering all their resources and seeking out relatives and friends to raise funds. In the end, what was merely a common drink, worth at most 10 points, yielded over 200 points from some, 500 from others, and one even provided 800 points. The bespectacled salesman was left astounded. He never expected to earn points from the peculiarities. Moreover, this method of earning was utterly outrageous. Yet Lin Ming was dissatisfied, feeling these creatures were far too impoverished. The hefty oddity, being quite clever, refrained from paying for the drinks. Instead, it cautiously tapped Lin Ming with a finger, a look of terror on its face. "Oh no, how could I touch my master and dirty your clothes? This 600 points is my apology. However, I can't afford the drink. Could you grant me the opportunity to earn some money for you? However, if I were to tell them how wonderful things are here, how much money can be earned, and then deceive them into coming, controlling them, and eventually draining them dry before they invite their friends and family over, I could profit once again." The fat ghost spoke with great enthusiasm, becoming increasingly animated as he elaborated. Lin Ming listened in disbelief. This scheme sounded eerily familiar. Who would have thought that a bizarre game could also engage in pyramid schemes? Lin Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "Pyramid scheme? No, I acquired this knowledge from an insurance company." The fat ghost replied, bewildered. "Well, the operational methods of both industries are quite similar." Lin Ming deemed it unnecessary to argue over the origin of this method and instructed the fat ghost to relay the message. All patrons in the establishment were to contact their friends and family to come over. The guests promptly opened their contact lists on their phones, beginning to peruse the numbers of their acquaintances. What is this called? This is akin to searching for a steed based on its image. However, while they seek fine horses, these individuals are searching for cattle. One must admit, the fat ghost's suggestion proved remarkably effective. The bizarre entities were all financially strained. After all, who isn't burdened by a mountain of debt? When these puppets heard that they could earn money, their friends and family became intrigued. Upon hearing the haunting melody of the dark-skinned performer over the phone, their interest was further piqued. Even if they couldn't make money, the allure of such a beautiful song was enough to entice them to attend the live performance. Lin Ming observed as the puppets ended their calls, sensing that his dreams were on the verge of realization. Half an hour later, as the performance of the haunting melody reached its climax, those peculiar friends and family members began to arrive. The tavern was suddenly filled to capacity, a true testament to the influx of customers. Although they were merely lowly cattle, Lin Ming was unconcerned. Even these ordinary peculiar beings possess souls far more vigorous than those of the average individuals outside. Once the peculiar entities arrived, Lin Ming took the Wan Hun fan and barred the entrance, swiftly inscribing the contracts of ghostly servitude. At this moment, he was indifferent to where these ghostly contracts would end up. With so many bizarre entities, they would inevitably hit their mark regardless. Swish, swish, swish. Black spiritual talismans flew forth, rapidly entering the bodies of the bewildered, peculiar beings, who were unaware of what was happening. One by one, they transformed into Lin Ming's slaves, their inner selves subtly reshaping to mirror his. Thus, within the tavern, Lin Ming conducted the scene, his fingers dancing in the air as he inscribed the talismans. Resembling a symphony conductor. On stage, the dark-skinned performer sang fervently, capturing the attention of the peculiar beings. Their collaboration was nothing short of flawless. And the most perfect moment came when the haunting melody concluded, as Lin Ming completed his orchestration. Over 180 peculiar entities within the tavern had become Lin Ming's slaves. Once these newly ensnared entities realized they were under control, they cast furious glances at their friends and family who had deceived them into coming. How shameless to pledge loyalty to such a handsome, charismatic, and formidable master. They had been tricked into attending. They had already been slaves to life and, subsequently, to the owners of various companies. Now they become Lin Ming's slaves. Was their fate destined to be that of eternal servitude? Yet Lin Ming felt elated, promptly addressing the peculiar beings who had just been summoned. You should invite some of your friends and family as well. The peculiar beings, unable to refuse their master's command, complied. They continued to reach out to their acquaintances, summoning yet another batch of new peculiar entities. Meanwhile, the stage had undergone a transformation. As the clock behind the bar chimed, the haunting melody finally came to an end. The peculiar beings returned to their seats, sitting quietly with their drinks. Aunt Rabbit timidly approached with a bottle of liquor, pouring drinks for anyone who raised a hand. The dark-skinned performer, seeing that the peculiar beings had dispersed, hurried to leave the stage. He had no desire to participate in this cursed performance any longer. His throat was sore from shouting, and he could barely speak. Just as the dark-skinned performer reached the edge of the stage, his body suddenly froze. He felt as if countless needles were piercing through him, rendering him immobile, leaving only his eyes capable of movement. The dark-skinned performer glanced at Lin Ming with desperation, seeking help. Lin Ming pulled over a chair to sit down. As the female ghost, Yun immediately approached, sitting on his lap in a qipao, her delicate hands massaging his shoulders. Seeing Yun's attentive service, Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised by her understanding. After all, the ghostly contract only prevented these peculiar beings from betraying him. They could be summoned at any time. However, such massages and intimate services were not obligatory without a command. How considerate. Although Lin Ming was aware Yun must have ulterior motives, he still complimented her. Yun immediately blushed and smiled. As long as my master is pleased. Lin Ming relished the massage while observing the immobile dark-skinned performer, understanding that it was time for the next act, the puppet dance. While reviewing the program, he had already guessed the implications of these performances. It is well known that the bizarre game has a clear objective from the outset, to invade launching and eliminate all players. As for the many rules that restrict both sides, Lin Ming was uncertain. Perhaps it is due to launching's resistance or some fundamental logic that must be adhered to in this world. Knowing that the bizarre game aims to extinguish the players, one should comprehend that it would place players at a disadvantage when interacting with the bizarre entities. For instance, the bizarre beings assume the role of bosses while the players are relegated to employees. Although the tavern's owner, actors, and workers are all players who can assist one another, how could the bizarre game allow players to be so comfortable? Especially since the stage could not be accessed by the bizarre entities. They would undoubtedly devise other means to torment the players. Thus, the content and execution of the performance on this stage would undoubtedly be dictated by the bizarre entities. In this puppet performance, whatever actions the bizarre entities wished the dark-skinned performer to undertake, he had no choice but to comply. To test his hypothesis, Lin Ming cast a glance at the obediently accompanying fat ghost beside him. The latter immediately understood and shouted at the dark-skinned performer, "Give my master a golden rooster stands on one leg." The dark-skinned performer's body, no longer under his control, twisted and contorted, arms outstretched, balancing on one leg. However, this revelation made him acutely aware of what the puppet dance entailed, terror and despair flooding his eyes. Other players in the tavern observed, their expressions a mix of sympathy and relief. Even that little punk, while sweeping the floor, felt a pang of fear. Thank goodness he hadn't become an actor. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. Yet the bizarre game had not spared him either. A peculiar customer returning from the restroom erupted in fury. Why is the restroom so filthy? Why hasn't Tia been cleaned? How do you conduct business like this? This outburst drew the attention of everyone in the tavern, both players and ghosts, toward the little punk. The little punk looked terrified, stammering, "Aren't you a ghost? Why do you still need to use the restroom? Who told you ghosts don't need to use the restroom? I drown in the toilet. I am the toilet ghost. Is it wrong for me to go there to dine when I'm hungry?" The speaking peculiar entity was indeed filthy, exuding a strong stench. This was its identity and its ability, allowing it to wield the power of foul odor to attack its enemies. Strangely, although this peculiar being was weak, the old saying holds true: a mop soaked in filth can still be a god of war. It was akin to that very essence. And how could one contend with it? Moreover, this toilet ghost was intentionally seeking trouble with the little punk. It also wished to curry favor with Lin Ming, even aspiring to be favored like a yuan, hoping to qualify to sit on the master's lap. Thus, it had been searching for an opportunity. Unexpectedly, it noticed the little punk, who occasionally cast glances of hatred toward Lin Ming. Although the little punk quickly averted his gaze to avoid detection, he ultimately fell victim to the toilet ghost's keen observations, eager to advance. The toilet ghost naturally sought to create trouble. Little punk was blissfully unaware that he had become a stepping stone for the toilet ghost's advancement, a successful ladder. In the face of imminent danger, he instinctively glanced towards Lin Ming, exclaiming, "Aren't they all your slaves? You should do something." Before Lin Ming could utter a word, the toilet ghost struck him with a resounding slap, leaving a pungent handprint on Little Punk's face. "How dare you speak to my master in such a manner? You must address my master with respect and kneel." The toilet ghost's face was a mask of fury, yet internally it was elated. Yes, yes, yes. I relish this brazen fool. Once I become my master's trusted confidant, I shall erect a monument in my heart, forever grateful for your contribution to my journey of progress. The other strange beings in the distance, upon hearing this, immediately grasped the toilet ghost's intent. Damn, so this fellow is ingratiating himself with the master in such a manner. Why must we all be foolishly complacent while he stealthily elevates himself? Despicable scab. They cursed the toilet ghost for being the first to grovel. The onlookers, filled with rage, advanced towards Little Punk. Indeed, how can you show such disrespect to my master? Quickly apologize to my master. Oh, not only do you refuse to apologize, but you dare to stand there in silence? Brothers, let's take it down. A horde of strange beings rushed towards Little Punk, eager to curry favor with Lin Ming, and began to pummel him mercilessly. Little Punk's anguished screams echoed as he felt utterly shattered. What have I done? What exactly have I done? Is it truly so severe just because I neglected to clean the restroom? I understand now. It must be that old player's doing. In immense pain, Little Punk shouted, "You shameless wretch! Is this your way of ruining me out of jealousy? How about a one-on-one duel?" Lin Ming sat in his chair, embracing a yuan's slender waist. Perplexed, is he referring to me? In truth, Lin Ming had never regarded Little Punk with any seriousness and was entirely unaware of the depths of his resentment. A yuan, with a playful demeanor, remarked, "Who cares who he is talking about? Master is drinking, and I'm feeding you." Lin Ming shrugged it off, concluding that Little Punk's demise was of his own making. When a strange beings demand you to clean the restroom, you should comply. How dare you question them? Do you think you are someone special? The strange beings, unsure of whom Little Punk was referring to, assumed he was provoking Lin Ming, which only fueled their fervor as they continued to assault him until he was utterly overwhelmed. The toilet ghost attempted to join in and deliver a few more blows, but the others had Little Punk tightly ensnared, denying it any chance to intervene. This left it feeling indignant. It had conceived this plan and chosen the prey, yet now could only watch helplessly as Little Punk was battered. Once Little Punk was brought down, the strange beings turned their attention to other players. Eliminating just one individual was insufficient to enhance their standing in their master's eyes. The salesman and Ant 2 immediately panicked and rushed forward. Even the boss, who had been secretly observing from the office, hurried out. The three of them knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Lin Ming was taken aback by their extreme reaction and waved his hand dismissively. Do not harm those three. I have other uses for them. Not to mention needing these individuals to attract customers. Earlier, a Yuan had reminded Lin Ming about tax obligations, making him aware of some hidden crises. He wanted to observe the outcome to see if it aligned with his suspicions. Relieved by their reprieve, the three returned to their posts, expressing their gratitude. The black-skinned actor remained stiff on stage, but had witnessed the earlier scene. He was now filled with dread towards Lin Ming, afraid to harbor any dissatisfaction, instead exuding obsequiousness. However, under Lin Ming's control, the strange beings did not trouble him excessively, occasionally prompting him to perform splits, which amused them as they watched him grimace. As the puppet dance time elapsed, the friends and family of those who had been summoned by the second batch of strange beings finally arrived. Lin Ming, without needing to rise, sat calmly in his chair. The strange beings under his command rushed forward, presenting their friends and family before Lin Ming. He began to draw symbols. Although the newcomers did not comprehend the nature of the ghost spirit contract, they realized they had been sold and were filled with rage. Damn it, I am your father. Father, I am doing this for your own good. Let us pledge loyalty to the master. Darling, I am your beloved wife. Wife, trust in your master. Dad, I am about to be married. You deceived me into coming here to deliver me to a player? Daughter, trust your father's judgment. The master is better than your fiancé. Thus, the newcomers were forcibly made to kneel before Lin Ming, accepting the ghost spirit contract. This wave alone added over 100 strange beings. Coupled with the previous count of over 180, there were now nearly 400 strange beings in total. Although the vast majority were of the ghostly tier, this was far from the end. Lin Ming gazed at the new arrivals, continuing to summon their friends and relatives.